Chapter 201. Mu Shui got up from the couch and walked to the maid, looking at the things in the maid's hand in confusion. Why didn't you wake me up when the third prince came? And what are you holding in your hand? The maid handed the zither to Mu Shui with a smile. I wanted to wake you up, but the third prince didn't allow it. This is the zither that the third prince asked me to pass on to you. Mu Shui hurriedly took the zither, walked to the long table, and took out the wrapped zither. Did the third prince leave a message for me? The maid shook her head. The third prince said you would understand when you saw the zither. Looking at the zither in front of her, Mu Shui was still confused about the meaning of this sentence. But when she noticed the pattern on the zither, she understood everything. She raised her hand and touched the pattern on it, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Go and get my zither for me. The maid didn't understand, so she turned around and got Mu Shui's zither. Princess, your zither. Mu Shui took the zither and put her own zither together with the zither sent by the third prince. I didn't expect that the pattern on your zither and the third prince's zither together would actually be a picture of a man drawing eyebrows for a woman. No wonder the third prince said that the princess would understand when she saw the zither. Isn't this a clear statement of his feelings to the princess? Mu Shui's heart was on the zither, and she didn't hear the maid's words at all. She raised her hand and slowly stroked the pattern made by the two zither, as gently as if she was stroking her lover. Put the zither back. She had said before that the seller was dishonest, selling the zither before it was finished, but she didn't expect that there was another zither. Mu Shui handed her zither to the maid, and then stood up. The third prince said last time that he wanted to help her draw eyebrows for a lifetime, and now he sent this zither over. Was he trying to tell her that he was serious? In fact, Mu Shui was very curious about how the third prince knew that she had such a zither. Mo Mansion. The emperor's reward to the fourth prince was supposed to be delivered yesterday, but because Kai Zhe left for Changshan County, the emperor asked Eunuch Chao to deliver it in person today. Fourth prince, these are all rewards from the emperor. The fourth prince had two big dark circles under his eyes, and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. When he saw the rewards behind Eunuch Chao, his sleepiness disappeared completely, and his eyes were only filled with silver and other rewards. These are all given to me by my father? The fourth prince asked in disbelief. Did his father finally remember him? He has been poor for several months. It is not easy. Could it be that he is dreaming? Thinking of this, the fourth prince raised his hand and twisted his arm. Yes, fourth prince. When Eunuch Chao saw his action, the smile on his mouth also widened. The fourth prince must be so happy that he is silly. It's true. The fourth prince loosened his hand that pinched his arm and happily walked towards the silver held by Eunuch Chao. No. While he was happy, the fourth prince did not forget to doubt himself. He put down the silver and looked up at Eunuch Chao. Why did my father suddenly reward me with something? Could it be to test him? Seeing Eunuch Chao laughing like that, he always felt that he had bad intentions. If Eunuch Chao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. He was just happy for the fourth prince. Your Majesty knows that what happened to the Qin family was due to your contribution, and I also told your Majesty about you giving the doll to the little princess, so there are these rewards. The fourth prince was so excited that he grabbed the hand of Chao Gonggong. Chao Gonggong, you are such a good man. It has to be the people around the emperor who can speak. However, the emperor did not say that he would give him a reward. It seems that he gave it entirely for Lure's sake. Fourth emperor, you don't have to be too moved. Eunuch Chao retracted his hand and handed the silver to the fourth prince. In fact, it's not just you who has it. Several other princes have it too. You don't have as much as they do. The fourth prince's mouth corners were pulled straight when he heard the words. He knew that the emperor would not suddenly think of him. He looked at Eunuch Chao with a little resentment. You can actually leave after delivering the reward. Does he have to say the last words to hurt him? Forget it. I'm satisfied with the reward, and other brothers can have more. After delivering the reward, Eunuch Chao immediately returned to the palace to report. Your Majesty, the things have been delivered. He couldn't understand why the emperor asked the palace servants to deliver the rewards to other princes, but he had to deliver it to the fourth prince in person. What's the fourth prince's reaction? The emperor put down the memorial in his hand and asked with interest. Happy. If the tyrant wants to know the progress of the fourth prince and Qin Qianqian, why not just call the fourth prince into the palace to ask? Why must he ask indirectly through Eunuch Chao? The fourth prince should be in self-doubt now. After all, it takes a process to accept that he likes Qin Qianqian. The emperor, People can get married directly even if they don't like each other, but it takes a process even if you like each other, which is really troublesome. Forget it, you can go down. Eunuch Chao was stunned. Was the emperor not satisfied with his answer, so he didn't need to serve him? There was nothing wrong with his answer. The fourth prince was happy. Could it be that the emperor wanted to hear that he was unhappy? You really care about the fourth brother, but you don't care about the third brother so much. In more than half a month, it will be the anniversary of the death of the heroine's mother. It's a good opportunity for the third brother to show himself. But you just let the third brother escort Kaizei. The emperor, He didn't trust the others either. He wanted the third prince to check the situation in Shashan. He couldn't leave it all to General Jean. It was unknown how long it would take General Jean to investigate. Besides, if there was any emergency, he would definitely recall General Jean first. Yuilua didn't know what the emperor was thinking, and was still muttering to himself. The matter in Chanshan County involved a lot of things, and he didn't know if the third prince and his uncle could find out. If they could find out, it would be shocking not only the tyrant, but even the king of Yueqing would not have thought that he had asked to go to Yueqing thinking he was the winner. In fact, he didn't know that the mantis stalked the cicada, but the oriole was behind. The emperor was confused. When the prince of Yueqing asked to go to Yueqing, he retreated to advance. Could there be other hidden secrets? And who is this yellow bird that Luor mentioned? Forget it, there is no point in worrying about these things. The third prince has the aura of a protagonist, and will definitely find out the relationship involved in this matter. I, a baby, will just be a pendant of the tyrant peacefully. The emperor held his forehead and thought to himself, how could it be useless? Luor should worry more so that he can know more. At the same time, the fourth prince went out to the Qin family with the permission of Mr. Mo. This time he went through the main gate. The fourth prince, who had not walked through the main gate for a long time, was still a little uncomfortable. Miss, the fourth prince is here. Qin Qianqian, who was in a daze, stood up suddenly after hearing this. She raised her hand to stroke her hair and asked the maid beside her, is there anything wrong with my hairstyle? Chapter 202. The maid sighed and shook her head. Miss, you have asked me 5 times since you got up and dressed today. I have never seen Miss care so much about her image in the heart of the fourth prince. Miss and the fourth prince grew up together, and the fourth prince probably knows her better than the master and the madam. That's good, Qin Qianqian said so, but she still ran to the bronze mirror to look at herself again. After sitting down, she asked the maid to invite the fourth prince in. She sat in front of the window, looking at the teapot on the table, and let out a long breath. The fourth prince helped her so much yesterday, would he express his feelings to her by giving her a red envelope today? Thinking of this, Qin Qianqian stood up again and hurriedly found a veil to wrap around her face. Although she used the medicine given by Mu Shui last night, there were still rashes on her face due to allergies, but they were not as obvious as yesterday. Qin Qianqian. The fourth prince walked in on his own and tried to sit in front of Qin Qianqian as naturally as possible. I brought you a red envelope. He took out a red envelope. Look, I didn't lie to you. I really wrapped it in a red envelope. Qin Qianqian took the red envelope and took out one and handed it to the fourth prince. Hey, you have one too, although it's a little late. The fourth prince took it with a smile, and then noticed that Qin Qianqian was still wearing a veil on her face. Why are you still wearing a veil? He frowned. Shouldn't you ventilate more after taking medicine for allergies on your face? I saw you look so ugly yesterday. What are you afraid of now? Qin Qianqian glared at him. So you still laugh at me for being ugly? No, it's just that I haven't seen what you look like, he said, as he pulled off Qin Qianqian's veil. Looking at her face, which was much better than yesterday, he said sincerely, it's not ugly. Qin Qianqian snorted, you came to find me just to give me the red seal. Is there nothing else? The fourth prince uttered an ah, smiled at Qin Qianqian, and said mysteriously, I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it, but it really happened. Seeing him like this, Qin Qianqian felt her heart beating even more violently. Was the fourth prince really going to express his feelings? Why don't you wait? She hesitated for a moment, remembering that her face hadn't healed yet. The fourth prince paused while holding the wooden doll. What was Qin Qianqian going to do? Why wait? He asked in confusion. Anyway, just wait 2 days, and then we talk. She wanted to keep some good memories, and didn't want to accept the fourth prince's feelings when her face hadn't healed yet. Are you sure you want to wait 2 days? Don't you regret it? The fourth prince took out the wooden doll. I just want to give you a small gift, and I have to choose a day? Qin Qianqian, you are really hard to please. Looking at the wooden doll in the hands of the fourth prince, Qin Qianqian was startled and felt a little disappointed. It turned out that he was giving her a doll. She thought he was going to confess his love. Why, you don't like it? The fourth prince looked at her somewhat disappointed expression, and then looked down at the doll in his hand. It was obviously very beautiful. Lure and the sixth sister liked it. Qin Qianqian hurriedly shook her head, took the wooden doll, and smiled. No, I like it very much. The sixth princess didn't want it. Only she and the little princess had it. She must like it, but it would be better if the fourth prince could express his feelings by the way. It's good that you like it. Sixth sister doesn't even want it. The fourth prince stood up and said, I'm going back. Looking at the back of the fourth prince leaving, Qin Qianqian curled her lips. You're going back now, and you don't have anything else to say. She put the wooden doll on the table and muttered, Do you think he is stupid, Xiao Qianqian, for not expressing his feelings at such a good opportunity? Didn't the young lady say that she would wait for a few days? You actually teased me. Qin Qianqian looked at the maid who covered her mouth and laughed. Is it not okay for your young lady to say one thing and mean another? Oh, what do you mean by saying one thing and thinking another? The sixth princess walked in with Mu Shui and Du Shuyan. The one who spoke was of course the sixth princess. Why are you here? The sixth princess raised her chin. Come to see if you are ready. Don't you welcome me? Qin Qianqian stood up. No. Who is this sister? She looked at Du Shuyan, and was a little curious about who this person was. If Mu Shui's appearance was as inviolable as a snow lotus, then this sister's appearance was as bright and flamboyant as a blooming peony, making people unable to take their eyes away. The two of them, one as white as snow, and the other as hot as fire, are very pleasing to the eye when standing together. This is Sister Shuyan, the person that the second emperor loves. Maybe you will be a family in the future. The sixth princess smiled, and took Du Shuyan's arm. When the emperor brothers are married, Sister Yan will be the second emperor's sister-in-law, and Sister Shui will be the third emperor's sister-in-law. It turned out to be Sister Yan. Qin Qianqian had heard about Du Shuyan. She smiled and asked several people to sit down. After pouring tea for them, she looked at Du Shuyan. If anyone bullies Sister Yan in the future, tell me, and I will help you teach them a lesson. Anyway, I have a reputation for being fierce, so I'm not afraid. Du Shuyan likes Qin Qianqian's personality very much. Although it was the first time they met, her frankness without any calculation made her feel like she had known each other for a long time. She raised her teacup with a curved lip. Thank you Qianqian first. Originally, she went to Mu Shui's place with the second prince. Mu Shui and the sixth princess mentioned Qin Qianqian, so she came to see them together. You're welcome. Qin Qianqian picked up the tea and drank it all, put the teacup on the table and began to sigh. What's wrong? The sixth princess looked gossipy. Are you worried about you and the fourth prince? Qin Qianqian hesitated for a moment and nodded. I just can't figure it out. I thought the fourth prince would express his feelings to me when he came today, but he gave me a red envelope and a wooden doll. The sixth princess stood up excitedly. Ah, the fourth prince actually gave you a wooden doll. She didn't even want it. A guy who valued women over his sister. How about waiting a little longer? Mu Shui said. The sixth princess said nothing. She didn't dare to make any more suggestions. Fortunately, the crown prince didn't tell her father about the martial arts competition. She was still worried. Qin Qianqian looked at Du Shuyan. Sister Yin, what do you think? Du Shuyan actually wanted to ask why he had to wait, but she just met Qin Qianqian, so she didn't say anything. Then I said. Du Shuyan looked at a few people and analyzed. If it were me, I wouldn't wait, but would take the initiative to express my feelings. Who said that I have to wait for the man to express his feelings first? In her opinion, unless one's family background is not worthy of the other party, or the other party does not like oneself, there will be some concerns. But Qin Qianqian and the fourth prince have no such concerns. Yes. The sixth princess agreed. I agree, otherwise if you don't say it, and the fourth prince doesn't say it, wouldn't it be a waste? Mu Shui frowned when she heard it. Isn't this talking about her and the third prince? If the third prince doesn't say it, will they just miss it? Chapter 203. Qin Qianqian thought for a moment after hearing what Du Shuyan said. But I can't say it. Asking her to say that she likes the fourth prince is even harder than asking her to learn needlework. It doesn't matter if you can't say it, you can just use your actions to convey your feelings. Du Shuyan told Qin Qianqian the method after he finished speaking. Not only Qin Qianqian, but also Mu Shui and the sixth princess felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Will this not be too bad? Qin Qianqian laughed dryly. It feels quite difficult. You have to believe in yourself. Du Shuyan encouraged. It's just one move anyway, it's very easy. Qin Qianqian listened to Du Shuyan's advice, and waited until her face was completely healed before going to find the fourth prince. The fourth prince was a little surprised to hear Qin Qianqian coming. He tidied his clothes, and went to take Qin Qianqian in. When Mr. Mo heard that Qin Qianqian was coming, he raised his eyebrows, and specifically ordered the servants not to disturb the two. This Emo mansion is quite big. Qin Qianqian looked at the Emo mansion, and made up something to relieve the tension in her heart. The fourth prince rolled his eyes. This isn't your first time at the Emo mansion. Why are you looking for me? Qin Qianqian laughed dryly, and swung her arms. Can't I just come to see you if I have nothing to do? I just want to see how you're doing. She raised her hand and pointed at the pavilion next to her. Let's go there and talk. It's quiet there, and no one will disturb us, just right. The fourth prince took her to the pavilion and sat down, glancing at her strangely. Do you want me to make you something weird again? I tell you, I don't have time. Qin Qianqian waved her hands quickly. No, I just came to see you, really. The fourth prince said, oh, and poured me a cup of tea. Qin Qianqian, who was thinking about what to do, took the tea, took a sip, and put the cup down. That? She nervously put her hands on her knees, rubbed them, and stood up as if she had gathered up the courage to point to the side. Look there. When the fourth prince turned his head, Qin Qianqian leaned over and kissed him on the side of his face, then looked at the fourth prince with a pounding heart. I don't know if the method Sister Yin taught me is useful. The fourth prince only felt a warm breath sprayed on his face, and then Qin Qianqian's lips pressed against his cheek, and he was stunned. He raised his hand to cover the face that was kissed, then stood up with red ears and looked at Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian, are you a female pervert? After saying that, he walked out of the pavilion quickly. Qin Qianqian looked at his hurriedly leaving back, and the whole person was stunned on the spot. Why is it different from what Sister Yin said? Why did the fourth prince run away before she said anything? No, she hasn't asked the fourth prince what he meant yet. Qin Qianqian came to her senses, and quickly chased after him. You hang away, wait for me. She chased him to the fourth prince's room, and walked to the door, and the fourth prince slammed the door shut. Open the door, don't you know what I mean? The fourth prince poured himself a cup of tea. She never expected that Qin Qianqian would suddenly kiss him. Who did she learn this from? Hey, talk to me. Qin Qianqian raised her hand and knocked on the door, muttering softly, Why are you hiding? She won't eat people. Old Emo knew what the two were doing, so he came over and hid behind a pillar, sticking his head out to watch. What's going on now? The housekeeper told Old Emo the whole story, and Old Emo was a little surprised. So the Qin girl made Hung Rui shy and hide in the house? Why did she do it the other way around? Forget it. Since the Qin girl took the initiative, it must be true. Qin Qianqian couldn't wait for the fourth prince to open the door, so she could only return to the Qin mansion in frustration. After the emperor waited for Kai Zhe and his party to leave Beijing, he focused his attention on the Yueqing palace. He thought Xinyu would send him good news and let him know the secret of King Yueqing, but there was no movement. What the emperor didn't know was that Xinyu was also very anxious. Xinyu thought that Madame Yao would come to see her soon, but she waited day after day. Not only did Madame Yao not come to see her, but King Yueqing would go to her yard whenever he had nothing to do, and kick her a few times with disgust. During this period, she learned that Madame Yao went to Yueqing to see Yao Xian, and it would probably take some time for her to come back. It was because King Yueqing knew this that he dared to take action against Xinyu, as long as he could ensure that Xinyu's injuries would disappear before Madame Yao came back. Today, the king of Yueqing came to find Xinyu as usual, and then returned to the study. I asked you to make an appointment with Yang Xian. How is it going? Since Yang Xian wanted to cooperate with her, he went to test Yang Xian's sincerity. It just so happened that he didn't have anyone to use now. Replying to the prince, Miss Yang agreed to meet at Baiyun Temple, outside the city to cover up her tracks. The king of Yueqing sneered, really cautious, prepare a carriage. Only when Yang Xian received the invitation from the king of Yueqing did she remember what the time-traveling girl did before. She thought that the prince of Yueqing had not contacted her for so long, probably because he had not received the letter, but the appearance of the prince of Yueqing's subordinates disrupted her original peace. What should come must come, and what should be faced must be faced. If this can help the emperor get rid of Yueqing, then she thinks it doesn't matter if she pays a little. After all, it is the emperor who spared her, so that she has the opportunity to see her parents again. Xianer, are you going out? Madame Yang asked softly when she saw Yang Xian coming out with a veil. Her daughter has been staying in the mansion since she came back, and she doesn't go out. She is worried that she will get sick. Yang Xian nodded. I go burn incense, and will be back soon, mother, don't worry. Okay, burn incense. Mrs. Yang told the maid to take good care of Yang Xian, and watched her get on the carriage before returning home. After Yang Xian went to Baiyun Temple to burn incense, she told the maid not to follow her, and went to a secluded pavilion to sit down. Not long after she sat down, she heard footsteps. Miss Yang really found a good place. Yang Xian looked at the Prince of Yueqing who sat opposite her and smiled lightly. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I wonder what your Majesty wants to ask me for. Looking at Yang Xian who was calm and composed, Prince Yueqing couldn't help but think of the dog-crawling handwriting, and sighed in his heart that Yang Xian was really hiding something. She deliberately wrote the handwriting like that to avoid leaving any handle. Didn't Miss Yang test me first? I am sitting here now to give Miss Yang the answer. He was not worried that Yang Xian would threaten him with this matter. He was not worried before, and he was even less worried now. With Meng Yu's previous experience, a smart person like Yang Xian still wanted to bring him down with a little thing, which was too presumptuous. Yang Xian chuckled. She was not a fool. She had heard from her father about the recent events in the capital. Prince Yueqing had no one to use, so he thought of her. What are you laughing at, Miss Yang? Prince Yueqing was not annoyed. He was always polite to smart and beautiful women. Chapter 204. Yang Xian put away her smile and brushed off the veil that was blown to her face by the wind. Your Highness, you want to tell me that you came here with full sincerity, then I may disappoint you. Prince Yueqing raised his eyebrows. I don't think so. Miss Yang is a smart person. If you want to test me, then don't do it. Miss Yang should know my current situation through the things in Beijing. He couldn't help but feel sad when he said this. Others think that my status as a prince is noble, but my brother doubted me because of a few words from others, and I was forced to do so. If there were other women in front of him at this moment, they would probably sympathize with him. After all, he was not bad-looking and acted like he was forced to do something. Yang Xian received some memories of the time-traveling girl, but she didn't buy it. She knew very well what kind of person the Prince of Yueqing was. Even without the Emperor's suspicion, the Prince of Yueqing might not be obedient. I do know the Prince's situation, but what can the Prince offer me? Yang Xian interrupted his pity and said calmly, if I really cooperate with the Prince, there must be conditions that are attractive enough for me, right? Just as the reason why the Prince came to me, he also saw the value of me or the Yang family. The King of Yueqing laughed happily, looking at Yang Xian with admiration in his eyes. I like to talk to smart people like Miss Yang. What does Miss Yang want? In the eyes of the King of Yueqing, Yang Xian is not the kind of beauty that can be stunning at first sight. But after getting in touch with her, she has an attractive temperament, which makes her originally just a beautiful girl from a small family more colorful. When asking this question, the King of Yueqing actually had the answer in his mind. He thought that Yang Xian wanted a position that was second only to the Emperor, and above all others. What woman in the world could refuse that position? I only asked for my father to be promoted, nothing else. It would be too fake to say that he didn't ask for anything, so he could only talk about his father. Seeing that the answer was not what he thought, the King of Yueqing was obviously stunned for a moment, and after recovering his composure, he smiled and said, Lord Yang has a filial and good daughter. It seems that Yang Xian is not satisfied with Yang Wen's current official position. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Yang Xian pretended not to notice the inquiry of the Prince of Yueqing, and said without any modesty, since I have made my request, what about the Prince's strength? I have to weigh the pros and cons before I can convince my father with peace of mind if I risk my current safety. The Prince of Yueqing stared at Yang Xian for a long time, then stood up. Miss Yang, rest assured, I will definitely not let such a smart beauty like you die young. Yang Xian looked at the back of the Prince of Yueqing leaving, feeling a little annoyed. She was a little anxious just now. It was the first time they met. How could the Prince of Yueqing trust her? Never mind, this matter cannot be rushed. Thinking of the memory she received, Yang Xian frowned. She received the memories of the time-traveling girl, but only part of them. What she remembered most clearly was that the King of Yueqing had a mine in Yueqing. This mine was very valuable. If the King of Yueqing wanted to rebel, he would not have to worry about the cost of money. No, we still have to find out the location of this mine as soon as possible and tell the Emperor. Otherwise, if the King of Yueqing succeeds, the people will suffer. What the King of Yueqing didn't know was that the news of his meeting with Yang Xian had been heard by the Emperor. After listening to the secret guard's report, the Emperor snorted coldly. I even suspect that he went to the theater to learn in Yueqing. How can there be so many plays? Don't get excited. Yang Xian won't buy it. Since the King of Yueqing has found Yang Xian, it proves that he is thinking of rebellion now. I hope Yang Xian can know where his mine is, so that the King of Yueqing can avoid a successful rebellion. Although it is very miserable to be a pendant of the tyrant, it is better than losing your life. Oh, I really hope to grow up quickly, so that I can be a wild horse that runs away from the reins. Emperor, He was still worried about his life just a moment ago, but now, He is thinking about being a wild horse that has run away from its reins. He is really bold. You can withdraw and continue to keep an eye on Prince Yueqing. The emperor dismissed his subordinates. He had no worries about Prince Yueqing's rebellion before. Not to mention that Prince Yueqing did not have enough troops. Even if he found troops, food and grass would still be a problem. Now this problem has been solved because he has a mine. But why does Luo not know about this mine? Prince Yueqing was obviously in a good mood after returning home. The subordinates were a little puzzled. His prince was so happy after meeting Yang Xian. Did he think of a new way to make trouble for the emperor? Every time he made trouble he failed. Instead, he lost more than he gained. He actually admired the prince. If it were him, he would have rebelled long ago. Prince Yueqing glanced at his subordinates. We must keep a good eye on Shenyu. He should go out again in the near future. Shenyu must not run out. Shenyu spent half a month like a year, and finally waited for Madame Yao to come back. The second day after Mrs. Yao returned to Beijing, she brought people to the palace to see Shenyu. Shenyu was so moved that she almost cried. She had waited for so long, and finally it came. If Mrs. Yao didn't come again, she would almost vomit from smelling the smell on her body. How could Aunt Shen be like this? Don't you have anyone to bathe her? Mrs. Yao held her breath, and looked at the maid of the palace next to her. Mrs. Yao, she didn't want us to get close. Really? Mrs. Yao ordered her maid, go get some water for Aunt Shen to wash. If she doesn't wash, she will be the one who will suffer. Shenyu was delighted when she heard this. She was worried that the people of Prince Yueqing were there, so she couldn't hand the note to Madame Yao. Now it seems that the opportunity has come. The maid quickly brought water, and Madame Yao dismissed the maids of the palace and asked her own maid to close the door. While the maid was closing the door, Shenyu raised her hand and quickly handed the note she wrote to Madame Yao. Madame Yao met her clear eyes and put the note away without leaving a trace. Wash her well and go back home after washing. She was curious about what Shenyu gave her and why he pretended to be crazy. The maid reluctantly washed Shenyu and then returned to the mansion with Madame Yao. Why is Madame so good to her? The maid was puzzled. Madame Yao was anxious to read the note, and she perfunctorily said a few words to the maid and sent her out. After confirming that the maid had left, Madame Yao took out the note, which had a few words written in blood. Yueqing Wang's room, wardrobe mechanism Yao Xian. Madame Yao finished reading in a low voice, and clenched the note tightly in her palm. Did Shenyu want to tell her that Xian'er was still alive? Since Xian'er was still alive, why did the king of Yueqing tell them that Xian'er was dead? Could it be that the king of Yueqing was hiding something from them? Thinking of this, Madame Yao burned the note. No matter whether what Shenyu said was true or false, she had to find out what was going on. Because she was worried about her daughter, Madame Yao thought of a way to get rid of the king of Yueqing the next day. Why is my mother-in-law here? Chapter 205. Didn't you come here yesterday? Why are you here again today? Did you find the wound on Shenyu? I heard that Madame Yao asked someone to give Shenyu a bath. The kick he made was not serious. It has been half a month. It is impossible for him to still be injured. I had a dream last night. Madame Yao and Prince Yueqing walked into the main hall and sat down. I dreamed of Xian'er. She said she missed the prince, so I had to ask the prince to burn incense for Xian'er. If you want to go to Prince Yueqing's room, you must send Prince Yueqing away first, otherwise, let alone enter, you can't even get close to the room. The Prince of Yueqing would naturally not turn down Madame Yao's small request. The Yao family didn't know that Yao Xian was in the secret room, so it was normal for them to have dreams about Yao Xian. Well, I should have gone to see Xian'er with my mother-in-law this time, but unfortunately I can't help myself now. He looked sad. I will have someone prepare a carriage to go to Baiyun Temple to burn incense for Xian'er. Thank you, Your Majesty. Since I'm here, I want to go and see Shenyu. The Prince of Yueqing did not doubt him, and ordered the people in the palace not to neglect Madame Yao, and then left the palace with his subordinates. Thinking of the pleasant conversation he had with Yang Xian during this period, the Prince of Yueqing asked his subordinates to pass a message to Yang Xian to meet at Baiyun Temple. After confirming that the Prince of Yueqing really left, Madame Yao took the maid to Shenyu's yard. Shenyu was not surprised to see Madame Yao. After all, it was about her daughter, and she would definitely be impatient. You stand guard at the door. Madame Yao looked at the maid. I will help Aunt Shen to check her injuries. The maid hesitated for a while, nodded, closed the door, and went out. Her wife was really kind. Shenyu fell into the water in their Yao mansion, but it was not Shenyu who was driven crazy by them. Did the lady have to do it herself, and take it so seriously? The prince has been sent away by me. Mrs. Yao approached Shenyu and lowered her voice. Do you have a way to enter the prince's room? Now that things have not been clarified, The fewer people who know about it, the better. Xin Yu's pretending to be crazy may be related to Prince Yueqing, so she thought Xin Yu would help her. Otherwise he would not pass her a note for no reason. Mrs. Yao, just believe me. Seeing that Mrs. Yao was so selfless for Yao Xian, Xin Yu couldn't help but think of the little things Du Lin did for her when she was still there. She sniffed, there are guards at the door of the prince. I will find a way to get rid of those guards and other people in the palace. As for you, leave my yard first and find a place to hide. Mrs. Yao looked at Xin Yu. Okay, you pay attention to safety. We will meet at the door of the king of Yueqing. She didn't want Xin Yu to get into trouble, otherwise she wouldn't know where the mechanism was. Don't worry. Xin Yu curled her lips. The king of Yueqing is fine, I will protect myself. After the two of them discussed it, they started to act separately. Xin Yu waited for her to leave for a while, picked up the burning candle, and lit the bed curtain. When the fire gradually grew bigger, she recovered her stupid look and ran out. The maids were a little unhappy to see her running out. Last time, because she ran out, they had to stare at her all day, and their rest time was much less. At this time, a maid noticed the smoke coming out of the room. It's on fire. When she shouted, everyone noticed it, and hurried to fetch water to put out the fire. Seeing this, Xin Yu took advantage of the chaos to leave. According to the current fire, these few people alone could not save it. She could only call other people in the palace to put out the fire, so that she could take Madame Yao into the secret room in the chaos. As Xin Yu thought, the fire was getting bigger and bigger, and she could only call everyone in the palace to put out the fire. Madame Yao also asked her maid to go to put out the fire, taking the opportunity to send her away. She found a place close to the room of Prince Yueqing and hid there. When they saw Xin Yu coming here, they entered the room together. Xin Yu closed the door, walked directly to the closet, opened the closet, raised her hand and groped inside the closet. Last time she touched the mechanism, she accidentally triggered it, and when she came out, she pressed the mechanism inside. Found it. She groped for a raised place and pressed it. Madame Yao looked at the secret room in front of her in surprise, and followed Xin Yu into the closet. Don't be scared no matter what you see later. She still hoped that Madame Yao would overthrow the king of Yueqing, and didn't want her to be scared crazy or something else later. Madame Yao, who was nervous, had a bad premonition when she heard this. She was eager to know what Xin Yu meant. Xin Yu led the way in front of her, not caring about what Madame Yao was thinking. After passing through the secret passage and reaching the secret room, Xin Yu stopped and pointed to the center of the secret room. Go over there. Everything you want to know is here. Madame Yao glanced at the center of the secret room and walked over quickly. When she saw the person with hair like weed shrinking under the bronze mirror, her heart thumped. A sound. The feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. You said this is Xiener? Madame Yao squatted down and turned to ask Xin Yu. Yes, I knew it because I saw the words she carved on the ground. If there were no words on the ground, she would not be so sure. After all, she had never seen Yao Xian. Madame Yao touched the curled-up Yao Xian with trembling hands. Xiener, mother is here to see you. Yao Xian raised her head slowly, thinking of her face that was tortured by King Yueqing, and she paused. Although she wanted to see her mother, she would probably be scared if she saw her like this. What if her mother couldn't bear it? This was not what she wanted. Don't you want to see your mother? Madame Yao's voice was a little choked. Xin Yu knew that Yao Xian would not be conscious for long, so she walked up to Yao Xian. Your mother risked her life to come in and see you just to find out everything. You should go see her. Yao Xian hesitated for a moment and slowly raised her head. Madame Yao saw her face that was tortured beyond recognition, and she opened her eyes wide and covered her mouth and cried. Her Xiener is well educated and dignified. How could she be tortured like this? Was it done by the king of Yueqing? Mrs. Yao's eyes turned red, and she wanted to fight with the king of Yueqing right now. Who else could it be except the king of Yueqing? Xin Yu glanced at Yao Xian. Why did the king of Yueqing treat you like this? Did you know some secret of his? Yao Xian nodded. Seeing that Yao Xian could only nod and shake her head, Mrs. Yao was confused, and Xin Yu explained to her, her tongue was cut off, and she can't speak. After hearing this, Madame Yao held Yao Xian in her arms and started crying. Xiener, don't be afraid. I take you out now. Her daughter has been afraid of pain since she was a child. She didn't know how she spent the past few years she disappeared. She is locked up. You can't take her out unless you have a key. After Xin Yu finished speaking, Madame Yao noticed the shackles on Yao Xian's feet. She hugged Yao Xian in tears, and her heart was in pain so much that she had difficulty breathing. Since people have seen us, leave first and then find a way. Xin Yu went to pull Madame Yao. If you don't leave now and get discovered, It will be more trouble than gain. Madame Yao stood up reluctantly, tears kept falling. Chapter 206. Seeing Madame Yao stand up, Shen Yu turned around and was about to leave, but found that Madame Yao had just stood up and fainted from crying. Yao Xian felt even more guilty when she saw this. If she had resolutely told her father when she found out that the prince wanted to rebel, instead of listening to the sweet words of the king of Yueqing and giving up the idea, would she not have to suffer all this torture? And the mine in the hands of the king of Yueqing, according to the ruthlessness of the king of Yueqing, he would definitely not tell his father that he found the mine on the Yao family's territory. I don't know how far the king of Yueqing has plotted now. Shen Yu looked at the fainted Madame Yao with a headache, and then turned to look at Yao Xian. You'd better stay alive, so that you have a chance to see the king of Yueqing pay the price. After saying that, he picked up Madame Yao with great effort, and carried her out of the secret room. Yao Xian lowered her eyes. If it weren't for this day, she wouldn't live like a ghost. In the palace. The secret guard reported everything that happened in the palace to the emperor. Are you saying that the king of Yueqing tortured his princess and locked her in the secret room? The secret guard nodded. Before, the king of Yueqing was in the mansion. He was afraid of being discovered and did not approach the king of Yueqing's room. Today, he followed Shen Yu into the secret room while the chaos was going on. He saw Yao Xian, who was tortured beyond recognition. He did not know why Yao Xian was treated like this. Did Madame Yao finally see Yao Xian? It was a pity that she could not save her even if she saw her. The king of Yueqing was really cruel. Just because he discovered a mine that the Yao family had not discovered yet, he wanted to take it for himself. So he deliberately fabricated an intention to rebel and pretended that Yao Xian heard it, and then used this excuse to torture Yao Xian. Now Yao Xian is awake less and less, and it is unknown how long she can hold on. Haha, Prince Yueqing is still meeting Yang Xian at Baiyun Temple. He didn't expect that his home was stolen. The emperor frowned. General Yao was loyal and garrisoned in the northern border, and never complained. Now his daughter is being tortured like this, I'm afraid no one can accept it. Try every means to rescue Yao Xian. The secret guard took the order and left. At this time, Prince Yueqing, who didn't know that his home was stolen, was still talking to Yang Xian. Miss Yang, I wonder how you persuaded Lord Yang. Yang Xian lowered her eyes. The prince does not have enough strength, so father must consider it. Otherwise, like Shen Huai or Ming Yu, they will be used and thrown away by the prince. That would be more trouble than it is worth. Isn't that right, Prince? Prince Yueqing nodded in agreement. Yes, then let's just chat today. Your Highness is here to burn incense for the deceased princess today. Isn't that just a chat? He came to burn incense and asked her out. By the way, is he trying to show his deep affection? I asked Miss Yang out because I think we had a good chat. Prince Yueqing stared at Yang Xian. In fact, I was thinking that if I could marry Miss Yang, it would not be a bad thing. Yang Xian looked back at him openly. Her tone was not fluctuating. Thank you for your favor, Your Majesty. Your appearance and status are not what I can dream of. Really thinking that she didn't know what kind of person he was, Yang Xian sneered in her heart, and actually wanted to tease her, which was really ridiculous. Did I allow you to dream of it? Prince Yueqing curled his lips. What do you think, Miss Yang? He really appreciated Yang Xian's calmness. He felt very relaxed when they chatted. If he really married Yang Xian as a concubine, he could not only pull the Yang family to his side, but also have a good wife to help him. It seemed not bad. No matter, Yang Xian stood up and looked down at the king of Yueqing. We are partners. If the prince wants to have fun, he can find someone else, or I will be happier if he puts his mind on other things. Watching Yang Xian's back as he left, the king of Yueqing put away the smile on his face. Smart people are different. Shen Yu, that fool, is easy to deceive. She is willing to be his concubine after meeting him once. Go back to the palace. When Prince Yueqing returned to the palace, he saw a group of servants, who had not had time to wash their faces. They were all covered in dust. What's going on? He frowned and scanned the crowd. Someone stepped forward and told him what happened. Prince Yueqing frowned so much that he could kill a fly. Shen Yu is really capable. He is crazy but still doesn't know how to be quiet. You said Madame Yao fainted in the mansion. What happened? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Madame Yao was about to leave, but when she knew that Shen Yu's yard was on fire, she asked her maid to go and put out the fire. After the fire was put out, she found that Madame Yao fainted in the main hall. After hearing this, Prince Yueqing took his subordinates to the Yao mansion to see Madame Yao. How is your mother-in-law? Your Majesty, the doctor said that the lady was too worried. Prince Yueqing glanced at the unconscious Madame Yao and left the Yao mansion. Last time, Xinyu was missing. This time, Xinyu was also missing. The king of Yueqing quickened his pace and walked to the main hall. A voice in his heart told him that Xinyu could not stay. Your Majesty, once was a coincidence. What about twice? The subordinate raised his hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Anyway, Mrs. Yao is busy now. Why not kill Xinyu? He always felt that Xinyu could not stay, and hoped that the prince would be smarter and kill Xinyu this time. The king of Yueqing nodded. You go and do it. Before the subordinate walked out, someone brought Lord Du in. Your Highness, I am following the Emperor's orders to bring the criminal Xinyu back to the Dali Temple. Lord Du was also confused. The Emperor had not mentioned Xinyu for a long time. He thought the Emperor had forgotten Xinyu, but he did not expect that today he would suddenly ask him to come to the palace to bring the person back. Xinyu is crazy. Prince Yueqing felt that everything was too coincidental. First it was Xinyu, and then he wanted to kill Xinyu, and then Lord Du got involved. Could the Emperor deliberately put Xinyu in his palace? It doesn't matter. I am only responsible for bringing the person back. The king of Yueqing and his subordinates looked at each other and took Lord Du to Xinyu's yard. Hearing the footsteps, Xinyu sat on the ground nervously. The king of Yueqing will definitely suspect her this time, and she has to find a way to get someone to save her. Du Xuan, the other party must have a way to save her. The door was pushed open, and the sun shone on the burned floor. Xinyu raised her head and saw Lord Du next to the king of Yueqing. She knew in her heart that her life was saved. Take the person away. Lord Du didn't say much nonsense and asked someone to take Xinyu away directly. Prince Yueqing clenched his fist tightly, cursing in his heart. Damn it. Why do you have to take people away now? He suddenly remembered something and ran back to his room without caring about anything else. Could it be that Xinyu found Yao Xian hidden in the secret room by him? In this way, it can explain why Xinyu was suddenly taken away and Mrs. Yao suddenly fainted. Could it be that she saw Yao Xian? Prince, what's wrong? The subordinates chased up and asked in confusion. It's okay, you stand guard at the door. After entering the room and closing the door, he opened the wardrobe and checked carefully, but found that the mechanism could not be opened at all. Why can't it be opened? He pressed it again, but there was still no movement. Chapter 207. Master Du took Xinyu back to the Dali Temple and reported to the Emperor. Your Majesty, Xinyu has been brought back to the Dali Temple. Does he need to be interrogated? The Emperor shook his head and said, keep him locked up first. Now he knows everything that happened in the Yueqing Palace. It doesn't matter whether Xinyu is interrogated or not. The tricky thing now is the shackles on Yao Xian's feet in the secret room. Without the key, Yao Xian can't leave the secret room at all. Yes, I take my leave. I didn't expect that there are people around the tyrant who understand the mechanism. It's so funny. The Yueqing king suspected that Xinyu would definitely go to check on Yao Xian. When he found that the mechanism couldn't be opened, his expression should be very interesting. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. However, the tyrant tampered with the mechanism, but still couldn't rescue Yao Xian. The key to her shackles was always carried by the king of Yueqing, so it was not easy to get it. The emperor was troubled by this matter. The king of Yueqing was really incompetent. A shackle made of black iron could not be cut. How could he forget Yang Xian? The king of Yueqing wanted to tease Yang Xian, so he could let Yang Xian see if he could get the key. But Yang Xian would be wronged in this way. Emperor, is Luo trying to use a beauty trap? Yao Xian is not bad looking but was tortured like this by the prince of Yueqing. Yang Xian is not as good looking as Yao Xian. Can this beauty trap work? While thinking, Eunuch Chao walked in. Your Majesty, the third prince and General Jin arrived safely in Chanshan County the day before yesterday. This is the letter they handed over. Oh, I almost forgot about the third prince and uncle. The emperor took the letter, opened it, and read the contents, frowning slightly. It really was embezzled by someone. How dare they do that? Luo said that this was done by an acquaintance. Could it be the king of Yueqing? I didn't expect that the third prince and his uncle were so efficient and found out where the silver went so quickly. But these people are dead, and the person who actually took the silver is still hiding. The king of Yueqing thought that the silver was taken by his people, but he didn't know that he was also kept in the dark by his subordinates. The king of Yueqing, who was kept in the dark, also received the news that General Jin and the third prince arrived in Chanshan. He tightly held the letter in his hand and ordered his subordinates. Let our people withdraw and don't let them become scapegoats. The subordinate asked softly, how does the prince plan to deal with him? Prince Yueqing rubbed his temples. We talk about it later. These people are really bold to deceive him. He let these people stay in Chanshan County. The because he wanted them to prevent Chanshan County from getting better, which would quickly arouse public anger. When the time comes, he will find a way to bring these people under his command. As a result, Chanshan did become poor, but it had nothing to do with his people. So who took the silver? The more he thought about it, the angrier the king of Yueqing became. He was filled with anger because he didn't even know who his opponent was. The matter of the agency had not been resolved, and such a bad thing had happened here. He couldn't rest for a moment. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The subordinate opened the door and saw Yang Xian, who was dressed as a servant at the door. He was stunned and asked someone to come in. The king of Yueqing looked at Yang Xian, who came in, and was a little surprised. "Why is Miss Yang here?" Yang Xian walked to the side of the king of Yueqing and sat down. "I heard from my father that Xinyu was taken to the Dali temple. Did something happen to the prince?" The king of Yueqing asked his subordinates to leave and poured a cup of tea for Yang Xian. Nothing happened. He didn't want to tell Yang Xian about Yao Xian's affairs. His subordinates had been following him for so long and didn't know about it, and Yang Xian didn't need to know it. "Really?" Yang Xian stared at the king of Yueqing, looking at the look on your face. "I thought something had happened to you. Since you don't want to say it, I just assume that I'm overthinking it." Then Yang Xian just drank his tea lightly and didn't speak. "Does the Dali temple plan to try Xinyu?" The king of Yueqing was silent for a while and broke the quiet atmosphere. "I asked my father not to interrogate him yet, but I don't know how long it will take." While speaking, Yang Xian looked at the accessories on the king of Yueqing inconspicuously. He looked around but didn't see anything like keys. "By the way," Yang Xian put down the teacup, "I heard that the third prince and General Jin have already arrived in Chanshan. If the prince reaches out to that place, he should withdraw first." Seeing that Yang Xian was about to get up and leave, the king of Yueqing said, "Miss Yang, why don't you drink a cup with me?" Yang Xian did not stop because of his words, and stood up and shook her head. "Your Highness wants to drown his sorrows in wine. I don't have time to accompany you. If it wasn't for finding out the whereabouts of the key, she wouldn't want to come." The king of Yueqing curled his lips and smiled. "Who said that I want to drown my sorrows in wine? I just want to drink with Miss Yang, so that all the troubles will go away." Yang Xian sneered in her heart, stopped and turned around. "Then your Highness, please go boating with me." It was the first time that the king of Yueqing met someone like Yang Xian. He was not fooled by his sweet words, which made him feel a little interesting. "Okay." Prince Yueqing stood up. "Miss Yang will go out wearing this?" Yang Xian looked at the clothes on her body. "Is there any problem?" The subordinate saw that the prince, who was very angry just now, and Yang Xian came out with a smile, and almost thought he was seeing things. Could it be that the prince likes to be indifferent to him? The two of them left the mansion, and went to the place where they went to the lake. Qi Feng, who followed Yang Xian, looked at Qingrong. "Sister Rongrong, why do you think Miss Yang wants to go to the lake again? Isn't it to check the key? If I didn't know, I would have thought they were having a tryst. I guess it's because the king of Yueqing didn't see it. We act according to circumstances, and create some opportunities for Miss Yang." Yang Xian did have other plans. She didn't see the key on the king of Yueqing. Could it be that he hid it on his body? What is Miss Yang thinking about? The king of Yueqing looked at the scenery outside, and felt much better. Nothing. Yang Xian withdrew her thoughts, and suddenly felt that the boat was hit hard by other boats. She leaned forward uncontrollably. Prince Yueqing subconsciously reached out to support her. "Are you okay?" Yang Xian stood up straight. "It's okay, Your Highness, go and see what's going on." Could it be that the secret guards following her knew her plan? Yang Xian couldn't help but admire him. If so, she had to make good use of this opportunity. She followed Prince Yueqing out, and the boat was hit hard again. "Your Highness, be careful." Yang Xian took the opportunity to push Prince Yueqing into the water, while leaning forward. Plop. Qi Feng knew he had succeeded when he heard the sound of the boat. The Prince of Yueqing fell into the water unexpectedly, feeling a little annoyed. Who hit his boat? If he had known, he would not have helped Yang Xian. "Your Majesty, wait for me to come down and save you." Yang Xian saw the Prince of Yueqing swimming upstream, and with a splash, he jumped into the water, knocking the Prince of Yueqing, who was about to swim up down again. Chapter 208. Seeing this, Yang Xian held back his laughter and swam closer to King Yueqing, hanging on him like an octopus, and took the opportunity to reach his purse. After dealing with King Yueqing for so long, Yang Xian felt much more comfortable watching him flounder in the water. King Yueqing wanted to curse in his heart. He had finally swam up, but Yang Xian jumped down like this, and he jumped right at him, causing him to choke on a lot of water. King Yueqing, who was originally a little unhappy, was a little surprised when he saw Yang Xian's worried face. Yang Xian usually seemed to be indifferent to him, but unexpectedly, she cared about him at the critical moment. His attention was on Yang Xian, who was pulling him, and he was in the water, so he naturally didn't notice Yang Xian pulling his purse. After confirming that there was something he wanted in the purse, Yang Xian quietly put the purse away and swam upwards. Is the prince okay? Yang Xian squeezed the water off his clothes and looked at the somewhat embarrassed Prince Yueqing. It's okay. Prince Yueqing stood up and raised his hand to wipe the water droplets on his hair. The wet clothes made him feel particularly uncomfortable. He casually expressed his concern for Yang Xian, and saw his subordinates rushing over. Your Highness. The subordinate stepped forward to support the Prince of Yueqing. Go back to the palace to change clothes first. Weren't the two of them going boating? How did they really swim into the lake? The subordinate was waiting by the lake, but when he heard that someone fell into the water, he came over to see that it was the Prince of Yueqing and Yang Xian who fell into the water. The Prince of Yueqing glanced behind his boat, trying to figure out who was so blind. Don't catch a cold, my lord. Go back and change your clothes and drink some hot soup to warm yourself up. Yang Xian was worried that the Prince of Yueqing would pay too much attention to this, and it would be bad if he found out that his purse was missing. The Prince of Yueqing looked at Yang Xian's worried expression and nodded. You should go back early too. Don't catch a cold. Looking at the back of the Prince of Yueqing leaving, Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief and followed him to leave the lake. Qingrong followed behind Yang Xian and saw her walk to a corner with few people and stop, and said to the air, I got the things. Use them and bring them back to me. Okay. Qinfeng responded and saw Yang Xian put the purse on the ground. Take the key from the purse. Qingrong secretly escorted Yang Xian back to the mansion, and Qinfeng took the purse to the palace to see the emperor. The emperor didn't expect Yang Xian to be so fast. Yang Xian is amazing. I know the nature of Prince Yueqing. He likes to ignore him. The weather is not too hot. Why is he trying to get cold feet? Sure enough, men like what they can't get. These are not important. What's important is that the key is obtained. The emperor played with the key in his hand, and after listening to Yuilu's voice, he handed the key to Qinfeng and ordered him to find concubine Shu to make a pair as soon as possible, and then take the key back to Yang Xian. Prince Yueqing didn't know that his important things were missing. He changed his clothes after returning to the mansion. It was not until he went to bed at night that he found that his purse was missing. He stood up suddenly, his face changed. There was the key to Yao Xian's shackles in the purse. The secret room now made him feel unsafe. He was still waiting to open the mechanism for Yao Xian to move to another place. Otherwise, I always feel uneasy. Could it be that it fell into the lake? Yang Xian got the key again and rushed to the lake. When Prince Yueqing knew that the purse was missing, he would definitely rush to the lake. She rushed to the lake before Prince Yueqing. The lake was deserted at night, and the wind blew the willow branches in the night wind. Prince, what's wrong with you? The subordinates followed Prince Yueqing, wondering why Prince Yueqing didn't sleep at night and ran to the lake. If it was a secret meeting with Yang Xian, the prince's face seemed wrong. My purse is lost. The purse was made by the princess. The king of Yueqing said as he walked. Yang Xian heard the conversation between the two behind the willow tree and walked out from behind. She originally wanted to throw the purse into the water, but now it seems that she can't just throw it away, and she can't say that she picked up the purse, otherwise it will be difficult not to be suspected. Why not pretend in front of the king of Yueqing? Your Majesty. Yang Xian walked out openly and said directly, I heard that your purse was lost. She looked at the king of Yueqing and explained softly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I found that my earrings were missing before I went to bed, so I came back to look for them. During the day, she was dressed as a servant and had nothing on her ears, but she did put the earrings on her body. Miss Yang, did you find it? The king of Yueqing looked at Yang Xian's frankness, and his suspicion faded a little. I found it. Yang Xian took out the earrings. What does the prince's purse look like? Since I have found it, I can help the prince find it. The king of Yueqing wanted to refuse, but Yang Xian had already walked to the lake and put one foot in the water. It's faster for 3 people to search together than for 2 people. What's more, it's something left by the princess. If the prince can't find it, he probably won't be able to go to bed when he returns. The king of Yueqing mentioned the pattern of the purse, and Yang Xian jumped into the lake without hesitation. The 3 of them searched in the lake for a while. Yang Xian estimated that the time was almost up, and raised the purse and said, Found it. She dragged it for so long, The Emperor's secret guard should have succeeded. It's this. The three of them came out of the water, and the king of Yueqing looked at the purse that was lost and found, as if he had found his son, who had been lost for many years. Since this purse is so important, your majesty should keep it well in the future. Yang Xian handed the purse to Prince Yueqing, and turned to leave. Prince Yueqing took the purse, and quickly checked whether the things inside were still there. When he found that the things were still there, he quickly followed Yang Xian. I will take Miss Yang back. Yang Xian refused without looking back. Watching Yang Xian's disappearing back, Prince Yueqing was a little confused about her. He could easily see whether other women were interested in him. As for Yang Xian, after such a long time of contact, he was not sure what Yang Xian thought of him. If it was just a simple cooperation, sometimes Yang Xian would worry about him. If it was said that she was interested in him, then Yang Xian was indifferent to his teasing. Is this playing hard to get? Then he had to admit that Yang Xian did have the means. The night wind blew on the wet clothes, and the coolness spread all over his body. Only then did the king of Yueqing break away from his thoughts. In the palace of the king of Yueqing, Qi Feng successfully got the key and sneaked into the king of Yueqing's room, opened the mechanism to carry Yao Xian out, and restored the mechanism to the state that the king of Yueqing could not open it. Yao Xian was so thin that her bones were visible. Qi Feng easily avoided the guards of the Yueqing palace by carrying her on his back. He jumped onto the wall and heard footsteps. The footsteps were from the Yueqing palace and his subordinates. The Yueqing palace looked towards the wall subconsciously. It was pitch black, and there was nothing on it. The subordinates also looked over there, and saw nothing. Your Majesty, I will go get you some hot water to bathe and change your clothes. Chapter 209. The secret guard took Yao Xian back. The emperor was worried that Yuilua would be frightened, so he did not take Yuilua to see Yao Xian. He only ordered the secret guard to place Yao Xian in the palace, and let Dr. Lin treat her secretly. How is it? Dr. Lin shook his head. This person's health is seriously damaged. He relies on medicine to keep him alive. I can't do anything. I don't know where the emperor got this person from. He was frightened when he came in. Fortunately, he was strong. If it were those old doctors, their legs would probably be frightened. The emperor looked at Yao Xian and felt a little sad. The king of Yueqing was really cruel. Such a good girl was ruined like this. Yao Xian was rescued now, but according to Dr. Lin, she probably won't live long. He should call General Yao back to see Yao Xian. Thinking of this, the emperor rubbed his temples with a headache. According to General Yao's temper, he would probably kill the king of Yueqing if he knew about this. Besides, General Jin has gone to Changshan and General Yao has returned to Beijing. If something happens in the northern border, can General Yao's son hold on? The emperor collected his thoughts. I leave this person to you. Take good care of him and keep your mouth shut. Dr. Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead. I obey your orders. Suddenly I discovered a problem. I've never seen the tyrant favor anyone since I was born. Won't he be pin up? The emperor entered concubine Xian's palace and his face darkened when he heard Yuilua's thoughts. Alas, before, the concubines came forward, but the tyrant was dismissive and even scolded them. Now, they are all well behaved. I guess the tyrant is too embarrassed to say anything he wants. But today he unexpectedly brought me back to my mother, contrary to his usual behavior. Could he have cheated on me? The emperor coughed lightly. He was worried that if he didn't say anything, Luor would probably go too far. Empress Xian's face turned red, and she found it funny. When she heard the emperor's voice, she stood up and saluted. The concubines in the harem have been very well behaved recently. I don't know what method concubine she used. Get up. The emperor walked over, picked up Yuilua, and sat next to concubine Xian. My beloved concubine looks much better. Concubine Xian smiled lightly. Your Majesty, you have been taking care of Luor for most of the time. I guess that's why. Why did the tyrant suddenly praise my mother? Something was wrong. Could he be planning to let my mother sleep with him? The emperor, He really felt that concubine Xian looked much better. When concubine Xian heard Yuilua's thoughts, her heart clicked. If that was the case, she had to find an excuse to avoid it. I just came here to take Luor over. The emperor looked at concubine Xian. My beloved concubine, do what you should do. If he doesn't leave, Luor will probably start making up stories about him again. Seeing that concubine Xian was obviously relieved, the emperor felt a little uncomfortable. He is the first emperor who is so despised, and he is so happy to see him leave. Take me away quickly, mother should play cards. Otherwise, if he stays here, the tyrant will change his mind and hold it back for so long, mother will be miserable. Emperor, What is Luo thinking about all day long? Returning to the imperial study, the emperor just sat down when he heard Yue Luo say, I don't know if the tyrant has asked someone to bring Yao Xian out. Yao Xian is in such a state that there is no hope. After all, she has been tortured for so many years. Even if the heroine steps in, she can't do anything. The emperor, who still holds a glimmer of hope, heard this and didn't know how to tell General Yao about this. He looked at Eunuch Chao, go and summon Princess Mu to the palace. Mu Shui followed Eunuch Chao to the imperial study. After paying respects, she saw the emperor stand up. Get up, I want you to help look after someone when I asked the princess to enter the palace. I said so. The tyrant asked the heroine to enter the palace when the third brother was not there. It turned out that he wanted her to help look after someone. Could it be Yao Xian? It seems that I misunderstood the tyrant. The tyrant did not go to cheat, but to deal with Yao Xian's affairs. Fortunately I was just thinking about it in my heart. He didn't know, otherwise he would definitely explode. The emperor stood up and took Mu Shui to where Yao Xian lived. Princess, don't be scared later. How could the heroine be scared, tyrant? Who are you looking down on? By the way, the tyrant sent me back to my mother, maybe because he was worried that I would be frightened. After seeing Yao Xian, Mu Shui finally understood what the emperor meant. But she was not afraid, just shocked. How vicious was the mind of the person who attacked this person, and how much willpower did the tortured person have to survive until now? Your Majesty, I can only think of a way to make her last a little longer. The emperor looked at Yao Xian, who was shivering on the bed, and asked Mu Shui, how long can she last? Mu Shui tucked the corner of the quilt for Yao Xian, 3 months at most. General Yao would probably chop up the prince of Yueqing and feed him to the dogs when he saw his daughter like this. This is what the emperor was worried about. But in the end, he wrote a secret letter and asked someone to rush it to the northern border to give it to General Yao. The palace. The prince of Yueqing sat on the ground without caring about his image and looked at the wardrobe in front of him. He couldn't figure out why it couldn't be opened. He checked it, and the mechanism was the same as before. Could it be that it had been too long and there was something wrong with the mechanism? The person who designed the mechanism for him had been killed by him. Now he wanted to open the mechanism, and he could only blow up the wall. But if the wall was really blown up, it didn't matter if Yao Xian died, but it might attract the emperor's attention. The subordinate knocked on the door and came in, looking at the prince of Yueqing, who was sitting in front of the wardrobe. Prince, why are you sitting on the ground? The prince seemed a little strange these days. Could it be because of Yang Xian? The prince of Yueqing closed the wardrobe, stood up, tidied his clothes, and looked at his subordinates. If you have a box, but the key is gone, and the box can't be split open, what would you do? The subordinate scratched his head. See what's in this box. If there's nothing important, you don't have to worry about it. The king of Yueqing raised his eyebrows. Yes, Yao Xian is not an important person now. Anyway, he has tortured her enough, so it's better to let Yao Xian fend for herself. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about the emperor interrogating Xin Yu and searching the mansion for evidence. Anyway, even if they know the mechanism, they can't open it. Besides, not everyone can search his mansion. After figuring this out, the king of Yueqing stood up. Go to the Yao mansion to see Madame Yao. Prince Yueqing went to the Yao mansion with the intention of visiting Madame Yao and testing her, but Madame Yao still did not wake up. His idea was naturally in vain. The prince has come to see Madame twice, and no one in the palace has come to see Madame. The two maids left complaining. Prince Yueqing's mind moved slightly. It seemed that it was time to contact Yao Kong. Back in the study room of the palace, Prince Yueqing wrote a secret letter and handed it to his subordinates to send to Yao Kong. Now he had to make preparations for both situations. If he could convince Yao Kong, he could catch the emperor off guard and ascend to that position. If he failed, the blame would have nothing to do with him. Chapter 210. General Yao received a secret letter from the emperor in the northern border and thought something had happened. He took the letter back to his room and closed the door before opening it. After reading the contents of the letter, General Yao threw the letter into the brazier and burned it. The emperor said in the letter that he had important matters to discuss with him in Beijing, but did not directly state what they were. Come on, call the young general. Yao Kong had just finished reading the secret letter sent by the king of Yueqing. When he heard his father calling him, he quickly burned the letter in his hand and went to General Yao's room. Father. Yao Kong walked into the house and bowed respectfully. I'm here. General Yao looked at Yao Kong and said solemnly, Father has something to do and needs to return to Beijing. I leave northern Xinjiang to you. Is there something important for father to return to Beijing? Yao Kong was a little surprised. The Prince of Yueqing said in the letter that his mother had been in a coma for many days, but the emperor did not send anyone to see her. The letter even hinted that his mother's coma might have been deliberately caused by the emperor in order to crack down on the Yao family. Although Yao Kong didn't know whether the letter was true or not, he could see the ambition of the king of Yueqing. The king of Yueqing wanted to use the troops of the northern border to rebel. 3 years ago, the king of Yueqing had discussed this matter with him, but later he put it aside because his sister's dead food problem could not be solved. Dad doesn't know much about it. General Yao stood up and patted Yao Kang's strong shoulders. With you here, Dad is relieved. Although his son was a little impetuous, he was personally trained by him in leading troops, so his ability would not be bad. Don't worry, Dad, Yao Kong frowned. My son will definitely defend the northern border well. General Yao gave the military token to Yao Kong, packed up briefly, and rushed to the capital. Little General, Yao Kong watched General Yao's gradually disappearing figure, and his hand holding the military token slowly tightened. He has been dissatisfied with the emperor for a long time. Now that his father has returned to the capital, what he has been thinking about for a long time can be realized. The emperor drove them from Yueqing to the northern border with bad weather, just because he is the emperor, and they must obey his orders unconditionally. Leaving their mother in the capital, to put it nicely, was because they were worried that the northern border was too cold and didn't want their family to suffer, but in fact, they were afraid that they would start a rebellion, so they let their mother be a hostage. Little General. Seeing that Yao Kong didn't speak for a long time, his confidant called again. Yao Kong withdrew his thoughts, and looked at the soldiers standing in the snow. Even though it was freezing cold, they still stood there straight. Their hands and faces were red from the cold. How long have we been in the northern border? Yao Kong asked his confidant as he walked into the house. More than 10 years. The confidant was silent for a while, and then continued, I didn't expect that after so many years, the frostbite on my hand has only increased. Yao Kong looked at the frostbite on his hand, motioned the confidant to sit down, and poured him a pot of hot tea. The soldiers here were all trained by his father himself. They have lived together for so many years, and in his opinion, they are like brothers. He knew that the king of Yueqing had bad intentions, and he also understood the king of Yueqing's calculations. It was nothing more than wanting to use him. If he really succeeded, the king of Yueqing would treat him as a traitor and get rid of him and then take that position. If he fails, then the king of Yueqing can also clear himself of all the blame. The king of Yueqing really has a good plan. What a pity, the king of Yueqing wants to use him as a springboard, and he also wants to use the king of Yueqing as a springboard. When he takes that position, he can naturally let his father and the soldiers, who are as close as brothers, return to the capital to reunite with their families. It's actually pretty good here. The confidant held a cup of hot tea and smiled at the silvery white scenery outside. Although the climate is not as suitable as Yueqing, and it's not as prosperous as the capital, but it's really good to see that the people here are safe. As soldiers, aren't they here to protect the well-being of the people? Do you really think it's good? Yao Kong stared at his confidant's bitter face. I can't see my parents, wife, and children. After saying this, both of them fell silent, and only the sound of sparks could be heard in the room. Don't worry. Yao Kong drank a sip of hot tea and said seriously, soon, the brothers will be able to go back and see their parents, wives, and children. He silently added in his heart, I promise. Really? The confidant's eyes lit up. Did the emperor issue an order? Yao Kong did not answer this question directly, but asked his confidant to replace the soldiers on guard and warm themselves by the fire. He walked to the simple desk, picked up a pen and wrote a secret letter back to the king of Yueqing. Beijing. Yao Xian woke up under Mu Shui's careful care. The emperor put down his work and came over as soon as he got the news. When Yao Xian saw the emperor, she wanted to stand up and salute, but Mu Shui hurriedly held her down. You are not feeling well, you should lie down first. By the way, has the tyrant sent anyone to see Madame Yao? She has been unconscious for so long, and I don't know if she has woken up. After knowing that Yuilua was not afraid of Yao Xian, the emperor brought Yuilua here directly. It's over. If the Prince of Yueqing uses this incident to provoke Yao Kong, he will definitely succeed. Now General Yao should be on his way to the capital, so wouldn't the military token also be given to Yao Kong? Yao Kong has long been dissatisfied with the tyrant because the soldiers have not seen their families for many years. Now that there is such an opportunity, he will definitely collude with the Prince of Yueqing. Emperor, why didn't he send someone to see Madame Yao? He just sent someone to see her secretly. Your Majesty, the person is here. At this time, Eunuch Chao brought Madame Yao in. What's going on? Didn't Madame Yao faint? Could it be that the tyrant did this to make Prince Yueqing rebel and then get rid of him? I said that the tyrant couldn't be so useless. How could he let Prince Huiqing send the secret letter when someone was watching him? It turned out that he was setting a trap for him. The emperor was a little proud. Luor didn't know everything. Look at this surprised little expression. It's really rare. Your Majesty, I am here to see you. Thank you for bringing Xian'er out. She did faint in the palace that day, but she woke up after just one day of sleep. As a result, she received the emperor's oral order, asking her to continue pretending to faint and not to worry about anything else. She pretended to be nervous for a few days, but she didn't expect to really let her see her daughter. Get up. I have secretly summoned General Yao back to the palace. I believe that General Yao will come to the palace to see me in a few days. Mu Shui watched from the side, and it turned out that this person was Yao Xian. She had treated Yao Xian for several days, and she didn't know Yao Xian's identity. Thank you, Your Majesty. Madame Yao was a little surprised, and even Yao Xian on the bed was a little excited. She hadn't seen her father for several years. If she could see her father and mother this time, and make public what the king of Huiqing did to her, she would have no regrets in her life. Your Majesty, if you have nothing to do today, I will take my leave first. Mu Shui walked in front of the emperor. I have something to do, and cannot enter the palace tomorrow. I hope your Majesty will allow it. Madame Yao must have something to say to her daughter, and the tyrant should not be tactful and leave. Chapter 211. By the way, tomorrow is the anniversary of the heroine's mother's death. It would be too much for the tyrant to keep her in the palace. I don't know if the third brother can come back to accompany the heroine. The emperor didn't intend to let Mu Shui stay in the palace all the time. He was mainly worried that Prince Huiqing would get suspicious. He left the room with Mu Shui and asked someone to send Mu Shui out of the palace. Mu Shui got on the carriage and returned to the Marquis mansion. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw Marquis Qing Yuan pacing anxiously at the door. Dad? Mu Shui walked up to him and called softly, What are you doing here? Qing Yuan Ho looked at Mu Shui and saw that she looked fine, so he relaxed. Shui, where did you go? Mu Shui supported him and walked into the mansion and said softly, Dad is worried that I went to see Mom again. I just had something else to do, so I went out for a while. Other things? Could it be the third prince? But he remembered that the third prince went to Changshan, didn't he? Did the third prince send you back? Qing Yuan Ho walked to the main hall and asked tentatively. Seeing the surprise on Mu Shui's face, he snorted coldly. He climbed over the wall to your house in the middle of the night before. Do you think I don't know? He is not young, but his ears are not deaf. If he hadn't turned a blind eye, would the third prince have been able to come in so easily? Daddy, the third prince just came to send me something. Mu Shui explained in a low voice. What is it that has to climb over the wall at night? It's not shameful. Qing Yuan Ho felt very uncomfortable when he saw his daughter defending the third prince. Why did he have to choose the third prince when there were so many people he liked? Among these princes, the third prince was the one he disliked the most. I'm afraid that if the emperor knew that his daughter liked the third prince, he would probably laugh his teeth off. Before, he had submitted many memorials to impeach the third prince for his unruly behavior. Now, looking at his daughter's appearance, I'm afraid that if the third prince opens his mouth, she will probably agree to marry him. Girls can't be kept when they grow up. Daddy, it's just some simple things. Mu Shui poured a cup of tea for Qing Yuan Ho. Humph. Qing Yuan Ho took the tea. You're protecting me before I said anything. If he really likes you, he should accompany you to meet your mother tomorrow, and ask if there are any other girls in his house. Mu Shui was a little amused. He knew that his father was doing this for her own good. But the third prince was in Changshan County right now. How could he possibly show up to accompany her to see her mother? The third prince, as they were talking about, was now desperately rushing to the capital. Ziyang looked at the horse that had fallen to the ground. Your Highness, this is the first horse. You should take a rest first. I really don't know what's wrong with your Highness. He has just arrived in Changshan County, and is rushing back in a hurry. Isn't this a joke? General Jean is really something. Not only did he not help persuade him, but he also let your Highness act recklessly. The third prince looked at the sky. Keep going, or we won't be able to reach the capital tomorrow morning. He had to accompany Mu Shui to see her mother, and if he went too late, he might not be able to catch up. When she was young, he was not able to be with her, and she had to endure so much alone. Now, he would not let her endure it alone. Ziyang sighed and handed the water bag to the third prince. But the horse is dead. How can we continue on our journey? The third prince took the water bag and drank a sip, tightened the water bag, and looked down at Ziyang's legs. Ziyang took a step back and said quickly, Your Highness, You don't want me to carry you, do you? It's definitely okay for him to carry the girl, but it's definitely not possible for him to carry your highness, because his small body can't bear it. I want you to use Qigong to get on the road. The third prince threw the water bag to him. Hurry up, don't lose me later. After the two of them hurried, they finally arrived at Qing Yuan home mansion on the second day. Looking at the closed door, the third prince frowned. Are you still a step late? Your highness, don't tell me that you rushed back so anxiously just to see the princess? Ziyang sighed as he looked at the third prince, who looked a little embarrassed because of his haste. So his highness was crazy because of the princess, but is he suitable to see the princess in such a state of embarrassment? You go back to the palace to see the emperor first. The third prince left quickly after saying this, and he disappeared before Ziyang even spoke. No. Ziyang looked at the place where the third prince disappeared, feeling a little wronged. His highness was happy to see the princess, but he couldn't let him go to see the emperor and bear the emperor's anger alone. Mu Shui and Qing Yuanhou have already arrived at the place where Qing Yuanhou's wife was buried. Qing Yuanhou placed the flowers in his hand in front of Qing Yuanhou's wife's tombstone, and raised his hand to touch the words beloved wife on the tombstone. Shui and I came to see you, and brought your favorite snacks and flowers. So many years have passed, and although Qing Yuanhou felt sad, he didn't want to show too much sadness because Mu Shui was still there. That way, his daughter would cry with him and hurt her eyes, which was not what he wanted. Mother, your daughter is here to see you. Mu Shui walked to the side of Qing Yuan Marquis and knelt down. My daughter was unfilial back then. Princess. The third prince, who was breathing a little hurriedly, stood between two trees and looked at Mu Shui. Mu Shui heard a familiar voice, and thought she had heard it wrong. She slowly turned around and looked back at the third prince, who was standing not far away. He was still wearing a purple brocade robe, and the sunlight from the leaves hit his messy hair, allowing Mu Shui to see the fatigue on his charming face more clearly. Your Highness. Mu Shui came back to her senses from her surprise. Why are you here? Shouldn't he be in Changshan? Did he come back just for me? But how did he know where my mother was buried? The third prince slowly walked to Mu Shui and Qing Yuanhou, nodded and greeted Qing Yuanhou, and then said, Today is your mother's death anniversary. I hope to accompany you so that you don't feel so sad. Qing Yuanhou glanced at the third prince. He was good at talking. No wonder he could coax his daughter. But it was also a good thing that he was with Shui. But does the emperor know that his highness has returned to Beijing? Mu Shui was a little worried. Don't worry, princess. The third prince walked to the tombstone of the wife of the Marquis of Qing Yuan. Hello, I am the third prince. Thank you for giving birth to such a good daughter. Don't worry, I will protect her well and accompany her so that she won't be sad. Mu Shui stepped forward and pulled the sleeve of the third prince. How could the third prince talk nonsense in front of his mother? What's more, his father is still beside him. Shui, talk to your mother. The Marquis of Qing Yuan winked at the third prince, motioning him to talk aside. The third prince followed the Marquis of Qing Yuan to the side. Marquis. The Marquis of Qing Yuan stared at the third prince with a cold face. If the third prince wants to make fun of Shui, then... Marquis. The third prince interrupted him. I am serious. I have no intention of making fun of the princess. Everyone can say nice things. The Marquis of Qing Yuan looked in the direction of Mu Shui. Look at your performance. If you can make Shui happy, I am not the kind of person who would break up a couple. Chapter 212. Mother. Mu Shui looked up at the tombstone in front of her. I will come to see you every year in the future. You have seen the person just now. I don't know whether I should accept it. Shui, you and the third prince go down and wait for me. I have something to say to your mother alone. Marquis Qing Yuan walked to Mu Shui's side. Okay. Mu Shui knew that her mother could not give her an answer, or perhaps she already had the answer in her heart. She kowtowed and went to the carriage parking place with the third prince to wait for Marquis Qing Yuan. Seeing the two people walking away, Qing Yuanhou took out a pot of wine from his pocket, his voice a little sad. You didn't allow me to drink when you were here before, and I thought you controlled me at that time. Now, I can't control you even if I want you to. Qing Yuanhou opened the wine pot and took a sip, choking him so much that tears flowed down his face. He raised his sleeve to wipe it and smiled. Look, I haven't drunk for a long time, and I'm choking to tears. After saying that, he sighed to himself. You saw that kid just now, don't worry, I will definitely not let our daughter suffer. No matter what, I have to let the third prince show his courtesy, otherwise the emperor will definitely laugh at me. Mu Shui and the third prince waited for Qing Yuanhou for a while, at the foot of the mountain, before they saw him coming down. Mu Shui didn't say anything after smelling the alcohol on him, and seeing his red eyes. Dad was no less sad than her, and even worried that he would make her sad too, so he could only feel sad secretly behind her. I guess he had just cried secretly in front of his mother, otherwise his eyes wouldn't be so red. It's so windy today. Qing Yuanho raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. It's uncomfortable to be blinded by the wind and sand. Thinking of the third prince standing next to the carriage, the Marquis of Qingyuan, who had already sat in the carriage, stood up again. Third prince, let's go together. He couldn't let him go with his daughter now. Otherwise, the third prince could take advantage of his daughter in the uneven road. These were all left over from his past. Back to the Marquis mansion. The third prince talked to Mu Shui for a few words before going into the palace to see the emperor. When the emperor heard that the third prince had returned, he glanced at Ziyang, who was bowing his head and saying nothing, and said in a deep voice, "Let him roll in." Ziyang shrank his neck. The emperor looked very angry. He would say that he had advised the third prince, but he didn't listen. The third prince felt the emperor's anger when he came in. He looked at Ziyang, who dared not breathe, and then stepped forward to salute. Your son pays respect to your father. The third prince is really a warrior who charges for love. He really rushed from Changshan County to the capital. Look how angry the tyrant is. I don't know what the tyrant is angry about. He was more enthusiastic than anyone else when he was trying to match the third prince and the heroine. Now that they are about to go together, he is not happy. Why did you suddenly return to Beijing? The emperor did not let the third prince stand up. Is there any progress in Changshan County? The third prince maintained his saluting posture. The matter of Changshan County is too complicated. I returned to Beijing to report to my father in person. The emperor snorted coldly. Report to me? I don't live in the mountains. Qing Yuanho must be very happy to come back so tired. I know I was wrong. I returned to Beijing to tell my father about the matter of Changshan. It's true that he wanted to see Mu Shui, but he would not ignore what his father told him. Love between men and women is important, but the safety of the people is equally important. Did the third prince find out that every previous county magistrate had died? This matter is indeed very far-reaching, and the third prince probably wants to catch someone, but he can only catch the small shrimp of the king of Yueqing. The third prince was surprised. He and General Jin did catch someone, and they knew that the person was the king of Yueqing's man under torture. The king of Yueqing was really wrong this time. He had always let others take the blame before, but this time he became the scapegoat. So, the death of every county magistrate in Changshan County was also caused by someone else? The emperor frowned and asked the third prince to report everything he found out. I thought that the money that the emperor had allocated to Changshan County went into the pocket of the county magistrate of Changshan County. After checking, I found out that the county magistrates who resigned from their posts in Changshan County were killed and thrown into a cave. If it weren't for the villagers saying that the place was too smelly, they would never have thought that the county magistrates of Changshan died there. Have you found any clues about the murderer? The third prince shook his head. The murderer has not been found. The people who were asked said that they had never seen these county magistrates contact anyone. It seems that the money allocated by the court has all fallen into the hands of the murderer. The emperor rubbed his temples. This amount of money is not a small amount. What did this person do with it? That's right. Not only did he take your money and let Prince Yueqing take the blame, he also tricked the young men in Changshan to work for him. Otherwise, Changshan would not have only a few old, weak and disabled people left. I think so too. The third prince also talked about the disappearance of the young men in Changshan County. The families of these people don't know where they went. Wherever they can go, the most dangerous place is the safest place. If they haven't moved their position yet, they are probably making weapons in another cave next to the corpses of the county magistrates. Making weapons, how dare they be? The emperor asked the third prince to stand up. This matter is indeed serious. It may be bad if the silver falls into the hands of the bad guys. You should return to Changshan County immediately tomorrow and search carefully. Luer said that this was done by an acquaintance. Who else would dare to be so rebellious except the king of Yueqing? The emperor really couldn't figure it out. Yes, I will leave for Changshan tonight and give an explanation to the people of Changshan. Ziyang and the third prince left the imperial study and breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness is really amazing. He diverted the emperor's attention with just a few words. Your Highness, will Qichen be too rushed tonight? The third prince glanced at Ziyang and said, You go back to the mansion and rest first. I still have things to deal with. Originally, he wanted to leave immediately, but he hadn't had a good talk with Mu Shui yet. This time he had to say goodbye to Mu Shui properly. After returning from the mountain, Mu Shui sat in front of the window in a daze. The maid stood aside and did not dare to disturb her. Mu Shui did not notice the third prince coming in. The maid wanted to speak, but the third prince stopped her and motioned her to leave. He walked to sit next to Mu Shui. Mu Shui collected her thoughts and noticed the third prince sitting beside her. "Why is your highness here?" The third prince looked straight into her eyes. "I'm afraid that the princess is upset, so I came to see you." Mu Shui poured a cup of tea for the third prince. "Thank you for your concern, your highness." "I'm fine. Is your highness okay too?" The emperor must be very angry for coming back from Changshan so suddenly. "It's okay." The third prince looked at the sky outside. "I can only go back to Changshan with peace of mind if the princess is okay." Mu Shui felt a warm current in her heart, and then she looked worried. "Your highness didn't get enough rest when he came here. Isn't it too rushed to return to Changshan today?" Just the dark circles under his eyes showed how difficult it was to come all the way. "It's okay, princess. Can you accompany me to a place now?" Chapter 213. The maid came in with food, interrupting their conversation. "Princess, you haven't eaten since you came back." The princess refused the food she brought before, but now that the third prince is here, the princess can ask the third prince to persuade her if she doesn't want to eat. Mu Shui didn't have much appetite. She looked at the food in the maid's hand and wanted the maid to take it away. Before she could speak, the third prince stood up and walked to the round wooden table. "Princess, I haven't eaten since I came all the way here. Can you eat with me?" He came all the way to see Mu Shui, and then went to the palace to see the emperor. He hadn't had time to eat yet. Seeing the dark and tired look under his eyes, Mu Shui walked to his side and sat down. She couldn't say no. The maid smiled and covered her mouth, then quietly left. She knew that the princess would not refuse the third prince. The third prince picked up the chopsticks, ate with Mu Shui, and continued the previous question. "Princess, can you accompany me to a place?" Mu Shui was stunned for a moment, remembered the question he asked, and nodded. "But your highness, don't you want to rest?" The third prince curved his lips and walked outside. "No problem, let's go." Mu Shui followed the third prince out of the door with doubts in her heart. The sun was shining brightly outside, as if it could sweep away all the haze in her heart. The carriage stopped in a wide place. After the third prince got off the carriage, he raised his hand to help Mu Shui get off the carriage. Looking at the wide grassland in front of her, the children running on it, and the various kites in the sky, Mu Shui turned her head to look at the handsome face of the third prince with sharp edges. "Your highness, are you here to fly a kite?" The third prince walked towards the kite vendor and asked Mu Shui, who was following him, "Which one do you like?" The owner enthusiastically introduced the kites of various shapes and said with a smile, "The people who come here to fly kites are adults with children. It's the first time I've seen someone like you come here with your wife. You two look like a perfect match." Mu Shui subconsciously looked at the third prince when she heard him. Seeing that the third prince just smiled and thanked her without any intention of explaining, she pursed her lips and said nothing. "How about this one?" The third prince picked up a butterfly kite and handed it to Mu Shui. "Okay." Mu Shui originally thought that each person would get one, but the third prince handed him the kite, paid the silver, and took him to the grass. "Your highness, don't you want to fly it? Is your highness planning to fly it with her? Wouldn't the two of them be too close?" The third prince saw that Mu Shui looked serious and couldn't help but want to tease her. "I don't have any silver, so I can only buy one." Mu Shui took his words seriously and raised her hand to touch the silver on her body, but found that she didn't bring any either. "Then your highness, please fly the kite with me." She silently withdrew her hand and handed the kite to the third prince. At this time, a child accidentally bumped into Mu Shui, and she subconsciously leaned forward. The third prince quickly hugged her. "Be careful." Mu Shui was not wearing thick clothes today. She could feel the warmth of the third prince's palm, which passed through her dress to her arms, and even her whole body. The third prince looked at Mu Shui, who was half a head shorter than him. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and the two of them were very close to each other, so he could see the fine hairs on her face, and the fragrance of her body when the breeze blew. "Madam, are you okay?" A woman came over with a child. Xiaobao, hurry up and apologize to Madam. The two who were originally isolated from each other were called back to their thoughts by the woman, and the laughter of the children in their ears returned to their ears. "Sister, I didn't mean it, I'm sorry." The child came forward obediently, and apologized very politely. "Sister, I'm okay, little friend, go play quickly." The child ran away happily, and the third prince picked up the kite on the ground. Worried that the child might bump into Mu Shui, he found a place with few people, raised the kite and ran. Mu Shui didn't know how to fly a kite, but under the guidance of the third prince, the kite flew higher and higher. It's flying. Mu Shui looked at the butterfly kite in the sky, and the corners of her mouth slowly rose. The third prince looked at Mu Shui's smile, and the arc of his mouth deepened. Except for the last time when Mu Shui drank, this was the first time he saw Mu Shui so relaxed. Princess, wait for me. The third prince left this sentence and turned away, and soon came back trotting with a pair of scissors. He stood behind Mu Shui and raised his hand to cut the string of the kite. Mu Shui turned back in surprise, looked at the remaining string in her hand, and then looked at the scissors in the hands of the third prince. Some people say that the higher the kite flies, the more bad luck and pain will go away if you cut the string and let it fly freely. The third prince explained with a smile and put away the scissors. In fact, he didn't know that there was such a saying about flying a kite, but in a dream, he witnessed Mu Shui doing this for him. At that time, she was extremely skilled in flying kites. Thank you, Your Highness. Mu Shui looked at the kite flying freely in the sky and understood why the third prince brought her here. Who was the one who told the third prince about this? Are you feeling relieved now? The two walked under the tree, and the third prince sat on the ground, looking at Mu Shui. I'm fine. Mu Shui also sat down. People always have to look forward. It was her own fault that she made her father worry. Qin Qianqian, are you a child? A familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Can't we fly kites if we're not children? Qin Qianqian stared at the fourth prince. If you don't want to accompany me, go back. The fourth prince followed Qin Qianqian with a big kite. Thinking of her strange behavior a few days ago, the fourth prince sighed. Forget it, this is more normal. She thought Qin Qianqian was mentally ill before. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, the third prince took Mu Shui's slender waist and flew to the tree. Qin Qianqian walked under the tree, looked at the fourth prince behind her, took a deep breath, and said, You Hungrui. The fourth prince looked at Qin Qianqian warily, keeping a certain distance from her. What's wrong? Don't be like last time. Qin Qianqian approached him, grabbed his sleeve, and pulled him under the tree, then raised one hand to support the tree. What's wrong with that last time? Do you still think you suffered a loss? The fourth prince raised his hand and poked Qin Qianqian's arm, saying seriously, That's not the case. It's just that it's not appropriate for a girl like you to do this. It's not good for your reputation. The third prince and Mu Shui were so close on the tree that they could almost hear each other's breathing, and his hand was still on Mu Shui's waist. Mu Shui had a headache. She felt very uncomfortable being so close to the third prince. She didn't know how long Qianqian and the fourth prince would argue. How would others know if you don't tell me? Qin Qianqian stood on tiptoe and stared at the fourth prince. I just say it straight. The fourth prince lowered his eyes and looked at Qin Qianqian. You better not say it. Seeing that Qin Qianqian was about to lose his temper, he quickly added, I like you. I used to like to argue with you, but I won't do that anymore. He understood Qin Qianqian's thoughts. Although Qin Qianqian was carefree, she was still a girl after all. It was better for him to express his feelings. Chapter 214. Not only Qin Qianqian was dumbfounded, but also the two people on the tree. Fourth brother finally got it? Fourth prince got it? I knew you liked me. Qin Qianqian came back to her senses and slapped the tree with joy. As a result, the third prince and Mu Shui, who were still concentrating on eavesdropping, were caught off guard by the sudden slap. They lost their balance and fell directly from the tree. Fortunately, the third prince stabilized himself in time, so he didn't fall to the ground with Mu Shui. You? Qin Qianqian pointed at the two in disbelief. How could someone be spotted by tapping the tree? Third brother, why are you eavesdropping on the tree? Didn't you go to Changshan? He was scared to death. He just thought someone wanted to assassinate him. He just expressed his feelings to Qin Qianqian. Wouldn't the third brother be laughing on the tree? What do you mean by eavesdropping? The third prince let go of Mu Shui and raised his hand to straighten his clothes. The princess and I came here first. When we heard your voices, we kindly made room for you. If he saw him and the princess, would this fool, the fourth brother, still express his feelings to Qin Qianqian? Thank you, the third prince and sister Shui. Since she was heard, Qin Qianqian didn't hesitate to be coy. She was happy to think that she was one step closer to becoming the little princess's sister-in-law. Fourth brother, I heard everything just now. Don't think of cheating and not keeping your promises. A real man should be responsible. After hearing what the third prince said, the fourth prince was furious. What cheating? I just like Qin Qianqian. Besides, am I such a person? He can cheat on other matters, but Qin Qianqian probably won't care about him anymore if he cheats on this matter. Miss Qin, you heard me right? The third prince looked at the fourth prince, who was still being knocked down by the tree, and said meaningfully, "You guys continue. I and the princess will go back first." Looking at the backs of the two leaving, the fourth prince finally realized that the third prince was deliberately provoking him. Damn it, he just fell for it. No, he was the one who wanted to help the third prince and the princess. Why is it the other way around now? Besides, the third prince didn't answer why he suddenly returned to Beijing. I was worried about Sister Shui, but now that the third prince is here, it's definitely not my turn to worry. Everyone was living a peaceful life here, but the Prince of Yueqing was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Yao Kong agreed to his proposal, but before he could be happy for too long, something happened in Changshan County. "Prince, what should we do now?" the subordinate asked cautiously. He wanted to persuade the Prince of Yueqing to go and worship Buddha, which was simply against the capital. "Who should I ask?" Prince Yueqing rubbed his temples. "Didn't I tell these idiots to retreat? Why did they get caught by the third prince? They are more trouble than help. Who is hiding in the dark plotting against him, and wanting him to suffer in silence? Why not let Yao Kong act faster?" the subordinate asked softly. "Anyway, when Yao Kong enters the capital will be in chaos, and the emperor will have no time to care about other things. It just so happens that General Jin has been sent to Changshan County. This is a good opportunity." The Prince of Yueqing glanced at his subordinates. Does it take time to deliver food and grass to Yao Kong? If it was that easy, he wouldn't have such a headache. My subordinates had not thought it through. The subordinates lowered their heads. My subordinates are worried that Yao Kong will regret after receiving the food and grass. Yao Kong agreed so easily, and he always felt that the prince was going to fall again. But he only dared to think about it in his heart. "Repent?" the Prince of Yueqing sneered. "You don't know Yao Kong well enough. Yao Kong values his family, and the soldiers who follow them in the northern border the most. For these people, even if he knew there was a cliff ahead, he would jump down without hesitation. It was precisely because of this that he believed in Yao Kong without a doubt. By the way, Yueqing Wang thought of Madame Yao and asked his subordinates, "Is Madame Yao still unconscious?" It's so useless that she was frightened so easily. What Yueqing Wang didn't know was that Madame Yao was grinding ink for Yao Xian at this moment. Yao Xian wanted to take advantage of her sobriety to write down everything Yueqing Wang had done to her. She held the pen with great difficulty and wrote on the paper seriously. Yao Xian had just finished writing when the emperor and Yui Lua came in. "Your Highness." Madame Yao bowed and handed Yao Xian's writing to the emperor. The emperor already knew the reason through Yui Lua's thoughts, so he just took a quick look. "Madame Yao, please get up." The emperor walked to the chair and sat down, and asked Eunuch Chao to hand the intercepted secret letter to Madame Yao. After opening the secret letter and reading it, Madame Yao knelt on the ground in disbelief. "Your Majesty, Conger is unwilling to do such a thing. This must be a misunderstanding. The son is very filial, and was cultivated by the master himself. How could he rebel?" Yao Xian also shook her head, wondering if her brother was threatened by the king of Yueqing. The tyrant is really something. Why did he let him go to the northern border for so many years, and not allow him to come back? Yao Kong is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He couldn't bear to see the soldiers suffer, so he agreed to the king of Yueqing. He didn't know that the king of Yueqing tortured his sister like this, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to the king of Yueqing. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked Madame Yao to stand up. He knew that General Yao was loyal, so he asked General Yao to garrison the northern border. But he didn't expect that this would make Yao Kong dissatisfied. The northern border was indeed difficult, but there must be someone stationed to protect the people. I also believe in the children taught by General Yao. The emperor sighed in his heart. The soldiers in the northern border had not reunited with a few people for many years. It was indeed his inconsideration. Yao Xian looked like she would not live long now. If General Yao lost another son, he would probably not be able to bear the blow. He now only hoped that Yao Kong would stop before it was too late. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Madame Yao stood up and wiped her tears. If their daughter was tortured like this, wouldn't it cost them their lives if their son really rebelled? In the next few days, Prince Yueqing focused all his attention on Yao Kong. He even had no time to care about Madame Yao. As for the third prince, he took people to search the cave as soon as he returned to Changshan County. Luer said that these people might move to another place, and he had to hurry. "Third prince, what are we doing here?" Kaizei followed the third prince and General Jin and asked in confusion. They searched the area several times but found nothing. The third prince stopped and looked at the mountain in front of him, trying to find a cave entrance or something. "Have you ever thought about why they didn't arouse suspicion when they moved so much silver?" General Jin frowned. The third prince means that the person behind the scenes is still in Changshan. After the third prince returned to Beijing, he and Kai Zhe searched for a few days, and indeed did not find any suspicious people in Changshan. Changshan is now full of old, weak and sick people. If a young person really appears, it will definitely attract attention. That's right. The third prince looked at the soldiers behind him, looked carefully for any cave entrances nearby. Chapter 215. After giving orders to the soldiers, the third prince and his men were not idle either, and followed them to search carefully. After searching for a while, they did not even find a cave, let alone the entrance. Third prince, there is no harvest here either. Kai Zhe raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but saw that the third prince was staring at a place without saying a word. Jin Tingen followed the third prince's gaze and raised his eyebrows. He did not see anything wrong. The third prince walked forward and raised his hand to touch the stone wall blocked by the grass. After touching it, he curled his lips and turned to General Jin and Kai Zhe and said, "There is a discovery." The two looked at each other, walked to the side of the third prince, raised their hands to touch the stone wall, their eyes full of surprise. This is not a stone wall, it is a disguised door. No wonder they came here several times and never found anything wrong. It turned out that the disguise was too good. Kai Zhe retracted his thoughts and waved his hand to let someone open the door. After the door was opened, a dark path could be seen. The third prince turned around and was about to go in, but was pulled back by General Jin. The third prince and Lord Kai, "Wait a minute, I go in and take a look, you can come in when there is no danger." He walked in, took out the fire starter on his body, blew it and walked forward. It was quiet inside, and the tiny footsteps were infinitely amplified and echoed in the cave. After walking for a while, Jin Tingen saw the weapons piled on the ground, and his face darkened. After another round of inspection, Jin Tingen confirmed that there was no one in the cave before calling the third prince and Kai Zhe in. Because the third prince heard Yue Luo's thoughts, he was very calm when he saw the weapons in front of him. "It seems that we are a step late. These people moved really fast. I guess they didn't have time to take the weapons away, or they thought they wouldn't find this place. Come on, take these weapons back." Several people returned to the government office. Li Qian, who was waiting in the government office, asked someone to bring the brewed tea. After greeting the third prince and Jin Tingen, she said softly, "I went outside for a walk and heard from the ladies that the mountain was sealed by the previous county magistrate, so other people didn't dare to approach it." The third prince held the tea and thought to himself that it was no wonder that someone smelled the stench, but didn't dare to investigate. Had the ladies received any letters from their families? Kai Zhe drank a sip of tea. Could it be that the disappearance of so many able-bodied men for no reason was related to the weapons in the cave? With so many weapons, it must have taken a lot of people to make them. Li Qian shook her head. They all said there was no news. It's no wonder that Changshan County is so poor. Only the old, weak, and disabled are left. It's not easy to develop. After drinking tea, the third prince stood up and went to the place where people were imprisoned. When he heard the prison door being opened, Wang San spit out the hay in his mouth and looked at the people who came in. "Third prince, general, you are all big shots. Why don't you believe me? He is a good man of King Yueqing, but he has never met King Yueqing. At best, he is a younger brother of King Yueqing. If he had known that he would be caught, he would not have gone to the bathroom that day, otherwise he would not have been caught when he was going to the bathroom. Those grandsons are really, they don't care about him. He was beaten a few days ago, and his butt is still sore now. Where did your accomplices go?" The third prince walked in front of Wang San. Now the clues were cut off at the weapon, and he could only see what Wang San knew. "Third prince," Wang San said bitterly, "I don't know either. They are the people of the king of Yueqing. I am only half of them. I had claimed to be the king of Yueqing before, and I thought it would be useful. I didn't expect that the title of the king of Yueqing would not work." "What do you mean by half?" Kai Zhe was puzzled. "Do you know who killed those county magistrates?" "I have only heard of the king of Yueqing, but I have never seen him. I am his subordinate, so I can only be considered half of the king of Yueqing." Wang San looked serious, afraid that they would not believe him. He now understood that the king of Yueqing was not only not a life-saving talisman, but also a death-threatening talisman. And those county magistrates, they didn't do it either. The people of the king of Yueqing treated him as a slave and would not tell him important things. He only knew some of them by eavesdropping. The reason why he was sure that the county magistrates were not killed by the people of the king of Yueqing was that he heard these people say that since the people were gone, they told the king of Yueqing to do it and just fooled him. Have you ever seen them contact other people? Jean Tingen asked. Wang San shook his head. They don't know who killed those county magistrates. At the same time, outside Chanshan County, a man in black, who was wrapped tightly in a black robe, stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the person kneeling on the ground with deep eyes. You said that the place where we made weapons was discovered? His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and the oppressive black robe made the person on the ground almost unable to breathe. Yes, master, the subordinate added in a low voice. We didn't have time to take the weapons, and the strong men are still inside. The man in black snorted coldly. Good, what a bunch of rubbish. It took a lot of effort to make some weapons, but they ended up in the hands of the third prince. Master, I don't know why they found that place. I searched for it several times before but never found it. Fortunately, he found it in time, otherwise he would probably be captured. Where are the people from the king of Yueqing? Find a way to send his men to the third prince. The man in black had a gloomy face. The weapons had been discovered and he was powerless. In this case, he would just give King Yueqing a great gift. Yes, I'd do it right away. The man in black remembered the latest news he had received and stopped his subordinate. I leave this matter to you. I go back to the capital first. A good show was about to be staged in the capital. How could he miss it? I hope King Yueqing can have some success and not be killed by the emperor too soon, so that he can pay back what he owed to him. If I hadn't believed him back then, I wouldn't have fallen to this point. The more the third prince thought about it, the more he felt that he had overlooked something. Your Highness, do you want to take a rest? Ziyang admired the third prince from the bottom of his heart. He hasn't had a good rest for so long, but he's still so energetic. Is this what it means to be satisfied with love? Come with me to the mountain again. The third prince stood up, opened the door, and saw Jean Tingen and Kai Zhe coming over. The three smiled at each other. It seems that you also think this is strange. These people didn't even have time to take away the important weapons, which can only mean that the young men and civilians who were deceived are still in the cave. Returning to the cave, several people searched carefully and found a place blocked by stones. Move these stones away. After the stones were moved away, Xiang bent over and went in. What came into view were the people in linen clothes. Chapter 216. They were all ragged and thin. When they saw Xiang, they cried and shouted, "Please let us out." They stayed in this dark place for several years. Not only could they not see their families, but they also had no food to eat and were beaten if they worked slowly. The third prince heard the sound inside and followed in. The cave inside was different from the dark cave outside. There were oil lamps lit around, so people could see everything inside clearly. Your Highness, look. Xiang pointed at the people locked in the wooden prison. These are probably the missing people from Chanshan County. Jean Tingen and Kai Zhe also came in and walked to the wooden prison. Everyone, be quiet first. You are the people of Chanshan County. Why are you locked up here? The people quieted down, and one of the men standing in front spoke up. We are the people of Chanshan County. We were deceived to work here. As a result, these people locked us up yesterday for some reason and blocked the entrance. Isn't this trying to kill them? Chanshan County is poor, and the county magistrate has never done anything. They can only earn money with their own hands to supplement their family income. Who would have thought that they would be so unlucky and be deceived here? Not only did they not earn money, but they almost lost their lives. Do you know who deceived you? The people talked about what they knew. Although they were just ordinary people, they knew that the person who supervised them was definitely not the one in charge. There must be someone above them. It's just that they had never seen that person before. The third prince stepped forward and cut the rope that tied the prison door, let the people out, and ordered people to send them back home first. Thank you, benefactor. The people thanked with tears in their eyes and left with the soldiers. It seems that this person is hiding quite deep. Jean Tingen looked at the empty cave, but this time it's not a complete loss. As the few people talked and came out of the cave, Kai Zhe hesitated and said softly, making weapons is not a trivial matter. The person the people are talking about should be considered the close person who masterminded all this. No one would give such an important matter to someone they don't trust. The description of the people is too simple. Ziyang scratched his head. Anyway, he couldn't imagine what this person looked like based on the description of the people. The third prince was originally listening to the conversation between several people, and suddenly he stopped. Jean Tingen noticed his movements and pricked up his ears to be alert. There are people in the cave. Ziyang took the oil lamp and shone it around, and noticed the two people lying on the ground. There are really people. He stepped forward and kicked the people on the ground twice. The two people on the ground woke up slowly, and were shocked to see Ziyang. The two were taken back to the government office, wondering why they appeared in the cave. Kaizei wanted to interrogate them, but the third prince said directly, "No need to waste time." The two looked like they were taken to the cave when they woke up. It seems that they were the people of the king of Yueqing, and were used by the people behind the scenes to take the blame. It was exactly as Luo Er said. The two were locked up, and the third prince asked Ziyang to grind ink, and began to try to outline the appearance of the men based on the descriptions of the people. Jin Tingen and Kaizei stood aside without saying anything, just watching carefully. After drawing a few pictures, the third prince felt that something was wrong. He thought for a while, and took another piece of paper to consider writing. Ziyang wanted to say something, but he was afraid of disturbing the third prince, so he shut up obediently. After the third prince finished the last stroke, he put down the pen and picked up the finished painting. "Your Highness, I will ask the people to see if it is this person." Ziyang turned and went out, admiring His Highness's ability. "I've heard that the third prince is very talented, and today I see that his reputation is well deserved." Jin Tingen's words were not a compliment. He could lead troops to fight, but he was not as good as the third prince in painting. The emperor sent the third prince to Chanshan with him, because he thought he wanted to train the third prince, but after spending the past few days together, he felt that the third prince's attentiveness and caution made him feel inferior. "General Jin, you are too kind. If only Luor was here, then he would quickly know who the person in the painting was. It's a pity that Luor was too young, and he didn't want her to suffer all the way to Chanshan. By the way, the two of them couldn't have appeared for no reason." The third prince looked at Kaizei. "Lord Kai, send people to guard all exits, and everyone who goes out must be checked one by one. Since this person dares to come back, don't even think about leaving Chanshan County again." When Kaizei came back from giving the order, Ziyang just came in with the people. "Look, the person you are talking about is the one in the painting." Ziyang held up the painting, and asked the person he brought over. "That's the person." The thin man was a little excited. "You painted it so well, and this person is the one who supervised our work." The imperial palace in the capital. Yui Luo, who was muttering to the third prince, was having a lot of fun holding the emperor's jade pendant. This jade pendant of the tyrant should be very valuable. It would be so impressive if I had a whole piece of it. Yui Luo raised her little hand and pulled it. "Damn, I can't pull it off. Blame my weak strength." The emperor was originally looking carefully at the regulations finalized by the secretariat. When he heard Yui Luo's voice, he looked down and saw the little girl pouting slightly, her round eyes staring at the jade pendant on his waist. "Luor wants this jade pendant?" The emperor took off the jade pendant from his waist, held it in his hand, and asked Yui Luo. Yui Luo's dark eyes followed the movement of the jade pendant, and nodded when she heard the emperor's words. "Nonsense! Why would I pick it if you don't want it? It is said that seeing this jade pendant is like seeing a tyrant. If I really get it, can't I just go into the tyrant's treasure house and take treasures?" The emperor raised his hand and rubbed her little face, looking at Eunuch Chao beside him. "Go find a red rope and put this jade pendant on the little princess' neck." Eunuch Chao wanted to persuade him, but the emperor gave him a glare, and he had to swallow his words. Forget it, the emperor wouldn't listen anyway. The little princess is held by the emperor all day, so the jade pendant shouldn't be used by others to bully others. "Emma, did the tyrant really give me the jade pendant? It's better to give it to me. I keep it for you, so that you won't lose it, and someone else will take it and use it." "Emperor, Luor said that he was worse than a child of a few months old. He couldn't even control a jade pendant." Eunuch Chao quickly brought the red string over, threaded it through the jade pendant, and put it on Yui Luo with a smile. Yui Luo grabbed the jade pendant on her neck and smiled until her eyes curved. Happy, the third brother should be back in a few days. It is already very good to rescue the people and find the man's subordinates. There will be no progress if we continue to investigate. It is estimated that the man should return to the capital. After all, he still has to avenge the deception of the king of Yueqing to him. The emperor pricked up his ears to know who this person is, but someone came to the door to report. "Your Majesty, General Yao is here." Chapter 217. Well, General Yao is finally here. Yui Luo looked up at the emperor. Why does the tyrant look unhappy? Didn't he summon General Yao back to the capital? Emperor, General Yao really knows how to pick a time. He didn't come earlier or later, but now. He interrupted him from eavesdropping on Luor's thoughts. "Bring the person in." The emperor sighed, that was all. After General Yao came in, he bowed respectfully. The emperor asked him to enter the palace secretly. He didn't know if something big happened in the capital. The emperor felt a little sorry for General Yao, who was exhausted. "I wonder if the emperor has called me back to Beijing urgently. Is there something important?" The emperor asked General Yao to stand up, gave him a seat, and then ordered Eunuch Chao to serve tea. General Yao held the tea, and for a moment he could not figure out the emperor's thoughts. After he finished the tea with doubts, the emperor stood up. "Come with me." General Yao put down the tea, stood up, and followed the emperor out of the imperial study to Yao Xian's residence. Entering the room, the emperor walked to the screen. General Yao, who was following him, was about to ask something when a surprised voice broke into his ears. "General." Mrs. Yao looked at General Yao, who suddenly appeared, as if she had found a backbone, and tears fell unconsciously. The emperor did not want to disturb them, so he turned around and walked outside the screen to sit down and slowly drink tea. Has the tyrant ever thought of suddenly calling General Yao back? When he knows about Yao Xian, he will definitely kill him at the Prince of Yueqing's mansion. Not to mention that the Prince of Yueqing still has the emperor's life-saving edict. Even if he doesn't have it, it is a serious crime for a minister to break into the mansion to kill the prince. The emperor waited here because he thought of this. He didn't want General Yao to ruin himself because of impulse. As for the Prince of Yueqing, the Dali Temple should have sent Shen Yu's confession to him now. In addition, he ordered people to intercept the secret letter sent by the Prince of Yueqing to Yao Kong. Let's see how the Prince of Yueqing will argue this time. "Madam." General Yao behind the screen stepped forward and raised his hand to wipe Madame Yao's tears, and then he noticed that there was another person lying on the bed. Yao Xian turned her back to General Yao, and did not dare to look at him. She knew her father's temper. Seeing her like this, he would definitely kill the Prince of Yueqing at all costs. She did not want the Yao family to be charged with the crime of killing royal relatives because of her. Madame Yao put the basin in her hand on the table beside her. "General, you have worked hard all the way. Do you want to eat something first?" General Yao shook his head, and looked at Yao Xian on the bed. "Why is Madame in the palace? And who is the person on the bed?" Madame Yao, who had just stopped crying, cried again after hearing this, and hesitated for a while before saying, "The person on the bed is our Xianer." "Xianer?" General Yao's face was full of smiles, so the emperor gave him a big surprise? Xianer was still alive, but why did Madame cry? Shouldn't she be happy that her daughter is still alive, and the Prince of Yueqing is the daughter's husband? Why is the daughter alone in the palace? Countless questions emerged in General Yao's mind. He slowly raised his legs and walked to the bed. "Xianer, it's Daddy, look at Daddy." Yao Xian's tears fell on her scarred cheeks, and fell on the pillow. "General, Xianer is not well." Mrs. Yao stepped forward and held Yao Xian's dry hand, thinking that she was worried about scaring General Yao, and coaxed softly, "Don't be afraid, Xianer, your daddy won't be scared. No matter how Xianer is now, you are the most beautiful girl in your parents' hearts. Xianer, Daddy came back specially to see you. Look at Daddy." Thinking of him coming all the way from the northern border, Yao Xian couldn't help but turn around. Seeing her face clearly, General Yao was shocked at first, and then stood up with both heartache and anger. "Who did it? I'm going to kill him now." Madame said that her daughter was not well, but this was not well at all. She was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. The person who did it was really vicious. Let him know who it was, and he will cut him into pieces. Yao Xian grabbed General Yao's sleeve and shook her head. "General." Mrs. Yao also grabbed General Yao. "It's the Prince of Yueqing. He is a prince. You can't just kill him casually." General Yao was angry, and he shook off the two and walked out. Mrs. Yao and Yao Xian were so anxious that they almost cried. "General Yao." The emperor put down the tea and called him. "I know you are unhappy, but if you go to the prince's mansion to kill people like this, not only will you not get justice for your daughter, but you will also implicate everyone in the Yao mansion." "Your Majesty," General Yao cupped his hands, "I am not afraid. The Yao family is not afraid of death, and he doesn't care who the person is who dares to hurt his daughter." "You are not afraid. What about General Jin?" The emperor stared at General Yao. "If you think it's okay to implicate the Jin family because of your impulse, then I won't stop you." "Oh, the tyrant is quite good. General Yao respects his grandfather the most, and he can control him directly." General Yao stopped and calmed down. "Yes, the Yao family is not afraid, but what about the old general and General Jin?" The old general treated him like a family member. Everyone knew that he was once his subordinate. If he really went to kill the king of Yueqing, the Jin family would inevitably be implicated. "Your Majesty, I was reckless." The emperor would naturally not bother with him. If Luor did this, No, Luor would not be like this. The emperor quickly stopped thinking in his heart. "I know what the king of Yueqing did. Don't worry, I only look at the evidence, no matter who he is. By the way, he also wanted to instigate your son to rebel." Eunuch Chao handed the intercepted secret letter to General Yao, with a discerning look. General Yao took the secret letter in a daze, and breathed a sigh of relief after reading it. Fortunately, the emperor intercepted the secret letter, otherwise his son might have been provoked. His son valued his family, and the king of Yueqing used his wife as an excuse. General Yao didn't think that the tyrant intercepted the letter, did he? Thank you, your majesty. General Yao handed the secret letter back to Eunuch Chao. The emperor glanced at him. That's not necessary. I asked someone to make a copy and send it to your son. Eunuch Chao showed General Yao the other one. Ha ha, you, the tyrant, can't deal with General Yao. General Yao took the other one and knelt on the ground after reading it. Your majesty, I will go to the northern border to stop this rebellious son. He originally thought that even if his son had a military token, he would starve to death before reaching the capital without food and grass. But the king of Yueqing could actually provide food and grass. No need. That is, the tyrant must want to rob the king of Yueqing of food and grass. How can you rob him if you stop him, your majesty? He did have this plan, and he had people ready to rob the king of Yueqing of food and grass. Anyway, the king of Yueqing has a mine, so what's wrong with robbing him of some food and grass? Okay, the tyrant asked people to rob the king of Yueqing of food and grass, and the third brother looted the man's weapons. Only the king of Yueqing and the man were injured. You stay in the palace first. I will ask the Dali Temple to go to the palace to arrest him. Chapter 218. The emperor got up and left, taking Yuilua to concubine Xian's palace to feed her. After he was full, he could take the little one out of the palace to watch a play. Hey, my mother didn't go to play cards today. Is there one person missing? When concubine Xian heard the voice in her heart, she knew that her daughter must have returned. She stood up and went to the door to greet her with a smile. Your majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor nodded. Get up, I bring Luor here to feed her. Concubine Xian had already asked someone to prepare milk at the right temperature, and Huarui hurried to get the milk when she heard it. My mother still loves me. She didn't forgive me, her little cutie, because of playing cards. Yuilua raised her little hand to grab the bottle, her eyes sparkling. Your majesty, let me do it. Concubine Xian took Yuilua in her arms, and fed her with a bottle made by Concubine Shu with a gentle face. Hee, drink more. The tyrant should go out of the palace to watch a play later. I will have the energy to go to the play with him only when I am full. The emperor rubbed his forehead. Don't drink too much or he will pee on him. After drinking a bottle of milk, Yuilua burped, and when Concubine Xian wiped her mouth, she stretched her body. Full. Concubine Xian changed her diaper again, and then pinched her little face lovingly. Don't pee on your father when you're full. I can't control this either, but I try my best to keep some dignity for him outside. Why is the little princess wearing a jade pendant? Nanny Zhang noticed the rope around Yuilua's neck, and thought it was given by a princess or prince. Concubine Xian took out the jade pendant covered by Yuilua's clothes, and looked at it, and looked at the emperor. Your majesty, why did you give your jade pendant to Luor? Concubine Xian often saw the emperor wearing this jade pendant, and she also knew the importance of the jade pendant. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Luor liked it, and insisted on pulling it, so I gave it to her. Concubine Xian, If it was an ordinary jade pendant, it would be fine, but can this jade pendant be given casually? Don't worry, my beloved concubine, Luor can like this jade pendant, which proves that she has good taste. I will just pick another one to wear. That's right, I don't want this jade pendant if it has no use. Concubine Xian saw that the emperor didn't say anything, but she was still worried, and wanted to raise her hand to take it off for Yuilua, and put it away. Yuilua noticed Concubine Xian's action, raised her little hand, and grabbed the jade pendant, looking like she was protecting her child. Mother, don't take my jade pendant. It's not as safe as with me anywhere else. Don't worry, I know the importance of the jade pendant, otherwise I wouldn't keep it for the tyrant. Concubine Xian was a little amused, seeing how tightly she was protecting it. She was worried about getting her hands wet, so she gave up the idea of taking the jade pendant. Since Luor likes it, let her wear it. The emperor pinched Yuilua's little face. Anyway, your father is here. He will help Luor take good care of the jade pendant, right? Yuilua rolled her eyes. Who is helping whom? At this time, a young eunuch walked in. Eunuch Chao stepped forward to ask the purpose of the visit, sent him away, and walked to the emperor's side. Your majesty, Lord Du wants to see you. Lord Du, who was waiting at the door of the imperial study, saw the emperor coming and hurried forward to pay his respects. Come in and tell me. The emperor turned and entered the imperial study, sat down and looked at Lord Du. Did you get the oral evidence? Lord Du handed the oral evidence to Eunuch Chao. Your majesty, Can I take someone to the Yueqing Palace to verify it now? After reading the confession, the emperor nodded. You take people to the palace now, I will follow. Master Du left the imperial study, and the emperor wrote a secret letter to send to the third prince, and ordered eunuch Chao to go to the palace. Liqing Wang had just received the news that the food and grass were robbed, and he slapped the table heavily. Rearrange it. Don't lose it again. The subordinate turned and went out, and soon ran back in a hurry. Oh no, my lord, Master Du is coming this way. Liqing Wang stood up. What? He was busy with Yao Kang's affairs, and almost forgot about Xinyu. Could it be that Xinyu told what he knew? The prince of Yueqing frowned, turned around and took out a painting from the vase, and took the edict left by the late emperor and put it on his body, and walked to the back door while saying, Go find Yang Xian. The subordinate scratched his head. At this critical moment, the prince still had the mood to find Yang Xian? Is he angry and stupid? The two left the palace from the side door, and went to Yang's house. Yang Xian had not met with the prince of Yueqing in recent days. She was afraid that she would think about unhappy things when she was free, so she took scissors to trim the flowers and plants in the house. Miss Yang. The sudden intrusion of Prince Yueqing and his subordinates scared Yang Xian so much that she almost cut the flowers and plants in front of her. She put down the scissors and looked up at Prince Yueqing. Why is the prince here? Is he trying to urge her to persuade her father as soon as possible? Prince Yueqing lifted his skirt and sat opposite Yang Xian, took out the painting he had just brought out, and handed it to Yang Xian. The painting for Miss Yang. Yang Xian was slightly surprised, took the painting, opened it, took a look, and slowly put it away. Why did the prince think of giving me a landscape painting? Prince Yueqing curled his lips. It seems that Miss Yang doesn't like it. Yang Xian said nothing. It was just an ordinary painting, and she really didn't like it. However, Prince Yueqing suddenly gave her a painting, which was unusual and worth investigating. I don't like it. Yang Xian poured him a cup of tea, but since it was sent by the prince, I will keep it well. Prince Yueqing took the tea and chatted with Yang Xian. After drinking a cup of tea, seeing that Yueqing had no intention of leaving, Yang Xian poured him another cup and asked, Your Highness seems to be very busy recently? Miss Yang, are you concerned about me, or are you complaining that I never asked you out? Yang Xian rolled her eyes in her heart. No one would care about him. She was concerned about the location of the mine. Your Highness, don't bother me. Prince Yueqing stood up, smiled at Yang Xian, and said meaningfully, You will know after a while. After that, he turned and left. Your Highness, are we going back? After leaving Yang's house, the subordinate asked softly. In fact, he couldn't figure it out. Yang Xian had never helped the prince in anything. Why did the prince give her the painting? Although the painting was a bit simple, it was not a famous painting. The people from the Dali Temple had been waiting for a long time, so it was almost time. He looked up at the sun in the sky, which was at its peak. Lord Du and Yang Wen waited for a long time, but did not see Prince Yueqing, but they stood at the door in the sun without changing their expressions. It's really the right time for Prince Yueqing to leave. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he saw Prince Yueqing walking towards them with his subordinates. Why are you standing at the door, sir? After he finished speaking, he politely made a gesture to invite them in. Please come in, my lords. Several people entered the main hall, and Lord Du was too lazy to deal with Prince Yueqing, so he took out Xinyu's confession. Your Majesty, Xinyu said that you imprisoned your princess in the mansion, and we at the Dali Temple came to verify whether it is true. Prince Yueqing chuckled. You two lords are really interesting. Everyone knows that my princess died 3 years ago. Chapter 219. What if Xinyu discovered his secret? The king of Yueqing sneered in his heart when he thought of the mechanism that could not be opened at all. Not to mention the Dali Temple, even the emperor could not accuse him without evidence. Xinyu also said that there was a mechanism in the prince's room, and the princess of Yueqing was locked in it. Lord Du smiled at the king of Yueqing. Whether the princess of Yueqing is still alive, I will know after searching the palace. When he heard the word search the palace, the smile on the king of Yueqing's face disappeared. He stood up, and his words were particularly impolite. Lord Du, my palace is not something that anyone can search. Lord Du was not angry. It was expected that Prince Yueqing would not let him search. Your Highness, we, the Dali Temple, came to investigate under the order of the emperor. Could it be that you do not obey the emperor's order? Lord Du said it was my brother's intention. What about the imperial edict? As soon as Prince Yueqing finished speaking, the emperor's majestic voice came. Can't my royal order search my brother's palace? The emperor walked in holding Yuilua, accompanied by concubine Shu. Several people in the room knelt down and saluted. They came at the right time. Brother, I didn't mean that. Prince Yueqing lowered his head, secretly cursing the emperor for being so idle that he even came to join in the fun. Since that's not what you meant. The emperor looked at Lord Du. Lord Du, why don't you search? After the emperor finished speaking, he asked Prince Yueqing to stand up and said earnestly, Don't worry, brother, if Shinyu is lying, I will clear your name. Prince Yueqing said with a fake smile, Thank you, brother. Lord Du and Yang Wen came back from the search quickly. Your Majesty, there is indeed a mechanism in Prince Yueqing's room, but it cannot be opened. The tyrant did it on purpose. If you can open it, why did you ask concubine Shu to come? Is there really a mechanism in my room? Prince Yueqing pretended to be surprised, but he was relieved in his heart. Since the mechanism could not be opened, what would happen if he found it? He did not believe that the emperor could do anything to him with a mechanism. Was you a garbage bag in your previous life? You can really pretend. Wait until the mechanism is opened, and see if you can continue to pretend. Go and have a look. The emperor said to the king of Yueqing as he walked out, Don't worry, my brother. Concubine Shu is good at mechanical engineering. I can ask her to help you see what's going on. Haha, the king of Yueqing was relieved because the mechanical engineering couldn't be opened. Now that you said that, he must be worried again. The tyrant must have done it on purpose. The king of Yueqing almost bit his back teeth to pieces. No wonder he brought concubine Shu with him. It seems that the emperor came prepared. Don't worry, your majesty. Concubine Shu curled her lips. I will definitely help you open the mechanical engineering. It turns out that the emperor brought her out to open the mechanism. It's just right for her to show off her skills in front of Luor and let Luor get interested. Concubine Shu, you know how to finish off the enemy. Several people went to the room of Prince Yueqing. Lord Du pointed to the closet and said, Your Majesty, the mechanism is in the closet. Concubine Shu walked forward, squatted down, looked at the mechanism, and raised her eyebrows. The mechanism in the prince's closet looks a bit old. It probably existed when the prince built the palace. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Prince Yueqing. And the concealment of this mechanism is not that good. While speaking, the mechanism has been opened. Shu Fei stood up and clapped her hands. It was too unchallenging. I don't know if Luor saw her operation clearly. My brother is really careless. The emperor walked forward and looked at the open mechanism. You take clothes every day, but you never found that there is a mechanism in your closet? He sighed. I don't know if it is the same as Shinyu said. Prince Yueqing had a gloomy face and did not speak. Now that the trap has been opened, it is inevitable to find Yao Xian. He is somewhat glad that the important things have been delivered to Yang Xian. When Yao Kong enters the capital, he will deal with Yao Kong and take that position. It will not be too late to take the things back then. Anyway, Yang Xian is not interested in the painting at all, and he can't find out the secrets in it. Your Majesty, I will take someone in to take a look. Lord Du brought a few people in, and the emperor walked to the chair and sat down. Brother, do you not believe me? Prince Yueqing walked to the side of the emperor. Xian'er is my princess. How could I imprison her? The emperor looked at the Prince of Yueqing with a half smile. Royal brother, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Let me tell you why you imprisoned Yao Xian. Of course, it's because of the Yao family's mine. His tone was very calm, and the Prince of Yueqing was stunned, as if he was struck by lightning. How did the emperor know this? Who told the emperor? Speaking of the mine, didn't the secret guard say that the Prince of Yueqing went to find Yang Xian and gave Yang Xian something? Could that thing be a secret? Oh my god, is it a map of the mine? Could it be that the Prince of Yueqing was so smart that he thought the most dangerous place was the safest place, so he put the important things with Yang Xian? If that was the case, it would be interesting. What mine? The Prince of Yueqing came back to his senses and pretended to be calm. I don't know what your brother is talking about. Your Majesty, this is what we found inside. Lord Du led the people who went in and out, holding a chain in his hand. The Prince of Yueqing was dumbfounded again. How could there be only a chain left? Where was Yao Xian? That's enough. The emperor stood up. Now that we have caught the criminal with evidence, take Prince Yueqing to the Dali Temple first. Brother, I don't understand what it means to catch the criminal with evidence. There was only one chain, and the key. Prince Yueqing suddenly thought of something, and all the things that seemed strange before were connected together and made sense. The mechanism couldn't be opened, and the purse was missing, so Yang Xian helped him find the purse. It seems that my brother understands now. The emperor noticed Prince Yueqing's expression and gave him a positive answer. Yao Xian has been rescued by my people to the palace. Prince Yueqing suddenly burst into laughter, and the gentleness on his body disappeared, and his voice was gloomy. Brother, my father said that you are suspicious by nature, so he gave me a will. It is true that I imprisoned Yao Xian, but this is my family matter. You can't lock me up in the Dali Temple because of this, right? Oh, you are bringing up the late emperor. The will is indeed a trouble, but you are not the only one who has a will. You also promised my father back then. Do you want to regret it now? Prince Yueqing shook off the people who wanted to arrest him and walked out. The late emperor really had the tyrant under control. Looking at Prince Yueqing's arrogant look, it is estimated that the late emperor also gave him the guarantee written by the tyrant. The tyrant cannot go back on his word, but the things in the hands of the big boss around Shuyan can make Prince Yueqing die. The emperor had heard of the word big boss before, but Luo never mentioned it again. The big boss around Du Shuyan? Isn't there only the second brother around her? Chapter 220. The news that Prince Yueqing was imprisoned in the Dali Temple spread quickly in the capital. During the morning court, the emperor thought that the ministers would report on Prince Yueqing as before, but none of them said a word. Looking at the people who bowed their heads and kept silent, the emperor coughed lightly. My dear ministers, do you have anything to report? Everyone is busy reciting the documents, and they can't even protect themselves, so how can they care about Prince Yueqing's affairs? Hasn't the assessment been finalized? Now they don't recite the documents and wait for the assessment, but you let them go home to farm. The emperor touched his nose. He had forgotten about it. However, this time the ministers did not try to use the matter of Prince Yueqing to avoid the assessment. Instead, they read the book seriously, which made him feel relieved. Your Majesty, it is said that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Moreover, Yao Xian is the daughter of General Yao. We cannot let down the soldiers of the northern border. As soon as Prime Minister Li said this, others followed suit. It was rare that someone did not sing against him. The emperor withdrew from the court unaccustomedly. The ministers left the palace and began to discuss the matter of Prince Yueqing. You say, if the matter of Prince Yueqing gets out of hand, will the first assessment be affected? The others looked at each other, feeling a little excited. Yes, why didn't they think of this? They still work so hard to memorize the books every day. I'm afraid that the candidates for the imperial examinations are not as diligent as them. The emperor was relieved for a short time. After lunch, he returned to the imperial study and looked at the memorials on the long table. He raised his eyebrows. Eunuch Chao, what's going on? Eunuch Chao said respectfully, these are the memorials submitted by the adults, all related to Prince Yueqing. The emperor picked up a memorial, flipped it open, took a look and threw it back on the table. During the morning court session, no one said anything. Now there are so many memorials saying that the arrest of Prince Yueqing was too hasty. It seems that he has been relieved for too long. It seems that the ministers want to use the matter of Prince Yueqing to avoid the first assessment. They really know how to find another way. The emperor is too lazy to care about these people now. He stood up and asked Eunuch Chao to go to the Dali Temple. Prince Yueqing was locked up next to Xinyu by Lord Du. He didn't know whether Lord Du was intentional or unintentional. TSK, isn't this the high and mighty Prince Yueqing? Xinyu walked to the prison door and looked at the king of Yueqing, who was sitting on the hay with his eyes closed. Why did the high and mighty prince come in? The king of Yueqing opened his eyes, stood up and walked to the opposite side of her, sneering. Xinyu, do you think you can get rid of me by discovering my secret and letting me in? Since he was locked up yesterday, Xinyu has been mocking him. If Xinyu was in the same cell with him, he would have strangled Xinyu to death. That's right. Xinyu looked straight at his gloomy face with contempt. Why do you think you can take me back to the mansion? Since the emperor has locked you up here, don't expect to get out. Will someone sitting in that position fight a battle that he is not sure of? Xinyu doesn't think so. No matter how stupid she is, she understands this truth, but it's a pity that Prince Yueqing doesn't understand. Don't worry about whether this prince can get out. While the two were arguing, Lord Du came over and opened the prison door of Prince Yueqing. Your Majesty, the emperor invites you. Prince Yueqing glanced at Xinyu, raised his leg and walked out with Lord Du. Your Majesty, the people are here. Lord Du said this and stepped aside. The Prince of Yueqing walked up to the emperor without bowing. Anyway, they had already fallen out, and he didn't want to play along with him anymore. Is your brother going to stop pretending? The emperor put down the tea in his hand, and stared at the Prince of Yueqing with a half smile. Why pretend when they had already fallen out? He was sure that nothing would happen to him, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. My brother has already locked me up here, what else can I say? Before Yao Kong entered the capital, he would take his father's will and go to the Dali Temple to get rid of Yao Kong, the traitor, and put him in that position. Whoever dared to say that he was not killed directly would be seen to see who dared to disobey. The emperor nodded in agreement and said casually, "That's right. Eunuch Chao, show him something." Eunuch Chao took out the secret letter and handed it to Prince Huiqing. Prince Huiqing didn't need to read the content. Just looking at the familiar envelope made him stop. How could the secret letter he gave to Yao Kong be here? Since the letter was here, the reply from Yao Kong was from the emperor? Knowing what he was thinking, the emperor kindly explained to him. "I copied the letter and sent it out. Otherwise, how would I know that you, my brother, are so rich? And I don't know where your second batch of grain and grass has been sent now." Haha, the tyrant wants to rob the second batch. The king of Huiqing could no longer remain calm, and his tone was excited. "You robbed my food?" The emperor nodded. "So don't worry, Yao Kong can't enter the capital, your plan has failed." At this time, Yao Kong, who was mentioned by the two, was gathering soldiers. He did not tell others about the matter with the king of Huiqing, not even his confidants. "Little general, what happened?" Other soldiers who were also puzzled pricked up their ears, wanting to know the reason. Yao Kong looked at their red faces and asked, "Do you want to go back to Beijing?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded excitedly. "If you want, I will take you back to Beijing." Yao Kong was infected by their laughter and smiled sincerely. "Little general, did the emperor call us back to Beijing? What will happen to the people in the northern border if we are not stationed there?" A series of questions pulled everyone out of their excitement. Yes, what will happen to the people here if they leave? And if the emperor calls them back to Beijing, there will definitely be an imperial decree. But there were no people from the capital. The soldiers who realized something was wrong knelt on the ground. "Young general, now that the general is not here, don't do anything stupid." Yao Kang's eyes were red, and he pointed at the white surroundings. "Do you really want to stay here?" Everyone was silent. No one in the northern border wanted to stay here. "And the frostbite on your hands and your family and children far away in the capital, don't you care?" The soldiers looked at the frostbite on their hands, and the smiling faces of their families appeared in their minds. "Young general, we know you are upset for us." The confidant's voice was a little hoarse. "It's true that we want to see our families, but the people in the northern border also have families. If we really leave, what about them? It's true that the environment in the northern border is harsh, but someone has to come to guard it. If we don't have it, there will be others." The other silent soldiers also echoed, "Yes, although the frostbite on the hands will hurt and itch, it's all worth it to see the smiling faces of the people. The frostbite on the hands is not only frostbite, but also the metals left by them for protecting the people in the northern border. Young general, we don't blame the emperor. Every place needs people to be stationed. This is our duty. Yes, the general gave you the military token because he trusts you. You can't ruin your future because of us." Chapter 221. Yao Kong took out the military token in his arms and stared at it without saying a word. "Yes, my father gave Northern Xinjiang to him because he trusted him." He stroked the military token in his hand, looked at the sincere smiles and worried expressions of the soldiers, and the firm idea in his heart began to waver. "Young general, someone is coming from the capital." A guard in armor ran in. Yao Kong frowned, asked to invite the person in, and told the gathered soldiers to go down and rest first. "It stands to reason that my father should have arrived in the capital. Could it be that something happened to my father?" Thinking of this, Yao Kong couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked outside. The person from the capital was none other than Qi Feng. Yao Kong invited him into the house, poured him tea, and asked impatiently, "I don't know why the capital sent an adult." Yao Kong didn't know Qi Feng's identity, but since he was sent by the emperor, he must be valued by the emperor, so he addressed him as an adult. "Little general, take a look at this." Qi Feng took out a letter and handed it to Yao Kong. The emperor sent him to the northern border to stop Yao Kong from doing stupid things. When he came just now, he listened for a while, but no one noticed. He would convey the words of the soldiers in the northern border to the emperor intact. Yao Kong glanced at Qi Feng and raised his hand to take the envelope. The envelope was blank, and Yao Kong could not tell who the letter was from. He tore open the envelope, took out the letter inside and opened it. The words that caught his eyes made Yao Kang's hands tremble a little. Although the words on the letter were a little crooked, he could tell at a glance that it was his sister's handwriting. His sister's handwriting was taught by him, and he was very familiar with it. "This is Xiener's handwriting." Yao Kang's voice was a little choked, and he didn't even have time to look at the content carefully. "Sir, why do you have Xiener's letter?" "The ink on it was written recently." "Could it be that Xiener is still alive? Then why didn't the king of Yueqing mention it?" "The young general will understand what's going on after reading the content of the letter." After reading the letter, Yao Kong angrily crumpled the letter into a ball and slammed the table heavily to vent his anger. The king of Yueqing, this bastard, treated his sister like this and wanted to use him. Fortunately, he was persuaded, otherwise his family would be so disappointed in him. He thought everything was too simple. He didn't even ask for the opinions of his family and soldiers, nor did he think about the consequences of failure for them. The emperor will arrange for people to come to the northern border, and then the soldiers and the young general will be able to return to the capital. Qi Feng finished his tea and stood up. Prince Yueqing is now imprisoned in the Dali Temple, so the young general will wait for good news. An inn in the capital. Master, Ayu was captured by the third prince. The man in black slowly put down the tea, looked at his subordinates, and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, I believe he won't betray us. The people around him are all dead men. If they catch the other party, they will bite the poison in their mouths and commit suicide. There is no need to worry about what they will reveal." But what? The man in black said in a cold voice, "Because he is your brother, you want to save him? You are a smart man, you should know what the overall situation is." The subordinate lowered his head, "I dare not." The man in black looked a little relieved and asked him to stand up. "Is there still no movement outside?" Prince Yueqing entered the Dali Temple, and there was still no movement from Yao Kang's side. It was really unusually quiet. The subordinate shook his head. "I haven't heard how the emperor dealt with Prince Yueqing." "Disposal?" The man in black laughed. "I'm afraid that the Prince of Yueqing is not so easy to deal with." The second day that the Prince of Yueqing was imprisoned in the Dali Temple, there were more and more memorials on the emperor's desk. He looked at the memorials on the desk and ordered Eunuch Chao to call all the people who submitted memorials to the imperial study. The ministers who were called came to the imperial study tremblingly. Looking at the emperor at the top, they probably guessed the emperor's intention of calling them. Did the tyrant feel that scolding in the memorials was not enough, so he called people to scold in front of him? These ministers are really something. They speak so much in their memorials, but they become cowardly in front of the tyrant. The emperor, he didn't want to write, wasting ink, and the memorial was too small to contain his scolding. Why are they all mute? The emperor glanced at the people below and picked up a memorial. Prince Yueqing is a prince, and he is also your brother. You can't just lock him up in the Dali Temple so hastily. The emperor snorted after reading it. "Those who know you think you are my minister, and those who don't think you are Prince Yueqing's dog. If I don't lock him up, I wait for him to rebel and lock you all up." After saying that, he threw the memorial at his hand to the ground, picked up another one and started reading, and then scolded the minister who wrote the memorial again. The atmosphere in the imperial study became quieter and quieter, and only the emperor's scolding and the minister's breathing could be heard. "Your Majesty, General Yao has been brought here." The ministers looked towards the door and quickly looked away. General Yao was not an easy person to deal with. The emperor was not satisfied with scolding himself, so he had to drag General Yao to scold them together. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." General Yao stepped forward and knelt on the ground respectfully. "Get up." The emperor took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and continued, "I am discussing the matter of the king of Yueqing with the ministers. It concerns General Yao. It is not appropriate for you to be away. You are tired of scolding, so find someone to continue scolding. And do you have any discussion? It is obvious that you are unilaterally crushing them. The ministers also feel wronged." The emperor did not give them a chance to speak. "What kind of discussion is this?" "Your Majesty, we just think that the king of Yueqing is so good to the princess, so we think it is inappropriate to lock him up before asking clearly." "Be good to the princess?" General Yao turned and glared at the person who was speaking. "My daughter has been tortured to such a state. If you want the king of Yueqing to treat your daughter so well, you should send your daughter over." General Yao was born strong, and now he had a fierce face, and the murderous aura on his body was not restrained at all. The person who was speaking was timid. "General Yao, I know you feel bad, but there must be evidence, right? This is also the law of our country." General Yao sneered. "Is it not enough that my daughter was tortured like that? Your Excellency is so familiar with the laws of our country. Shouldn't you also know that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people?" he said, as he approached the man. "You said it's inappropriate to lock someone up without asking clearly. Could it be that when you go to the brothels, you will tell your wife the truth? Or if you kill someone, will you shout that you killed someone?" General Yao's mouth is really a waste of talent to be a general. Every sentence hits the point, and these civil servants are no match for him at all. The person who spoke was blushing. "General Yao, you are sophistry." General Yao stopped arguing with him, turned around and bowed to the emperor, saying, "I ask the emperor to make a decision for my daughter, punish the crime of King Yueqing, and seek justice for my daughter." Chapter 222. I will make the decision for General Yao. The emperor said, looking at the silent ministers. I know what you are thinking. You just want to use the matter of Prince Huaqing to delay the assessment. I can tell you clearly that it is impossible. By the way, the emperor looked at Eunuch Chao, showed him the evidence that Prince Huaqing intended to instigate Yao Kong to rebel. After these words came out, everyone looked at each other. After reading the secret letter, they realized the seriousness of the matter. No wonder the emperor scolded them. If the Prince of Huaqing really succeeded, they would not be able to survive, let alone pass the assessment. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt that the assessment was not so terrible. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Everyone knelt down on the ground. Okay, go back and read books. After sending everyone away, they heard Lord Du asking for an audience. Speak. Lord Du came in, and after paying his respects, the emperor spoke concisely. The Prince of Huaqing couldn't stay any longer. He was probably annoyed by Shen Yu, and wanted to leave the prison to slap the tyrant in the face. I want to interrogate the Prince of Huaqing, but he has the last will of the late emperor, and not only that, he also has your letter of promise, which is in duplicate, and I don't know who has the other copy. Lord Du looked embarrassed. No wonder the Prince of Huaqing looked so confident. Good fellow, the late emperor really knew how to trick his son. He was worried that the tyrant would not obey or destroy the last will of the Prince of Huaqing, so he left a backup plan for the Prince of Huaqing. His heart was really about to go to the sky. If he knew that his little son, who was always flattering and adoring, wanted the throne, he wondered if he would crawl out of the imperial mausoleum. The emperor had a gloomy face. He didn't care about his father's love for Prince Huaqing, but he never thought that his father would be so defensive against him. General Yao beside him looked at the emperor after hearing this. Prince Huaqing had a will, and the emperor couldn't do anything to him, so who could seek justice for Xin'er? Let's not try him for now, just keep an eye on him. What's the point of trying him? What's the point of trying him if he can't be executed? It's better to let Xuan go to Fenghua Tower to find the big boss, the madam. Lord Du returned to the mansion in frustration, drank several cups of tea in succession, and slammed the cups on the table. What's going on? Mrs. Du asked in confusion. Is it that the matter of Prince Huaqing is not going well? Du Xuan pricked up his ears. Prince Huaqing has been imprisoned in the Dali Temple. What else can go wrong? The Prince Huaqing has the late emperor's will in his hand. Lord Du frowned, let alone touching him. It's difficult to even try him. The late emperor's will is simply a life-saving talisman. Yao Xian was tortured like that. He wanted to cut Prince Huaqing into pieces, but because of the late emperor's will, he was restricted in everything he did. What made him feel aggrieved was that the Dali Temple was originally there to find out the truth of things, but now the truth was in front of them, but they had no way to deal with the culprit. Even if the emperor issued an order, he couldn't touch the Prince of Huaqing? Du Xuan asked the doubts in his heart. According to the emperor's temperament, it was impossible for him to let the Prince of Huaqing go free. The royal family's ancestral precepts cannot be violated. Anyone who violates it can be killed. No wonder the emperor didn't dare to touch the Prince of Huaqing. Then there is no other way? Lord Du shook his head. The late emperor really understood the emperor, and knew that the emperor probably wouldn't follow the ancestral precepts, so he kept a backup plan. It is estimated that the late emperor did not expect that Prince Huaqing would be so cruel. After all, he disguised himself too well. Otherwise, the late emperor would not have left him this life-saving talisman, because he was worried that the emperor would get rid of him out of suspicion. Grandfather and grandmother, I'm going out for a while. Du Xuan left this sentence, and got up to go out of the house to see Shen Yu. When she arrived at the door of the house, she saw a familiar maid walking towards her. Miss, Mom asked you to go to Fenghua Tower to reminisce about the past. The person who came was the maid who took care of her when she was in Fenghua Tower. Okay. Du Xuan changed her mind, and went to Fenghua Tower with the maid. Since returning to the Du mansion, she has not come back to see the madam. Thinking of this, Du Xuan felt a little guilty, and couldn't help but speed up her pace. Entering the madam's room, Du Xuan pushed open the door, and looked at the madam sitting by the window. She stood straight with her back to Du Xuan, holding a cup of tea and looking out the window, which was the direction of the palace. In fact, Du Xuan has always been curious about the identity of the madam. Although she is old, both her manners and appearance show that she was definitely a beauty when she was young. Xin'er is here, the madam heard the voice, put down the tea in her hand, turned around and smiled at Du Xuan who came in. She called Du Xuan's real name, and Du Xuan didn't react for a moment, and she had already pulled her to sit in front of the window. Mom, I'm sorry, I was busy and forgot to come back to see you. The madam shook her head indifferently and poured her a cup of tea, I know that you should return to your normal life now, and you shouldn't come back to this place." Seeing that Du Xuyan looked worried, the madam looked at her with a smile. Worried? Mom should have heard about what's going on outside. Du Xuyan put down her tea. Regarding the matter of Prince Huiqing, I thought he would be convicted after he was sent to the Dali Temple, but in the end. The madam put away her smile. Has the matter changed? If the rumors of the people are true, Prince Huiqing is indeed guilty. Du Xuyan told what she knew inside. I heard from my grandfather that Miss Yao is now neither human nor ghost. How stupid. Du Xuyan was slightly stunned by the angry tone of the madam. Realizing that she had overreacted, the madam cleared her throat. I'm not scolding you. I'm scolding the late emperor. You don't know people well. Du Xuyan, Yener. The madam stared at Du Xuyan seriously. Go back and tell your grandfather or ask to see the emperor, and let the emperor interrogate the Prince of Huiqing in front of all the civil and military officials. But just do what I say. Don't worry about the rest. Du Xuyan returned to the Du mansion full of doubts, and before he could even tell Lord Du what the madam said, he saw the servant leading eunuch Chao in. Miss Du, the emperor asked you to come to the palace to see him. Now you can come with me. Sitting on the carriage, Du Xuyan thought about what the madam had told her. Soon the carriage arrived at the palace gate. Miss Du was here. Coming back to her senses, Du Xuyan got off the carriage and went to the imperial study with eunuch Chao. My mother is not a joker. Could she have a way to deal with the Prince of Huiqing? If so, it would be great. Miss Du, come in. The emperor put down the memorial in his hand when he saw Du Xuyan coming in. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Du Xuyan stood up and said after a moment of hesitation, Your Majesty, I have something to ask you. The emperor raised his eyebrows. He hadn't even started to ask, but Du Xuyan was the first to start talking. Say it. Your Majesty, I want to ask you to examine the King of Huiqing in person, and seek justice for Miss Yao. Chapter 223. Du Xuyan felt a little uneasy after she finished speaking. She couldn't find a reasonable excuse except this one. She couldn't say that Fenji Yula's mother told her to say that. If she did, the emperor would probably have him thrown out of the palace. But it didn't seem right to say that. Why would the emperor agree to try the Prince of Huiqing in front of all the civil and military officials just because of her? Du Xuyan suddenly said this. Did the madam tell her to say that? Good guy, someone gave her a pillow when she was sleepy. What a shitty luck the tyrant has. Emperor, can't you think of a good way to praise him? What a shit luck. But it seems that there is nothing wrong with saying this. When Du Xuyan was anxiously thinking about the right words, trying to get the emperor to agree, the emperor's majestic voice sounded. Miss Du, go back and tell Lord Du that in 3 days, the King of Huiqing will be tried in the Golden Palace in front of all the civil and military officials. Du Xuyan was stunned for a moment. The emperor actually agreed? She didn't hear it wrong. The emperor was so easy to talk to. After coming to her senses, Du Xuyan hurriedly thanked him. Why 3 days later? Is 3 days later a good day? Yui Luo turned his head and thought about the reason, and soon he figured it out. Ha ha, the one who kills people and destroys their hearts must be a tyrant. 3 days later is the birthday of the King of Huiqing, and the third brother and uncle should be back by then. The emperor raised his eyebrows. He really didn't remember that 3 days later was the birthday of the King of Huiqing. He just wanted to wait for the third brother to come back, and use the incident of the King of Huiqing to find out the person behind Shan Shan. Luo said that this person likes to join in the fun, so he used this fun to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Du Xuyan returned to the Du mansion, still a little dazed. No, she suddenly thought of something. Didn't the emperor summon her to the palace for something? But the emperor didn't seem to say anything from beginning to end. Yener? Master Du looked at Du Xuyan, whose expression kept changing. Why did the emperor ask you to enter the palace? This child didn't say a word after returning. Could it be that the emperor gave Yener a marriage? The emperor shouldn't have the leisure to do this at this critical moment. Du Xuyan shook her head, and then told Master Du about the conversation with the madam in Fenghua Tower. You said so? Master Du's tone was somewhat incredulous, and combined with the way Du Xuyan came back. So you were scolded by the emperor? Master Du stroked his beard and sighed. The matter of Prince Huiqing is complicated to begin with. You directly asked the emperor to interrogate Prince Huiqing in front of all the civil and military officials. Isn't this a slap in the face of the emperor in public? The emperor agreed and did not scold me. Du Xuyan was worried that if she didn't speak up, her grandfather would comfort her. Master Du, who wanted to say something, stopped his hand on his beard and said in surprise, You said the emperor agreed? Didn't he say he wouldn't try her when he entered the palace? How could he change his mind now? Yes. Du Shuyan nodded. The emperor said he would try her in 3 days. Lord Du put away his surprised expression and stared at Du Shuyan seriously. Yinner, do you trust her so much? Lord Du was worried that this would cause Du Shuyan to misunderstand, so he explained, Grandfather just thinks this matter is very serious. The emperor couldn't touch the prince of Yueqing, so how could a mother of a brothel have the ability? Du Shuyan understood his concerns, but since the emperor agreed, he must have other plans in mind. How could someone sitting in that position act impulsively? Grandfather, don't worry. The emperor must have some plans in mind. After the conversation, Du Shuyan sent someone to Fenghua Tower to say hello to Lord Du, and then went to the Dali Temple to see Shenyu. Now that Prince Yueqing is locked up, Shenyu must be calling her a liar in her heart. Shenyu really thought so. Think about how much she suffered to send Prince Yueqing to the Dali Temple, but the Dali Temple didn't even have a chance to try Prince Yueqing. What's the point of her enduring humiliation for so long? She sat on the hay with her lips pursed, secretly cursing Du Shuyan as a liar. Seeing Shenyu like this, King Yueqing felt much more comfortable. I said you were too happy too early. King Yueqing looked at her with a smile. If you continue to play crazy, I might be able to spare your life. Shenyu didn't even bother to raise her eyelids, sneering, I don't think this is the end. As for King Yueqing saying to spare her life, forget it, a cheap life, nothing left. What's the point of living? Then wait and see. King Yueqing raised his eyebrows and said, and heard footsteps coming. He turned his head to look at the aisle, and saw the jailer leading Du Shuyan over. Miss Du is here to see me. Prince Yueqing called Du Shuyan. His eyes fell on her graceful figure. Your Highness seems to be fine. Du Shuyan stopped and looked back at Prince Yueqing with a curled lip. Thanks to Lord Du, everything is fine. Miss Du must be disappointed. Shenyu is such a fool, it is impossible for him to think of pretending to be crazy. He thought about it these 2 days. The only time he had contact with Shenyu during that period was when Du Shuyan went to his house. After that, Shenyu went crazy. Disappointed? Du Shuyan chuckled, not necessarily. The emperor will interrogate the prince in the Golden Palace in 3 days. I hope the prince will be so kind by then. Du Shuyan said this, and walked to the door of Shenyu's prison, not caring what Prince Yueqing thought. Miss Du, do you really want me to get into trouble? If Shenhui sent you here, you and the prince might still be a family. Your Majesty, you should save your energy to plead your innocence in 3 days. Shenyu was confused, but she caught the key information. Are you telling the truth? When did I lie to you? Du Shuyan raised her eyebrows and looked at Shenyu. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, right? She believed that her mother would not joke about this. There was no reason, just believed that she would not lie to herself. That's good. Shenyu reacted to Du Shuyan's words and stared at her. Are you hinting at me? To be precise, she was hinting at her and the king of Yueqing. Isn't it obvious? Du Shuyan did not refute her words. It can't be that just because you let the king of Yueqing enter the Dali Temple, the harm you and your mother have done to me can be written off. She is not a good person. She will remember and return the hurt to others. Shenyu had no expression on his face. So you came here today to say this? Du Shuyan nodded, I guess so. By the way, let's see how much time you have left to live. It seems that you don't have many days left now. Shenyu lowered his eyes and laughed softly. You know me well, but don't be complacent. Although Shenhui did not treat me well in the end, I won in the end. After all, Shenhui loved her from childhood to adulthood. If you think you can win, then win. Du Shuyan left the Dali Temple after saying this. Shenyu liked to compete with her from childhood to adulthood, and she was used to it. Chapter 224. After receiving the landscape painting from Prince Yueqing, young Xian locked herself in her room all day to study it. After studying it for several days, she still couldn't see anything. She frowned and looked at the ordinary landscape painting. Was she overthinking? No, young Xian rejected this idea and stood up to find Yangwen. There are many capable people around the emperor, so why not let Dad give the painting to the emperor to see if there will be any discoveries? Lord Yang came back from duty, and was a little surprised to hear that young Xian was looking for him. Hearing from his wife that his daughter had been in the house for several days, and didn't know what she was doing, he was about to ask her, but he didn't expect his daughter to find him first. Dad, let's go to the study and talk. Young Xian pursed her lips. Her father and mother didn't know about her contact with the king of Yueqing. Taking out the painting now was equivalent to telling her father and mother. She was ready to be scolded. The two went to the study, and young Xian handed the painting in her hand to Yangwen. Dad, this is a painting said by the king of Yueqing. I think it may contain a mystery, but I have studied it for a few days without any results, so I want to ask you to help pass it to the emperor. Yang Wen took the painting, but his eyes were fixed on Yang Xian. How did you get involved with the king of Yueqing? The king of Yueqing is a cruel man. Aren't you making your father and mother worried? Seeing his daughter's well-behaved appearance, Yang Wen couldn't bear to blame her after all. Next time, discuss everything with your parents. What will your parents do if something goes wrong? Yang Xian smiled and nodded to promise, my daughter knows, and it won't happen again. No, she didn't know the location of the mine in the hands of the king of Yueqing. Dad, can I go see the king of Yueqing? Fearing that Yang Wen would not agree, Yang Xian pointed to the painting in his hand. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Anyway, he is imprisoned and can't do anything to me. Thinking about it, Yang Wen nodded and agreed. The king of Yueqing was a little surprised when he heard that Yang Xian came to see him. He could understand that other people were taking advantage of others, but he really couldn't understand Yang Xian. Is the prince okay? Yang Xian waited for the person who led the way to go down, walked to the prison door, and asked softly. Before the king of Yueqing could speak, Shin Yu came forward. Tsk, the prince is really charming. Which lady did you trick into falling in love with you again? Before, the king of Yueqing would definitely think that Shin Yu was jealous, but now, he could only hear endless ridicule. This is a satire on what he did when he met her before. Very good, why is Miss Yang here? The king of Yueqing automatically ignored Shin Yu's words, and looked at Yang Xian in a plain dress. She had a gentle smile on her face. This was the first time that the king of Yueqing saw Yang Xian smile like this, which made him a little dazed. Before, Yang Xian was either polite or cold and distant to him. Even if she cared about him, she was just doing business. Miss Yang? Seeing that the two ignored him, Shin Yu continued to be sarcastic. It turns out that she is the daughter of Lord Yang. Miss Yang should open her eyes, so as not to end up like Miss Yao. Shin Yu also described Yao Xian's appearance. Shin Yu, shut up. The king of Yueqing really wanted to tear Shin Yu's mouth apart, and not let him have a good chat with Yang Xian. The old man must have deliberately locked him up next to Shin Yu, so that he could not interrogate him and let Shin Yu annoy him. Why should I shut up? Shin Yu raised his chin. This cell is not yours. You say yours, I say mine. If you don't want to listen, just cover your ears. The king of Yueqing was so angry that his face turned green. Thank you for your concern. Yang Xian thanked Shin Yu in a good-tempered manner. I have something to say to the prince. Sorry to bother you. Shin Yu, This person has a really good temper. Yang Xian gave her the feeling of a gentle lady, but also a little distant. No wonder the hypocrite Prince Yueqing wanted to deceive others. Seeing that Shin Yu stopped talking, the prison suddenly became quiet. Yang Xian didn't want to stay any longer, so he went straight to the point. Thank you for the painting, Prince. Her voice was low, so only the Prince of Yueqing could hear it. I heard from my father that the prince would be fine, so I didn't come to see him, but... The Prince of Yueqing's heart was lifted up as she spoke, but what? He had a vague sense of foreboding. The painting looked ordinary, but I didn't expect it to have a hidden secret. Yang Xian said ambiguously, staring at the Prince of Yueqing, not missing his expression. The Prince of Yueqing's face changed, and he suppressed the shock in his heart and pretended to be calm. How could it be? The painting is just an ordinary painting. Confirming his guess, Yang Xian stood up. I guess I read too many stories, and I saw that the ink was lighter in some places, so I thought there was something. The painting belongs to the prince, and if the prince says there is nothing, then there is nothing. The king of Yueqing did not relax because of Yang Xian's careless expression, but felt even more uneasy. Until Yang Xian left, he was still immersed in Yang Xian's words, and he did not hear a word of what Yang Xian said later. If Shin Yu said this, the king of Yueqing would not doubt it, but Yang Xian was a smart man, otherwise, he would not have taken his key without him noticing. Thinking of this, the king of Yueqing slapped the prison door in a panic. Let me out. If the things in the painting were really taken by the emperor, he would really have nothing. Even if he got out and lost the mine, wouldn't he have no chance to make a comeback? What are you howling for? Shin Yu showed impatience. It's so noisy. I really don't know what Miss Yang said to this hypocrite to make him so anxious. The king of Yueqing yelled for a long time, but no one paid attention to him. After a while, it was estimated that someone couldn't stand it anymore, walked over and said stop yelling and turned away. At the same time, Yang Wen has already sent the painting to the emperor in the imperial study. Looking at the painting in front of him, the emperor studied it for a while, and there was nothing special about it. If there is anything special, it is that the painting is particularly ugly in his opinion. Haha, suddenly I found that the king of Yueqing is like a wild monster in the game, and he can explode different things every time. The jade pendant exploded when he was forced to drink, the key exploded when he went boating with Yang Xian, and now even the mine exploded. The king of Yueqing must be regretting it now. If he hadn't been so smart as to give the painting to Yang Xian, the mine probably wouldn't have been lost. No, it will still be lost, haha, but it won't be lost so quickly. Master Yang, please leave first. The emperor waved his hand to let Yang Wen leave, and sighed as he looked at the painting. What is the tyrant sighing about? I see. This feeling of knowing that the painting has a mystery, but not being able to see through it is probably the same as the feeling of powerlessness of eunuchs visiting brothels. Eunuch Chao should know this feeling very well. The emperor, Lure, should I describe it so aptly? At this time, the guard came in to report. Your Majesty, the princess wants to see you. Chapter 225. Let someone in quickly. Mu Shui came in and bowed, and explained Yao Xian's situation truthfully. The emperor was very concerned about Yao Xian's condition, so she would come to report the situation every few days. These days, she has been living in the side hall of her aunt, concubine De. Thank you, princess. The emperor said and looked at Eunuch Chao. The third prince and General Jin should be arriving in the capital soon, right? He asked this question out of the blue, which made Eunuch Chao stunned for a moment. But Eunuch Chao's mouth was faster than his brain and responded, Yes, Your Majesty, the third prince and General Jin will probably arrive in the capital tomorrow. After the emperor asked, he observed Mu Shui's expression, and was a little confused about the progress of the two. The third prince came back from Changshan for Mu Shui, so shouldn't things be settled smoothly? Why didn't Mu Shui react much? Mu Shui didn't show it on her face, but when she heard that the third prince was about to come back, she couldn't help but think of the empty hug he gave her when he left and the words wait for me to come back. The tyrant is really good at playing, he deliberately asked the heroine, and confused the tool Chao Gonggong. The third brother might have wanted to come back secretly to surprise the heroine, but you just revealed it directly. The emperor, This is because the second and third brothers have not made any progress, so he wants to test the waters. By the way, after asking Eunuch Chao, the emperor looked at Mu Shui. I heard that the princess is quite knowledgeable about calligraphy and painting. I have a painting here. Can the princess take a look? Eunuch Chao brought the painting to Mu Shui and unfolded it. Mu Shui walked a few steps closer, looked at the painting carefully, and whispered, The person who painted this painting probably learned it not long ago. Not only is the coloring uneven, but the painting skills are also relatively rough. The emperor raised his eyebrows, feeling a little disappointed. Other than that, the princess didn't see anything? If someone else said that this painting was full of mysteries, he would definitely think they were talking nonsense. But this was said by Lure, so it must be true. Why did the tyrant look a little disappointed? Although she is the heroine, she doesn't know the plot, so she can't tell at a glance. I do know what is in the painting, but it's a pity that I can't speak. Mu Shui's mind moved slightly after hearing what the emperor said. It turns out that the emperor didn't just let her appreciate the painting. She raised her hand and slowly stroked the painting. Then she put her slender white hand back to her nose and sniffed it gently. Smelling the familiar smell, Mu Shui put down her hand and took out a bottle of potion from her bosom. Your Majesty, this painting is soaked in special medicine. Let me try to restore it to its original appearance. She thought the uneven coloring of the painting was caused by the poor painting skills of the painter, but now it seems to be due to the potion. The emperor walked down from the top excitedly. What does the princess need? I will ask Eunuch Chao to prepare it. Mu Shui shook her head. Just lay the painting flat on the table. Eunuch Chao, hurry up. Eunuch Chao laid the painting flat, and Mu Shui walked to the table, opened the porcelain bottle in her hand, and sprinkled the medicine in the porcelain bottle on the painting. In a moment, the hidden map appeared on the painting. Mu Shui was a little surprised. This seems to be a map. The emperor looked at the painting on the table and frowned slightly. To be precise, it is a scrambled map. The king of Yueqing is really cautious. It's just like a puzzle, not difficult. Emperor, It's not difficult to say, but it doesn't mark the small place of Yueqing. How can I know if it's spelled correctly? Because of studying the map, the emperor locked himself in the imperial study for a long time and didn't eat dinner. Yueqing is so big, it's part of General Yao's territory. Instead of studying here, it's better to let General Yao put the map together. The emperor stood up as if he had been enlightened, and asked Eunuch Chao to go to concubine Xian's palace for dinner. Lure is still a good little cotton-padded jacket. She usually speaks a bit hurtful, but she can hit the point at the critical moment. Well, if you are upset, go to your mother's palace to eat, but don't pass your negative energy to your mother. The emperor, He went to concubine Xian's palace to feed her milk. Seeing that Luor still has the energy to make up stories about him, I guess she is not hungry. Hee, it happens that I am hungry too. I can go back to drink milk and sleep. The emperor listened to Uilua, the little chatterbox, all the way to Concubine Xian's Zuehua Palace. Concubine Xian seemed to be waiting for Uilua to come back, and did not rest. She stood up when she heard footsteps. It was completely dark outside, and the emperor came in wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and holding Uilua. Behind him was the dark night, and the warm yellow palace lantern shone on his majestic face, making him look a little softer. In fact, Concubine Xian didn't know whether it was because of the palace lanterns or because the emperor was holding Uilua in his arms, making him look less majestic and irritable than the usual emperor, but more like a father bringing a child home. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor smiled and asked Concubine Xian to stand up and handed Uilua to her. Luor is probably hungry. I brought her here to feed her. Aren't you hungry and want to eat for free? Your mother has already eaten. Do you have the nerve to eat by yourself? Concubine Xian took Uilua, and Huarui turned around to get the milk. Has the emperor never had dinner? The emperor nodded. I was busy and forgot. Can you keep talking nonsense? Eunuch Xiao kept reminding you, but you didn't eat and said you forgot. I know, the tyrant said he didn't eat in the imperial study just to pretend to be pitiful in front of his mother to gain sympathy. He is really a cunning man. Thinking of the emperor's tragic past, Uilua sighed in his heart. Forget it, it's not easy for a tyrant. You are a poor little thing who is not loved by your father and mother, and a tool of the royal family. Let you pretend to be miserable for once. While feeding Uilua, Concubine Xian ordered Huarui to heat up the meal and serve it. It just so happens that I haven't eaten it either, so let's eat it together, Your Majesty. Ah, my mother was really fooled by the tyrant. She said she hadn't eaten it even though she had. The emperor couldn't help laughing when he heard Uilua's crazy voice. Concubine Xian heard his low laughter and looked at him in surprise. Was what she said so interesting? It was worth the emperor's laughter. The emperor noticed Concubine Xian's gaze. He put away the smile on his face, looked at Concubine Xian with a gentle face, and felt for no reason that a family was having a meal under the lamp. Luor was right. His past was indeed tragic. His mother was only interested in winning favor, which made his father very disgusted, and he was naturally not liked by his father, but because of his talent and intelligence, he was suitable to rule the world. For the sake of the people of the world, even if his father did not like him, he still did not abolish his position as the crown prince. He just used cruel means to train him to become a person suitable to rule the world. Perhaps, he was worried that he would bear a grudge against him, and vent his hatred on his favorite Prince Huiqin, so he left a life-saving talisman for Prince Huiqin. My beloved concubine, you don't have to accompany me. The emperor was brought back to his senses by the aroma of food on the table. Chapter 226. As an emperor, it is a necessary skill to read people's minds. Even if he did not hear Uilua's inner voice, the emperor could tell from Huarui's reaction that Concubine Xian had already eaten. He picked up the chopsticks and explained in a gentler voice, I know you must have eaten at this time. If you eat with me, you will definitely feel uncomfortable at night. When he was a child, he was locked up in the Colosseum by his father to fight with wild beasts. When he came out, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes prepared by the maids, he didn't care about anything else and wolfed down half of the food. It was also that time that he realized that eating too much would make him feel so uncomfortable. Concubine Xian was startled, and she thought of the rumors she heard when she entered the palace, and she had some guesses in her mind. The emperor probably thought of his childhood experience, so he said this. In the first few years after entering the palace, there were many rumors about the emperor in the palace. Later, the emperor acted ruthlessly and toughly, and the rumors gradually dissipated. Okay, Concubine Xian curved her lips, and sat aside to watch the emperor eat. Uilua turned her dark eyes, and her gaze moved back and forth between the two of them. Strange, why do I suddenly feel a warm feeling? Ah, Uilua, wake up. The tyrant is currently a suitable king, and barely a suitable father, compared to the late emperor. But he is definitely not a suitable husband. Thinking of this, Uilua nodded firmly. That's right, he is not a suitable husband. When I grow up and have a princess's mansion, I will let my mother accompany me to live in the princess's mansion. The emperor felt that the good atmosphere was completely ruined by her roar. What do you mean by barely being a suitable father? He is already very competent. He cares for several princes and princesses, and he has carefully cultivated the crown prince. Is this barely? Luor's requirements are really high. The next day, after the emperor came to the morning court, He sent someone to bring General Yao to the imperial study. Yuilua yawned and muttered to himself. Today's morning court was really early. I was not used to seeing the tyrant and the ministers fighting wits and courage. Your Majesty, General Yao is here. General Yao had been accompanying Yao Xian in the palace since he came back. He knew that the emperor was going to interrogate the king of Yueqing. He guessed that the emperor had summoned him to discuss the matter concerning the king of Yueqing. Unexpectedly, just after he finished paying his respects, the emperor asked Eunuch Chao to give him a painting. Look at this map. Can you spell it out and tell me where in Yueqing it is? General Yao took the painting and his eyes widened after reading it. Your Majesty, give me pen, ink and paper, and I will draw it right away. General Yao's voice was a little trembling. This was the territory of their Yao family in Yueqing, and he knew it very well. But the map that the emperor got from somewhere was still messed up. Guessing what he was thinking, the emperor ordered Eunuch Chao to prepare pen, ink and paper for him and began to explain. This painting was given by the Prince of Yueqing as a gift. Could this be the location of the Prince of Yueqing's mine? General Yao understood instantly that Xian'er had said that the Prince of Yueqing had a mine, but she didn't know the exact location. This location is indeed hidden, and if there is no map, the Prince of Yueqing himself probably wouldn't be able to find it. The emperor nodded. When the matter of the Prince of Yueqing is over, I will order someone to accompany you to Yueqing to check the situation. General Yao left the imperial study and returned to the side hall where Yao Xian was staying temporarily, and told Yao Xian about this. Yao Xian cried with joy and held Mrs. Yao's hand tightly. She was glad that everything was still in time. When she knew about this, she wanted to tell her father, but the king of Yueqing said that it was not certain what the mine was, and if it was wrong, it would be a false joy. Wait until it is confirmed before telling her father. She didn't think much about it at the time, but she didn't expect that she would be locked up in a dark room when she woke up a few days later. Xian'er, don't cry. Mrs. Yao wiped her tears distressfully, thinking of how she had been fooled by the false feelings of the king of Yueqing over the years. She wanted to slap herself hard. When this is over, we will go back home and let Xian'er take good care of herself. General Yao had tears in his eyes, and gently patted Yao Xian's shoulder. Yao Xian's body stiffened, and nodded after a while. The emperor took Yuilua to the Dali temple after getting the map. The king of Yueqing, who had been making a fuss for 2 days, had a hoarse voice. He raised his head when he heard the footsteps, and stood up suddenly when he saw the familiar bright yellow. Let me out. He held the iron door tightly with both hands, and his red eyes made Yuilua feel that he wanted to tear the emperor to pieces. I will let you out tomorrow. The emperor looked calm, which made Prince Yueqing even more angry. Why do you want to lock me up? Prince Yueqing took out the will on his body. Don't you dare to disobey the will left by your father? Looking at his angry look, the emperor raised his eyebrows. You came to the Dali temple voluntarily. What does this have to do with the will? The Prince of Yueqing just wanted to enter the Dali temple, so that even if Yao Kong came to Beijing, he could stay out of it, and say that he was in prison and had nothing to do with the matter. Unfortunately, everything went against his wishes, and he couldn't just enter the Dali temple whenever he wanted. Let me out now. The Prince of Yueqing stared at the emperor. I came in by myself, and I want to get out now. The emperor stared at the Prince of Yueqing as if he was a fool. I let you out, and let you continue to cause trouble for me with the oar in your hand. It was not easy to completely get rid of the king of Yueqing. He would have to be crazy to let the king of Yueqing go. Yang Xian gave you the painting. The king of Yueqing's tone was very sure, and he laughed at himself. Yang Xian is really your man, so what if you get the painting? The mystery in the painting is not known to everyone. The emperor glanced at Eunuch Chao, and Eunuch Chao took out the map drawn by General Yao. Do you think you did it very secretly? The emperor smiled at the king of Yueqing. I have already got the map, and I don't know what surprise I will get when I interrogate you tomorrow. Ha ha ha, did the tyrant really think that the king of Yueqing was a wild monster that would drop equipment? Give me back the map. The king of Yueqing reached out to grab the map, but the prison door blocked his way, so it was in vain. Father is right, you are really cold-blooded and heartless. No wonder father doesn't like you, and your mother doesn't love you either. Even if you sit in this position, you are still a poor creature that no one loves. You are right. The emperor was indifferent to the heartbreaking words of the king of Yueqing. I am not liked by my father, but so what? I am still the emperor, and you, no matter how you please my father, are just a prince. My father doesn't like him, but he is not so foolish as to hand over the throne to an incompetent person. By the way, if I remember correctly, my father thinks your personality is like the girl he likes, so he indulges you. The emperor looked at the changing expression of Prince Yueqing and felt very happy. Chapter 227. The third prince and Jean Tingen arrived in the capital, and wanted to see Mu Shui as soon as possible. However, they saw Mu Shui at a restaurant when they entered the city. Noticing the gaze, the other party raised her hand and waved to him. Jean Tingen raised his eyebrows. No wonder he had to run back to the capital last time. It turned out that there was a beautiful woman waiting for him. The third prince, riding on his horse, looked at Mu Shui in a white dress. Behind her was a red restaurant, which made her white dress more eye-catching. Or maybe her appearance was already eye-catching. I was wondering why Sister Shui was suddenly willing to accompany us. It turns out that you have other intentions. Qin Qianqian and Du Xuan walked to Mu Shui's side, laughing and teasing. Mu Shui put away her smile, her eyes still on the gradually receding third prince. Until she could no longer see him, she retracted her eyes and returned to the private room. It seems that Qianqian is in a good mood today, and she has started to tease me. Qin Qianqian was about to say something when she saw the third prince, who had just disappeared, push open the door of the private room and walk in. Princess. Perhaps because he walked in a hurry, his hair was a little messy and hung in front of his forehead. When he called Mu Shui, his eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. Qin Qianqian was watching happily on the side, and Du Xuan pulled her sleeve and quietly left the private room. When she left, she was still reluctant to hold the door frame and wanted to continue watching. But Du Xuan pulled her away mercilessly. Don't watch. Qin Qianqian curled her lips. She was curious about how a person as beautiful as the third prince got along with Sister Shui. Mu Shui in the private room was full of the third prince in her heart and eyes, and did not notice the two people who left secretly. Your Highness is back. Mu Shui held back for a long time before finally saying this nonsense. She felt a little annoyed, but pretended to be calm as she poured a cup of tea for the third prince. The third prince looked at the tea held by her white fingers, raised his hands holding things and smiled. This is a specialty brought to the princess, from Chanshan. I won't drink the tea. Mu Shui pursed her lips and put down the tea. Her eyes fell on the specialty in the butter paper bag in his hand, and asked uncertainly. So much, all for me? It would take her a long time to eat so much by herself. Your Highness, this is too much. Why don't you share some with other princes and princesses, and I just take some? The third prince stuffed the food into her hands. Don't worry, they have some too. These are all yours. There are many kinds. Eat slowly. After saying that, he picked up the tea on the table and drank it all. I have to go back to the palace to report. I'm leaving first. Mu Shui looked at the empty teacup on the table, then looked at the specialty in her hand, and the corners of her mouth slowly rose. Didn't you say you don't want to drink? Qin Qianqian couldn't wait to pull Du Xuan in when she saw the third prince leave. Sister Shui, the third prince left so soon? Mu Shui put the things in her hand on the table, and saw Qin Qianqian sitting at the table, and took a cup and poured tea to her mouth. Remembering that this cup was the one the third prince had just drunk, Mu Shui's hands were faster than her brain, and took the tea from Qin Qianqian's mouth and drank it all. After putting down the cup, she saw Qin Qianqian and Du Xuan staring at her without blinking, and Mu Shui coughed lightly, and explained in an unnatural way, too thirsty. Du Xuan seemed to have noticed something and smiled without saying anything. Qin Qianqian was not so careful. She thought Mu Shui was really thirsty, so she took the cup from her hand and poured her another cup. Sister Shui, drink it. Just now, she just wanted to take the cup and didn't think too much. Now that she calmed down, Mu Shui realized that she had drunk from the cup used by the third prince. She felt her face was a little hot, and the cup in her hand became particularly hot. Sister Shui, are you hot? Seeing that her face was a little red, Qin Qianqian looked at the weather outside. It's not hot today. Du Xuan held his forehead and turned the topic to the things on the table. Did the third prince give these? Qin Qianqian's attention quickly shifted to the things on the table. Mu Shui put down the tea in her hand, retracted her mind, and took the butter paper bag in front of her. The third prince brought it, saying it is a specialty of Chanshan County. Opening the bag and seeing the specialty inside, Mu Shui's movements froze. Inside were her favorite sweets. What's wrong? Qin Qianqian came forward. Did Sister Shui look like she didn't like it? Sister Shui, the third prince has good intentions. She originally wanted to say that the third prince has good intentions. Don't you like it? But when she saw the contents of the bag clearly, she changed her words. The third prince has good intentions. He really understands Sister Shui, and knows that Sister Shui likes to eat sweets. Mu Shui felt warm in her heart, and this warmth expanded infinitely in her heart and swept through her whole body. Qianqian doesn't like sweets. Mu Shui looked at Du Xuan. Xuan, do you like it? It's okay if you don't like it. I look at other things. Mu Shui took a bag and opened it. It was still sweets. Finally, the three of them looked at the butter bags full of sweets on the table and laughed out loud. It seems we can't eat them. Qin Qianqian made a regretful look. The third prince is really considerate. The way he smiled just now was really like a fairy. That was just a casual smile. If he smiled like the second prince, the girls in the capital would be fascinated by him. No wonder Sister Shui was obsessed with the third prince. Stop teasing the princess. Qin Qianqian stared at Du Shuyan angrily, pretending to be angry, and said, "The second prince is Sister Shui's cousin, so you are helping Sister Shui, right?" Mu Shui was a little amused. "Didn't the fourth prince express his feelings to you last time?" Hearing this, Qin Qianqian sighed, as limp as an eggplant hit by frost. "Don't mention it. I don't know what's in the fourth prince's mind." The feelings were expressed, but she didn't see the fourth prince again. "He may be busy," Du Shuyan said softly. "If you want to see him, you can take the initiative to find him." Qin Qianqian sighed again, and told the two about the last time she took the initiative. "Do you think there is anyone like him?" "He also said that I am a female pervert." Du Shuyan was speechless. "I guess the fourth prince is shy. It seems that the second prince is thick-skinned, and was not scared away by her." The third prince left the restaurant, and walked across the street with Jin Tingen to the palace. On the way, the two listened to the people talking about the king of Yueqing, but they were not sure which ones were true, and which ones were false. After all, rumors will inevitably change as they spread. "Your Majesty, the third prince and General Jin have returned to the capital. The emperor has been in a good mood since he met the queen of Yueqing. Let someone in. The tyrant has been very happy since he saw the king of Yueqing. Could he be upset?" Yui Luo looked up and looked at the emperor. He was pretending to be indifferent in the Dali temple. It seems that he still cares about the late emperor and his mother. The emperor, who was still smiling, froze. What is upset? Only the words of the king of Yueqing can upset him. The words of the king of Yueqing are not worth mentioning compared to Luo's arrangement of him. Father and mother are not good to him, so why should he be sad for two people who don't care about him? Chapter 228. He didn't have so much free time to think about why his father didn't like him, and why his mother didn't love him. He could still live well without the care of the two. Didn't his father also say that as an emperor, many emotions are unnecessary? The third prince and Jin Tingen walked into the imperial study and interrupted the emperor's thoughts. "Get up." The emperor asked the two to stand up, gave them seats, and asked about Shan Shan. "Replying to your father, I have caught a man." The third prince paused with an annoyed look. "This man is a deadly warrior. He bit himself and committed suicide without questioning him after being caught. I thought that if we caught this man, we could catch the person behind the scenes that Luo mentioned, but when this man died, the clues were cut off again. Don't worry, the monk may escape, but the temple cannot. This man's master is now in the capital. Seeing that this man is so cautious, I don't know if he will show up tomorrow. You and General Jin have worked hard this time. Although you haven't found the person behind the scenes, you have saved the people of Chanshan, and you will be rewarded." The two of them bowed their hands to thank him, and Jin Tingen looked at the third prince. "The third prince and Lord Kai are thoughtful, and I am grateful to them." The emperor laughed out loud. "General Jin, there is no need to be modest. I believe you have also heard about the incident with Prince Yueqing." After telling the two about Prince Yueqing and Northern Frontier, the emperor said to Jin Tingen, "I did not consider the situation in Northern Frontier very well. I plan to let the soldiers in Northern Frontier return to Beijing to reunite with their families, so everyone is a wise man." Jin Tingen understood what the emperor meant without the emperor finishing his words. He took the initiative to continue the emperor's words. "I would like to stay in Northern Frontier temporarily. After being idle in the capital for so long, he is not someone who can stay idle. It would be nice to go to Northern Frontier to take a look. Anyway, there are female officials taking care of the mansion now, and his father is still in good health, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Oh, my uncle is really a person who can't sit still, but the tyrant is quite obedient. He actually admitted that he was not thoughtful and made progress." The emperor, I heard that the specialty of Chanshan County is good, and I don't know if the third prince brought it back. Now he is in the probation period, and it is impossible for him to miss such a good opportunity to show his ability. Woohoo, I want to eat sugar cakes." The emperor subconsciously looked at the third prince. "Father," the third prince took out a wrapped candy man from his arms. "This is for Luor. I wanted to bring local specialties to Luor, but then I remembered that Luor was still too young and had no teeth yet, so she couldn't eat them. Fortunately, he found a vendor who was very skilled in making all kinds of candy men, and bought a candy man before he came. Otherwise, Luo would definitely think that her brother had forgotten her. Candy man? Yui Luo looked at the candy man in the third prince's hand with shining eyes. I was touched. The third prince didn't forget me, a little cutie, and remembered to bring me such a cute candy man. The third prince stepped forward and handed the candy man to Yui Luo, and raised his hand to pinch her little face. Luo can only look at it, not eat it. When you grow up, your brother will buy you whatever you want. Yui Luo blinked her dark eyes, and shook her head with a smile. Jean Tingen was not to be outdone. Your Majesty, I brought some things. Please ask someone to pass them to Empress Xian. Uncle is also very good. Mother must be very happy to receive the things brought back by Uncle. The Emperor snorted in his heart. It turns out that everyone is good, but he, the father, is not good. I will give it to concubine Xian. You can go back and have a rest. Feeling that the Emperor's tone seemed unhappy, the third prince was a little confused. Could it be that his father was upset because he didn't bring anything for him? The two of them left, and the Emperor raised his hand and rubbed Yui Luo's head. You were bribed by a sugar man. He gave Luo such an important jade pendant, but Luo didn't seem so happy. Don't mess up my hair. The Emperor looked at the messy hair he had messed up, and then looked at her angry look. After all, he couldn't bear to see her lovely face with messy hair, so he raised his hand and carefully restored it to its original state. I know you are upset because your third brother didn't bring you a gift, but you can't take it out on me. Forget it, seeing that you were stabbed in the heart by the king of Yueqing today, I give you a bite of candy. Yui Luo tried hard to pass the candy man in her hand to the Emperor's mouth. Luo, are you going to give it to your father? The Emperor wanted to tease Yui Luo, but was worried that she would regret it, so he lowered his head and bit the candy man without waiting for her to respond. Looking at the candy man without a head, Yui Luo felt extremely regretful. Angry, what is the bloody mouth of the tyrant, my head? Bah, give me back the head of the candy man. Eunuch Chao pretended to be invisible. The Emperor actually ate the candy man. Doesn't the Emperor dislike eating too sweet things? It's fine if he ate it, but he took such a big bite. The Emperor swallowed the candy man in his mouth and picked up Yui Luo. Let's go and send food to your mother. When the two of them left, concubine Xian was trimming flowers and plants. She knew that her brother would return to Beijing today, so she waited in the palace on purpose and didn't go to play cards. From childhood to adulthood, her brother would bring her gifts no matter where he went. When the Emperor saw concubine Xian was about to pay her respects, he stopped her. I don't know if it was because of that day, but concubine Xian felt that the Emperor seemed to be much gentler towards her. Is Luo hungry? Ha ha ha, every time the tyrant comes, it's either me or he is hungry. No wonder Mother would ask this question. Every day's life is really a one-way street, and Mother's bedroom is almost becoming the tyrant's canteen. Emperor. This is for you. The Emperor sat down with Yui Luo in his arms, and handed the things in his hand to concubine Xian. Concubine Xian was stunned. What is this? The Emperor didn't give her a gift because she said she would accompany him for dinner that day. She just said it casually that day, because she knew about the Emperor's childhood. She couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to him. Besides, he also cared for Luo, so she wanted to return the favor. This is a specialty brought by your uncle for you, Mother, not given by the tyrant. The Emperor understood concubine Xian's reaction after hearing it, and explained, General Jean asked me to give it to you. Seeing concubine Xian's relieved look, the Emperor felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that his gift puts concubine Xian under so much pressure? Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Xian took the gift, opened it, took a look, and handed it to Huarui with a smile. If I bring food to my beloved concubine, will my beloved concubine not accept it? Concubine Xian didn't expect the Emperor to ask this question, and was immediately speechless. The Emperor gave her gifts before because he loved her because of Luo. But if he really took the initiative to buy her food, it would be different. It shows that the Emperor has begun to care about her. After staying in the palace for so long, she can see clearly that she can't bear the king's love. She just hopes that Luo and her father and brother are safe. Isn't it obvious that Mother doesn't want to talk about feelings with you, and is worried that you will have other ideas about her? The Emperor, Is he being disliked again? Chapter 229. I have received many gifts from the Emperor. Empress Xian talked about something else, and only then did she notice that half of the candy man in Yui Luo's hand was missing. She looked anxious, thinking that Yui Luo had eaten the candy man when she was not paying attention. Your Majesty, who gave Luo the candy man? The Emperor saw Empress Xian checking Yui Luo's mouth and understood why she asked this question. He raised his hand and touched his nose, The third brother gave it to me, and the candy man was eaten by me, not Luor. Yuilua was still wondering why her mother wanted to look at her mouth, but she understood it instantly after hearing this. She immediately puffed her cheeks and glanced at the emperor. Now I know how embarrassing it is. I almost got blamed for you and made my mother worry. She obviously doesn't like eating candy, but she eats so much in one bite. I really wonder if the tyrant did it on purpose. Emperor, he did have some intentional elements in it, but this candy man is really sweet. Concubine Xiang glanced at the emperor in surprise, and said softly to Yuilua, "Does Luor like to eat candy?" Yuilua smacked her lips and nodded. "I like it, but I don't have teeth, so I'm so angry." Empress Xian pinched her little face lovingly, and ordered Huarui to grind up the candy crisps sent by Jean Tingen, and soak them in water to satisfy Yuilua's craving. At the same time, a mansion in the capital. "Master, the trial of Prince Yueqing will be held tomorrow. Do you need your subordinates to arrange it?" The man in black glanced at him. What's going on with Yao Kong? After the subordinate told him the news he had found out, the man in black suddenly tightened his hand holding the teacup, and the entire knuckle began to turn white. He looked at the teacup in his hand, and was silent for a while before he loosened his grip on the cup. "It seems that I won't be able to watch the excitement openly tomorrow. The Prince of Yueqing is really useless. He was being monitored by the Emperor, and had no idea of his every move. I really don't know if he has only grown older, but not smarter over the years. Originally, he wanted to wait for Yao Kong to successfully enter the capital, so that he could catch the cicada while the Oriole was behind. The Prince of Yueqing wanted to use him like this back then, so he could just give him a taste of his own medicine and restore his identity at the same time. It seems that the plan has to be changed now. The restoration of the identity has to be done at another suitable time, preferably after the death of Prince Yueqing, so that there will be no evidence. At that time, even if the Emperor doubts the truth of his words, there is no definite evidence." The next day, the Jinwan Palace gathered civil and military officials and several princes, and everyone was talking about the matter of Prince Yueqing. After the Emperor entered the Jinwan Palace with Yuilua in his arms, everyone stopped talking, tidied up their court clothes, and knelt down to salute. "Everyone, get up." The Emperor sat on the dragon throne, glanced at the ministers below, and finally his eyes fell on Lord Du. "Lord Du, have someone bring in Prince Yueqing." Soon, Prince Yueqing was brought in. He shook off the guards who were pulling him, and looked at the Emperor sitting on the dragon throne with a mocking look on his face. The gentleness he pretended in the past was gone. "Brother, I have already reminded you. Do you really want to violate the will of my father?" Yuilua looked at the door of the palace, and complained in his heart. "Prince Yueqing has appeared. Why hasn't Prince Duan appeared yet? Doesn't he want to restore his identity? This shouldn't be the case. Today is such a good opportunity. I can restore my identity and witness the death of Prince Yueqing." The people who heard this thought at the same time were extremely surprised. Prince Duan and other princes had planned to rebel, but the plot was exposed and the late emperor ordered him to be executed. How could he still be alive? The fourth prince was still a little sleepy, but he was awakened by Yuilua's thoughts. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned, looking at the third prince standing next to him, eager to tell him what he knew. After thinking for a while, the fourth prince gave up the idea. This was a secret between him and Luor, and he couldn't tell it. The few people who were shocked by Yuilua's inner voice came back to their senses, and Yuilua's inner voice sounded again. Could it be that he couldn't find the way back to the palace because he hadn't been back for too long, or that he overslept? It seems that it started a little early. If it weren't for the tyrant, I guess he would still be sleeping soundly. The Emperor, Logically speaking, Prince Duan should appear now, put all the blame for the rebellion on Prince Yueqing, and then restore his status. The ministers below were a little confused when they saw that the Emperor did not speak for a long time. Did the Emperor regret it? What's the point of interrogating with a will? Yes, I did lock Yaoxian up, but that's because she has mental problems. My family affairs don't need you to interfere, my brother. The king of Yueqing thought that the Emperor was silent because he had no words to refute, and the word smug was almost written on his face. Idiot, you better speak quickly, otherwise you won't have the chance to speak later. You are so arrogant even though you have no way out. It seems that there is a way out. The people who listened to the inner voice became alert. Could it be that someone else came to the Golden Palace to save Prince Yueqing? Then Yuilua blurted out a sentence. There is still a dead end. The Emperor, The princes, You instigated Yao Kong to rebel. Is this also your family business? The Emperor glared at Prince Yueqing. The will is not for you to use it to kill people like this. Prince Huiqing looked at the ministers around him who were silent, and wanted to go forward and pry open their mouths. These people don't care about the will and the imperial edict. He said that since he has the will, they shouldn't persuade the emperor to think twice. Why are they all silent? The ministers do have this idea in their hearts, but they dare not persuade him. The emperor is determined to do what he wants to do, and their persuasion is useless. They have already experienced the emperor's stubbornness in the assessment, and now they don't want to experience it again and make things difficult for themselves. It doesn't matter what the king of Huiqing and the emperor do, they just watch. Isn't Yao Xian still alive? The prince of Huiqing sneered. I didn't take human life lightly. It's you, the emperor, so naturally you have the final say. The emperor raised his eyebrows and ignored him. Bring the people up. Your Majesty, you must save me. You ordered me to kill the county magistrate of Changshan County and take the silver that the emperor allocated. The two men knelt on the ground and cried when they were brought in. The prince of Huiqing's face changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Majesty. The two men pulled the corner of his robe again. I wanted to do what you ordered, but those county magistrates who were killed and the silver were not mine. When they went there, someone had already done everything, but no matter how they said that this matter had nothing to do with them, the third prince and General Jean did not believe them. The ministers who were watching looked at the king of Huiqing. Why did they bring up the Changshan County case again? No wonder the emperor was not in a hurry to mention the matter there. It turned out that they could be tried together. I don't know you. The king of Huiqing did not expect that the two were so spineless that they would completely deny what he had confessed. Your Majesty, everything we said is true. The two knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Chapter 230. Soon his forehead turned red. It must be unpleasant to take the blame for someone else. The face of Prince Huiqing is now like a palette. He should learn from Prince Duan to train his loyal soldiers, so that he can't find any evidence against him. He used to fool Prince Duan around, but now he is the opposite. Why hasn't Prince Duan appeared yet? He hasn't appeared at this time. Is it because the tyrant has set up 2 strict guards? Yui Lua paused when she thought of this. Damn, how could I have overlooked this point? Compared to throwing dirty water on Prince Huiqing, it seems easier for him to restore his identity after Prince Huiqing dies without any evidence. It's over. Prince Duan probably changed his mind, because he saw that the situation was not right. If he succeeds in clearing his name, wouldn't it be easier to be a tyrant? The emperor, Still want to clear your name? Dream on. He deliberately relaxed the guards outside just to let Prince Duan enter the palace. If he still can't get in, it would be useless. The emperor retracted his thoughts. Prince Huiqing did intervene in the Changshan County incident, but there is indeed someone behind it. Prince Huiqing was stunned when he heard this, and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Wasn't the emperor interrogating him? He actually missed such a good opportunity to accuse him. I have a hunch that the tyrant must be holding back. Otherwise, why didn't he accuse Prince Huiqing? Here it comes. That little eunuch is Prince Duan. It's really not easy to get such a costume to watch the show. Prince Duan finally found an opportunity outside the palace to sneak into the palace, and he happened to hear the emperor's words when he came in. He secretly raised his eyes to glance at the emperor, and found that he was looking at him. Has he been discovered? Prince Duan lowered his eyes. He spent a lot of money to buy a human skin mask. It was impossible for him to be discovered. I wonder if the third prince has found out the person behind this? Prime Minister Li asked. The third prince shook his head. No, but this person deceived the people of Changshan to make weapons. I think he wanted to rebel. He paused here. I guess this person knows Prince Huiqing. He seems to know Prince Huiqing very well. Prince Huiqing frowned. Who among the people he knew had such courage and made weapons? He was even more arrogant than him. This person wants him to take the blame, so it can only be an enemy. Thinking of enemies, the faces of several princes who were executed in the past appeared in Prince Huiqing's mind. Impossible, they are all dead. Your Majesty, that little eunuch looks a little unfamiliar to me. Eunuch Chao, who was standing behind the right of the emperor, noticed the unfamiliar Prince Duan below and hurried forward to report. He was more familiar with these palace maids and eunuchs who could serve in the palace than anyone else. This person had been hanging his head when he came in, and he kept staring at him when he raised his head just now, and he always felt that he didn't look like a eunuch. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Seeing that Prince Duan was about to leave, the emperor ordered Eunuch Chao to follow him. Eunuch Chao's eyes were quite good. Hurry up and keep an eye on him. Don't let the duck that is close to your mouth fly away. Prince Huiqing, although you didn't kill the county magistrate of Changshan, you did instigate people to commit such acts of killing people. And the ministers have also read the secret letter you sent to Yao Kong. The emperor said, looking at Prince Yueqing. Have I wronged you for these things? On the other side, eunuch Chao, who followed Prince Duan out, lost him halfway. Prince Duan realized that something was wrong, so he tried to get rid of eunuch Chao. He couldn't reveal his identity now, otherwise just sneaking into the palace would hinder his restoration of his princely status. After all, with Prince Yueqing in front of him, the emperor would definitely be more cautious. Eunuch Chao looked at the place where Prince Duan disappeared, and hurriedly turned around to order people to seal the palace gate. After doing this, he went back to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, the person has been lost. I ordered people to seal the palace gate. I don't think this person can escape from the palace. Come on, do you think Prince Duan is stupid? He can't escape, so he returns to the palace to fall into the trap? The emperor dismissed eunuch Chao, and saw Prince Yueqing directly take out the will. Yes, you didn't wrong me. He unfolded the will and walked in front of the ministers, saying, But so what? I just wrote a secret letter. Can you convict me for this? At this point he laughed, full of provocation. What crime do you want to convict me of, brother? Execute me, or imprison me? TSK, are you starting to break the jar? That's awesome. Even if it's a broken jar, you have to break it as loudly as possible, right? By the way, why is Duke Rong not here? As someone who fought side by side with the late emperor, the other of the 2 letters of commitment written by the tyrant is probably in his hands. What Yuelua didn't know was that Duke Rong was still having dinner with his concubine at the moment, and had no idea about this. Dad? Duke Rong's eldest son Yuan Can hurried in. Why are you still having dinner? Something happened in the palace. Duke Rong glared at Yuan Can and said unhappily, What happened? The emperor wants to punish the king of Yueqing. Hearing this, the indifferent Duke Rong snorted. What does it have to do with us? Yuan Can supported his forehead and pulled Duke Rong, who was sitting on the chair, out and said, Didn't the late emperor give you a letter of commitment? Have you forgotten? Thinking of this, Duke Rong could no longer care about anything else and hurried to the study to get the letter of commitment. How could he forget such an important thing? The emperor would not have killed the king of Yueqing, would he? It's not his fault if he was beheaded. He's old, so it's normal for him to forget about it. I prepared the carriage. Dad, please get on the carriage. Duke Rong got on the carriage and urged the driver to go faster. Finally, the carriage stopped at the palace gate. Duke Rong explained the situation to the guards, and walked quickly to the Golden Throne Hall. Your Majesty, Prince Yueqing cannot be killed. He ran into the hall panting, and only after saying this did he notice that Prince Yueqing was still standing. The Golden Throne Hall was very quiet, and everyone's eyes were on him. I am dying of laughter. Duke Rong, are you here to protect someone or to stir up trouble? I am here to see the emperor. Duke Rong took a breath, and took out the letter of commitment. This is the letter of commitment that the late emperor gave to me for safekeeping. Your Majesty should recognize it. Prince Yueqing was a little surprised. He thought Duke Rong was stirring up trouble, but he didn't expect that he was helping him. I recognize it, but everything Duke Yueqing did was enough to make him lose his head. After the emperor finished speaking, he looked at Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister, tell Duke Rong what happened. After hearing what the Prince of Yueqing did, Duke Rong smiled, thinking that he really deserved to die. Your Majesty, the Prince of Yueqing was confused for a moment, but fortunately he didn't make a big mistake, so let him go. He racked his brains for a long time and said this, complaining in his heart why the late emperor gave him such a hard job. What made him even more confused was that the Prince of Yueqing, who was usually very talkative, was too lazy to open his mouth. Duke Rong said it easily. General Yao said in a bad tone, the Prince of Yueqing himself didn't refute it, and you said this after listening to everything he did. If he treated your daughter like this, would you let him go? Chapter 231. Duke Rong smiled awkwardly, thinking that he was not speaking lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he received many ambiguous looks from the ministers. He estimated that his good image had been lost when he was pleading for Prince Yueqing. General Yao, don't get excited. General Yao snorted coldly. Although he knew that he was following the emperor's orders, he still couldn't stop being angry. Seeing that General Yao had calmed down a bit, Duke Rong continued. The late emperor didn't say that Prince Yueqing couldn't be locked up. Although Prince Yueqing was given a chance to live, what was the difference between locking him up and killing him? Anyway, he can't come out to harm people. Duke Rong thought his idea was very good. He didn't violate the instructions of the late emperor, and let Prince Yueqing bear the corresponding punishment. Although the punishment was a little light, it was the most perfect solution he could think of. Haha, is Prince Yueqing's head buzzing now? He must be thinking in his heart, isn't this old dang from Duke Rong on my side? Prince Yueqing really thought so in his heart. Why did the father find such an unreliable person? Did he think his situation was too comfortable? What does the emperor think? After saying this, Duke Rong felt that the minister's eyes were not as ambiguous as before, and he was relieved. He finally maintained his good reputation. He didn't want to ruin the good reputation he had earned when he was young at this moment. Thinking that he was also a brave and valiant general when he was young, he felt it was difficult to say what he said just now. If he were young, he would probably want to chop off the king of Yueqing to get rid of the harm to the people. Duke Rong doesn't think his method is perfect, right? Tyrants are much better at picking words than you. Prince Yueqing has done so many things that could cost him his life, but the tyrant only locked him up. Will the Yao family be satisfied? The ministers must also think that the tyrant is incompetent behind his back. The emperor raised his lips. Luo still understands him. Many people have heard about what Prince Yueqing has done. If he is simply locked up, how can the people believe that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people? He has made the worst plan. If the big boss Luo said does not show up, what if he violated the will? Anyway, General Yao and General Jin are in Beijing now. If anyone uses this incident to cause trouble, he doesn't mind killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Your Majesty, I think this punishment is too light. The emperor nodded in agreement. The prime minister is right. According to the laws of our Tianqi kingdom, the title of King Yueqing should be abolished, the fiefdom should be taken back, and he should be executed. Execute? The king of Yueqing raised his head and laughed as if he heard a joke. Brother, if you don't know the consequences of violating the will, I can tell you. The emperor did not get angry because of this, and said calmly, if we can deal with a scourge like you, what does it matter if you violate the will? I had some concerns before because Jin Tingen was not in Beijing, and Yao Kang's case had not been resolved. Now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need to worry. Why hasn't the keyed person appeared yet? Tyrant, don't show off your power. Although you are handsome and domineering now, people who want to rebel may catch this and make trouble. Tianqi will be in trouble. My brother is so arrogant. Prince Yueqing said arrogantly, do you really dare to execute me? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud female voice sounded outside the palace. Why don't you dare? Ah, here he comes. The big boss who can make Prince Yueqing get a box lunch is here. Everyone looked out the door, and saw the person who spoke walked into the hall in a red dress. Prince Yueqing recognized the person as the Madam of Fengyue Tower at a glance, and he sneered. My royal brother, this palace is really open to anyone, and now the Madam of a brothel can come to the Golden Palace to meddle? Several princes, who had met Fengyue were also confused. Was she the boss that Luo was talking about? The ministers looked at Fengyue when they heard what King Yueqing said. Anyone? Fengyue raised the sword in her hand and walked in front of King Yueqing. Do you recognize this sword? The moment he saw the sword, King Yueqing's pupils suddenly dilated, and the surprise in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. The Duke of Rong next to him was also surprised when he saw the sword, and then looked at Fengyue in disbelief. The ministers who didn't understand the reason saw the two of them like this, and they were eager to know why the sword in Fengyue's hand could make King Yueqing and Duke of Rong show such expressions. The fourth prince raised his hand and tugged at the third prince. Is that sword powerful? The third prince rolled his eyes at him. Didn't you see the dragon pattern on the hilt? You are the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world, Fengyue. Duke Rong pointed at the sword in her hand. This is the royal sword of the late emperor. He often went to war with the late emperor and was too familiar with this sword, but he never saw the late emperor use it again. It turned out that he gave it to Fengyue. Don't the tyrant know Fengyue? You don't even recognize your father's first love, by Yue Guang. This is not right. Emperor, He has to learn all kinds of things every day, so he doesn't have the time to pay attention to these irrelevant things. Later, he heard from his mother that there was always someone living in his father's heart, but no one had ever seen this person, and he thought he was dead. The ministers gasped when they heard what Duke Rong said. The former emperor's sword has the function of beheading the tyrants and treacherous ministers. Not to mention beheading the king of Yueqing, they dare not stop it even if it is to behead the emperor. That's right. Fengyue glanced at the king of Yueqing. Do I need to tell you the function of this sword? Prince Yueqing came back to his senses from the shock. Why do you have my father's sword? After his father was buried in the imperial mausoleum, no one mentioned this sword. He thought it had been buried with his father, but he didn't expect it to be in this person's hands. Nonsense, of course, it was given by your father. Your father was saved by her, and fell in love with her at first sight, so he gave her his sword. By the way, he even gave her the phoenix seal, but it's a pity that she has no intention of entering the palace. The late emperor didn't even have a queen. The tyrant was the crown prince, and his mother was only the imperial concubine. It seems that the late emperor is quite infatuated. Hey, in comparison, the tyrant has already established 2 queens, which is amazing. The emperor, Although the princes did not understand what Lao Deng meant, Luo'er's tone made them feel that it was not a good thing. Of course, it was given by your father. Feng Yi looked at the king of Yueqing as if he was a fool, and took out the phoenix seal. This was also given by your father. Could it be that the prince thinks that I stole it? She saved the seriously injured late emperor, and they fell in love. After knowing the late emperor's identity, she decisively gave up this love and drove him away, because she knew clearly that the palace was not suitable for her. She yearned for freedom and the world, not the restrained deed palace. Not long after leaving the Feng family, the late emperor came back again and promised her that he would give her the position of queen and only her. Before leaving, he left his imperial sword and phoenix seal, asking her to go to the palace to find him when she figured it out. Feng Yi pulled herself out of her memories. At that time, she was probably shaken by his sincere words, but unfortunately, it didn't go as she wished. Chapter 232. That night, the Feng family was exterminated. She mistakenly believed that it was because of the late emperor that the Feng family suffered such a disaster, so she put away her inner hesitation and investigated the matter to avenge her parents. When she found out everything, she knew that the Feng family was not exterminated because of the late emperor, but it was too late. At that time, he already had concubines and children. Alas, why is the prince of Yueqing silent? Is he mute? You were very arrogant just now, you little brat. You thought no one could stop you. You still want to show off with a will. Can you show off more than the sword in Feng Yi's hand? Your Majesty, I am here today to return these 2 things. Eunuch Chao took the things and presented them to the emperor. The king of Yueqing watched the sword being handed to the emperor and began to panic. He looked at Duke Rong, hoping that he would say something. Duke Rong seemed not to see him, and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, the crime committed by the king of Yueqing is indeed punishable by death. Please execute the king of Yueqing to calm the public anger. Haha, Duke Rong is really flexible. The king of Yueqing stared at Duke Rong. It would be fine if he didn't help him, but he fanned the flames. The ministers followed suit. When they calmed down, Feng Yi said, Now that the things have been returned, I will leave first. Lord Du. The emperor stood up. Take the man back to the Dali temple to sign and seal, and execute him at noon tomorrow. When Prince Yueqing heard this, he knew he had completely lost. He stood there like a wooden stake, and his resentment towards the late emperor reached its peak at this moment. He resented why he kept the imperial sword, and why he was not allowed to be the emperor. Obviously, his father liked him the most, and he could obviously be the emperor, but why didn't his father believe that he could do it well? The frustrated prince of Yueqing allowed the guards to take him away without any resistance. The only bargaining chip in his hand had lost its effect, and everything he did was in vain. The matter of Prince of Yueqing was over, and a guard hurried in to report. Your Majesty, the man has been caught. The emperor led the ministers out of the Golden Palace. The ministers were confused and wondered who was caught. An accomplice of Prince of Yueqing. When the group arrived at the palace gate, Prince Duan was escorted by 2 guards, and his face was very gloomy. He said how could it be so easy to get in? It turned out that they wanted him to fall into the trap. He was so careful. How did the emperor find him? Your Majesty. The emperor asked the chief guard to stand up and looked at Prince Duan, who gave you the courage to break into the palace privately. Your Majesty, this man doesn't speak. The chief guard stepped forward. He kept silent no matter what I asked. He is quite cautious, worried that his voice would reveal his identity. You think too much, let alone your voice. The tyrant probably even forgot what you look like. Father, let me try. The 3rd prince stepped forward and pinched Prince Duan's chin. His expression paused. This man is wearing a human skin mask. Since Prince Duan doesn't want to reveal his identity now, he might as well help Prince Duan. Prince Duan's body stiffened, and he tried to break free from the 3rd prince's grip. Before he could break free, the 3rd prince had already torn off the human skin mask on his face. The ministers, full of doubts, were extremely surprised when they saw Prince Duan's face. You are the one behind Chanshan County, right? The 3rd prince stared at Prince Duan. Prince Duan lowered his eyes and said nothing. Taking advantage of the surprise of everyone, he shook off the 2 guards who were holding him, took out the smoke bombs he had prepared and threw them on the ground. The emperor raised his hand to cover Yuiluo's mouth and nose, worried that Yuiluo would inhale it. Alas, the duck in the mouth really flew away. The smoke dissipated, and there was no trace of Prince Duan in front of him. The emperor frowned. From now on, we will do our best to arrest Prince Tuan. Anyone who sees him will be killed on the spot. In just one day, two major events happened in the capital. One is that Prince Huiqing will be executed tomorrow, and the other is that the whole city is looking for Prince Tuan, who has already died. The whole city is under martial law, and all the gates out of the city are checked. Prince Tuan returned to the mansion and ordered his subordinates. Pack up and leave the capital. His identity has been exposed, and coupled with the crime of sneaking into the palace, the emperor will definitely have people looking for him everywhere. The subordinates knew that something had happened without asking, and quickly turned around to pack up and leave the mansion with Prince Tuan. Master, it seems that we can't get out. Seeing the strict inspection, Prince Tuan had to return to the mansion to find a solution. In any case, he had to leave the capital now. The mansion belonged to someone else. If they lived in it, they would be discovered sooner or later. It was not a long-term solution. But what Prince Tuan couldn't understand was why the emperor was not surprised to see that he was still alive. In the past, Prince Huiqing agreed to rebel with them. They charged in the front, and Prince Huiqing supported them. As a result, Prince Huiqing saw that the situation was not right, and turned around to sell them out. Fortunately, he was smart. He killed his confidants and burned the palace with fire, creating the illusion that he was burned to death in the palace. He has survived till today with great difficulty, and he must not be caught. Fire? A trace of cruelty flashed in Prince Tuan's eyes, and he ordered his subordinates. Go and boil a pot of hot tea. Master, what are you doing? The subordinates were puzzled. The weather was not cold. Shouldn't they think about how to leave the capital now? How could the master still be in the mood to drink tea? Go if I tell you to go. Soon, the subordinate boiled hot tea and put it on the table. Prince Tuan looked at the steaming teapot, picked it up and handed it to the subordinate. Pour it on my face. The subordinate was so scared that he put the teapot on the table and said in a trembling voice, Master, I dare not. Prince Tuan closed his eyes. You pour it if I tell you to. The emperor's attitude shows that he will not give up until he catches him. Now the capital is full of his portraits. He may not be able to leave the capital without changing his face. For those who accomplish great things, what's wrong with being ruthless? He has made a note of this account, and will pay it back double in the future. The emperor did not know Prince Tuan's plan. Because he was worried about other people's work, he specifically ordered several princes and Jean Tingen to investigate in person. Of course, the fourth prince is not included in these princes. The fourth prince curled his lips. His father just didn't believe him. Father, I want to do my part. The fourth brother is going to humiliate himself again. Don't you know what the tyrant doesn't want to assign you a task? Father, why don't you let the fourth brother go with me? The prince said in a gentle voice. It's always good to have more people and more eyes. The fourth prince looked at the prince gratefully and promised earnestly. Father, I will never let a fly fly away with me here. Don't let the flies fly out. Let Prince Tuan go out, right? The fourth prince. Why did Luo attack him? Okay, you go with the prince, don't make trouble. After letting a few people leave, the emperor looked at General Yao. You can also leave. Thank you, your majesty, for seeking justice for Xiener. I will take my leave. General Yao couldn't wait to go back and tell Yao Xian and Madame Yao that Prince Huiqing would be executed tomorrow. The two hugged and cried again after hearing this. Mu Shui stood aside with a complicated expression, and waited for Madame Yao and General Yao to leave before speaking. Miss Yao, are you really going to do this? Chapter 233. Mu Shui checked Yao Xian's pulse almost every day. If she took the medicine she prescribed, Yao Xian's health would only get better, but she found that Yao Xian's health not only did not improve, but even got worse. Mu Shui knew the reason without asking, that is, Yao Xian poured out the medicine. Yao Xian lowered her head and nodded imperceptibly. Now that the king of Yueqing has received the corresponding punishment, she doesn't want to let her parents worry about her half-dead life. It's better to be free than to torture herself and her family. Mu Shui walked to Yao Xian and sat down, then took the medicine from the table and handed it to her. Drink this medicine first. Hasn't the king of Yueqing been beheaded yet? Seeing that she had no intention of taking the medicine, Mu Shui continued, I heard that your brother will return to Beijing in a few days. Don't you want to see him? Hearing this, Yao Xian finally slowly raised her hand to take the medicine, drank it in small sips, and handed the bowl to Mu Shui. For her brother, she had to endure it for a while. When she saw her brother, she would be completely relieved. Mu Shui took the bowl and put it aside, looking at Yao Xian, who had been hanging her head. As a doctor, I should have advised Miss Yao, but since you have made up your mind, I can't say more. She was not good at persuading others. During this period of time, she knew that Yao Xian was in pain. Even in front of her, she would subconsciously lower her head, worried that her face would scare her. When she was unconscious, she shrank in the corner and shivered, while Mrs. Yao cried beside her. Perhaps Yao Xian's decision was correct. Instead of living in pain, it would be better to die and get relief. When a person has made a decision in his heart, no matter how much others say, it is futile. Yao Xian pursed her lips and looked at her skinny hands, which slowly tightened. She recalled the way her mother wiped away tears when she saw her in pain, which made her more resolute. By the way, Mu Shui walked to the door and stopped. Miss Yao, you should tell Madame Yao and General Yao so that they can be mentally prepared. At the same time, after returning to the Dali Temple, Prince Yueqing sat on the hay lifelessly, as if his vitality had been sucked out. He had been in this position since he was sent back, without moving at all. Shen Yu understood that the king of Yueqing must have lost. Du Xuan did not lie to her. She really made the king of Yueqing pay the price. Oh, why is our high and mighty prince silent? Is the emperor going to deal with you? The king of Yueqing seemed not to have heard Shen Yu's words, and his mind was still thinking about every little bit of these years. He lost, and lost completely. Seeing that the king of Yueqing ignored him, Shen Yu also felt bored and stopped talking. At this time, the two jailers who came to deliver food came over and threw the food to the two of them, and said, "You said that the Prince of Duan is dead, right? How did he come back to life? His portraits are all over the capital now." The two gradually walked away. The Prince of Yueqing, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up and banged on the prison door like crazy. "Come back and explain it to me." The Prince of Yueqing banged for a while, but no one paid attention to him. He sat back on the ground with red eyes, and the words of the third prince in the Golden Palace emerged in his mind. So everything in Changshan County was done by Prince Duan. Thinking of this, Prince Yueqing laughed softly. Prince Duan was really good at hiding things. He still thought he was the winner that year, not Prince Duan. He felt a little sorry that he couldn't see who would have the last laugh between Prince Duan and the emperor. Prince Duan and his subordinates were walking openly on the street at this moment, receiving strange looks from the people passing by. Even some timid children were scared and cried, "Master, we will definitely get out smoothly this way." The subordinate endured the burning sensation on his face and whispered. Prince Duan nodded, raised his hand to touch his face that was terribly burned, and cursed the third prince in his heart. If the third prince hadn't taken his human skin mask away, why would he be so cruel to himself? The fourth prince and the crown prince stood aside and watched the guards check the people leaving the city, and suddenly noticed two conspicuous people. "Crown Prince, look at those two people." The crown prince raised his eyes and looked back. "Fourth brother, don't stare at people like that." Seeing that the two people were lined up behind the others, the fourth prince nodded obediently. He just felt that the injuries of the two were a little creepy. "You have checked them carefully. Even the manure cart was open for inspection." He didn't believe that people could escape like this. Seeing that Prince Duan and his partner were about to arrive, the fourth prince waved at them. "You two come here." Prince Duan, who had been calm, began to get a little nervous, and he raised his hand and pointed at himself. The fourth prince raised his eyebrows. "Yes, you two come here." The two looked at each other and slowly walked to the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" The crown prince was puzzled and walked to his side and looked at the two. "Where are you going?" The subordinate glanced at Prince Duan and whispered, "My brother and I have been burned on our faces. Let's go back to our hometown to find some local remedies to treat it. Your burns are quite serious." The fourth prince's eyes fell on the faces of the two people. There was no good skin on their faces. The whole face was scarlet, and there were blisters on it. You can imagine how painful it is to be burned. While speaking, the guards had already turned over the two people's bags and returned them to them. "You can go." Prince Duan breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he took a step, the voice of the fourth prince rang out. "Wait." His body stiffened for a moment, his heart lifted again, he forced a smile and turned his head. "You two should find a face towel to cover your face, so as not to scare others." The subordinate nodded and bowed to thank him. "Okay, we prepared it, but we took it off because the officials were checking." The few people were busy all day, and they returned to the palace to report to the emperor when it got dark. The emperor took the little princess to feed the baby, and the princes and General Jean waited for a while. The fourth prince flexed his hands. "Second brother, third brother, General Jean, did you get anything?" Several people shook their heads. "We didn't find anything here either," said the fourth prince, with a smug look on his face. "My brother, the crown prince, and I even checked the manure carts, but we still found nothing. The second prince opened his fan and covered his nose with it. I thought the smell came from somewhere, but I didn't expect it to be from my fourth brother. The fourth prince sniffed himself and glared at the second prince. Where on my body is smelly? I didn't check it myself. Do you understand, supervisor? Okay, interrupted the two of them. Maybe we missed something. Several people thought about it and shook their heads. It's definitely not us. There are only two guys on our side who were burned and looked creepy. It's strange. The fourth prince described the burns of the two people and said, I feel pain when I think about it now. The fourth prince was quite excited. Is there a possibility that the two people were Prince Tuan and his subordinates? Prince Tuan even killed his confidants to save his life. It is not impossible that he destroyed his own face to save his life now. After listening to Yuilua's voice, several people saw that the emperor had arrived in front of them. Come in. Chapter 234. Entering the imperial study, the emperor asked several people to explain the situation of the checkpoints they had checked. After they finished speaking, he asked Jean Tingen to leave first, and then looked at the prince. What time did you and the fourth brother check the two people who were burned? The prince was impressed by the two people and blurted out without thinking. Noon. If that person is really Prince Tuan, it is already dark now. I am afraid that I can't catch up with him even if I want to. Obviously, the others also thought of the same thing, and the imperial study became quiet instantly. Father, I didn't check carefully enough. I beg you to punish me. Seeing the crown prince admit his fault, the fourth prince also bowed and said, Father, it's my fault. The emperor rubbed his temples. It's useless to punish you. Prince Tuan must have realized that he couldn't stay in the capital, so he took a risky move and left the city. If he hadn't heard Luo's voice, he probably wouldn't have thought that the man was Prince Tuan. That's right. What's the use of punishing him? Prince Tuan was really cruel to me. I felt pain when I heard the description of my fourth brother. The fourth prince probably wants to slap himself now. After all, he was considerate enough to remind others to wear a face mask. The fourth prince, The next day, a lot of people gathered in the Dali temple, all of whom came to watch the execution. The prince of Yueqing was pushed onto the Xingtai with a wooden face. When Lord Du finished reading his crimes, the onlookers couldn't help but curse and accuse him. He faced the scorching sun, automatically shielding himself from the accusations of the people, and his eyes swept across the onlookers, and finally fell on a familiar figure. Yang Xian looked back at the king of Yueqing with an expressionless face, not wanting him to smile at her with his lips raised. Then she slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for the moment when the knife would fall on her neck. What was wrong with the look in the king of Yueqing's eyes? He wouldn't really like Yang Xian, would he? Did the hunter play himself into it? It was a sunny day, but Yang Xian was chilled by the king of Yueqing's inexplicable smile. Execution. After Lord Du finished speaking, the emperor raised his hand to cover Yuilua's eyes, and stood up and left after the execution was over. After returning to the palace, the emperor ordered the people who were interrogating to withdraw and ordered the people below to keep a close eye on the two people who were burned. Anyone who saw the two people would be rewarded. Come on, Prince Tuan is not stupid. He paid such a big price. How could he expose himself and be caught? Now he has neither weapons nor troops, and he will probably lie dormant and wait for the right time to deal with the tyrant. The emperor raised his hand and knocked on the long table, thinking about the return of the soldiers from the northern border to the capital. Your Majesty, Lord Du wants to see you. Let someone in. Lord Du came in and bowed, his expression somewhat serious. Your Majesty, Xin Yu was killed. After dealing with Prince Yueqing's affairs, he returned to the Dali temple and found that Xin Yu was dead, just like Shen Huai and Du Lin's deaths. Are you sure it wasn't suicide? Killed? The emperor's first reaction was the death of Shen Huai and Du Lin. He asked, same as Shen Huai and Du Lin? Lord Du nodded. Your Majesty is wise. That's right. There was still nothing left at the scene. The murderer has a grudge against the Shen family, and now he has sent the whole family to reunite. Strange. Why didn't he kill Xin Yu before, but now? This man is really unnecessary. Xin Yu originally planned to end his life after the matter of Prince Yueqing was over. The emperor frowned. Since Shen Huai was killed in the Dali temple, he ordered Lord Du to strengthen the guard of the Dali temple, but this man still came and went freely. You leave first. Lord Du returned to the Du mansion and told Du Shuyan about Xin Yu. Du Shuyan poured him a cup of tea. It seems that this person is indeed Shen Huai's enemy. He always hits the target directly, and does not hurt innocent people. She paused here. No. What's wrong? Lord Du took a sip of tea. You are right. Du Shuyan raised his hand and pointed at himself. If he is really Shen Huai's enemy, then why am I fine? He is Shen Huai's daughter, and this man did not even let Shen Yu go. It would have been better if Du Shuyan did not say this. After saying this, Lord Du immediately became alert and told Du Shuyan to let the servants follow him when he went out. Grandfather, it's okay. Just listen to grandfather. Lord Du said fiercely, your uncle doesn't have any official duties, so you can ask him to follow you and protect you. Du Shuyan waved her hand to refuse, trying to reason with Lord Du. Grandfather, think about it, the Dali Temple can't stop this man. Can the guards of the Du mansion stop him? Lord Du thought about it, and felt that it made sense. The guards of his Du mansion were definitely not as good as the Dali Temple. At this time, a servant came in from outside. Master, there is a man named Feng at the door, who wants to see the young lady. Du Shuyan raised her eyebrows. She didn't know anyone with the last name Feng, so she opened her mouth and wanted the servant to send the person away. Please bring him in. Lord Du smiled and looked at Du Shuyan. You must know this person. He was busy with the matter of Prince Yueqing these 2 days, and forgot to tell Du Shuyan about Feng Yi. The servant quickly brought Feng Yi in. Du Shuyan stood up and greeted Feng Yi immediately. Lord Du nodded to Feng Yi and left the room for the two of them. I'm sorry I kept it from you before. Feng Yi took Du Shuyan's hand and told her identity. She thought she had nothing to do with the royal family after the death of the late emperor, but she didn't expect that she would have to go to the palace after all the twists and turns. Everyone has their own secrets, you don't have to apologize. The two chatted for a while, and the topic shifted from Feng Yi to the second prince. How are you two? Du Shuyan said truthfully, it's fine. That's good, I feel relieved. Feng Yi looked at Du Shuyan with relief. I treat you as my daughter, I hope you can be happy. She felt very comfortable with Du Shuyan and wanted to get close to her. Du Shuyan held her hand back. What are your plans for the future? Or, no need. Feng Yi interrupted her and stood up. I plan to sell Feng Wei Mansion and go out for a walk. All the things they had experienced in the past came to mind, and Du Shuyan looked at Feng Yi reluctantly. It's good to go out for a walk, take care of yourself. Du Shuyan escorted Feng Yi out of the house, and stood at the door watching her figure disappear into the crowd, and finally disappeared. She sniffed, and was about to turn back to the house, when she saw Qin Qianqian and her group walking towards her. Sister Yan, what's wrong with you? Du Shuyan shook her head. Why are you here? I'm in a good mood today, so I invite you to the restaurant for dinner. The sixth princess shook the purse in her hand. There's enough silver, you can eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, let the royal brothers pay the silver. Anyway, the people they care about are here, and they will definitely not ignore me and the fifth sister. The few people went to the restaurant, and Qin Qianqian saw a familiar figure as soon as she entered. She pulled Mu Shui's sleeve. Chapter 235. Mu Shui didn't understand, so she stopped and asked, what happened? Qin Qian pointed in the direction of Yang Xian in surprise. She was executed, how could it be? If it wasn't for the fourth prince's face, she would have wanted to whip this person to teach her a lesson. It's fine if she flirted with the fourth prince, but she even flirted with the third prince, making Sister Shui unhappy. Thinking of this, Qin Qianqian took out the whip she brought with her, and wanted to find trouble with Yang Xian. Du Shuyan quickly grabbed her. Qianqian, you misunderstood, this is Lord Yang's daughter, and this time the matter of Prince Yueqing is thanks to her. I heard from my grandfather that it was because Yang Xian got the key that Yao Xian was rescued, and there was also the map. However, this matter has not been announced yet, so Du Shuyan did not say it clearly. Worried that Qin Qianqian would really whip Yang Xian in an impulsive manner, Mu Shui pulled her up to the private room on the second floor and pressed her down on a chair to sit down. No. Qin Qianqian stood up. They look exactly the same, don't they, sixth princess? She would recognize this face even if it turned into ashes, so how could Sister Yan say that she had made a mistake? The sixth princess looked confused. She listened to Yue Luo's voice at the full moon banquet, but she had never seen the time-traveling girl, so naturally she didn't recognize the person in front of her. Forgot you didn't know him. Qin Qianqian sat back in her chair and poured herself a cup of tea. The man you mentioned has been executed. Mu Shui patted Qin Qianqian's shoulder. Let's see what to eat first. Speaking of food, Qin Qianqian still couldn't get excited. She raised her hand to support her chin, a little self-doubting. It's really similar, exactly the same. Isn't it a happy thing that the king of Yueqing was beheaded? Almost all of us here have been bullied by the king of Yueqing. It would be great to celebrate it. The sixth princess glanced at her. Don't spoil the fun. Mu Shui shook her head and laughed. This Miss Yang was indeed the same as the one she saw around the third prince when she just returned to Beijing, but her temperament was completely different. You have to eat first. Qin Qianqian stood up again. I'm going to confirm it. Otherwise, she would keep thinking about this matter, and would not be able to eat happily. I go with you to take a look. Mu Shui reluctantly left the private room with Qin Qianqian, and stood at the stairs to search for Yang Xian's figure. She's there. Qin Qianqian pointed at Yang Xian, who had also come out of the private room, and was talking to a man on the other side of the stairs, and said indignantly, a dog will always eat shit, but why does that person look familiar? Mu Shui, that's my cousin, haven't you seen him before? Qin Qianqian laughed dryly, and scratched her head, and she said why she looked so familiar. Suddenly she remembered something. No, your cousin has a wife. No, I have to go and listen to what they say. Yang Xian came out today because she was relieved that the matter of Prince Huiqing had come to an end. She finally cleaned up a mess, so she brought her maid to the restaurant for dinner. She didn't want to see the person she had been thinking about after dinner. Her originally relaxed mood was covered with an inexplicable emotion because of the person in front of her. This was her first time seeing Mu Chen after she came back. Mu Chen was still the same as last year, elegant and graceful. The only difference was that he looked a lot thinner. Brother Mu, why are you here too? Yang Xian retracted her gaze, and tried to make her smile natural. Mu Chen's gaze stopped at Yang Xian. She smiled as gently as before, but the two of them could never go back to the past. She used to call him Brother Chen. He still couldn't figure out why Yang Xian suddenly broke off the engagement. When he went to Jiangzhou to see her last year, she smiled and said that she would wait for him to marry her, but he didn't expect that he would receive a letter from the Yang family breaking off the engagement 2 months after he returned to Beijing, and the letter did not explain the reason. Seeing that Mu Chen didn't speak for a long time, Yang Xian's eyes fell on his hanging hands, looked at what he was holding, suppressed the bitterness in his heart and said, Come to buy the snacks here? The snacks in this restaurant are really good. Mu Chen tightened his hand holding the snacks and nodded. When Yang Xian didn't come to the capital, he would bring snacks from this restaurant to Yang Xian when he went to Jiangzhou. He said that after they got married, she would be able to eat snacks from this restaurant every day. All the vows of the past flashed through his mind, and Mu Chen felt that the snacks in his hand became a little hot. He couldn't help but shrink the snacks in his hand into his sleeves, and opened his mouth to explain. At this moment, a maid smiled and bowed to Mu Chen, interrupting the words that Mu Chen was about to say. Master, the young lady asked me to come and see if you bought the snacks. Mu Chen subconsciously looked at Yang Xian, wanting to see her reaction. I bought it. When Yang Xian heard the title of young lady, she suppressed the sourness in her heart and said gently, Brother Mu, go back quickly, don't keep people waiting for too long. She wanted to pretend that nothing had happened and said not to keep her sister-in-law waiting for too long, but she couldn't say it when she came to her lips. At the maid's urging, Mu Chen reluctantly turned away. Watching his tall figure disappear at the stairs, Yang Xian could no longer maintain the smile on her face, and she withdrew her gaze dejectedly. Mr. Mu is really cold to the young lady, obviously. Yang Xian interrupted the maid. Now that Brother Mu already has a wife, don't say something that will cause misunderstandings. The marriage was cancelled by the time-traveling girl in her name, so what if she was reluctant in her heart? Everything was a foregone conclusion. Besides, Brother Mu already had a wife, and she couldn't do anything to ruin his marriage. It's good that Brother Mu did this. They should have cut off their relationship now. The maid shut up obediently and stopped talking. There were stairs at both ends of the aisle in the restaurant. Mu Chen walked to the other side, and didn't notice Mu Shui and Qin Qianqian, who were eavesdropping. She seems to really like Brother Mu. After Qin Qianqian finished speaking, she saw Yang Xian walking towards her and Mu Shui, so she quickly retracted her gaze, and pulled Mu Shui back to the private room. Unexpectedly, Yang Xian had already noticed them, and politely stepped forward to greet Mu Shui. Princess. Mu Shui stopped and nodded slightly. Miss Yang? She had heard that her cousin had a fiancé before, but she only knew that her last name was Yang, but she had never seen her. She didn't expect that this person was Yang Xian. She was now very sure that Yang Xian was not the one next to the third prince, although their faces were the same. But there was one thing she didn't understand. Yang Xian's behavior just now clearly showed that she liked her cousin, so why did she break off the engagement? Although she was very restrained, Mu Shui knew better than anyone the feeling of restraint and forbearance in liking someone. Miss Yang, we are having dinner here, why don't you come too? Qin Qianqian is a person who occasionally has ulterior motives, but none of them are sincere. Mu Shui knew why she asked Yang Xian to have dinner with her, just to observe whether Yang Xian was the one around the fourth prince. Yang Xian had already eaten and instinctively wanted to refuse, but Qin Qianqian directly pulled her to the private room. The dishes in the private room were already served, and the sixth princess planned to look for Qin Qianqian and Mu Shui, and they happened to come in. Chapter 236. Mu Shui came in first. The sixth princess was about to ask Mu Shui how she was observing, but she saw Yang Xian and Qin Qianqian walked in. The sixth princess widened her eyes in surprise. Why did they bring people back? Isn't today to celebrate the matter of King Weiqin? Qin Qianqian smiled and said, I heard from Sister Yin that Miss Yang is a great contributor. We just happened to meet her and called her together. The sixth princess rolled her eyes silently. Qin Qianqian's ability to lie with her eyes open is comparable to that of the fourth prince. No wonder the two of them fell in love with each other. Yang Xian was pushed to sit on the chair by Qin Qianqian, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Miss Yang, don't be polite. The sixth princess, the fifth princess and Sister Yin won't care about some trivial etiquette. Yang Xian, who had just landed on the chair, stood up directly after hearing this, bowed to the fifth princess and the sixth princess, and nodded to Du Xuyan. It seems that it is not the case. Qin Qianqian whispered in Mu Shui's ear. The Yang Xian she knew was arrogant, with eyes almost on the top of his head, not to mention bowing to others. But this was not enough. After they started eating, Qin Qianqian observed again. Yang Xian had already eaten a meal, but the others were very enthusiastic. Especially Qin Qianqian, who kept putting food into her bowl. Thinking of the time-traveling girl who had confronted Qin Qianqian and pestered the fourth prince, Yang Xian could not say anything to refuse. Seeing that she ate the food she had picked up in a good mood, Qin Qianqian did not want to embarrass her anymore. The temptation was forgotten, and the others quickly chatted. Waiter, bring some jars of wine. The fifth princess wanted to speak to stop her, but the sixth princess took the lead and pulled the fifth princess's sleeve and acted coquettishly. Aren't we all happy? How can we not have wine? Just drink a little bit, okay, fifth sister. Okay, just a little bit. The fifth princess had no idea what to do with her, thinking that drinking a little would be fine. The waiter quickly brought 2 jars of wine over. Qin Qianqian remembered that Mu Shui didn't drink, so she didn't pour hers. You guys drink it. The fifth princess didn't like drinking, so she refused. Okay, then the 4 of us drink it. Qin Qianqian handed the wine to a few people and raised the wine glass. Come, let's drink this cup together. After 3 rounds of drinking, the fifth princess raised her hand to block the sixth princess's hand. Sixth sister, don't drink anymore. The sixth princess' cheeks flushed, and she smiled and held a wine jar in front of her. Don't stop me, I want to drink more. Qin Qianqian stood up shakily and raised her wine glass. Drink. Among the few people, only Du Xuyan could drink well, so she didn't get drunk. Sixth sister, you are drunk. The fifth princess had a headache and tried to snatch the wine jar from the sixth princess's hand. I'm not drunk. The sixth princess held the wine jar tightly, as if she was holding a treasure, and would not let go. She tilted her head to look at the fifth princess and burped. I want to drink with Luor, drink with Luor. Luor is still young, she can't drink. The sixth princess was already drunk and couldn't listen at all. She kept shouting that she wanted to drink with Luor. This didn't work, Qin Qianqian also followed suit. I want to drink with Luor too. Mu Shui looked at the 2 drunk people, her eyebrows twitching. Was she also so out of control that day when she drank? Princess, what should we do? Mu Shui withdrew her thoughts, glanced at Yang Xian who had fallen drunk, raised her eyes, and asked Du Xuyan, you are not drunk, are you? If this person is drunk, she will be really helpless. I'm fine. Du Xuyan put down the wine glass, send them back. This sentence seemed to hit a nerve of the sixth princess. She stood up suddenly, and staggered with the wine jar in her arms. I won't go back. I want to drink with Luor. After saying this, she cried and howled. Knowing that it was useless to reason with her, the fifth princess asked the maid to help her up, and wanted to take her away by force. Unexpectedly, the sixth princess cried even louder. The sober people tried to persuade her, but it was useless. Du Xuyan sighed. If she can't see the little princess, she will probably keep crying. I ask someone to find Luor, don't cry. The sixth princess nodded obediently, and her drunken eyes swept over the people. I also want my brother to come and take the people. After comforting the sixth princess, Mu Shui stood up. It's easy to find the princes, but the little princess is with the emperor. Can she be brought out easily? Your highnesses should be in the palace. You can watch them while I go find them. As Mu Shui expected, several princes were indeed in the palace. When she met them, they were about to leave the palace. After stopping them, she told them the whole story. Drinking in broad daylight? The fourth prince looked at the sun above his head. Is Qin Qianqian okay? Mu Shui shook her head and said to the second prince, Shuyan is fine, only Qianqian and the sixth princess are drunk. That's good. The fourth prince walked forward and urged them, let's go and pick them up. The third prince stood still. Sixth sister wants to see Luer. Wait a minute, I go pick Luer up. The emperor had just finished discussing the affairs of the northern frontier with Jin Tingen. When he heard someone report that the third prince wanted to see him, he thought that the third prince had something to do, so he turned back and immediately let him in. Your son pays respects to your father. The emperor raised his eyelids and motioned him to stand up. What's the matter? The third prince was not good at lying. If it was normal, he would just open his mouth to tell Luer when he went out to play. But now was different from usual. He felt a little guilty for no reason. Why didn't the third prince say anything? Did he want to tell the tyrant about him and the heroine? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yuilua was worried for him. Go ahead, the tyrant will definitely be happy to do it. As long as the Marquis of Qingyuan and the mistress are willing, the tyrant has no problem at all. Isn't it hot to say that there is a girl you like? The emperor, The third prince, Father, I want to take Luer out to play. Yuilua was speechless. Take me out to play for so long? I thought you were holding back something big, but this is the result? The emperor looked at the third prince. Do you really want to take Luer out to play? He still knows his own son well. If he looks evasive, he is lying. Could it be that he wants to take me with him on a date with the heroine because he is afraid of embarrassment? I am happy to do so. The third prince ignored Yuilua's thoughts and replied under the emperor's scrutiny. Sixth sister wants to see Luer. If the sixth sister wants to see me, why can't she just go to the palace directly? She asked the third brother to pass the message. No, something has happened. It's weird. The emperor frowned and stood up after hearing this. He handed Yuilua to the third prince and turned around to change into casual clothes. I go with you. The people waiting at the palace gate were stunned when they saw the emperor in casual clothes. Even Mu Shui showed a look of surprise on her face. Why did the third prince bring the emperor? Didn't he say he would only bring the little princess? The expressions of the people were quite interesting. What on earth was going on? Meet the father. Meet the emperor. The emperor glanced at them. Doesn't Shao want to see Luer? Let's go. The carriage stopped at the restaurant. The emperor walked in front with Yuilua, and the fourth prince pulled the third prince. Chapter 237. Third brother, why did you call father as well? Didn't we agree to bring Luer along? Why did you bring father as well? If I had known that third brother was not good at lying, he should have brought Luer. The third prince looked helpless. You know I'm not good at lying. Father wanted to come along. He couldn't stop him and tell him that it was because the sixth sister got drunk and went crazy and yelled that she wanted to drink with Luer. Wouldn't that be selling out the sixth sister completely? But it doesn't seem to be any better now. The fourth prince scratched his head. I suspect that you did it on purpose, third brother. The last time the princess drank, she lost her composure in front of the emperor and mother. So the third prince also wanted to let the emperor see how Qin Qianqian and Miss Du lost their composure. The third prince seemed to know what the fourth prince was thinking, and raised his hand to pat his head. I am not as mean as you think. He left this sentence and followed the emperor side by side with Mu Shui. If you are not so mean, how do you know what I think? After the fourth prince finished mumbling, he looked at the second prince, who was not in a hurry at all. Second brother, aren't you worried about Miss Du? The second prince shook his fan. I have nothing to worry about. It's my fourth brother. If you don't go in quickly, what if my father sees Miss Qin drunk and crazy? Before he finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind brushing the corner of his robe, and the fourth prince in front of him had disappeared. The emperor went down to the second floor and entered the private room under the guidance of the third prince and Mu Shui. As soon as he opened the door, a strong aroma of wine came to his nose, and then he saw the sixth princess holding a wine jar and mumbling that she wanted to drink more. The people in the private room stood up and saluted when they saw the emperor. The emperor interrupted them and walked straight towards the sixth princess with a frown. Oh my god, it turned out that the drunkard sixth princess wanted to see me. I thought there was something wrong. What is the third brother thinking? He is targeting my wife for being drunk and losing her composure. Do you think your wife should also lose her composure in front of the emperor? The sixth princess's eyes were all on Yuilua in the emperor's arms. She stood up unsteadily and walked towards Yuilua holding the wine jar. Luer, come, drink together. Seeing her handing the wine jar to her, Yuilua had the urge to hold her forehead. With my tiny arms and legs, can I hold it? Sixth sister, put the wine jar down, the father is here. The fifth princess snatched the wine jar from her hand. Father? The sixth princess blinked and pointed at the emperor. You mean him? He is not the father. I want to drink with Luor. Qin Qianqian slapped the table and stood up, holding up the empty wine glass. I want to drink with the little princess too. The fourth prince came in and saw the scene, and his heart jumped to his throat. He took 2 steps forward and covered Qin Qianqian's mouth, worried that Qin Qianqian would say something shameless and anger the emperor. Is this wine jar too big? The sixth princess picked up a wine glass from the table and smiled, and made a shushing gesture to the others. Don't tell my father that I brought Luor out to drink. The others looked at the emperor's increasingly dark face, and were worried about the sixth princess. Why don't you take her away? I won't leave. I want to drink with Luor. Drink. The sixth princess was supported by someone, and was still yelling. The emperor thought she was too noisy. Knock her out, and take her back to the princess's mansion. Ha ha ha, when the sixth princess wakes up, she will probably find a hole to hide in. After giving the order, the emperor took Yuilua out of the private room. I won't go back. I haven't seen enough of the show. Although Yuilua was yelling in her heart, she was still ruthlessly taken away by the emperor. The people in the private room breathed a sigh of relief after the emperor left. The third prince said, Send everyone back. The fifth princess glanced at the people present. After the sixth princess was taken away by her father's people, it seemed that she and Yang Xian were redundant. She very tactfully ordered the maid to help Yang Xian out of the private room. Let's go, I take you back. The fourth prince released his hand that was covering Qin Qianqian's lips, helped her up and walked out, muttering, Don't drink if you can't. Qin Qianqian turned to look at the fourth prince, with dissatisfaction and grievance on her face. You dislike me? The fourth prince shook his head. No. Then why don't you come to see me? The fourth prince carefully helped her down the stairs, and said in a good temper, Aren't I here to see you now? Be careful on the stairs. After leaving the restaurant, the fourth prince wanted to help Qin Qianqian get on the carriage, but Qin Qianqian refused to get on the carriage. So what do you want? Do you want to walk by yourself? Qin Qianqian shook her head and said vaguely, You carry me. Seeing this, Often got on the carriage, Your Highness, you can send Miss Qin back. I will drive the carriage back first and pick you up later. After saying that, he drove away in the carriage, leaving the fourth prince and Qin Qianqian staring at each other. The fourth prince squatted helplessly. Come on, I carry you back. Qin Qianqian's flushed face was full of joy, and she lay on the back of the fourth prince like a child who got candy. Fortunately, the restaurant was not too far from the Qin mansion. The fourth prince carried Qin Qianqian on his back, listening to her mumbling through the busy streets, and soon arrived at the door of the Qin mansion. Yu Hengrui. Qin Qianqian rested her chin on the fourth prince's shoulder, and the breath of alcohol sprayed on his ear when she spoke, making his ears feel itchy. What's wrong? Can you promise me one thing? Qin Qianqian raised her eyes, and looked at the profile of the fourth prince. Because she had drunk, her voice was much softer than usual. The fourth prince responded softly, You say? Then you have to promise me first. Knowing that he couldn't argue with the drunkard, the fourth prince nodded. Okay, I promise you. Qin Qianqian giggled, and tightened her arms around the fourth prince's neck. Can you not get close to other girls in the future? Without waiting for the fourth prince to say anything, Qin Qianqian continued. I'm talking about other people, not including Luor and your mother. Luor is your sister. I won't be unhappy if you get close to her, and I won't be angry if your mother gave birth to you. The fourth prince turned to look at Qin Qianqian and said with a smile, Qin Qianqian, are you drunk? You are drunk. If I were really drunk, would I still be able to carry you, a drunkard? After the fourth prince finished speaking, he heard a long breath coming from his back. He tilted his head slightly, and found that Qin Qianqian, who was still negotiating the terms a moment ago, had fallen asleep on his back. It's really the right time to fall asleep. The fourth prince finished speaking softly, and was about to carry Qin Qianqian into the mansion, when he heard a familiar voice. Young people nowadays are really an eyesore. Lord Du got off Lord Qin's carriage, and looked in the direction of the fourth prince. Lord Qin nodded in agreement. They followed the two men walking on the street in broad daylight carrying a girl on their backs. They didn't expect that this man would still stand at the door of his mansion. This girl is even less shameless than Qianqian. Chapter 238. The fourth prince turned around upon hearing this, and smiled, and greeted two familiar faces. Lord Du, Lord Qin. Lord Du glanced at the fourth prince, then retracted his gaze, and glanced at Lord Qin, who was also frozen, and said in a low voice, "How could it be the fourth prince?" He didn't speak loudly just now, so he didn't know if the fourth prince heard it. Lord Qin smiled at the fourth prince and replied in a low voice, "How would I know?" Looking at the person on the fourth prince's back, Lord Qin had a guess in his mind that his daughter must have not escaped. "Fourth prince, why are you here?" Lord Du asked casually. The fourth prince pointed at Qin Qianqian on his back. "Miss Qin drank too much, I take her back." Worried that the two would think too much, the fourth prince explained again. "Miss Qin doesn't ride in a carriage." Lord Qin wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Just now, he agreed with Lord Du. Lord Du was not much better. It was fine that the fourth prince heard him talking about him. But the person he was carrying was Lord Qin's daughter. He offended 3 people at once. He found an excuse and turned to get out of this extremely embarrassing situation. The fourth prince carried Qin Qianqian into the Qin mansion, put her down, and turned to leave. Madame Qin ordered someone to make a hangover soup, and said with a smile, "It seems that Qianqian really got what she wanted." Just now, the cautious look of the fourth prince was completely different from his usual unremarkable look. My daughter and the fourth prince grew up together, and knew each other well. Although the fourth prince was not as outstanding as other princes, he was a man with no ulterior motives. If he married my daughter, she would definitely not be wronged. Well, Mr. Qin nodded and sighed. There is no problem with concubine Shu. I wonder if the emperor. At the same time, Mr. Du returned to the mansion, and couldn't wait to tell Mrs. Du what happened just now. Raised his hand to take the tea that Mrs. Du poured for him, and drank it. "Be careful when you speak next time. I don't know if the fourth prince heard it." Mrs. Du chuckled. "I'm afraid Mr. Qin is not much better than you. Everyone has a different temperament. I heard Yenner say that Miss Qin has a good temper. Master, you can't look down on her because of this." "Am I that kind of person?" Lord Du put down the cup in his hand. "Everyone has their own way of living. Anyway, it's good that it's not Yenner who was carried on the back." Speaking of Du Shuyan, Lord Du was about to ask where she went, and saw the second prince holding Du Shuyan in his arms. "Quick, call a doctor to come and check Miss Du's feet." Lord Du felt a loud slap on his face. What's the difference between holding and carrying? What happened to Yenner? Du Shuyan was put on a chair by the second prince. "It's okay, just sprained her foot. Don't worry, Grandma." "Lord Du, Madame Du." The second prince greeted the two and observed Lord Du's expression. "Second prince, did you carry Yenner all the way here?" Lord Du had hope in his heart, but the second prince nodded directly and shattered his hope. "Lord Du, don't worry, I don't have a fiancé yet, but I saw that Miss Du was in unbearable pain, so I couldn't take care of anything else. If you think it's inappropriate, I can ask my father to grant us a marriage." Du Shuyan now understood what the second prince was thinking. She didn't sprain her ankle seriously, but he insisted on carrying her. It turned out that he wanted to see the reaction of her grandfather. The people of Tianqi are open-minded. There is nothing wrong with it. "Thank you, second prince, for sending Yenner back." Seeing that the second prince had no intention of leaving, Lord Du could not directly drive him away, so he had to have someone serve tea. Lord Du is too polite. The second prince took the tea. Didn't everyone say that Lord Du was old-fashioned? Why did he say that there was nothing wrong when he saw him carrying Yen back? Lord Du looked back and forth between the two of them, and snorted in his heart, thinking of cheating his precious granddaughter away, dreaming. When the undercurrent between the two was surging, the doctor came in, with a medicine box on his back, and checked the injury on Du Shuyan's foot. He gave a few instructions, got some medicine, and got up and left. "Miss Du is fine, so I'm relieved." The third prince would naturally not miss the opportunity to send Mu Shui back home. The two were strolling in the bustling market at the moment. The third prince walked on the left side of Mu Shui, paying attention to the passers-by, worried that they would bump into Mu Shui. Mu Shui took his little action into her eyes, and curled her lips. "Sir, please buy a hairpin for your wife." The third prince stopped and looked at the exquisite hairpins in front of him. His eyes fell on a white jade hairpin. He raised his hand, picked up the white jade hairpin, and handed it to Mu Shui. "How about this one? Mu Shui has a cool temperament, and this white jade hairpin is pure white. The third prince thinks it fits her temperament very well. Young master has a good eye. This hairpin really matches your wife." The boss's words were not a compliment, but he really thought the hairpin was very suitable for Mu Shui. Listening to the boss calling her wife, Mu Shui felt a little embarrassed. She looked at the simple white jade hairpin in front of her and nodded, "Okay." The third prince paid the silver, and inserted the white jade hairpin into Mu Shui's bun. The two of them strolled for a long time, and Mu Shui found that the third prince would pay for everything she saw. She was worried that if the third prince continued to shop, he would not be able to carry all the things he bought, so she took the initiative to carry them back to the mansion. The two returned to the Qingyuan Marquis's mansion. Qingyuan Marquis looked at the third prince carrying a lot of things and asked someone to take the things from him. Knowing that Qingyuan Marquis did not like him very much now, the third prince put down the things and turned to leave. Send all the things back to the princess's room. Qingyuan Marquis asked Mu Shui to stay. Today, your second aunt came to look for you, but she left when you were not there, and she did not say anything. Mu Shui thought her father would ask her about the third prince, but she didn't expect that it was her second aunt who was looking for her. In her memory, her second aunt treated her well, and her second uncle was her father's only brother, so the two families had a good relationship. But was there anything she could help with? Mu Shui thought about it but couldn't figure it out. It was time for dinner. Mu Shui had just finished dinner with the Marquis of Qingyuan when she heard the maid come to report. Marquis, the second madam is here. Su was brought in, and the Marquis of Qingyuan ordered someone to prepare the dishes. Marquis, no need, I've used it before. I came here to ask the princess for something. Second aunt, please tell me. Unlike other second wives who would covet the status of the first wife, Su has always abided by her duties, never overstepped the boundaries, and would not make unreasonable demands just because the first wife is a marquis. It is precisely because of this that Mu Shui respects her very much. Your cousin was absent-minded after returning home today. I asked the maid and found out that he was like this after meeting Miss Yang. Su sighed at this point. I want to invite Miss Yang to visit my house, but I'm worried that she will refuse, so I came to ask the princess for help. She was very satisfied with Yang Xian, the future daughter-in-law, but who knew that the other party would suddenly break off the engagement. Chapter 239. They insisted on canceling the marriage, and she had no choice. She couldn't just make a scene because her son liked her too much. When her son was abducted and sold to Jiangzhou, it was thanks to the Yang family that they saved him. If the Mu family really made a scene, it would not only bring shame to the Marquisate, but also make the Yang family think that they were ungrateful. Even if the marriage failed, there would be no enemies. Mu Shui witnessed Yang Xian meeting her cousin today, and naturally knew why her cousin was distracted. But now that her cousin is married, the second aunt invited Yang Xian to go, probably to make her cousin give up the idea and live a good life. It just so happens that I know Miss Yang. I will talk to her, and have someone tell my second aunt. Su thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, princess. Does your cousin still have Miss Yang in his heart? If so, why did he get married? Hearing Mu Shui's words, Su regretted it a little. Your cousin is not young anymore. I'm worried that he can't get over this, and will forget the old one when he has a new one. At first, her son was unwilling. She couldn't bear to see her son torturing himself like this, so she said that she was not in good health and hoped that he would get married as soon as possible and have children. She chose her niece as her daughter-in-law. She felt it was unfair to her niece. She told her that her son had someone he liked. If her niece couldn't accept it, she could give up. Unexpectedly, her niece said she didn't care. The two hit it off immediately. Her son was a filial son, and agreed under her coercion. She thought everything would develop in a good direction, but today her son returned to his previous state after seeing Yang Xian. The next day, a scream broke out in the sixth princess's mansion. Princess, what's wrong with you? The maid pushed the door open and came forward to ask. The sixth princess stood up from the bed and rubbed her black hair. All the memories of yesterday's drunkenness came to her mind clearly. It's over, she's done. Which bastard called the emperor here? No, if the emperor saw that she was drunk, wouldn't Qin Qianqian and Du Shuyan also be implicated by me? If the emperor had a bad opinion of the two because of this, the second and fourth brothers would come to settle accounts with me. Thinking of this, the sixth princess quickly told the maid. Pack up your things quickly. She had to find a place to hide, otherwise she would not only be scolded by her father, but also beaten by her second and fourth brothers. It was about the happiness of the two of them, and she couldn't guarantee whether they would go crazy. Princess, are you okay? The maid saw that the expression on the sixth princess's face was changing, and thought she was still drunk. I'm fine, you go pack up quickly. Where are you going to pack up? A familiar voice sounded at the door, and then the emperor came in holding Yuiluo, followed by the fifth princess. Arriving just in time, is the sixth princess planning to pack up and run away? Father, father, why are you here? The sixth princess forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Your son pays respects to your father, father. Are you not going to court? Could it be that your father didn't even attend the morning court in order to reprimand her? You still have to attend the morning court. You came to your house right after the morning court. I was wondering why the tyrant left the morning court so quickly today. It turned out to be because of this matter. It seems that you remembered what happened yesterday. The emperor glared at the sixth princess. You've already embarrassed yourself in the restaurant, and you still want to drink with Luor. The sixth princess lowered her head. The fourth prince said that when father scolds people, just listen, and wait until father finishes scolding. Father, I know I'm wrong. Aren't you going to pack up? Where are you going to pack up? Seeing that she didn't say a word, the emperor walked to the chair and sat down. Haha, why didn't the sixth princess say anything? Did she get some secret from the fourth prince? Get up. After hearing this, the sixth princess thanked him, and stood up quickly, thinking that the fourth prince's method was quite useful. Before she could be happy, she heard the emperor say again, from today on, copy the Buddhist scriptures in the mansion. When you finish copying, you can leave the mansion. Looking at the thick Buddhist scriptures brought by eunuch Chow, the sixth princess' smile froze on her face. How could she not know that there was such a thick Buddhist scripture? She would have to copy it for a month without eating or drinking. Father. The emperor stood up and said expressionlessly, if you say one more word, you will get another book. It's fine if he drinks by himself, but he also wants to bring Luor with him. Fortunately, Luor is still young. If she is about the same age, she will be led astray. The sixth princess shut up obediently, fearing that the emperor would give her another book. The tyrant is really strict. Fortunately, I have a good alcohol tolerance and good drinking habits, and I will never get drunk. The emperor, Copy it yourself, no one is allowed to help, and I will check it myself after you copy it. When the emperor took Yulu away, the sixth princess looked at the fifth princess pitifully, holding the thick Buddhist scriptures with a look of despair. Fifth sister, who is the heartless person who called my father here? She deserves to die. Why didn't she just fall asleep peacefully after drinking, but insisted on shouting to see Luor? Third brother. The fifth princess helped her up. The sixth princess, who had just stood up, became weak again. She could still argue with the fourth brother, but this man was the third brother. She could only give in. Why didn't you knock me out at that time? The sixth princess cried, you should have knocked me out and brought me back. I didn't expect it. The fifth princess patted her shoulder. It's too late to say anything now. The sixth princess hugged the fifth princess and looked at the Buddhist scriptures thrown aside. This is not copying Buddhist scriptures. It is clearly the beginning of destroying my freedom. In the next few days, the incident of Prince Huaqin came to an end. Prince Tuan still had no news, and the capital returned to peace again. Your Majesty, the soldiers from the northern border have arrived in the capital, and met with their families. General Yao, and his son Yao Kong asked to see him. The emperor signaled eunuch Chow to bring the people in. Yao Kong entered the imperial study, and knelt heavily on the ground. Your Majesty, I am guilty, please punish me. The kneeling was so loud that it hurt. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. The Yao family has guarded the northern border for many years, and deserves rewards. This time, they should be punished. Yao Kong knelt on the ground with his body straight. I am willing to be punished. The emperor was silent for a while. The merits and demerits offset each other, and I will fine you 1 year's salary. I will guard the northern border well in the future. Yao Kong raised his head in disbelief. Seeing this, the emperor smiled and said, why, do you think my punishment is too light? Thank you, Your Majesty. Yao Kong bowed his head heavily. I will swear to defend the northern border and protect the people's peace in the future. When he entered Beijing, his father took him to see the emperor. He thought that if the emperor punished him, he would only ask not to implicate his family, and be greedy to see his sister once. Who knew that the emperor would only punish him for 1 year's salary? Thinking of his misunderstanding of the emperor, Yao Kong felt ashamed. I admire your loyalty and righteousness, but if you are used by someone with ulterior motives, this will become your weakness. Yao Kong lowered his head. Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty, I am ashamed. The emperor said a few more words, and sent Yao Kong and General Yao away. Chapter 240. According to General Yao's temperament, Yao Kong must have been brought directly to the palace by him to plead guilty. Now he must be eager to go home, and can't wait to see Yao Xian. Yao Xian left the palace and returned to the Yao mansion, after the king of Yueqing was beheaded. Today, when she heard that her brother was back, she waited anxiously in the house. Worried that her appearance would scare the people in the mansion, Yao Xian did not leave her room after returning to the mansion. Madame Yao took her thoughts into consideration, and was not confident that others would serve her, so she took care of Yao Xian herself. Mother, sister. Madame Yao stood at the door, and saw Yao Kong in black armor walking towards them quickly from a distance. He even jogged behind her, probably because he thought she was walking too slowly. Mother! Yao Kong ran to Madame Yao, stopped, and knelt on the ground. I am an unfilial child and made you worry. On the way back, his father told him everything the emperor had done for the Yao family. The more he listened, the more he felt ashamed of being a minister. He took it for granted and felt that the emperor's decision to let the Yao family go to the northern border was unfair to the Yao family and the soldiers of the northern border. But if he really succeeded in taking this position, we still have to send people to guard the northern border. How can this be fair to these people? Fortunately, the words of the soldiers made him stop, otherwise he would really be ashamed of his father's teachings. Connor, get up quickly. Mrs. Yao wiped her tears and raised her hand to help him up. Has the emperor's punishment come down? Yao Kong stood up and nodded. When Mother saw the secret letter, she didn't believe it. Mrs. Yao sighed. Just accept the emperor's punishment and don't feel resentful. The emperor has never treated our Yao family badly in the capital over the years. This time, thanks to the emperor, otherwise I don't know if I can see you again. And Xian'er was also rescued by the emperor's people. If the emperor hadn't asked her to pretend to be unconscious and sent people to protect her, she would have been killed by the king of Yueqing because she couldn't keep her composure when she woke up. Mother, I was bewitched and almost implicated the Yao family. I deserve to die. Yao Kong raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Seeing that he wanted to continue slapping her, Madame Yao raised her hand and held his hand while crying. What are you doing? How did the emperor punish you? The emperor said a 1-year salary deduction. Yao Kong whispered, and Mrs. Yao was incredulous. That's it? The emperor's punishment was so light that he didn't even hit her with a stick. That's it. Yao Kong glanced into the room. Where's Xian'er? The two of them entered the room, and General Yao, who was late, arrived right after them. Xian'er, brother is back. Yao Xian turned her head and looked at the tall Yao Kong, tears filling her eyes, and then bursting out. She wanted to call him brother before she got married, but she couldn't make a complete sound when she opened her mouth, so she lowered her eyes in frustration. Although Yao Kong had known about his sister's experience in the letter, the horrible face of his sister in front of him made him clench his hands tightly into fists. His sister was tortured like this by the dog thing Li Qingwang, and he was still thinking about taking advantage of the tiger. He moved step by step to the bedside, looked at Yao Xian, who was crying silently with her head down, raised his hand, and gently touched her hair like dry grass. Don't cry, sister. It's your brother who didn't protect you well. Your brother deserves to die. Yao Kong sat on the bed with a choked voice, and his hand stroking Yao Xian's hair could not help but tremble. His sister used to be beautiful and had black hair, but now she has become like a ghost. How much courage did she have to hold on until today? He couldn't imagine how desperate and helpless his sister felt when she was tortured like this, and he couldn't imagine how his sister would be tortured by the king of Yueqing if the emperor hadn't found her. Yao Xian could feel Yao Kang's self-blame and guilt. She raised her head, raised her hand to wipe Yao Kang's tears, and slowly took her hand back to get the paper and pen next to her. After writing on the paper, Yao Xian held up the paper. I'm fine, brother, don't cry, I'm really fine. The wound on her face has now scabbed over, and it's not as painful as it was at the beginning. She remembered that when the king of Yueqing first cut her face with a knife, she screamed in pain. Later, she found that the more she cried when she was tortured, the more excited the king of Yueqing became. From then on, even if she was tortured in pain, she would force herself not to make a sound, even if she bit her lips until they bled. She thought that this would make the king of Yueqing lose interest, but the king of Yueqing not only did not stop, but also intensified the means of torturing her. Cut off her nose for her to see, and even put a bronze mirror after she was tortured to the point of being a ghost, so that she had to look at her horrible face every day and live in agony. Brother, listen to Xian'er, don't cry. Yao Kong wiped his tears and smiled. Seeing that everyone was present, Yao Xian pointed to the chairs and asked Madame Yao and General Yao to sit down. After the two sat down, Madame Yao smiled and asked, Xian'er, do you have anything to say? Yao Xian nodded and wrote down what she wanted to say on the paper. The princess was right. She should tell her parents. Several people waited patiently for her to finish writing, and after seeing the words on the paper, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. I'm so tired, I want to take a rest. Then Xian'er, take a rest first. We will come to see Xian'er later. Yao's mother had guessed a little bit in her heart, but she didn't want to accept it, so she tried to change the subject. Yao Xian quickly shook her head and quickly wrote 2 lines on the paper. Dad, Mom, brother, I am dying soon. I want to be free as soon as possible. Can you just treat me as if I died 3 years ago? Now that the prince of Yueqing is dead and her brother is back, she has no regrets. Rather than waiting to die unconscious later, it is better to leave now while awake, so that at least she will not forget her family. Although she can sleep well these days thanks to the tranquilizers given by the princess, every bit of torture will come to her mind when she wakes up. The three of them had red eyes, and pursed their lips tightly without saying a word. Madame Yan naturally knew how much her daughter was suffering as she had taken care of her these days. But in order not to make her worry, Xian'er showed that she was getting better in front of her. In fact, she knew that her daughter's awakening might not be a good thing. The more awake she was, the more she would recall the process of being tortured in her mind. Perhaps it was because of this that she was unconscious before to escape the pain. Xian'er, you. Facing her pleading eyes, Yao Kong finally closed his mouth. His sister had been afraid of pain since she was a child. It must have been her limit to endure it until now. He hoped that his sister would live, but what could he do for his sister who was living a life worse than death? I know I am very selfish. Yao Xian wrote these words with shaking hands and held them up, forcing a smile. Her family would be sad if she died, but she was really in pain. The memory of being tortured lingered in her mind. Every time she thought of it, it was like a blunt knife cutting her flesh, making her feel so painful that she wanted to die. No. Mrs. Yao stepped forward and hugged Yao Xian. Xian'er is not selfish. It was they who selfishly wanted their daughter to live, but they did not ask her wishes. Chapter 241. In the Imperial Study. The Emperor had written down the relevant matters for the northern border soldiers, and was playing with the phoenix seal in his hand to make Yuilua happy. Eunuch Chao was staring at the roof in a daze. Eunuch Chao. Your Majesty, I'm here. Eunuch Chao thought the Emperor wanted to drink tea, so he went forward and poured him some. Do you think my punishment for Yao Kong is too light? Eunuch Chao, who was a little sleepy at first, fell asleep when he heard this. As the Emperor's personal servant, he was not only careful when serving, but also very particular about what he said. Eunuch Chao looked so timid at the moment, just like me when I was asked to recite. It's not easy to serve the Emperor. When he's bored and wants to chat, you have to chat with him, and keep your head while ensuring his happiness. Emperor, Eunuch Chao observed the Emperor's expression, and said softly, Your Majesty is kind. Miss Yao is already dying. You treated Yao Kong like this because you don't want General Yao to lose 2 children at once. The Emperor took the tea from Eunuch Chao's hand, took a sip and put it back, pinching Yuilua's chubby face with a smile. Leave. The light punishment of Yao Kong will not only make the Yao family grateful, but more importantly, General Yao is familiar with the terrain of the northern border. If Yao Kong is really punished, General Yao will be hit hard and fall ill, which is equivalent to losing 2 capable assistants at once. My uncle is powerful, but he can't stay in the northern border all the time. After all, the hidden danger of Prince Duan is still unknown. The tyrant has considered it for the long term, not bad. The Emperor curved his lips, and Luor praised him. Send the prince and several princes to the Imperial Study to discuss important matters. After giving the order, thinking that it would take time for several people to enter the palace, the Emperor stood up and took the Phoenix Seal to go to Concubine Shu's palace. Concubine Shu rarely did not go to play cards today. Seeing the Emperor coming to her palace, she almost thought that she was dizzy because of staying up late playing cards. Every time the Emperor enters the harem, he goes to Concubine Xian's sister. Why is he here? Your servant pays respect to the Emperor. The Emperor motioned her to get up and step into the bedroom. Concubine Shu's bedroom is much cleaner than last time, and there is no sawdust everywhere. Seeing that Concubine Shu's bedroom is so clean, it is known that she has not been studying messy things recently. It is probably because she is too busy playing cards. Your Majesty, what do you want to see me for? Seeing that Concubine Shu had something to say and was about to leave, the Emperor took out the Phoenix Seal in his hand and handed it to her. Looking at the Phoenix Seal in the Emperor's hand, Concubine Shu was reluctant to take it. Could the Emperor want her to be the queen? That wouldn't work. Now she was in charge of the harem only to manage the concubine, who was making trouble. If she really became the queen, things would come one after another. She had a headache just thinking about it. Your Majesty, this Phoenix Seal can only be taken by the queen. It's not right for me to take it. After saying this, Concubine Shu thought to herself that the Emperor might have a quarrel with his sister Concubine Xian, so he was using her to anger her sister Concubine Xian. When we played cards together yesterday, I didn't hear Concubine Xian's sister say that the Emperor had a quarrel with her. It's for you to manage the harem, so I keep it with you for now. The Emperor didn't know what Concubine Shu was thinking, and thought she was under pressure, so he encouraged her, You manage the harem well, keep it up. At least no one came to make trouble for him when he finished dealing with the memorials. Think about the previous queen. Either she advised her to choose a concubine or let him treat everyone equally. After dealing with ministers and memorials every day, the result was still arranged as clearly as pork during the Chinese New Year. Leave it with me for now? Xu Fei was relieved. Now that there is no queen, the tyrant is freer. He will definitely not establish a queen to torture himself. The emperor handed the phoenix seal to Xu Fei and returned to the imperial study. The people who were summoned to the palace bowed after entering the imperial study. Get up. They all look in good spirits. Are they happy again? The tyrant took me away that day. I don't know what happened next. What a pity. I have to say that the wine was very good. Except for the sixth sister, who was punished to copy Buddhist scriptures, the relationship between the others has definitely improved. Yui Luo looked at the tall and graceful prince and sighed in her heart. Alas, poor prince brother, no one loves him, just like the withered cabbage in the field. The prince seemed not to hear and said, Father, I wonder if you summoned us here to discuss something important. The emperor signaled eunuch Chao to pass the plan he had written down to several people for review. The previous arrangement of the soldiers in the northern border was indeed unreasonable. Now he has redrafted one, which can be regarded as an explanation to the soldiers in the northern border. After several people circulated it separately, the emperor asked the prince, What do you think, prince? Before, the soldiers of the northern frontier could not see their families for several years. Now, this arrangement not only allows the soldiers of the northern frontier to see their families every other year, but also increases their monthly charcoal and salary. Father's move will surely make the soldiers of the northern frontier very happy. The prince said in a gentle voice. That's what you said, prince. Several people followed suit, especially the fourth prince, who was afraid that the emperor would ask him, and he would not be able to answer. He was not good at analyzing these things. The fourth prince stood aside, thinking that the emperor would stop asking them after asking the prince questions, but unexpectedly, the emperor asked the second and third princes for their opinions. He stood there nervously, and the emperor just glanced at him, and then looked away. It would be better not to ask the fourth son. Father, I have already made arrangements to welcome concubine Xu back to the palace in a few days. The matter of the northern border was finalized, and the prince changed the subject. Concubine Xu? Is it the concubine Xu who guarded the tomb of the late emperor, the old Bai Ding? Yui Luo, who was taking a nap, thought of the plot in the book and couldn't help but straighten up. The champion of the last palace fight is coming back. Several people were puzzled when they heard this voice. Luo'er was so excited. Could it be that concubine Xu was not a good person? Several people had never seen concubine Xu, so they didn't know how to judge her. Concubine Xu went to the imperial mausoleum to guard the tomb after the death of the previous emperor. Last year, the minister submitted a memorial to the emperor to bring her back, but the emperor refused, so it was postponed to this year. The prince and his brother have made arrangements, and this person must be brought back. To say that concubine Xu can live to this day is all due to her superb acting skills. She pretended to be good to the loveless tyrant until today. I don't know if the tyrant can see through her disguise after she returns to the palace. I was so smart that I almost got fooled by her. If I hadn't read the later plot, I would have always thought she was a good person. Oh, God gave me a golden finger to know the plot, but I can't speak. I know what the plot is for. Yui Luo wailed in her heart. The emperor couldn't help but frown when he heard her inner voice. Other concubines had been expelled from the palace after their father was buried in the imperial mausoleum, except for concubine Xu. The other party was unwilling to leave the palace and volunteered to guard the late emperor. He thought that concubine Xu was his aunt and often bandaged his wounds when he was injured when he was a child. This was the warmth that his mother had never given him, so he agreed to concubine Xu's request. Chapter 242. No matter whether concubine Xu is good or evil, it is imperative to bring her back. I trust you to do the job. After the emperor said this, he signaled the others to leave. Those who heard the inner voice were hesitating whether to remind the emperor. But they would also feel strange if they were reminded to be wary of someone they were not familiar with for no reason. The prince left halfway, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to return and tell the emperor. He understood too well the weaknesses of people who lack maternal love. If concubine Xu returned to the palace, and used the weakness of his father to shake the country of Tianqi, the things that Luo'er had avoided in his heart would inevitably reappear. Your Highness, do you have anything else to say? The guard asked respectfully when he saw the prince coming back. Yes, please pass it on. When the emperor saw the prince coming in, he thought he had something important to report. Before he could speak, he heard the prince say, Father, I have something important to report. Feeling the prince's eyes on her, Yui Luo blinked her big eyes. Just report it. Why are you looking at me? Can I eavesdrop? Even if I eavesdrop, I can't say it. If I can say it, I will tell you that concubine Shu can't be brought back to the palace. Is it really necessary to be on guard against a baby like me? I treat you as my family, but you treat me like a thief. I feel sad. Emperor, Prince, Eunuch Chow, send lure to concubine Xian's palace. Damn it, what shameful things are you two planning? You even want to protect me. Am I not a sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket? Yuiluo's voice gradually faded away, and the emperor rubbed his ears. Father, I can hear Luo's voice, so I feel relieved. Before the prince finished speaking, he was interrupted by the emperor. You can also hear Luo's voice? The two looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Father, you can also hear it? If that's the case, then he doesn't have to worry about his father's situation at all. After all, Luo spends more time with his father than anyone else. The emperor nodded, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Luo is his little cotton-padded jacket. It's understandable that he heard it, although this little cotton-padded jacket is a little leaky. But how can the prince also hear it? Thinking of this, the emperor raised his eyes and stared at the prince. Go call the second son and the others back. Since the prince could hear it, could the others hear it too? Thinking of the fifth princess and the sixth princess enlightenment, the emperor thought that perhaps more than just the prince could hear it. He ordered people to summon the fifth princess and the sixth princess to the palace. When they reached the palace gate, they got on the carriage and saw the prince in white clothes coming towards them. Third brother, wait a minute. The others got off the carriage in confusion and bowed. Brother Crown Prince, what's the matter? Father has something important to discuss with you, so I'm here to call you back. The few people who returned to the imperial study were placed aside. The emperor sat at the top, without Yuilu in his arms. For no reason, the few people felt that the atmosphere in the imperial study was a little too serious, especially since Luo was not there, which made them feel that what they wanted to say was very important. The emperor remained silent for a long time, and the others did not dare to speak. After a cup of tea, the fourth prince felt that he could not sit still, and heard someone report that the fifth princess and the sixth princess had arrived. Let someone come in. The sixth princess entered the imperial study in a happy mood. Seeing the several royal brothers sitting in a row, she put away the smile on her face. When her father summoned her to the palace, she thought that he had changed his mind and released her, but now it seems that this is not the case. Meeting father. Everyone is here. The emperor stood up and glanced at several people. I asked you to come here to deal with Luo. Luo. Several people looked puzzled. What's wrong with Luo? Father is so serious and scary. Can you all hear Luo's voice? As soon as the emperor said this, the imperial study room suddenly became quiet, and several people looked at each other with wide eyes. Everyone thought they were unique, but they could all hear it. Especially the second prince and the sixth princess. They remembered that they had tried to match the third prince and Mu Shui. Now that they thought about it, since they could all hear it, wouldn't their actions be redundant? The fourth prince's first reaction was shock, and then he looked uncomfortable. Luo often made up stories about him in his mind. Wouldn't the other brothers hear it? It was really embarrassing. Father and the crown prince could hear it too. The third prince came to his senses and realized why Luo was not there. Yes, the emperor was sure that everyone could hear it, and he was even more upset. Father, since we can all hear it, then Empress Xian is Luo's mother, right? The emperor had also thought about this question, and immediately called out, Come here. Eunuch Chow, who was outside the imperial study, bowed and walked in. Go and ask Empress Xian to come over. No need to bring the little princess. Eunuch Xian had just put Yuilu on the bed, and was going to sleep with her for a while, when she saw Eunuch Chow come in. Empress, the emperor asked you to go to the imperial study. Worried about disturbing Yuilu, Eunuch Chow lowered his voice. Concubine Xian asked Nanny Zhang and Huarui to keep an eye on Yuilu, and went to the imperial study with Eunuch Chow after leaving Zuihua Palace. When she entered the room, and saw that the princes and princesses were all there, Concubine Xian almost thought she had gone to the wrong place. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor gave Concubine Xian a seat and said straight to the point. We can all hear Luo's voice, and you can hear it too, Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian's beautiful eyes were slightly startled. She thought Luo was her own child, and it was not surprising that she could hear Luo's voice because they were connected by heart. But the emperor said that they could all hear it, then Luo had plotted against the emperor before, and the emperor knew it clearly. Your Majesty, Luo is just a child. I don't know why she is like this. Please don't execute Luo. Several people stood up and knelt on the ground. Father, Don't execute Luor. It's so hard to have such a special sister. If it weren't for Luor, how could they change their fate? Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, the emperor snorted coldly. Who said I want to execute Luor? The little cotton jacket was a little leaky. He wouldn't be so cruel as to execute her. He wasn't stupid. If it weren't for Luor, he probably wouldn't be sitting here now. Everyone, get up. The emperor was angry and relieved. He was angry that several people actually thought he would execute Luor, and relieved that several people knew how to protect Luor. He didn't feel jealous because he doted on Luor. No one is allowed to spread the news about Luor. If anyone leaks the news and puts Luor in the spotlight, no matter who it is, I will break his legs. After the emperor finished speaking, his eyes fell on the fourth prince, especially the fourth prince, and the sixth prince, drink less. The sixth princess shrank her neck. No wonder her father asked her to copy such a thick Buddhist scripture. She was not wrong at all. If she told Luor what she heard after drinking, wouldn't it cause trouble for Luor? Don't even tell Luor. She won't say anything if she knows. Luor was so clever that she couldn't let her see the clues. Chapter 243. Empress Xian and several people have the same idea in their minds. The emperor is really cunning. With Luor's personality, she will definitely not reveal it if she knows that they can hear her inner voice. Yes. Several people responded in unison. The emperor looked at Empress Xian. The prince will go to welcome Concubine Shu back to the palace in a few days. You can ask Concubine Shu to arrange her bedroom first. Concubine Shu is the concubine left by the previous emperor, and she is also a sister of the emperor's mother. It is said that Concubine Shu treats the emperor very well. Yes, I will tell Sister Shufei. The emperor nodded, thinking of the rumors in the palace, worried that Concubine Xian would mistakenly think that he cared about his aunt Shu Taifei because of these rumors. Fearing that she would be too careful when she asked Concubine Shu to arrange the palace, he could not help but remind her, ask Concubine Shu to arrange a palace that is a little off the beaten path. It would be difficult to make trouble if it was a little off the beaten path. Concubine Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The emperor reminded her like this. Could it be that Luor mentioned Shu Taifei in her heart? Go back quickly, so that Luor won't worry about you. After Empress Xian left the imperial study, several people thought that the emperor would ask them to leave, but the emperor cleared his throat. Since you can hear Luor's inner voice, I will no longer interfere with who you like. As for your mother, find a chance to tell them. Several people looked a little uncomfortable, because the inner voice they had forgotten suddenly began to attack them. Luor said everything in her heart, and the emperor must have heard a lot about their relationship. Okay, all of you leave now. How could the emperor not know how embarrassed they were at the moment? Hearing this, they stood up from their chairs and walked out of the imperial study room quickly. They were so fast. At this moment, Yui Luo was still sleeping soundly, and she knew nothing about what happened in the imperial study room. Empress Xian sat by the bed and looked at her pink sleeping face, her long eyelashes curled and curled, her rosy lips pouting slightly, and her two little hands placed in front of her obediently. It made people's hearts soften at the sight of her. Concubine Xian raised her hand and gently brushed the fine hair on her forehead. The little girl noticed her movement, raised her hand to pinch her fingers, and then slowly opened her confused eyes. Hee, mother, do you think my sleeping face is too beautiful? No, mother was sitting, not sleeping with me. Could it be that she coaxed me to sleep and went to play cards? Concubine Xian was a little amused and picked her up. Luor woke up. Yui Luo raised her little hand and rubbed her eyes. The tyrant and the prince brother are so hateful. They are actually on guard against me when they talk about things. What bad thoughts can I have at such a young age? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's better to guard against Concubine Shu than against me. Now the palace is so comfortable, and the relationship between the imperial brothers and sisters is harmonious. When Concubine Shu comes back, the harem will probably not be so peaceful. Damn, she is the champion of the last palace fight. I'm really afraid that my mother will suffer. Listening to the little girl's mumbling, Concubine Xian has already changed her diaper and fed her the milk prepared next to her. Yui Luo, who was still mumbling, was also hungry. Looking at the milk at her mouth, she drank it. The little princess is the easiest child I have ever seen. Huarue stood aside and waited for Yui Luo to finish drinking before handing the handkerchief to Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian gently wiped the milk from Yui Luo's mouth and smiled. Luor is really easy to take care of. You clean up here, and I will take Luor to find Sister Shufei. When Concubine Xian went to Concubine Shu's bedroom, she was told that Concubine Shu had gone to Concubine Da's. She had to change direction and go to Concubine Da's palace. Concubine Da and Concubine Shu were eating melon seeds and chatting when they heard the palace servants report that Concubine Xian had arrived. Quickly let Concubine Xian come in. The two were gossiping about Concubine Xian and the emperor, and they were a little excited when they heard Concubine Xian was coming. It's not as interesting to gossip about the emperor behind his back as it is to ask the emperor about his life. Oh, eating melon seeds and chatting at the same time, this life is quite comfortable. Concubine Xian. When Concubine Shu saw Concubine Xian come in, still holding Yuilu in her arms, she asked in surprise, "Why did the emperor bring Luor to you today?" If the emperor hadn't always brought Luor with him, she wouldn't be able to see Luor even if she wanted to. I was conspired with the crown prince and my brother to leave me to my mother. I will make a scene if you want to take me next time. The emperor is discussing the matter of taking over Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu smiled and approached Yuilua and stretched out her hand. "Luor, Auntie will hold you." Yuilua smiled and stretched out her little hand. "Hug, Auntie Shu is so kind to me and my mother, just hug me." Seeing her stretch out her hand, Concubine Shu was a little flattered, and she took her and kissed her on the face. "Luor is so cute." Concubine Da was pinching Yuilua's little hand and playing with it, and raised her eyebrows when she heard it. "Shu Taifei, I was rejected last year. Why did you agree this year?" Da Fei had met Shu Taifei, but it was many years ago. At that time, Shu Taifei was gentle and dignified, and liked Buddhist scriptures. Everyone said that she was deeply in love with the late emperor and loved the emperor very much. But she didn't think so. If a person who could survive among so many women in the harem was really as gentle and harmless as the rumor said, could she live to this day? Empress Xian shook her head. The emperor didn't say that. She refused last year because she didn't know that Prince Duan was still alive. Now that she knows that Prince Duan is still alive, and has been dormant for a long time, she wants to return to the palace to pave the way for Prince Duan. Didn't Prince Duan's mother die a long time ago? Why did Concubine Shu pave the way for Prince Duan? Concubine Xian was puzzled. She entered the palace later than Concubine Da, and her knowledge of Concubine Shu was only from the palace people, which was not comprehensive. Where does she live? Concubine Shu was concerned about this. "I came here to find you, Sister Shu, to tell you about this. The emperor asked you to arrange a remote palace." Concubine Shu likes quietness. Concubine Shu was a little surprised, and then curved her lips. "That's easy," she said, changing the subject. "Just now I was talking to Da Fei's sister about whether the emperor suddenly gave me the phoenix seal to piss you off, and you came over." The few of them were close now, and they could talk about anything, and Concubine Xian was used to it. "Sister Shufei, you really thought too much. The emperor probably thought that you would be better at managing the harem with the phoenix seal." The relationship between her and the emperor was really not what people imagined. The crown and the harem were all rumors. "Sister Shufei, you must make careful arrangements, and it's best not to affect our card game." I'm dying of laughter. Da Fei, what can I say? I'm still thinking about playing cards. Concubine Shu also likes Buddhist scriptures. Shouldn't you be worried about whether she will discuss Buddhist scriptures with you? Don't worry, she definitely won't. Concubine Shu pinched Yuilua's little face. Not only should we not let her influence us, but we should not let her influence our Luo, right? Yuilua chuckled twice. Auntie Shufei is so nice, I love you. Do you understand, little guy? You're so happy. Don't tell me. I really understand. Chapter 244. The matter of the northern frontier was settled, and the emperor asked Eunuch Chao to summon General Yao to the palace to inform the other party of the matter. I thank the emperor on behalf of the soldiers of the northern frontier. In a cold place like the northern frontier, sufficient charcoal is more important than anything else. Now the emperor not only increased the charcoal and salary, but also allowed them to return to Beijing once every 2 years, which was a great gift to them. How is Miss Yao? After finishing the matter, the emperor asked casually. Tyrant, you are really talking about something that is not relevant. Didn't you see that General Yao's eyes are still red and swollen? The emperor really didn't notice it, but he noticed it after hearing Yuilua's voice. Thank you for your concern, my daughter is still the same. General Yao's voice was a little hoarse. His daughter had made a decision. Even if they were reluctant, they could only go along with her. Yao Xian wanted to end her life, so you should let General Yao go back quickly. Anyway, what needs to be said has been said. General Yao left the palace and returned home quickly. The family was waiting for him to come back and have dinner together. Master is back. Madame Yao saw him coming in and hurriedly got up to get the bowls and chopsticks. Yao Xian, who was standing next to her, wore her favorite skirt before she got married. Madame Yao tied her hair into a bun. Xian'er must be waiting impatiently. General Yao sat down and looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, feeling bitter. This was the last meal Xian'er had with him. After this meal, they would lose their daughter forever. Yao Xian shook her head at General Yao, picked up the soup in front of her and drank it in small sips, trying to make herself look happy. These are all Xian'er's favorites. Mrs. Yao suppressed her urge to cry and put a piece of chicken on the plate in front of her. After the meal, everyone felt like chewing wax. Yao Xian wiped her mouth and turned to go into her room. Before closing the door, she smiled at the three people and then closed the door cruelly. The faces of her family were completely isolated from the outside, and Yao Xian's tears finally burst out. She cried for a while, raised her hand to wipe her tears, walked to the bed and sat down, picked up a small porcelain bottle next to her, poured out a pill, and put it in her mouth. This pill was obtained from the princess by her parents because they were afraid that she would suffer. Yao Xian took off her shoes, lay on the bed, and swallowed the pill in her mouth. The memories of her past with her family emerged in her mind, and a smile appeared on her lips. Finally freed, finally no longer tortured by memories. A tear slowly slid from the corner of her eye to her temple, and the woman's short life came to an end. Mrs. Yao outside the door finally couldn't help squatting down and crying after Yao Xian closed the door. Xian'er, mother regrets Xian'er. General Yao and Yao Kong shed silent tears. Madam, Xian'er is free, we should be happy for her. General Yao helped Madame Yao up, comforting her while wiping tears. The news of Yao Xian's death spread quickly in the capital, and everyone couldn't help but curse the king of Yueqing behind his back. The Yao family did not make a big fuss about Yao Xian's death. They followed Yao Xian's wishes and kept everything simple. They buried her in just 3 days. Yui Luo was not surprised at all when she heard the news. In the original plot, Yao Xian was also rescued, but she died soon after. Others say that a good death is worse than a miserable life, and for Yao Xian, death is a relief. As Yao Xian's story passed, the soldiers of Northern Frontier and Yao Kong returned to Northern Frontier again. Unlike before, the new policy issued by the emperor this time gave them hope, and everyone was looking forward to it and grateful. Time passed quickly, and it was the day when concubine Shu entered the palace. The ministers stood in 2 rows outside the palace gate in court robes to welcome her. Even the concubines came out to greet them. What is the tyrant's intention in making such a grand ceremony? Is he thinking about the care that concubine Shu gave him when he was a child, or is he trying to flatter concubine Shu to death? Yui Luo stared at the front with round eyes. Why hasn't it arrived yet? It's so hot, I don't want to be tanned into charcoal. If we talk about concubine Shu returning to the palace, the most happy ones are the restless concubines in the harem. These days, they have been suppressed by concubine Shu and dared not say a word. After all, they were the ones who bullied concubine Shu first, and now concubine Shu has taken the lead and retaliated, so they can only bear it. But it's different when concubine Shu returns to the palace. Today's scene shows how much the emperor values his aunt. When concubine Shu settles down in the harem, they can start to please the emperor from concubine Shu. Then we see if concubine Shu dares to suppress them. Concubine Shu didn't know these people's little calculations. She was drowsy from the sun. Concubine Do looked ahead and found a sedan chair stopped. She glanced at concubine Shu, who was about to fall asleep, and quickly raised her hand to pull concubine Shu. Concubine Shu is here. Finally here, it seems that Aunt Shu is almost asleep. Concubine Shu resisted the urge to yawn and stood up straight. The emperor is really capable of making such a fuss. Is it necessary to make such a big scene for a concubine? Father, I have fulfilled my mission and have brought back concubine Shu. The prince looked at the people lined up in 2 rows and raised his eyebrows slightly. Father, I am afraid that the ministers have begun to be dissatisfied with concubine Shu. It seems to respect the concubine, but in fact it is roasting her on the fire. Concubine, please. The curtain of the sedan chair was lifted, and concubine Shu looked at the majestic palace. After so many years, she finally came back. She thought she had reached the end of her rope and could not avenge that person, but unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope. Prince Duan was still alive, and she still had hope. Madam Concubine? Concubine Shu withdrew her thoughts, got off the sedan chair with the help of her personal maid, and walked in front of the emperor. Madam Concubine, please return to the palace. Looking at the ministers kneeling on the ground, the kind smile on concubine Shu's face froze for a moment. Your Majesty, I am just a widow in the palace. How can I let the ministers kneel to me? Let them stand up quickly. She was a concubine, but the emperor asked all the civil and military officials to kneel down to welcome her. Isn't this inhumane and unjust? She didn't want to ruin the respect she had earned by guarding the tomb of the late emperor for so many years, because of what happened today. The concubine has been guarding the tomb of my father for so many years. Isn't it worth them kneeling down to welcome her? The emperor turned his head and looked at the ministers. Do you have any objections? They were not stupid, and they only dared to have any opinions in their hearts. They have no objections. The concubine, please follow me into the palace. Ministers, Concubine Shu looked at the emperor's expression, which was very sincere. It seemed that he really thought she was worthy of such a welcome. She did take care of the emperor several times when he was a child, and she never showed any ill will towards him. She couldn't figure out whether the emperor's behavior today was because he respected her or wanted to show her power. If it was a show of power, his expression was too sincere. Your Majesty. Concubine Shu knelt directly on the ground. If you don't let the minister stand up, I will kneel down for a long time. The first round, a draw. As expected of the champion of the last palace fight, she did not get carried away by the tyrant's act, and successfully restored her image in the hearts of the ministers. Chapter 245. The emperor didn't expect this to make Concubine Shu bleed. He asked the ministers to stand up with a smile on his face, and then said to Concubine Shu, Concubine, please stand up. Concubine Shu stood up, and noticed the baby in the emperor's hand. She looked at Yuilua with a kind smile. When I came here, I heard from the people that the emperor had a little princess, who was very cute. I guess this child must be her? The emperor nodded, and when he saw Concubine Shu wanted to raise her hand to touch Yuilua, the little girl's angry voice rang in his ears. Get out of here, stop pulling at me. You've been traveling so long, concubine. I take you to the palace to rest. The emperor said, as he turned around, letting Yuilua avoid Concubine Shu's touch. Concubine Shu withdrew her hand, and before she could say no, she heard the emperor say, You've taken care of me when I was a child, so don't refuse. The group headed straight for the harem, and after walking for a while, they stopped at the gate of a palace. Concubine, I heard that you like quietness, so I arranged this quieter place for you to live in. Are you satisfied? Shu Fei doesn't know whether Shu Taifei is satisfied or not. She and Da Fei are more satisfied. What can she do if she is not satisfied? She is a ninja turtle. It's just a place to live. It won't affect her from doing things. Now Shu Fei is in charge of the harem. I told her that the concubine likes quietness. If the concubine doesn't like it, I will let Shu Fei make new arrangements. The emperor observed Shu Taifei's expression, and his smile remained on his face, without the slightest displeasure. No wonder Luo said that the disguise is good, it is indeed good. The unhappy emotions are hidden so well. It's nice here. Concubine Shu looked at the remote palace in front of her, and said in a gentle voice, Your Majesty is thoughtful. It's hard for you to remember that I like quietness. The group entered the palace, which was clean and tidy. As long as Concubine Tai is satisfied, if you need anything, just let someone tell Concubine Shu. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and the emperor, Concubine Xian, and the other two turned around and left. Concubine Shu looked at the backs of the people leaving. Her hands on the armrest tightened, and the emperor seemed to have changed a lot. Although the emperor was talented and capable when he was still a prince, he could not hide his emotions, and it was easy for people to see through his thoughts. She looks so gentle now, but she has grown up a lot, which makes people hard to understand. Tai Fei, you are good to the emperor in the past. The emperor still remembers the kindness of you, his aunt. Such a big event today is the treatment that only the Queen Mother can get. The personal maid Luer said while massaging Tai Fei Shu's shoulders. Tai Fei Shu chuckled, Luer, you are still too young. You know that this is the treatment that only the Queen Mother can get. Is the emperor really doing this for my good? And this palace? The only thing missing is to let her live outside the palace. Luer pursed her lips and said indignantly, I thought the emperor was doing this for the good of the concubine, so this remote palace was also intentional. But why aren't you angry, concubine? Concubine Shu looked calm. It's not worth getting angry over such a small matter. She always understood that a small loss can ruin a big plan. Concubine Shu's return to the palace really caused dissatisfaction among the ministers. The next day, the emperor's long desk was piled with memorials. The emperor looked at the memorials in front of him, and smiled so much that the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Eunuch Chao was puzzled. Why was the emperor so happy to see the memorials from the minister saying that he was not good? In the past, he would have picked up a pen and started to curse when he saw such memorials. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister wants to see you. The emperor put away his smile and said, Send someone in. Your Majesty, I see you. The emperor raised his eyelids and looked at the prime minister. Is there something the prime minister wants to do? The tyrant was asking knowingly. Could it be that he was planning to be nice to concubine Shu so that the ministers would be more dissatisfied with her? Your Majesty, you really went too far in having concubine Shu return to the palace. It is enough to have His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally go to welcome concubine Shu back to the palace. You did this yesterday. The ministers all think that you care too much about concubine Shu. They are afraid that concubine Shu will interfere in politics in the future. There are precedents in history books. Prime Minister Li does not think this is groundless worry. Only you, Prime Minister, dare to say this to my face? The emperor pointed to the pile of memorials in front of him. Can't you see this? Prime Minister Li looked at the memorials and suddenly realized that the emperor did it on purpose. His worries seemed unnecessary. Strange, concubine Shu hasn't started yet. How can a tyrant predict the future? Why is he thinking about dealing with concubine Shu? However, Prime Minister Li is worried that concubine Shu will get involved in politics. This worry is too unnecessary. Concubine Shu wants to kill everyone who participated in that incident when she returned to the palace this time. This matter alone is enough for her to be busy. How can she have time to get involved in politics, Emperor? Should he thank the other party for not wanting to get involved in politics? What is the matter of participating in that incident that Luo is talking about? I am worrying about nothing. Prime Minister Li took out a memorial. This is a memorial from Changshan. Eunuch Chao presented the memorial to the emperor. The emperor opened the memorial and read it, and laughed out loud. Okay, I agree. If you want to get rich, you must build roads first. Anyway, now we have the mines left by the king of Yueqing, and we can make whatever we want with money. It would be best to build a waterway, so that when Kaizai finds that Changshan is suitable for growing lychees, it can be used in the future. It will also be very useful when Li Qian's business grows bigger. Lychees are rare. If you want to eat lychees, you can only wait for tribute from other countries. Thinking of this, the emperor added, if you don't have enough money to build another waterway, I will allocate more. Oh, did the tyrant have his Ren and Du meridians opened up? He is so foresight. I will send a message back now. Prime Minister Li had just left the imperial study when he heard that General Yao wanted to see him. General Yao entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, I see you. General Yao, please stand up. What do you want from me? General Yao looked thinner, but he seemed to be in good spirits. He probably accepted the fact that Yao Xian had left. The mine in Yueqing, has the emperor decided who will go with me? The emperor had already planned this, but he did not summon General Yao because he had just lost his daughter. General Jin will return to Beijing tomorrow. I will let General Jin go with you. Okay, I take my leave. The emperor called General Yao. General Yao, don't force yourself. General Yao showed a bitter smile. Thank you for your consideration, I'm fine. The daughter is gone. The living have to continue living, right? The mine was his daughter's concern. His daughter always blamed herself for not telling him about the mine. He went to solve the mine's location, which was also a comfort to his daughter. Yao Xian was really a miserable person. I don't know how Yang Xian, who was also miserable, was doing. The two people who were in love were unable to be together because of the time travel. Speaking of Yang Xian, the emperor called Eunuch Chao, pick some things, and send them to Miss Yang. Eunuch Chao picked out the things, and sent them to Yang's house immediately. When Yang Xian received the reward, she understood that the emperor gave it because of the matter of Prince Yueqing. The reward has been delivered, and I will not stay for long. After sending Eunuch Chao out, before turning around, Yang Xian saw Mu Shui walking towards her. Chapter 246. Yang Xian looked at Mu Shui, who was walking in front of her, wondering why she was here. She knew that Mu Shui had been mentioned by Mu Qin before, and the only intersection between the two was drinking together in the restaurant last time, but it was just a one-time encounter. Could it be that the princess came to see her? Yang Xian didn't dare to think further. Apart from that person, she really couldn't figure out the purpose of Mu Shui looking for her. Miss Yang. Mu Shui's voice brought Yang Xian back to her senses. She smiled softly and raised her hand. Princess, please come in. The two went to Yang Xian's quiet courtyard and sat down by the window in the house. Yang Xian picked up the cup on the table and poured a cup of tea for Mu Shui. She tried to make her voice as natural as possible. Princess, are you here to see me for something? Mu Shui took the tea, looked at Yang Xian, and stated her purpose straight away. Second Aunt wants to invite Miss Yang to the Mu Mansion, but she is worried that it would be bad if she came rashly, so she asked me to be the messenger. As for whether to go or not, it is up to Miss Yang to decide. When Yang Xian heard the word Mu Mansion, Her hand trembled as she poured tea, and a few drops of tea spilled on the table. She quickly put down the tea and took out her handkerchief to wipe the tea on the table to cover up her gaffe. I am willing to trouble you to make a trip. Madame Mu treated her very well. In the past, every time Brother Chen went to Jiangzhou, he brought the materials carefully prepared by Madame Mu and the popular hair accessories in the capital. Even when she and Brother Chen exchanged letters, Madame Mu would greet her and her family. If it were someone else, she would probably think this was a Hongnan banquet, but since it was Madame Mu who proposed it, she must really want to see her, so let's talk it out. Now that both families are in the capital, it is inevitable that they will bump into each other sometimes, so it is better to make it clear. Mu Shui was a little surprised that Yang Xian made such a quick decision when she heard this. She knew very well that Yang Xian cared about her cousin. If she really went to the mansion, she would inevitably see her cousin's wife. Could Yang Xian really hold back and not lose her composure? Okay. Mu Shui stood up. Then I will go and report to my second aunt. After sending Mu Shui out of the mansion, Yang Xian returned absent-mindedly. At dinner, Lord Yang and Madame Yang saw that she was worried. Xiner, what's wrong? Mrs. Yang asked immediately. The Yang family doesn't have the saying of not talking when eating or sleeping. As long as there are no guests, you can do whatever you want. Yang Xian looked up and saw that her parents were staring at her. She pretended to be calm and shook her head. My daughter is thinking about what kind of clothes to wear when she goes to the Mu mansion. This may be a lie to others. Is this why the princess came to our house today? Mr. Yang picked up a piece of fish belly for Yang Xian. Xiner, if you don't want to go, just refuse. They all saw the relationship between their daughter and Mu Chen. Now that Mu Chen is married, it would be like rubbing salt into the wound if their daughter went there. Yang Xian picked up the fish in the bowl, pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, Dad and Mom, your daughter has already agreed. It's okay. She spoke in a low voice, not knowing whether she was telling the two or herself. The two looked at each other and stopped talking. Seeing that their daughter was in a good mood during this period, they thought that Mu Chen was a thing of the past. Now it seems that their daughter was just pretending to be afraid of their worries. If it weren't for that time-traveling girl, my daughter's marriage would have been ruined like this. Although Mu Chen's father was just an idler, Mu Chen was a promising man. He was the top scorer in the imperial examination, and now works as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy. Dad and Mom, I'm full. Yang Xian took a handkerchief and wiped her lips, then stood up and went back to her own yard. During this time, she tried not to think about the Mu family's affairs, and kept herself busy by dealing with the king of Yueqing to forget those beautiful memories. But as soon as she was idle, she found that everything was in vain. When Madame Mu learned that Yang Xian agreed, she was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She hurriedly ordered someone to pass the invitation to Yang Xian. When Mu Chen knew about this, Yang Xian had already arrived at the Mu mansion. She was wearing a light green dress and walking through the corridor. Mu Chen saw her profile from a distance and thought he was seeing things. He raised his hand to rub his eyes and asked the servants around him, "Who is that woman?" The servant looked in the direction she pointed and said respectfully, "That's Miss Yang. Madam invited her to visit the mansion." Mu Chen's heart suddenly tightened, and he instantly lost all sleepiness and went back to his room to change clothes. When the servant, who was still in a daze, came to his senses, Mu Chen had already changed his clothes and returned to his side. "Let's go to the front yard." The servant wanted to say something, but Mu Chen had already strode to the front yard. Yang Xian was a little worried at first, but after passing through the corridor and being led to the yard and seeing a few familiar people, he felt a lot more relieved. This Madame Mu was quite considerate. She was worried that her family would make Yang Xian uncomfortable, so she specially asked the hostess to bring some girls that Yang Xian was familiar with to save Yang Xian from pressure. What a sin! A good marriage was ruined by a time-traveling girl. Yui Luo was in the arms of the fifth princess, chewing her fingers. She couldn't understand why the tyrant wanted the fifth princess to take her out for a walk today. Did he sense her unhappy mood? Xiner is here, come and sit down. Yang Xian nodded to a few people, and was enthusiastically pulled to sit by Madame Mu. Qin Qianqian saw Yang Xian appear and leaned over to Mu Shui's ear and whispered, "Sister Shui, you are such a good person, bringing us to join in the fun. It's just a pity that the sixth princess was punished to copy Buddhist scriptures, and Sister Yin didn't come either. Xiner, this is Chinner's wife Xiao Xiao." Su Xiaoxiao sat on the right side of Madame Mu. After Yang Xian came over, she subconsciously looked at Yang Xian. She knew that this was her cousin's previous fiancé, and she was also the one who made her cousin absent-minded in the past few days. Emma, is this considered a Shura field? The fifth princess, who was worried that Uilua would be bored, curled her lips when she heard this. No wonder Lure kept yelling for her to come to the Mu Mansion with the princess. It turned out to be to watch the fun. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned, otherwise Madame Mu probably didn't want her to come. After all, with the princess here, Madame Mu herself was the one who felt uncomfortable. Yang Xian looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was beautiful, and had a friendly smile on her face. She looked like a person who was easy to get along with. Hello, sister-in-law. These words almost took away half of Yang Xian's strength. She looked at Su Xiaoxiao while Su Xiaoxiao also looked at her. Although she had never met Yang Xian before, Su Xiaoxiao knew that both her cousin and aunt praised Yang Xian highly. She retracted her gaze, pursed her lips and smiled. I often heard my cousin and aunt mention you before. I am older than you. Since you call me sister-in-law, I will call you Sister Xianer, okay? Yang Xian was surprised by Su Xiaoxiao's kindness to her and smiled back. Okay. She took out the prepared gift. This is a wedding gift for sister-in-law and brother Mu. I was not in Beijing when you got married. I originally planned to wait until Beijing to make up for it, but I never had time. Now I make up for it for brother Mu and sister-in-law. I wish sister-in-law and brother Mu a long and happy life. Chapter 247. It was obviously a congratulatory speech, but Yang Xian almost cried after she finished speaking. She warned herself in her heart not to cry. You came here today to cut off the past with brother Mu, not to get involved. How much courage does it take to wish your beloved to grow old with someone else? The time-traveling girl is really abominable. The fifth princess patted Uilua and comforted her. Why did Muchen come here? He must have heard what Yang Xian said just now. I guess his heart is broken into pieces. According to Yang Xian's current attitude, there will probably be more harsh words waiting for him, so he will have to bear it. As soon as Muchen stepped into the yard, he heard Yang Xian's words of blessing. The smile on his face froze instantly, and the whole person felt like falling into an ice cave. Master, you can't. Several people looked towards the gate of the yard instantly after hearing this. Muchen, dressed in white, froze at the gate of the yard. The words just now were said by the servant who was chasing him. Sorry. He came to his senses and bowed. I didn't know my mother had a guest. I'm sorry. He turned around and wanted to leave the yard, but he heard the voice of the person he had been thinking about day and night. Brother Mu, come with us. These are all the princess's friends. The fifth princess nodded. I am familiar with the princess, Lord Mu. Don't be so rigid. Mu Chen's breathing stagnated. He turned around and walked towards the others unconsciously after hearing Yang Xian's words of retention. Because there was an empty chair next to Su Xiaoxiao, he sat down next to Su Xiaoxiao. Chinner came at the right time. Xiner just gave you and Xiaoxiao a wedding gift. Mrs. Mu regretted asking Mu Shui to bring someone she knew. I thought it would only be Qin Qianqian, but she also brought the fifth princess. Fortunately, the fifth princess was not arrogant. Su Xiaoxiao handed the box to Mu Chen. It's from Sister Xiner. Mu Chen tightened his grip on the box, looked at Yang Xian, and said thank you with difficulty. You're welcome. Yang Xian's hanging hand trembled slightly, but he said sincerely, I came here today to say sorry to brother Mu and the Mu family. Mu Chen pursed his lips, and his heart became uneasy with Yang Xian's words. Why does Xiner say sorry? Marriage is a matter of mutual consent. Mrs. Mu didn't blame Yang Xian in her heart, but she really wanted to know why Yang Xian wanted to break off the engagement. In fact, I have always regarded brother Mu as my brother. In the past few years, I was young and mistakenly thought that this was other feelings. Later I understood. Yang Xian tried her best to stay rational, sighed, and pretended to be relaxed. Fortunately, brother Mu already has a sister-in-law now, otherwise I really would not have the face to come to the Mu Mansion. Hurting the enemy 1,000 times hurts oneself 800 times. Mu Chen, who was sitting next to him, was almost broken. Madame Mu didn't notice anything strange about Yang Xian. She smiled and took Yang Xian's hand. Since you regard Chinner as your brother, and I don't have a daughter, Xiner, if you don't mind, you can be my goddaughter. Su Xiaoxiao also smiled and said, Sister Xiner can come to the Mu Mansion often to play. Yang Xian naturally agreed. Looking at the three people having fun, Mu Chen finally couldn't help but stand up. My child is not feeling well, so I leave first. He stood up and walked out of the yard in a daze. Xiner said she only regarded him as a brother? I go see my cousin. Su Xiaoxiao stood up and went out of the yard to catch up with Mu Chen. Cousin! She walked to Mu Chen's side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Just now, my cousin looked unhappy, and after hearing what Sister Xiner said, he must be feeling bad. She should be happy to hear Sister Xiner and her cousin cut off their relationship, but she couldn't be happy when she saw her cousin in pain. "I'm fine." Mu Chen shook his head. "You go back to accompany your mother." Su Xiaoxiao insisted on sending Mu Chen back to the yard, poured him a cup of tea, and then returned to the front yard. "Don't worry, Aunt, my cousin probably didn't get enough rest." Yang Xian slightly lowered her eyes. How could she not see that Mu Chen's expression just now was hurt? But she had no choice, except to ruthlessly give up this relationship and let him get over it as soon as possible. She couldn't think of any other way to make him get over it happily. Su Xiaoxiao was gentle and considerate, and was a great wife. She and Brother Mu were no longer destined to be together, and I believe that it would only take some time for Brother Mu to forget her. Yang Xian didn't remember what Madame Mu said later. She only remembered that she kept laughing, fearing that showing an inappropriate expression would cause misunderstanding. She even thought meanly that if Brother Mu's wife showed off to her, she wouldn't have to be so cautious, but she didn't feel any malice from Su Xiaoxiao. After leaving the Mu mansion, the wind outside blew over the hem of her skirt, and the warm sunshine shone on her body. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief and stopped to thank Mu Shui and the others. "Thank you, Princess, and Miss Qin for today." She felt relieved when she saw them when she entered. Otherwise, she would not be able to keep the sadness in her heart if she was alone facing the Mu family and looking at their family. "Miss Yang, you are too polite. Please go back soon." After listening to Yuilua's voice, the fifth princess felt that compared with Yang Xian's love and separation, her forgotten past seemed nothing. She admired Yang Xian from the bottom of her heart. If it were her, she would not be able to be so selfless. Yang Xian's values are really amazing, so pitiful. Qin Qianqian sighed as she watched Yang Xian get on the carriage. "I just don't understand. They obviously like each other. Why don't they stay together?" Although Yang Xian disguised herself very well today, she saw clearly that day in the restaurant that Yang Xian looked at Mu Chen's departing back with more affection than anyone else. It's hard to have both, and there are always regrets in life. Mu Shui patted Qin Qianqian's shoulder. "Don't tell others about this." Yang Xian mustered up her courage to say this. If her cousin heard it, all her efforts would be in vain. This was a matter between Yang Xian and her cousin. They should solve it themselves. After the few people left, Madame Mu went to Mu Chen's yard. "Aunt and cousin, please talk. I go see what we have for dinner." Su Xiaoxiao knew that the two had something to say, so she left the house with an excuse and closed the door when she went out. "Mother, why are you here?" Hearing the voice, Mu Chen stood up, helped Madame Mu sit on the chair, and poured her a cup of tea. "Chenner, did you hear what Xiner said today?" Xiner said this. She hoped her son would let go of the past and live a good life with Xiaoxiao. The two have been married for several months, but they have not yet consummated their marriage. This is her heartache. "Mother, you also know that I only have Xiner in my heart." Mrs. Mu also felt sorry for her son. Seeing his face full of sorrow, she began to regret her initial deception. "Xiaoxiao is a good girl. Xiner has no feelings for you. Can't you pity the person in front of you?" Mu Chen closed his eyes, and then stood up. "Mother, I'm going out for a while." Chapter 248. Yang Xian had just returned to the mansion not long ago, when she heard the maid come in and say that Master Mu was here. She stood up suddenly. "In the mansion?" The maid nodded. Master Mu said he had something for the young lady. After leaving the yard, Yang Xian looked at Mu Chen, who was standing with his back to her. It seemed that he heard footsteps, and Mu Chen turned his head to look at her. "Brother Mu, I heard you have something for me." Yang Xian put away her complicated emotions, and kept a distance from him. Seeing that he was silent, Yang Xian guessed his intention, and asked the maid to leave. Mu Chen waited for the maid to go away, and approached Yang Xian. "Does Xiner really have no feelings for me?" He stared straight at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was slightly startled, and then nodded seriously. "Yes." "Does Xiner really only regard me as a brother?" Mu Chen's eyes were red, and he asked unwillingly. "Yes." Yang Xian continued to nod. "So Xiner didn't lie to me?" After several years of getting along, Xiner actually only regarded him as a brother. "Brother Mu, you know, I never lie to you." Yang Xian looked away, worried that she would not be able to bear to see his hurt expression. Sister-in-law is a very nice person. Since Brother Mu married her, he should treat her well. Mu Chen approached Yang Xian a few steps, and looked at her calm face. "Are you sincere?" Yang Xian met his complicated eyes. "Yes." Muchin laughed softly, and a word good came out of his throat after a while. Then he turned and left. Yes, Xianer never lied to him, he should understand that. When Muchen's lonely back disappeared, young Xian squatted down and cried silently. The fifth princess took Yuilua back to the palace, and went straight to the imperial study. I didn't expect that the emperor who usually stayed in the imperial study was not in the imperial study. After asking the emperor where he was going, the fifth princess carried Yuilua to the harem. What was the tyrant doing at Shu Taifei's place? Delivering something? Making trouble? The fifth princess listened to Yuilua's mumbling, and went to the gate of Shu Taifei's palace. She was already thin, and after walking for a long time, some sweat appeared on her forehead. Is the fifth sister tired? Am I too fat? Wipe the sweat off the fifth sister. Yuilua raised her little hand, and the fifth princess felt her heart soften. No wonder my father holds lure all day long. Lure is so sensible. Let's go in, and look for my father. The palace servant led the fifth princess in, and as soon as they entered the door, they heard the sweet laughter coming from inside. Oh my God, the tyrant came here to steal the fragrance? Report to the emperor, the concubine, the fifth princess is here with the little princess. In the room, the concubine Shu was sitting on a chaise longue, surrounded by several concubines, and the emperor was sitting opposite them. After the palace servant reported, the room instantly became quiet. Yuilua glanced at the emperor. They were chatting happily. I could hear the giggling from a distance. I thought it was a hen laying eggs. No wonder she asked the fifth sister to take me out of the palace while she flirted here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good guy, 5 of them at once. They really know how to enjoy themselves. Why don't one feed grapes, one peel grapes, and one serve dishes? The emperor, The fifth princess bowed with a smile. Lure's little mouth is really talkative. Lure is here. The emperor stood up and took Yuilua. Father, hold her. Yuilua snorted in her heart. You come here to steal the fragrance and want to hug me. Continue flirting with these beautiful women. The emperor felt wronged in his heart, and he wanted to play a full role, so he personally sent some Buddhist scriptures to concubine Shu. Not long after he sat down, Lure came. She was still flirting, and he was almost killed by the fragrance of these people. Concubine, please tell me what you need. I will take Lure back to the imperial study first. Several concubines watched the emperor's back as he left, and their hearts flew away. They wanted to please concubine Shu and have her mention them in front of the emperor, but they didn't expect to meet the emperor today. They were greatly encouraged. It seemed that their starting point was right. Now they saw the emperor. Although the emperor didn't let them get close. You should go back too. The concubine wants to take a rest. Lu Er glanced at concubine Shu and began to order them to leave. I will come to see the concubine tomorrow. They bowed and left. Concubine Shu rubbed her temples. Too noisy. I don't know how much incense they burned, but it made her dizzy. No wonder the emperor stayed away from them. What's the point of them coming here to curry favor with you? Concubine Shu took a sip of tea and handed it to Lure. They are just a few idiots. It doesn't matter. They can come whenever they want. They are stupid, but it's more convenient to use them, isn't it? She looked at her fingertips. She would rather let others get blood on them than dirty her own hands. At the same time, the emperor took Yuilua back to the imperial study. Seeing the little girl's angry look, he raised his hand and pinched her face. The little girl is quite angry. I am worried that you will indulge in the gentleness and fall into the trap of concubine Shu. Compared with the Yueqin king, who only has a good reputation, concubine Shu has been in the palace for many years and has helped many people. If she wants to make trouble, she doesn't have to do it herself. It is because of this that she thinks this person is a good person when she reads the book. Knowing that the little girl is worried about him, the emperor felt a warm current in his heart. Although his father and mother treat him badly, he now has his own children who care about him. Eunuch Chow. The emperor remembered the scent of the perfume on the bodies of several people, and decided not to go to concubine Shu's palace tomorrow. He knew the little thoughts of those people very well. They must want to please concubine Shu. Let them go to fumigate concubine Shu, and he won't suffer this punishment. Your servant is here. The emperor curved his lips, and had an idea in his mind. Today, you have someone send some perfume to those people in concubine Shu's palace. The more fragrant the better. Also, starting tomorrow, pick something every day to send to concubine Shu. The bigger the better. The people just now smelled fragrant enough, right? If they continue to smoke, they will probably be absorbed by the flavor. The tyrant is really bad. If they go to concubine Shu again tomorrow, will concubine Shu still dare to breathe? Eunuch Chow picked the spices and delivered them to them personally. Although the emperor can let others go, he is not at ease. If he only sends incense, these people may not use it. He has to give some advice in person. At this moment, several people are together to think about how to dress up tomorrow to attract the emperor's attention, and they hear the servants around them say that Eunuch Chow is here. Eunuch Chow? The few people looked at each other, and walked out with joy in their eyes. I greet the masters. Eunuch Chow glanced at the few people, and thought that they were all there, so he didn't need to say it several times. What is this, Eunuch Chow? Eunuch Chow waved his hand, and asked the people behind him to present the things. Smiling, he said, My masters, the emperor said that you have worked hard to serve the concubine dowager, so he specially asked the servants to bring you some spices. This incense is only rewarded to the masters. The few people were happy to receive the reward, and they didn't hide it when they heard that only they were smiling. Eunuch Chow asked someone to pass the incense to the few people, and before leaving, he lowered his voice and added, The concubine Xian doesn't have it either, so the masters should not let the emperor down. Don't worry, Eunuch Chow, we will use it every day and live up to the emperor's kindness. Chapter 249. No one is as favored as concubine Xian. They must use it every day and show off in the harem. Moreover, Eunuch Chow is a person close to the emperor. This is a reminder to them. They must seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, several people smiled and went up to Eunuch Chow to stuff silver into his hands. It's just a small gift. Eunuch Chow will accept it with a smile. Masters are polite. Eunuch Chow shook the silver in his hand. Although he said so, the silver had already been stuffed into his sleeve. After Chow Gong left, several people couldn't wait to bring incense. The genius of the Lin family, who has always been high and mighty, had never suffered such a blow. Every word of Lin Yi was like a needle, irritating his eardrums. The King of Golden Horn and the King of Silver Horn bowed respectfully, bowing to the end, their eyes full of awe for Tai Bai Jinxing. He originally wanted to rely on the Tang dynasty royal family to develop his Beijian villa. If an An statement was made public, wouldn't it be directly confirmed? In the investigation department, I got a lot of experimental objects, a lot of research information and data, and finally invented a great operation malignant nucleus transplantation. After leaving Zhou Yingjian behind, Yi Yan didn't care about him anymore, believing that as long as he was not a fool, he would know what to do later. And if he said these things and leaked many secrets, Wei Zheng would definitely not have a good end in the future, but he didn't care. His name is Jian Chen, and he also has the Xianming Ju. The word written by Wu Hetai and the fatal injuries on his body, don't these two suspicious points just point to him? Qin Xuanzong thought he did a good job, but he didn't know how resentful Miss Jinxiu's eyes were when she left. One of the tall figures had 2 wings on his back. The wings were very large, with the power to cover the sky and the sun. When they flapped, the wind was strong, the trees were uprooted, and the mountains were shaking and ready to fly. It was extremely powerful. This place seemed to be very insignificant. Li Daoran had just fought with the mother of the earth flame beast for such a long time. The aftermath of the battle was so strong, but it still did not cause much damage to the mountain. At first, when Li Ershio said he was the head of the family, Zhang Xiyuan thought it was Mr. Xiao. Most of the things were already managed by Xiao Weiming. After that, Li Guangsu took his cell phone and walked to the side to make a call. Zhang Xiyuan stood on the rooftop, smoking and looking at the lights of the school. Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and give you a reasonable explanation. Shopkeeper who gritted his teeth and said. Zhao Hui was not completely unconscious at this time, so he felt great pain, very painful. The bullet instantly penetrated his skull and destroyed his brain. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died on the spot, but Zhao Hui was a superpower after all, with a strong vitality and an even stronger brain. Zhang Chao then noticed that Zhu Zitong, the president of the Taihui, showed up at this time, and even his breath became perceptible, but his breath was indeed unstable, sometimes high and sometimes low, and sometimes it seemed to disappear. Wang Yuhai looked at his deformed index finger and missing thumb, and the blood flowing down his face had dyed the carpet red, thinking that you were really soft-hearted. Besides, Fang Qingqing didn't like Shi Lingyan in the first place, so she would definitely scold her. It doesn't matter if she scolds herself. The most important thing is that she might scold Shi Lingyan again. As soon as I said this, Chen Hui fell silent. What I could think of, he could think of, and what he could think of would be more than me, not less. He tried his best not to listen to the conversation between Zhai Jin and the person on the other end of the phone, but the space in the car was so small that every word of Zhai Jin's words, which were as if no one was around, still got into his ears. The foundation is the first priority in building a house. If the foundation is well laid, the house will be solid, and will not be blown away by the wind or knocked down by the rain. Huazijin vaguely felt that someone jumped into the pool with a plop, and immediately pulled her out of the water. Chapter 250. If you don't know, you might think they just crawled out of the spice jar. Concubine Shu stood up and looked at the things that Eunuch Chow had just sent, put the things away. Lure stepped forward to put away the inkstone, and asked after a moment of hesitation. Concubine, is the Emperor trying to test you by doing this? Concubine Shu walked to the bronze mirror and sat down, raising her hand to stroke the gray hair on her temples. Test? What he is doing now is to push me to the forefront in disguise. I have been guarding the Imperial Mausoleum for so many years, my hair has turned white, and the Emperor has also. Looking at the grizzly bear again, it began to become restless. Seeing it ready to move, I hurriedly asked Uncle Jean to prepare the white tiger technique and kill the grizzly bear first. However, Yi Fei smiled slightly. The Zhao Siqing he knew was not such an anxious person. The reason why she said that was probably because she was afraid that he would reject her kindness. But since she said so, Yi Fei did not refuse. After sending her a coordinate, he wandered around nearby waiting for her to come. Everything is fine, Your Majesty. Please rest assured. I'm taking care of it. How can it be bad? Don't you think so? After saying that, she stretched out her slender fingers like white jade and gently stroked Dongfang Mingming's face. After the 30 lashes, the whole city was silent. When looking at Zhang Shoren and his subordinates, many people showed fear in their eyes. Well then, Zhao Siqing finally agreed. For them, as long as Yi Fei went wherever he went, they didn't care. As for the mission, if it was really because of her that the mission failed, she would leave the mission location without hesitation. As for the way to leave, she could find a monster to commit suicide or log off the line. 3 days passed like this, and 2 figures, one red and one white, walked around the entire Tianan city, even went into the palace for a tour, and forced the king of Tianan to give up the throne to them. At the same time, Lu Feng's strange whistling incident spread widely in the army, and Lu Feng was given the title of the reincarnation of the dragon god by the superstitious soldiers in the army. Lu Feng smiled slightly, and said nothing more. Huaxian County has not changed much from before. Walking on the street, Huali looked around at the shops, but she was thinking about the past days. Look, Peng Lai has more motivation to practice, and he sits there to practice whenever he has nothing to do. In the ancient mountainous area in the south, 50 miles southwest of the ancient city of Dali, there is a quarry. This place is famous for its abundant production of precious jade, and it is even less famous in the world. Back then, Wulong wanted Qi Ning to warm his bed, but the girl refused, and then there was no more. Yi Lin understood this. But since Fang Qing gave up his power, he never asked about it again. Yi Lin unconsciously regarded Michael International as her own exclusive industry, although she always felt that she was working for Fang Qin. That's right. Sean nodded, then raised his right arm, extended his palm, and the arm disappeared without a trace, as if it had reached another space. What everyone saw was a hazy and broken soul, extremely unstable, as if it would dissipate at any time. A blazing sun flashed in his left eye and flew out, and an ancient moon sank in his right eye and also appeared, infinitely enlarged, and pressed forward. Brother-in-law, don't pretend, anyway, my sister is not around. Don't worry, after the affair, I promise not to tell my sister. Wan Qianyao said meaningfully. Han Bing continued to add insult to injury. However, there is one thing that the Queen Mother should be comforted by. Although most of the autumn ginger flowers in your back garden were destroyed in the fire, a few branches were taken out of the palace by my companions. This can be regarded as leaving a thought for the Queen Mother. Su Chong's overall strength in the beast camp can be ranked in the top 10, but if it comes to physical strength, this guy is definitely the first one, because his nickname is Mammoth, which is a prehistoric creature with great strength. And weighted running is his strong point. He can run 20 kilometers in one breath, with a weight of 100 kilograms on his back. Chapter 251. As long as my aunt likes it, the concubines in the harem know that you like Buddhist scriptures, so they asked me to come to you to ask for a favor. The hand holding the tea was unconsciously tightened. She hadn't finished her refusal. Haha, the tyrant knows how to grasp the key points and only listens to what he likes. I have to say that the expression management of the concubine Shu is really good. If it were someone else, he would probably have to perform a face-changing performance. Grace? The concubine Shu put down the tea, and her slightly wrinkled face became more amiable under the candlelight. What grace? They want to come to your palace to copy Buddhist scriptures. Please give them some advice. The emperor stood up after saying this. I know my aunt doesn't like noise. I will let them be quiet. It's hard to refuse even if concubine Shu doesn't want to. Let them copy Buddhist scriptures. It's better than those people coming to annoy her. After the emperor left, Lu rubbed concubine Shu's shoulders and said, "Why did you agree to the emperor?" Concubine Shu closed her eyes. The emperor is determined to let them come. Do you think I can refuse? It's just right. Let's contact these concubines to see if there are any clues. You go down. I'm tired. Lua responded and retreated, closing the door. The moment the door closed, concubine Shu opened her eyes. Come out. The candlelight beside her flickered, and a man in black knelt in front of concubine Shu. Your Majesty. Concubine Shu glanced at the man in black on the ground. Can you find out who is involved? The man in black was silent for a while. There are many people involved in this matter. Find out as many as you can, said concubine Shu, with a fierce look on her face. I will make them pay with blood. Yes, the man in black handed a note to concubine Shu. This is what I have found so far. Concubine Shu took the note and glanced at it, and said softly, Qingyuan Home Mansion, Mo Mansion, everything is fine. After that, she walked to the candlelight, lit the note in her hand, and restored her amiable look on her face to let the man in black leave. Because of the news found by the secret guard, concubine Shu did not sleep all night. As soon as the sky turned pale, she heard faint voices outside. Outside the door, Lure confronted several people. Ladies, the concubine dowager is still resting, you can go back first. The concubine dowager had not slept all night, and she wanted her to rest for a while. The people outside the door were also reluctant, but Eunuch Chao said that this was a grace he had asked for in front of the emperor. Concubine Shu thought they wanted to come. If it weren't for the fact that the emperor cared about her, they wouldn't want to come to this remote palace. Since the concubine has not gotten up yet, let's wait at the door. Lure didn't have the good temper of concubine Shu, and her face looked a little bad when she heard that. Lure, come in and wash me, and then invite them in. When the few people were deadlocked, concubine Shu's voice came from the room. Since the concubines are coming, then the daughter of the Mo family, concubine Shu, will also come. Lure went in and washed concubine Shu, then opened the door and let the few people in. The familiar fragrance came, and concubine Shu had not eaten breakfast and had not rested well, so her stomach was churning. Greetings to the concubine. Stop the churning in her stomach, concubine Shu looked at the few people. It was the same few people from yesterday, but concubine Shu was not among them. She felt a little disappointed. Get up. Lure, go prepare the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. After Lure prepared the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, she led the few people over. Concubine Shu's bedroom was not very spacious, and there was no side hall, so she had no choice but to share a room with the few people. Thinking that it was the emperor's grace, the few people copied very seriously. Concubine Shu had breakfast and felt that her stomach seemed to be better. Tai Fei, please take a look at how I copied it. Tai Fei Shu smiled and showed it to everyone, and praised them again, which made them very happy. Because Eunuch Chao told them that the emperor came to Tai Fei Shu's palace last night, they stayed until the evening and left only when the emperor did not come. In the next few days, they still came early. Tai Fei Shu tactfully reminded them that the fragrance on their bodies was strong, but they seemed not to hear her implication, and smiled and said that it was a reward from the emperor. The few people refused to listen, so concubine Shu had to ask Lure to open the window. Because the window was open all day, concubine Shu fell ill before she saw concubine Shu. Concubine, why are you doing this? Lure felt distressed. The emperor clearly let them bother you on purpose. Concubine Shu sighed, and looked at the sunny day outside. Your body is useless, and the weather is not cold. The few people who copied the Buddhist scriptures almost set off firecrackers to celebrate when they knew that concubine Shu was sick. These days, they copied so much that their hands turned red, but they didn't see the emperor. Fortunately, concubine Shu fell ill first, so they didn't have to get up early and stay up late to copy Buddhist scriptures. The emperor raised his eyebrows when he learned that concubine Shu was ill. It was faster than he expected, and it was also thanks to concubine Shu that she arranged a good palace. Finally, she fell ill, and the concubines must have almost vomited from copying. I thought I could see the tyrant by copying Buddhist scriptures, but it turned out that I was eating the pie drawn by Eunuch Chao. Hey, is the tyrant trying to show his filial piety again, Emperor? That's what he meant. Eunuch Chao, go and summon all the doctors from the imperial hospital to the concubine. After giving the order, the emperor took Yulua to concubine Shu's bedroom. When concubine Shu heard that the emperor was coming, she was about to get up from her bed. The emperor hurriedly said, "Auntie is feeling better. I've asked the doctor to come over. He be here soon." Concubine Shu coughed a few times and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty. It's just a little cold. It's nothing." The emperor held Yue Luo and stepped back a little. "I shouldn't have let the concubines disturb my aunt." At this time, Eunuch Chao came in with a group of imperial doctors. Some of the imperial doctors had messy beards, and some were still panting. "Your majesty, the imperial doctors are here." Looking at the imperial doctors, who came in one after another, Concubine Shu felt that her head seemed to hurt a little more than before. "Quick, Imperial Dr. Lin, come and see the concubine." The imperial doctors saw the concubine lying on the bed. Except for her pale face, she seemed fine. Just now, Eunuch Chao asked them all to come to Concubine Shu. They thought the concubine was dying. Dr. Lin stepped forward to check the pulse of Concubine Shu, then stepped aside and said, "Your Majesty, the concubine just caught a cold. She will recover after taking a dose of medicine and resting well." The emperor smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'm relieved if that's the case. Go and prepare medicine for the concubine. With so many doctors here, I thought Concubine Shu was going to die. Aunt, you should have a good rest. I let the concubines come to take care of you." Concubine Shu, who had just stopped coughing, started coughing again after hearing this, and quickly refused after she stopped coughing. "No, thank you for your kindness, your majesty. If the emperor brought those people to take care of her again, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? Haha, does Concubine Shu have a psychological trauma? By the way, the secret guards around Concubine Shu should have found out what happened that year and returned to the palace. I'm afraid they will take some action next." Chapter 252. The emperor returned to the imperial study and fell into deep thought. On the night when he dined in the palace of Concubine Shu, the secret guard beside him said that he felt the presence of the secret guard beside Concubine Shu. If he had known earlier, he would not have rejected his father's secret guard. It would have been better if he accepted and dealt with it without liking it. Now it may not be easy for him to have someone keep an eye on Concubine Shu. After all, the powerful secret guard is there. Thinking of this, the emperor raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. Logically speaking, this secret guard is his father's personal secret guard. Why is he willing to be loyal to Concubine Shu? And Luor talked about what happened in the past. It was that year again. What happened? Your Majesty, have some tea. Eunuch Chao walked to the emperor with tea and handed it to him. Shouldn't the emperor be happy that Concubine Shu is sick? Why is he frowning? The tyrant frowned and was in deep thought. Is this the MO? If I could talk, I would give you a spoiler. Obviously, when Prince Duan rebelled, the first emperor only demoted the Shao mansion and spared the lives of the Shao people. As a result, the Shao mansion started to make trouble after the tyrant ascended the throne. The tyrant was already dissatisfied with the late emperor keeping the Shao mansion, and the Shao mansion came out to make trouble, and this time it made itself disappear. Concubine Shu was really extreme. It was obviously the Shao mansion that started the trouble. She failed to frame the Qingyuan Marquis mansion, and instead caused the destruction of her own family. She even wanted to kill all those who participated in the Shao mansion's extermination. What a terrible woman! She only wanted to avenge the man in the Shao mansion, but she didn't know that the man was actually still alive. The emperor listened quietly. It turned out that what Luor was talking about was the Shao mansion's extermination case 7 years ago. But why did Concubine Shu want to help the Shao family to take revenge? In his memory, Concubine Shu had no connection with the Shao family. Is it because of love between men and women? I don't know what Shao Shiai's looks like. Who can make Concubine Shu so obsessed that she even refused to give birth to a child for the late emperor? Shao Shiai's? Is Luor sure she is not mistaken? The emperor was stunned. This Shao Shiai's is the uncle of Prince Duan. Because he is the son of the Shao family in old age, he is more than 10 years younger than Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu is really at the forefront of fashion. She is so addicted to young grass. It seems that the late emperor is even more miserable than the tyrant. Although the tyrant was cheated, the child is indeed his own. I wonder if the grass on the grave of the late emperor is even greener now. Emperor, After eating such a big melon, the emperor's brows relaxed. Shao Shiai's is really as patient as Prince Duan. 7 years ago, the entire Shao family was executed, and Prince Duan was alive, and could bear not to show up. Shao Shiai's is alive now, and he knows about Prince Duan's affairs, but does nothing. The emperor waved his hand to let Eunuch Chao go out. He called out to the air, Qifeng. Qifeng, dressed in a black brocade robe, appeared in the center of the imperial study. Your Majesty. The young man knelt on one knee on the ground, his face serious, which was completely different from when Qingrong was arguing. From today on, you will be wherever the little princess is, and remember not to let the little princess get hurt. He was worried that concubine Shu would target Luer, and with Qingfeng's secret protection, Luer would not worry even if she was not by his side. I obey your order, and I will definitely not let the little princess get hurt. The emperor nodded and added, tell Qingrong to protect the little princess as well. Some places are inconvenient for men, so it's better to let Qingrong go with them. Qinfeng raised his head, looking worried. Your Majesty, I can feel that concubine Shu has secret guards around her. I and Qingrong are going to protect the little princess. Although I am very touched by your doing this, it's not good to give me two powerful secret guards. Don't worry, concubine Shu won't have time to deal with a baby like me. Yuilua paused while sucking her fingers. Wait, did I find something incredible? Hearing her startle, the emperor's heart was lifted. What secret did Luer find? Qinfeng said he could sense the secret guards around concubine Shu. This shouldn't be the case. Qinfeng saw that the emperor didn't speak for a long time, and thought he had angered him. I have overstepped my authority. The emperor was worried that he would miss Yuilua's thoughts, so he just waved his hand and asked Qinfeng to leave. Damn it, could it be that the person around concubine Shu is Xiao Xiai's? Otherwise the secret guards are stronger than Qinfeng. How could Qinfeng feel it so easily? So the real secret guard was replaced with Xiao Xiai's when the Xiao family was executed? No wonder the secret guard's hand is often mentioned in the book. It turns out to be a foreshadowing. The emperor scratched his ears. No wonder he could hide from the Qingyuan marquis who supervised the execution. It is normal for the secret guards trained by the royal family to be able to disguise themselves if they can protect the family closely. Since this person is Xiao Xiai's, why did he hide it from concubine Shu? Aren't they in love with each other? Xiao Xiai's wanted to use his death to make concubine Shu more dedicated to avenge the Xiao family. He never expected that he would die because of this decision. So excited, looking forward to this plot. After receiving so much information at once, the emperor's doubts have been solved, and the corners of his mouth can't help but rise. He is also looking forward to this plot. Only he knows so much information, and those brats don't know. The emperor's smile became more intense, and he took a sip of tea. Although concubine Shu rejected the emperor's proposal to have someone attend to her, the concubines in the harem have seen the emperor's attitude towards her, and of course they will not miss this opportunity to show their courtesy. At this moment, she was surrounded by a group of women in various palace costumes. It's just a little cold, it's okay, you don't have to come to see me. Concubine Shu couldn't stop coughing. I'm glad that concubine is fine. Seeing her listless appearance, the concubines didn't want to disturb her anymore, so they said a few polite words and left. Luer sent the group of people out, closed the door, walked to concubine Shu's bedside, raised her hand, and patted her on the back. If the emperor really cared about you, he wouldn't let these girls bother you. This wave of action clearly shows that they don't want the concubine to have a good rest. Sister Luer, the medicine is here. Luer took the medicine brought by the little palace maid, and did not feed it to concubine Shu immediately. Concubine, this medicine? Concubine Shu chuckled, knowing her worries. Don't worry, there will be no problem. The emperor almost moved the entire imperial hospital here, and he would definitely not be stupid enough to use this medicine to harm her. After hearing this, Luer took the medicine and fed it to concubine Shu with confidence. But these concubines came in waves, but none of the 4 concubines came. What the two didn't know was that the 4 concubines mentioned by Luer were coming here from the imperial garden. Although they didn't like concubine Shu, it wouldn't hurt to see her. The 4 of them walked through the imperial garden and saw the group who had just visited concubine Shu walking towards them. Greetings to concubine De, concubine Shu, and concubine Xian. Chapter 253. The group of people who were originally talking and laughing became quiet when they saw the 4 of them. They stepped forward and saluted obediently. Everyone, get up. Are you here to fight the concubine dowager? De Fei smiled dignifiedly, which made concubine Shu and concubine Ro beside her gasp. Concubine Ro was glad that she didn't provoke De Fei at the beginning, but only cursed her behind her back. At the beginning, she always thought that concubine Shu was the most unproblematic and concubine De was the most useless. But these days of getting along made her understand that concubine De just disdained to fight, otherwise she was definitely not weaker than concubine Shu. Seeing that concubine De had spoken, the group stood up. Replying to concubine De, we did come from the concubine dowager. Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows, smelling the strong smell of spices, and frowned slightly. Seeing that you are talking and laughing, I think the concubine dowager is fine. As soon as she spoke, The concubines became cautious, and then they remembered that Concubine Da was there, and they felt much more at ease. Concubine Da likes to be a peacemaker, and with Concubine Da around, Concubine Shu should not do anything to them. Replying to Concubine Shu, the Concubine Dowager has caught a cold, so she should be fine. Concubine Shu walked a few steps closer to Lady Qin, and when she was sure that the fragrance came from the girls, she curled her lips. Thinking of what happened in Concubine Shu's palace, she thought it was no wonder that Concubine Shu was sick. Even if she didn't catch a cold, she would still get a headache from the fumes. Lady Qin tensed up when she saw Concubine Shu approaching. Concubine Shu wouldn't hit them in front of so many people. The fragrance on the girls is nice. Hearing this, Concubine Qin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, with a little pride on their faces. The fragrance was given by the emperor. No wonder it smells so good. Concubine Shu looked at them meaningfully. We still have to go see the Concubine Dowager. Sisters, go back quickly. Looking at the backs of the 4 people going away. The concubines wondered why these people were walking together. They obviously had different personalities and family backgrounds. Before, Concubine Ro was so enthusiastic in competing for favor, and they also wanted to see if the emperor was really impeccable while having fun. As a result, after the new year, Concubine Ro came out. Not only did she not compete for favor, but she also mixed with these people, and did not mention a word about the emperor. It was as if the person who had tried her best to seduce the emperor before was not her. The 4 of them walked for a long time, and Concubine Ro began to breathe a little. Haven't we arrived yet? Concubine Shu stopped and glanced at her. You are too weak. None of us 3 are as good as you. Concubine Ro stood up, her face flushed because of walking, and she looked up at Concubine Xian. It's not strange that you and Concubine Da are not tired in fighting, but why can't I even compare with Concubine Xian? I'm such a loser. She looked even more frail than she was, but she didn't even catch her breath. The 3 of them looked at each other, smiled, shook their heads, and continued to walk forward. Finally, when Rupin asked for the 3rd time how long it would take, she finally saw the bedroom of Concubine Shu. Looking at the small bedroom in front of her, Rupin raised her hand and gave Concubine Shu a thumbs up. She didn't know there was such a remote palace in the palace. Although it looked quite new, it didn't even have a side hall. Let's come to see the concubine. Walking to the door, Concubine Da spoke softly to the maid at the door. The maid bowed and went in to tell Lure. Concubine Dowager, Concubine Xian, Concubine Da and Concubine Shu and Concubine Ro are here to see you. Concubine Shu opened her eyes. Let someone in. She supported herself on the bed and slowly sat up, and her hands beside her slowly tightened. Watching the 4 people come in, her tightened hands slowly relaxed, and she smiled at them. We heard that Concubine Dowager was ill, so we came to see her. Concubine Shu glanced at Concubine Shu and Concubine Da without leaving a trace, and shook her head gently. It's just a little cold, please sit down. The 4 of them sat on the chairs, and Concubine Shu sighed. I don't have enough people to serve here. I'm afraid I can't take good care of you. Concubine Shu looked around the room and smiled. If Concubine Tai feels that there are not enough people, I will send a few more over later. Concubine Shu shook her head and declined. I like quietness, thank Concubine Shu for your kindness. Concubine Da could feel Concubine Shu looking at her from time to time, and she maintained a dignified and decent smile. But in her heart, she wondered why she looked at her like that. After a few polite words, when they stood up and were about to leave, Concubine Shu looked at Concubine Da. I heard that Concubine Da also likes Buddhist scriptures, and she and I have similar interests. You can come and sit with me when you have time. I will definitely come when I have time. The 4 returned to Concubine Da's palace. Seeing that Concubine Da had been silent, Concubine Ro asked cautiously, what happened to Sister Concubine Da? Nothing happened in Concubine Shu's bedroom just now. Everything was normal. They just said some polite words, and didn't even drink tea. Concubine Shu always looked at me, and Concubine Shu intentionally or unintentionally. Although Concubine Shu looked at me with a kind smile, she always felt that there was a hidden meaning, especially when Concubine Shu said something when they were about to leave. She also came to see me and Concubine Xian. Rupin looked at Concubine Xian. Right, Concubine Xian. It's different. Concubine Xian poured tea for everyone. She asked Concubine Da to go, but Concubine Da doesn't have to go. Concubine Da thought about it, and her brows relaxed. Since Concubine Shu is sick, we can play cards with peace of mind. Concubine Shu was ill for a few days, and her health began to improve. Yuilua thought that Concubine Shu would start to settle accounts with others as soon as she recovered, but the other party closed the door and refused to see her. At this moment, Lady Chen and the others were stopped outside. Masters, please go back. The concubine dowager has gone to bed. Lu Er looked slightly annoyed and raised her hand to close the door. These people were like dogskin plasters. They couldn't be shaken off. Looking at the closed door, the others returned to their respective palaces. Masters, don't go to the concubine dowager with them. You might as well learn from concubine Ro. Lady Chen supported her chin with one hand and glanced at the maidservant serving beside her. What can concubine Ro learn? Should I learn from her to be a dog for concubine Da and the others? I can't learn these. The little maid turned around to close the door, walked to concubine Chen and whispered, think about it. Instead of wasting time on the concubine dowager, it is better to get close to concubine Xian, so that it will be easy to see the emperor. Concubine Chen's eyes lit up when she heard it. Yes, why didn't she think of it? No wonder concubine Ro is with a few people all day long. I think she also planned this way. She stood up. Let's go and find concubine Ro. Concubine Chen took the maid to concubine Ro's bedroom, but did not meet concubine Ro. Thinking that concubine Ro was probably in the palace, concubine Chen went to concubine Da's palace to look for concubine Ro. He didn't dare to offend concubine Shu, and she couldn't go to concubine Xian for no reason, so she could only try her luck with concubine Da first. I hope concubine Ro is with concubine Da. Master, what do you want to find concubine Ro for? Concubine Chen curled her lips. She wanted concubine Ro to help her get close to concubine Xian. If concubine Ro didn't want to, she would threaten her with the fact that concubine Ro deliberately approached concubine Xian. While thinking, she had already arrived at concubine Da's bedroom. Concubine Chen looked at the empty palace gate and exchanged a glance with her personal maid. I go up and take a look. Chapter 254. Da Fei's palace is so big, but there is no one guarding it. It seems that the kind-hearted are bullied. The palace servants may have started to slack off because they saw that Da Fei was kind. Qin Marin tiptoed to the door and looked inside the bedroom. At a glance, her face changed drastically. Who else could it be but concubine Xian and her friends? The four of them sat together, holding the familiar cards in their hands. Before entering the palace, the teaching nanny had told her that cards were not allowed in the palace. These people were so bold. Seeing that Lady Chen was standing there in a daze, her personal maid went forward to pull her, fearing that she would be discovered. Her pulling scared Lady Chen so much that she screamed. Fortunately, the maid reacted quickly and raised her hand to cover her mouth, so that she was pulled away with only a little sound. Concubine Xian turned her back to the palace gate, and seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to look outside the palace gate. What's wrong? Concubine Da asked softly when she saw her like this. It seems that I heard a sound. She stood up and put down the cards worriedly. I go and see. The three of them also stood up and walked to the door. There was no other sound outside except the rustling of leaves in the wind. Where is the gatekeeper? Da Fei looked at the empty door, and two maids rushed over. My lady, I have a stomachache, and I'm going to the toilet. The two said in unison and hurried to stand by the door. Next time, don't go together. Da Fei looked around and said, go in. Xian Fei lowered her eyes slightly. Maybe she heard it wrong. When concubine Chen, who was hiding at the corner of the palace wall, saw the men coming in, she covered her chest and gasped for air. Luckily, she was almost discovered by the men. Seeing her look like she had survived a catastrophe, the maid asked in confusion. Master, what's wrong with you? Just now, concubine Chen's face was not right, and she didn't know what she saw that shocked her so much. I'm fine, let's go back first. The two hurried back to their residence. Concubine Chen drank a cup of tea to calm herself, and put down the cup. Concubine Xian and the others are done. God is helping her. These people are so bold to play mahjong in the palace. When she entered the palace, she heard that a concubine of the previous emperor was found playing mahjong with the palace maids, and was executed. Thinking of this, the smile on concubine Chen's face deepened. It's over. The little maid widened her eyes, and her face turned pale. Master, you can't say that. I saw concubine Xian and a few others playing mahjong. After concubine Chen finished speaking, she had already made a plan in her mind. She told the maid not to tell anyone about this, and decided to go to see concubine Shu tomorrow. The next day, after lunch, concubine Chen went to see concubine Shu. As expected, concubine Shu still closed the door and refused to see visitors. Miss Luer, I really have something important to talk to you about. Seeing that her expression was not fake, Luer turned and went in. Concubine Chen said, she has something important to tell you. I think she seems very anxious. Concubine Shu's cold has recovered a lot, and her complexion looks much better. She put down the Buddhist scriptures in her hand. Bring him in. Qin Marin came in and bowed, and then asked Shu Taifei whether she was well, and then she held the tea with hesitation. Shu Taifei looked kind. I heard from Luer that Qin Marin is in trouble? Finally asked. Qin Marin was excited, put down the cup and bit her lip, and said after a while, I went to De Fei's palace and accidentally saw De Fei and others playing cards. Shu Marin, who was originally gloomy, became interested after hearing this, and she looked at Qin Marin in surprise. Qin Marin, you can't say that. I will pretend I didn't hear it today. You can go back. Qin Marin said that to her just to use her to deal with De Fei and others. It's ridiculous that a brainless person wants to use her. Every word I said is true, Qin Marin said with some excitement. I really saw it with my own eyes. If she couldn't see the emperor, how could she tell Shu Taifei? Shu Taifei rubbed her eyebrows. The affairs of the harem can be handed over to Shu Fei. It's meaningless for Qin Marin to say it to me. Luer, send Qin Marin out. Taifei, the Shu Fei is also among them. What's the point of me looking for her? After saying this, concubine Qin secretly cursed Taifei Shu in her heart. The dead old woman really didn't care about anything. She stood up and walked out reluctantly. Luer sent the people out and walked to Taifei Shu and asked in a low voice. Taifei, do you really not care? This Shu Fei arranged such a palace for you. Why not take this opportunity? Taifei Shu glanced out the window and said something irrelevant. I take a rest for a while. You can tell the emperor later that I have finished reading the Buddhist scriptures in my hand. Luer was puzzled. The concubine had only flipped through a few pages, so why did she say she had finished reading? Yes, I tell the emperor right away. Eunuch Chao was almost falling asleep standing at the door of the imperial study. When he suddenly saw Luer coming towards him, he stood up straight. Miss Luer, are you looking for the emperor? The emperor used to go there often, but the concubine avoided him. Why did she come here in person now? Luer bowed. The concubine asked me to tell the emperor that she had finished reading the Buddhist scriptures. Please tell the emperor, Eunuch Chao. Okay. Eunuch Chao turned and entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, someone close to the concubine said that she had finished reading the Buddhist scriptures in her hand. Have you started to act? You avoided the tyrant like a snake and scorpion before, but now you are approaching him on your own initiative? The emperor stood up and said, Go to concubine Shu's palace. Does he really want the Buddhist scriptures? He wanted to see what concubine Shu was going to do. Luer came back and found that concubine Shu had stood up and sat down. Doesn't the concubine want to take a nap? Concubine Shu glanced at the teapot on the table. I can't sleep. Go and make a pot of tea. By the time the tea is ready, the emperor should be here. With concubine Qin's brain, I'm afraid she's already alerted the emperor before he even saw her. Sure enough, when Luer brought the tea over, she heard that the emperor had arrived. I heard that Anne has finished reading the Buddhist scriptures. The emperor glanced at the Buddhist scriptures on the small table. Aunt read so fast, and you must have hurt your eyes. Ha, tyrant, if you want to say that someone hasn't finished reading, just say it directly, and you still say something about watching your eyes carefully. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Concubine Shu naturally knew that this was not a sincere concern for her. The emperor sat down and looked at the hot tea on the table, slightly raising his eyebrows. Concubine Shu seemed to have expected him to come. I wonder what kind of Buddhist scripture my aunt wants this time. Could it be that the tyrant has studied Buddhist scriptures? Concubine Shu also thought so. As a result, the emperor added a sentence. Is it thin or thick? Yui Lua, I was wondering why the sky was clear. It turned out that the tyrant made me speechless. At this time, a little palace maid came in from outside. Your Majesty, concubine, Lady Qin wants to see you. Please invite concubine Shu's gun barrel to make a grand appearance. Emperor, let Lady Qin come in. Chapter 255. Qin Marin came in wearing a pink palace dress. When she saw the emperor, she didn't look surprised at all. After she found out that Rupin was indeed with De Fei, she decided to go to the emperor. She didn't want the palace servant to tell her that the emperor came to Shu Taifei. When she heard this, Qin Marin was very excited. It was much easier to see the emperor at Shu Taifei's place than to go to the imperial study. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, Taifei. Qin Marin smiled and walked forward, putting away her extra thoughts and bowing. Get up. The emperor was too lazy to even lift his eyelids, and completely ignored concubine Qin's shy and timid look. Concubine Qin comes to my place frequently. Concubine Shu smiled amiably. Sit down. Of course she comes frequently. How can she be your gun if she doesn't? Let me see who concubine Qin's gun will point to. Concubine Chen stole a glance at the emperor, and sat down on the chair obediently, but she was thinking about how to lead the emperor to Concubine Da's bedroom. God has helped her so much, and she can deal with 3 of the 4 concubines at once. How can she miss such a good opportunity? That's not taking the gift of God lightly. I didn't disturb the emperor, and the concubine? The concubine blew the tea gently and looked at the emperor. No, I finished reading the Buddhist scriptures in my hand, and was talking to the emperor about Buddhist scriptures. When these words came out, Qin Marin was so happy that she almost couldn't hold back the smile on her lips. She was worried that she had no chance to lead the emperor to Concubine Da. Buddhist scriptures? Qin Marin opened her mouth. Concubine Da has the most Buddhist scriptures in the palace, and the concubine can go to Concubine Da to pick some. Good fellow, this is to deal with Aunt Defei. No, my mother seems to have gone to Aunt Defei's place today. Lady Qin is not only targeting Aunt Defei, but also wants to eliminate all 4 members of my mother's team. Yui Luo scratched his head. The last time the tyrant saw the Defei playing leaf cards, he had already reminded them once. Will he let them go this time? Concubine Shu is an old fox. Lady Qin must have come to her as soon as she knew about this. According to her character, she will definitely refuse openly, and then let someone tell the tyrant that he has finished reading the Buddhist scriptures in his hand. The tyrant hadn't come to her for a long time, so he would come in person. As for Concubine Chen, even if Concubine Shu didn't help her, she would never miss this opportunity, so she would go to the Imperial Study Room anyway. Knowing that the tyrant was here by going to the Imperial Study Room, and then coming to Concubine Shu, everything seemed to have nothing to do with Concubine Shu, but it allowed Concubine Chen to achieve her goal. Good guy, it really kills without bloodshed. Seeing that the emperor didn't speak for a long time, Concubine Shu whispered, Does Concubine Da really have many Buddhist scriptures? The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, and continued to say, Yes, I came here to talk about this matter. I'd better take my aunt to pick one myself. Qin Marin, who was still a little nervous, suddenly brightened up when she heard this. The emperor agreed, and she was one step closer to success. Yui Luo took in Qin Marin's little movements, and said in her heart. Qin Marin was too happy too early. The tyrant said that he had seen something. No wonder he specially asked the guards to watch the door when he came out. If someone looked for him, he would say that he came to Shu Marin's place. Oh, Concubine Shu thought she was clever enough to lure the enemy into a trap, but it was actually the tyrant who took the initiative to enter the game. Since he had taken the initiative to enter the game, wouldn't it be reasonable for him not to counterattack? The emperor raised his lips slightly when he heard this. This, Concubine Shu hesitated, I'm not fully recovered yet. Please help me pick a book with Concubine Chen. The emperor naturally agreed, Auntie, have a good rest. Concubine Chen followed the emperor out of Concubine Shu's bedroom obediently. Her mind kept working, thinking about how to let the emperor go in directly without being summoned. Otherwise, the emperor would send a message and alert the enemy. How could she let the emperor see it with his own eyes? Unfortunately, her mind was empty, and she couldn't think of a suitable reason. As they were about to reach the palace of Concubine Da, Concubine Chen gritted her teeth and knelt in front of the emperor. The emperor stopped and said in a deep voice, What is Concubine Chen doing? Concubine Chen looked up at the emperor and said, I would like to ask the emperor not to send a message when I go to the palace of Concubine Da. She didn't continue to say anything here, but her face was full of struggle. What is Concubine Da doing in the bedroom? The emperor's face became even darker, and he asked Concubine Chen to stand up. I promise you. Emma, Concubine Chen's brain is really empty. She has come all this way, and still uses the stupidest method. Hee, since the tyrant took the initiative to join the game, I wonder how he will excuse his mother and others later. Concubine Chen thanked the emperor and stood up. She thought to herself that her acting skills were good, which made the emperor think about it, and didn't ask the reason. The group went to the door of Concubine Da's bedroom. Today, there are 4 people guarding the door of Concubine Da, 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs. Seeing the emperor coming over here, several people looked at each other, and stepped forward in a panic to salute, but were stopped by the emperor with a look. Seeing this, Concubine Chen sneered in her heart. Judging from the reactions of these palace servants, they must know what their master is doing, otherwise why are they so panicked? The emperor hugged Yui Luo and strode inside. Concubine Chen suppressed her excitement, and followed the emperor. When they stepped into the bedroom, Concubine Xian and others had just finished a game and put down their cards. Eunuch Chao glanced at the emperor and said, The emperor has arrived. Several people hurriedly stood up and saluted. Your servants pay their respects to the emperor. The emperor did not speak, but walked straight to the round wooden table and glanced at the leaf cards on it. How could this be? Concubine Chen pointed at the leaf cards on the table, with a surprised look on her face. Empress Da, are you playing leaf cards? Concubine Da was a little annoyed. Concubine Xian reminded her that someone seemed to have come yesterday, but she didn't believe it, and insisted on dragging a few people along. Now it seems that this person is Concubine Chen. Mother, don't be nervous. The tyrant is a friendly army. It's not easy to deal with 3 concubines at once. Only Chen Marin, a fool, would think that you can get rid of you all at once. Concubine Xian glanced at the emperor and retracted her gaze. Concubine Ro knelt beside him with her heart beating like thunder. After hearing what Chen Marin said, she wanted to take the blame. She was unlucky today. If she didn't want to make up for it, how could she be caught by the emperor? Before she could speak, she heard the emperor smile and said, "Okay, get up." Good? Chen Man looked at the emperor in astonishment. Did she hear wrongly, or did the emperor say the wrong thing because he was angry? Is it okay for concubines to play mahjong together? Since they have been caught red-handed, shouldn't the emperor punish the 4 people? Not only was she astonished, but the few people who just stood up were also extremely astonished. Your Majesty, this is mahjong. Concubine Da, and the others are ignoring the palace rules by playing cards together in the palace. The emperor looked at Chen Marin, who was a little excited. Are you blaming me, Chen Marin? Chapter 256. Chen Marin looked puzzled. She had no courage to accuse the emperor. She was just discussing the matter. Could it be that the emperor still pretended to be blind and protected a few people when the evidence was in front of him? She forced a smile. Your Majesty, I dare not accuse you even if I have the courage of heaven. The emperor walked to the upper seat and sat down, staring at Chen Marin standing in front of him, and said something shocking. I know they are playing cards. It was my instruction. How could it be? Chen Marin couldn't speak clearly, but the palace rules don't allow this. Hearing this, Concubine Xian and the other 3 exchanged looks of surprise. The emperor actually lied to help them. Tyrant, that's fine, or how about putting the blame on Concubine Shu? Rules are dead, but people are alive. The emperor patted Yuilua. I specifically asked Concubine Da and the others to learn to play cards with Concubine Dowager to help her relieve her boredom, but I didn't expect them to be misunderstood. Ha ha ha, Concubine Shu is really sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Last time, Concubine Da put the blame on the second brother, and this time, the tyrant put the blame on Concubine Shu. What a tacit understanding, the tyrant actually thought the same thing as me. The tyrant is quite smart. This not only shows his filial piety to Concubine Shu, but also allows him to take this opportunity to dispose of the leaf cards to avoid any trouble in the future. The emperor specifically told not to tell anyone else, wanting to give Concubine Shu a surprise, but he didn't expect Concubine Chen to misunderstand. Concubine Xian smiled at Concubine Chen. I think Concubine Chen is scared, but fortunately it has been explained clearly. My mother and the tyrant cooperated well. Concubine Chen was unwilling to accept it. The beautiful future she imagined was shattered because of the emperor's words. Da Fei, I and Lady Chen came here to pick Buddhist scriptures for the Dowager Concubine. Please pick one for Lady Chen to send back to the Dowager Concubine. Da Fei replied, turned around and picked the thickest Buddhist scripture and handed it to Lady Chen, saying softly, Please send it over, Lady Chen. If the Dowager Concubine is not satisfied, I will have someone send more to her to choose from. Lady Chen took the Buddhist scripture, bowed, and turned around to leave reluctantly. After everyone left, the emperor told Eunuch Chao, put away the leaf cards, and take them back to my Qingxing palace. Eunuch Chao put away the cards, and left with the servants around him. Da Fei, I pretended not to see it last time, thinking you were a smart person. Your Majesty, I know my crime and I beg you to punish me. Da Fei was indeed a little scared. If it weren't for the emperor's protection, this matter would not have been so easy to get over. That day, her premonition was indeed correct. Concubine Shu was taking action against them. There was just one thing she couldn't figure out. There was no conflict between her and Concubine Shu, so why did the other party want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Isn't it contradictory for me to punish you? The emperor stood up. Take care of yourself. Chen Marin returned to Shu Taifei's palace, holding the Buddhist scriptures. Shu Taifei was a little surprised. She came back so quickly. Taifei, this is the Buddhist scripture that Empress Taifei picked for you. Shu Taifei glanced at Chen Marin inconspicuously. Chen Marin looked listless. She gestured to Lure to take the Buddhist scriptures, and asked Chen Marin with a smile as if chatting. Are you unhappy with the emperor? Upon hearing this, Concubine Chen shook her head quickly. Of course she was happy to be with the emperor, But she was so focused on how the emperor would deal with the others that she had no time to think about anything else. As a result, the emperor just brushed it off. So you're not happy with me? Concubine Shu smiled and patted Concubine Chen's hand. Please help me bring the Buddhist scriptures. Concubine, I went to Concubine Da's bedroom with the emperor and saw several people playing mahjong, but this was actually instructed by the emperor. Concubine Chen pursed her lips, her face full of reluctance. Hearing this, Concubine Shu paused. Was it the emperor's order? She had wanted to take this opportunity to test the emperor's attitude towards the few people, but when she saw Concubine Chen looking worried, she thought that the emperor had taken into account the family background of the few people and punished them too lightly, so Concubine Chen was unwilling to accept it. She didn't expect that it was the emperor's order. How could the emperor give orders? Luer said in disbelief. It's true. Concubine Chen repeated the emperor's words and looked at Concubine Shu. That's what the emperor said at the time, and he took the leaf cards away. Concubine Shu let go of Concubine Chen's hand and put it back on her knees. The emperor used her as a shield, and he also turned the tables on her. I'm afraid that within a day, the palace will start to spread that the emperor ignored the palace rules in order to entertain his aunt. I'm tired, you go back. Concubine Chen was talking excitedly, and she had to put away her resentment and stand up and walk out. After walking a little further away, she said to the personal maid beside her with an unhappy face, This damn old woman, every time I want her to help, she either tries to smooth things over or gets angry. Haven't you slept enough after guarding the mausoleum for so many years? Master, the maid quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. If someone overhears you, you lose your head. Shu Taifei sent Qin Marin away with a sigh. The emperor is obviously trying to protect a few people, and using you as a shield. Luer didn't understand. The concubine was obviously very good and didn't do anything to hurt the emperor. Why did the emperor treat her like this? Who would believe it? Shu Taifei put her hand on the edge of the table and lowered her eyes. Luer, you should leave too. Luer looked at her with some concern, pursed her lips, yes. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Concubine Shu slowly raised her eyes. Come out. The man in black knelt on the ground. What do you want, madam? Concubine Shu's eyes fell on the slender hands of the man in black. The hands of this secret guard were really as beautiful as that man's. It's a pity that she can never hold those warm hands again. Xiao Xiai's felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her, and called again, madam. Concubine Shu was called back to her senses, turned her eyes away, and turned her back to the secret guard. Have you found the whereabouts of Prince Duan? If you couldn't protect the Xiao family and that person, then you should protect Prince Duan, the only bloodline of the Xiao family. My queen, I am incompetent. Xiao Xiai's has no time to care about his nephew Prince Duan. His father knelt outside the palace at an old age and begged desperately, but the dog emperor was so hard-hearted that he refused to let the Xiao family go. Since he survived, the dog emperor and those who attacked the Xiao family back then, none of them can escape. Concubine Shu waved her hand, signaling him to leave. No news is a good thing. At least it means that Prince Duan is safe. As Concubine Shu expected, the news began to spread in the palace the next day. In order to entertain his aunt, Concubine Shu, the emperor instructed Concubine Da and others to learn to play cards. The palace maids, who didn't know the truth, also complained for them. Concubine Da liked Buddhist scriptures. Isn't the emperor forcing her? And Concubine Xian, she likes flowers and plants. Concubine Shu is busy tinkering with new things. The emperor listened to the news that Qiao Gong heard from outside and snorted in his heart. They complained for them. They must have enjoyed fighting more than anyone else. Chapter 257. Qin Marin heard the discussion outside and curled her lips. That damn old woman Shu Taifei is simply wasting the emperor's filial piety. The emperor is so good to her, but she doesn't even think of taking the opportunity to retaliate against Xu Fei for arranging a palace for her. If the emperor cares so much about her, how could she be suppressed by Xu Fei in the harem? Thinking of this, the door was pushed open by the palace servant. A bright yellow dress caught Qin Marin's eyes, and she stood up and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It's the emperor. The emperor actually came to see her. How long has it been since the emperor went to those bitches when he entered the palace? Is it finally her turn now? Seeing her standing there in a daze, Eunuch Xiao coughed lightly and rolled his eyes in his heart. Is Concubine Chen imagining something again? Your Majesty, I am sorry that I did not come to greet you. I hope you will forgive me. The emperor stood at the door holding Yuilua, and asked Concubine Chen to stand up with a calm expression. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Chen stood up, and seeing that the emperor had no intention of coming in, she did not dare to speak rashly. She looked at the emperor through the threshold. The emperor was facing the light, so she couldn't see the expression on his face clearly. Shinmarin, have you heard about what happened outside? You had people spread the news throughout the harem. I'm afraid that concubine Shu herself has heard it, but she probably expected it in her heart, so she wouldn't be too surprised to hear it. Shinmarin didn't understand, so she answered truthfully, I heard about it. The emperor nodded. Now there are rumors everywhere in the palace. You should reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. After saying that, the emperor turned and left. Concubine Shin looked at the emperor's back as he left, and sat down on the chair for a long time without saying anything. It was clearly Concubine Da and her friends who were playing mahjong, and the emperor didn't punish them, but he actually asked her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. Master, this is fine. Seeing her like this, Qing sighed and walked to her side. Fine? Concubine Shin sneered. It's better to be locked up. It's really a case of getting mutton without getting it, but getting all the fishy smell. Master, don't you understand why the emperor punished you? Knowing that she was simple-minded, Qing patiently explained to her. The emperor instructed the ladies to play mahjong secretly, but you did that yesterday, so the matter had to be brought to light. Qing poured her a cup of tea and continued, What's more, rumors are spreading everywhere now. Only you and the emperor were present yesterday. The emperor and the ladies would definitely not let this matter spread, so it can only be you. Concubine Shin put the teacup heavily on the table and raised her hand to point at the tip of her nose. Qing, you know, I didn't tell anyone. No, I have to go to the emperor to explain. Master, Qing held her hand. It doesn't matter whether you said it or not. If you exposed this matter yesterday, it would be equivalent to slapping the emperor in the face. Now this punishment is already light. Shinmarin was annoyed. She thought it was a pie in the sky, but it turned out to be a pie wrapped in cow dung. The emperor left Shinmarin and returned to the imperial study with a group of people. Sitting in front of the long table, he glanced at the memorial on it, took the tea handed by Chao Gonggong, drank a sip, and handed the tea to Chao Gonggong. Warned the palace servants who were gossiping outside. Eunuch Chao took out a letter and presented it to the emperor, then left. It must be the letter from my uncle and General Yao. Let me see what's written. The emperor raised his hand and rubbed the little guy's head, deliberately saying, Can you understand it? Do you look down on me? Who are you looking down on? The letter was opened, and it was written by Jean Tingen. My uncle's handwriting is as beautiful as others. When I grow up, I must learn calligraphy from my uncle. The emperor, Why don't you say you want to learn from him? Isn't his handwriting better than Jean Tingen's? The tyrant's handwriting is also beautiful, and the third brother, and the crown princes are also beautiful. I'm so confused. Who should I learn from? My mother and Li Yunha's are also beautiful. The emperor raised his mouth corners when he was called, and his raised mouth corners pursed into a straight line after hearing the rest. When Luor grows up, father will teach you to write, okay? Forget it, I will let Li Yunha teach me in the future. My brothers and mother and uncle love me. If they don't want me to suffer, I will definitely not be able to practice well. Tyrant's teaching is not bad. I can learn from them, and it's good too. It seems that I've been thinking too far, read the letter. After reading the content of the letter, Yui Lua finally understood why the king of Yueqing was so poor even though he had a mine. It turned out to be a gold mine. After mining, it still had to go through a series of processes to refine gold. No wonder the king of Yueqing was so stingy. It takes a lot of tools, time and manpower to refine it. The emperor put away the letter, and Eunuch Chao, who had gone to deal with the things he had entrusted, had returned. Your Majesty, everything has been done. Now that it's done, shouldn't we go to Concubine Shu's place? Yui Lua had just finished thinking when she heard the emperor say, Let's go to Huyuan Palace. The emperor rode the dragon chariot and stopped at the gate of Concubine Shu's Huyuan Palace. Usually he would walk to palaces that were not too far away, but Concubine Shu's place was far away, and he didn't want Yui Lua to get tanned, so he chose to ride the dragon chariot. Otherwise, the little guy would probably mutter in his heart that he had turned into charcoal. The emperor has arrived. The emperor got off the dragon chariot and stepped into Huyuan Palace. Concubine Shu leaned on the chaise longue and stood up with the help of Luor after hearing the news. How did the emperor find time to come here? The emperor sat down with a smile, his face showing guilt. I believe you have heard about what happened outside, Aunt. I had good intentions, but I didn't expect that Concubine Shin would make things worse. The emperor rubbed his temples while saying, I don't know which dog slave was gossiping. I have already asked someone to punish him, and Concubine Shin who caused this incident, I also punished her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. Concubine Shu smiled. but she was very clear in her heart. In this palace, who would dare to do this if the emperor himself had not spread the rumor? He did this just to repay her for her borrowing a knife to kill someone. If the tyrant were in modern times, he would definitely be the best actor. It was obviously he who deliberately let people spread this matter, haha. Your Majesty is thinking about me. I appreciate this kindness, they can say it, but I am afraid of implicating the emperor. Both of them are smart, and the emperor naturally heard another meaning in what concubine Shu said. Tyrant, she is implying you, saying that if you do this, it will also cause dissatisfaction among the ministers. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I will handle this matter properly, and won't leave any room for gossip. You don't have to worry. There was an undercurrent between the two of them. After the emperor stood up and left, concubine Shu's hand on the armrest gradually tightened. It seems that the emperor is really confident. Has he managed the stubborn ministers well over the years? Concubine, the rumors outside. Before Lure finished speaking, concubine Shu interrupted her. Don't talk nonsense. But these rumors are damaging your reputation. Concubine Shu waved her hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. This was the first time the two of them fought each other, so the good show had to be saved for later. She wanted to see which show the emperor could last. Chapter 258. The next morning, the court was held. The ministers first reported the important matters first, and then mentioned the matter about concubine Shu. Your Majesty, it is said that a country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. Even if you want to entertain concubine Shu, you cannot let the ladies in the harem learn to play cards. Lord Su stepped forward and bowed. The ministers thought that the emperor would say that he was sensible and prevaricate them, but they heard the emperor say, what Lord Su said is true. I have ordered people to deal with the leaf cards. Seeing that the emperor not only did not evade them, but also listened to their advice, the ministers looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Originally, they had a lot of words to persuade the emperor, but they took them back. They knew that the emperor's attitude was the best. If they didn't stop, they were afraid that the emperor would rebel and send concubine Shu back to the imperial mausoleum. Wouldn't that be criticized by the world? The ministers were not used to the tyrant listening to advice like this. After retiring, the emperor happily took Yuilua and went straight to concubine Xian's Zuehua palace. After the emperor took away concubine Da's leaf cards, the few people just sat together and chatted. When the emperor arrived at Zuehua palace, the three of them had just left. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. No need to be polite, get up. After the emperor sat down, he dismissed the waiters and said to concubine Xian, General Jin has arrived in Yueqing, and everything is fine. Thank you for telling me. Concubine Xian poured a cup of tea for the emperor and listened to the emperor again. Concubine Shu intended to kill someone with a borrowed knife in the matter of the leaf cards. There are many eyes in the palace, especially you, concubine Shu and concubine Da. Remember to be careful in what you say and do. Concubine Xian glanced at Yuilua, who was listening very seriously, and said softly, Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty. I will be careful in what I say and do. Not only should my mother be careful in what she says and does, but Aunt Shufei and Aunt Defei should be more careful. Concubine Shu is using a knife to kill someone this time, because she obviously knows that the Qingyuan Marquis Mansion and the Mo Mansion were involved in the Shao Mansion's incident 7 years ago. This time, the leaf cards are just testing. Seeing that the tyrant is obviously favoring you, she may start from outside the palace. Concubine Shu has always been cautious in her actions. Without 100% certainty, she will definitely not touch Aunt Defei and Aunt Shufei again. After all, if she moved the two of them, she would alert the enemy, and her revenge might be ruined. Concubine Xian frowned slightly. She had heard about the incident at the Shao Mansion 7 years ago. It was the execution at the Qingyuan Marquis Mansion. She had not heard that the Mo Mansion was related to this incident. No, she had to remind her two sisters so that the two families could be on guard. The emperor looked at concubine Xian, knowing what she was thinking, and said with a hint of meaning, My beloved concubine, don't worry too much. Relax, I will take care of everything. Concubine Xian raised her eyes, and met the emperor's deep eyes, and smiled. Okay. No, tyrant, you can talk if you want to. What do you mean by flirting with mother? Want to use the beauty trap? You are already old, don't you have any shame? The emperor, The concubine Xian almost choked, and dared not look at the emperor's expression. It's so annoying that I can't speak. How long will it take me to learn to speak? When I can speak, I must tell mother that I can't be bought by the tyrant's small favors. Since ancient times, emperors have been so heartless. If mother is moved, she will cry to death in the future. However, The tyrant seemed to be good to his children. Each of them had someone he had trained around him. They were not spies, but dedicated protectors. The emperor and concubine Xian listened to the little girl mumbling and fell asleep, and then they carried her to the bed and put her down. Concubine Xian covered Yuilua with a quilt, and confirmed that the little girl was really asleep before she whispered, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Luor is a child who speaks without restraint. Please don't bother with her." The two walked around the screen and sat down. The emperor waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. If he really bothered with Luor, he would be angry to death sooner or later. You heard it just now. I will tell the Qingyuan Marquis Mansion and the Mo Mansion. You don't have to worry." Empress Xian nodded gently, "Okay." The emperor looked behind the screen and said earnestly, "I know you are worried. I have seen how the prince and others treat Luor. Luor is my daughter. Even if I am gone, I will never let her suffer. Your Majesty is in good health. Don't say these unlucky words." Empress Xian pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. She was indeed worried about Luor's ability. Who knows how long the emperor's favor can last? She even wondered, if Luor lost this ability one day, would the emperor dislike Luor? You all say long live the emperor. Can I really live 10,000 years? The emperor chuckled, but stopped laughing for fear of waking up the little one. He took concubine Xian's hand and patted it gently. "Even if Luor grows up to be an ordinary person, she is still my daughter, and this will not change. I will arrange her future life and ensure that she will be happy and worry-free." The emperor patted concubine Xian's hand just to comfort her, and did not stay for long. "I thank the emperor on behalf of Luor." No matter whether the emperor would really keep his word in the future, his sincere tone at this moment let concubine Xian know that he was sincere. Yuilua was sleeping soundly, and knew nothing about the conversation between the two. At this moment, she fell into a dream. Under a peach tree full of peach blossoms, pink petals fell, and mist was lingering around. There was no one else except her. Yuilua took a few steps around, and found that she had a pair of long legs in her dream. Before she could pay too much attention, her attention was attracted by an old voice. "Have you decided? If you don't find the goddess this time, your soul and body will disappear in the 3 realms." Yuilua followed the voice, and found that the fog around her began to dissipate, and another firm male voice sounded. "I understand." Then she saw a tall figure in a white robe leaping down. Yuilua subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to catch the white afterimage, but she woke up from her dream. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. What a strange dream. Why did I want to catch that person in my dream? The emperor and concubine Xian were about to have lunch, and they stood up after hearing Yuilua's inner voice. "No, I was clearly listening to the tyrant and mother talking. How could I fall asleep? The tyrant would not take advantage of my mother to do something, right? Luor is awake." Concubine Xian changed Yuilua's diaper, wiped her hands, and carried her out. The tyrant was still there. Why did I fall asleep? Yuilua's sleepy eyes turned back and forth between the two. Everything seems normal, so I feel relieved. Although my mother is beautiful, the tyrant should not be unable to restrain himself from having sex in broad daylight. The emperor, Concubine Xian, After lunch, the emperor took Yuilua, who was mumbling in her heart, back to the imperial study, and asked eunuch Chao to summon Marquis Qingyuan and Mo Lao to the palace. Half an hour later, the two appeared in the imperial study. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Stand up and take a seat." The two sat down, thinking about the emperor's intention of summoning them. "Do you remember the incident at the Shao Mansion 7 years ago?" Chapter 259. When the emperor said this, both of them were startled. They wondered in their hearts why the emperor suddenly mentioned this matter, but there was something wrong with this case. "Your Majesty, of course I remember it, but what is wrong with this case?" The Marquis of Qingyuan put his hands on his knees and asked respectfully. "My secret guard said that someone was investigating the people related to the incident in the Shao Mansion. I remember that you said that concubine Shu had contact with Shao Xiai's wife. When did the tyrant ask the secret guards to investigate concubine Shu? How come I didn't know? Could it be that they did it again while I was asleep?" Marquis Qingyuan and old Mo looked at each other and understood what the emperor meant. Concubine Shu had just returned to the palace when someone was investigating what happened in the Shao Mansion. Could it really be such a coincidence? What does the emperor want? The two asked in unison. "I summoned you here to let you be on guard." Concubine Shu hadn't made a move yet, so he could only remind her so much. "I will definitely act cautiously. Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty." The two left the imperial study, and Marquis Qingyuan said to old Mo, "Old Mo only helped me open the secret room of the Shao Mansion back then, But I didn't expect that the Mo mansion would be implicated. Thinking of what happened in the morning court these days, the Marquis of Qingyuan had some thoughts in his mind. Concubine Shu probably attacked her sister in the palace because of this matter. He knew her temper. Playing cards in a group was definitely something her sister could do. The emperor put the blame on Concubine Shu. Whether it was because Empress Xian was also involved or there were other considerations, he was grateful to the emperor in his heart. But Concubine Shu attacked them because of her friendship with Madame Xiao Xiai's. Wouldn't this reason be a little untenable? It's okay, said Mr. Mo, waving his hand. Since the emperor has reminded us, we are all prepared and will not let the thieves take advantage of us. As for his daughter in the palace, Mr. Mo was not worried at all. His daughter was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. At the same time, after the emperor and Yuilua left, Concubine Xian went to Concubine's palace and asked someone to invite Concubine Shu to come over. The three of them gathered together. Concubine saw that Concubine Xian looked serious and knew that she had something important to say, so she dismissed the palace servants around her. Does Concubine Xian have something important to tell you? Concubine Xian nodded. Do Concubine Da and Concubine Shu still remember what happened at the Shao mansion 7 years ago? Concubine Da poured tea for them and pushed it in front of them. Of course, the Shao mansion intended to frame the Qingyuan Marquis mansion for rebellion, but ended up losing more than they gained. Concubine Da stopped talking at this point, and she looked at Concubine Xian fiercely. Does Concubine Xian mean that Concubine Shu attacked us because of this incident? No. As she spoke, she frowned and thought, Shu Taifei, Shao mansion, let me think about it. Seeing her thinking, the two of them drank tea and waited patiently. Da Fei tried hard to search for things related to Shu Taifei and Shao mansion in her mind. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows. I remembered it. When the late emperor was still in power, I heard that Shu Taifei and the wife of Xiao Xiai's of Shao mansion had a good relationship and often called people into the palace to chat. I remember that the palace people said that Shu Taifei wanted to recognize Madame Xiao as her adopted daughter. But later, Shao mansion was demoted because of Prince Duan's rebellion, and Shu Taifei no longer had any contact with Shao mansion. Concubine Shu put down the tea in her hand and raised her hand to support her chin. Don't you think it's a bit far-fetched that Concubine Shu wants to take revenge on us for the Shao family just because of this relationship? Besides, my father just helped to open the secret room. Concubine Shu's revenge is too scary. Could it be because of love? Concubine Xian didn't listen to Quan Yuilua's thoughts, so she didn't know the real reason why Concubine Shu took action. She made a random guess. There are many stories in the storybooks where a person goes crazy because of love. Upon hearing this, Concubine Da sprayed all the tea she had just taken a sip of directly onto Concubine Shu's face. She quickly stood up and took out a handkerchief to wipe the tea off Concubine Shu's face. Sorry, Concubine Shu, it's really Concubine Xian's idea that's too bold, I couldn't help it. Concubine Shu let her wipe her clean and waved her hand. It's okay, I also think Concubine Xian's idea is too bold. Concubine Shu likes Madame Xiao, the storybook wouldn't dare to write that. Concubine Xian, Sister Concubine Da, don't drink the tea yet, wait until Concubine Xian finishes talking. Seeing that Concubine Da was about to drink tea again, Concubine Shu hurriedly stopped her. She didn't want to be scolded again. Concubine Da put down the tea and looked at Concubine Xian. The love I'm talking about is not what the two sisters think. The two looked at each other and laughed again. Could it be that the love that Concubine Xian is talking about is between Xiao Xiai's and Concubine Shu? Thinking of their ages, Concubine Shu raised her hand and stroked her arm. With a difference of more than 10 years, Concubine Shu could have given birth to Xiao Xiai's, which is even more impossible. After talking for a while, they didn't continue the topic. Whether what we just said is true or not, should we warn our families? Da Fei was about to find a pen and paper, but Xian Fei stopped her. I think the emperor has already said it. Shu Fei played with the teacup in her hand. In fact, she was not worried about anything happening in the Mo mansion. The Mo mansion had a simple staff, all of whom were trustworthy. If Concubine Shu wanted to take action against the Mo mansion, she had to consider whether she could get in. That's good. Da Fei sat back in her chair. Concubine Shu is now in the palace and can't leave. She has never interacted with anyone. It's probably not that easy for her to take the opportunity to cause trouble. What Concubine didn't know was that the first thing that Qingyuan Ho did when he returned home was to go into the study and write a letter and have someone pass it to her in the palace. Master, the princess is here. Mu Shui brought in tea and placed it in front of Qingyuan Ho. I heard from the servants that Daddy went into the study when he came back, But what happened? Qing Yuanhou smiled with ease. It's okay, Shuer, don't worry. Thinking of what the emperor mentioned, Qing Yuanhou felt that he still needed to remind his brother and nephew. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Mu Shui knew that he didn't want to worry her, so she didn't ask any more questions. Dad went to talk to your second uncle about something. Qing Yuanhou drank a cup of tea, turned around and left the study, and went straight to the Mu mansion. Is the Marquis here to see the master or Chun'er? Mrs. Mu heard that Qing Yuanhou was coming, and hurried out to welcome him into the mansion. Are they both? They are both in the flower hall. I take the Marquis there. Mrs. Mu took Qing Yuanhou to the flower hall, had someone serve tea, and left with the waiters. Brother, please sit down. Mu Zhengfeng stood up with a smile. Brother, is there something you need to come here today? Qing Yuanhou sat down and asked casually, are you and Chun'er doing well in your official duties? Although his younger brother has not made much achievements, he is honest and does not have too many tricks. Everything is fine, brother, don't worry. Mu Chen also nodded. Everything is fine, thank you uncle for your concern. I have heard about what happened in the palace. I am glad that my aunt is fine. Thinking of what happened in the palace, Mu Chen said. I am afraid that someone in the palace can't sit still. Second brother, you and Chun'er should be careful, don't let others have a handle. Chapter 260. Concubine Shu had no idea that several people were on guard against her. After the leaf card incident, she really didn't plan to continue to do anything in the palace. But now that she was in the harem, it was indeed difficult for her to reach out to the outside of the palace. Moreover, the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion and the Amo mansion were very cautious in their actions, and her trying to interfere was like finding fault with an egg. Come out. Xiao Shi'ai's knelt on the ground. Because he was worried that his hand would reveal his identity, he deliberately covered his hand today. The person in front of him was too familiar with his hands. In order not to be discovered, he had been trying to change his previous habits. Fortunately, Concubine Shu only called him out for questioning when there was something. Otherwise, given the degree of this person's obsession with him, the more times he came out, the greater the possibility of exposing his identity. Your Majesty. Concubine Shu glanced at his hands, and slowly retracted her gaze. Write me a list of the personnel relationships between the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion and the Amo mansion. Xiao Shi'ai understood Concubine Shu's methods, so he prepared early. He took out the prepared list, and handed it to her. I have written it down, please take a look, Your Majesty. Tai Fei Shu raised her eyebrows imperceptibly. Go away. After the others disappeared from the room, she sat on the chaise longue with the list in her hand, and carefully looked at the relationships between the characters on it. Tai Fei. There was a knock on the door. Tai Fei Shu put the list in her sleeve, and then said, come in. Lu Er pushed the door open with hot tea in her hand, with a happy face, and put the teapot on the small table next to Tai Fei Shu, and poured a cup and handed it to her. You are so happy. Is there something interesting you want to tell me? Lu Er grinned. The concubine knows me well. I heard that the annual ceremony of worshipping the gods will be held in a few days, and the concubines and ministers' families in the harem can participate. Ministers' families? Concubine Shu stroked the cup in her hand, and her smile became even bigger. If you want to go, I will tell the emperor. Lu Er stared at Concubine Shu with sparkling eyes. Thank you, concubine. The emperor will definitely let you go with him. It would be good for you to go out and get some fresh air. In the imperial study, the emperor, the prime minister, Lord Su, and the crown prince are discussing the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods. I didn't expect the tyrant to believe these things. I remember in the book that a flower thief appeared at the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods, and abducted one of the tyrant's concubines. Yui Lu rolled her big eyes when she said this. If the flower thief abducted Concubine Shu, would it be more exciting? Concubine Shu must be scratching her head and trying to make trouble, so she must go to the temporary palace to hold the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods this time. But she is old now. These flower thieves will not take her. But Mother and Aunt Tefei and Shufei should be more careful. Emperor, Prince, Your Majesty, I have already drawn up the list of names for this ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods. I wonder if Concubine Shu will also go with them. Eunuch Chao presented the list to the emperor, who flipped through it and took a look, saying, Concubine Shu is now well, so when you arrange the sedan chair, please include Concubine Shu in the arrangement. Whether she goes or not is another matter. The tyrant's subtext is that Concubine Shu's illness has been cured, and she can do something again, right? The prince suppressed his smile and said softly, Your son obeys your order. Lord Su and the prime minister will leave first, and the prince will stay. After the two left the imperial study, Eunuch Chao came in with a portrait. Your Majesty, it's already been painted. Eunuch Chao greeted the prince, smiled and walked to the long table where the emperor sat, and unfolded the painting in his hand. Eunuch Chao's eyes almost disappeared from laughing. Let me see what good things I got. Yuilua stretched her neck and looked at the unfolded painting. The painting showed a woman in white clothes. Her figure gave people a feeling of purity and inviolability. Could this be the person the tyrant likes? She looks quite elegant. Yuilua muttered and looked up. The woman's black hair was flying, but her face was hazy and her facial features could not be seen clearly. She was still mysterious and could not see her face clearly, but why did the peach tree behind her look so familiar? I remembered. Isn't this the peach tree I saw in my dream? Strange. The emperor held his forehead and waved to the prince. Prince, take a look at the goddess painted by the painters this time. Good guy, the tyrant actually asked the prince to come and see it. No, what did he say, goddess? The prince knew that the emperor wanted to explain to Yuilua, and walked forward to look at the woman in the portrait. I think the goddess this time is more sacred than the one painted last year. Yuilua curled his lips. She is sacred even without a face. Is there this goddess in the book? Yuilua racked his brains and thought about it, and finally thought of the introduction of this goddess. The tyrant misunderstood. It turned out that this was the goddess of resurrection who spent all her divine power for the sake of the people of the world, and finally burned her soul to restore the vitality of all things in the world. It is said that the goddess loves the world, and it seems to be true. It is quite sad that the world does not even know her appearance after making so many sacrifices. It is indeed good reward. The emperor ordered Eunuch Chao to put away the portrait. Seeing that the prince was hesitant to speak, he waved his hand to let Eunuch Chao leave. Prince, do you have something to say? The prince looked solemn. Father, the ceremony of worshipping the gods is about to begin, but the divine flower has not bloomed yet. In previous years, the sacred flower had already bloomed before the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods, and then it was taken out for everyone to see at the end of the ceremony. Could it be because of the change in the plot? Yuilua frowned. There was no mention of the sacred flower not blooming in the plot. The previous plot was changed, but the unchanged plot was also continuing. What was the problem? The emperor frowned slightly when he heard this. Wait and see. The prince nodded. Your son obeys the order. If there is any movement of the sacred flower, report it to your father immediately. After letting the prince leave, the emperor took Yuilua to the Huyuan palace of concubine Shu. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods was imminent, and the fact that the divine flower had not bloomed could be a big deal or a small matter. The reason why Tianqi could make the other two countries surrender was not only because of its strength, but more importantly because the divine flower had bloomed in Tianqi. This meant that Tianqi had the blessing of the goddess. If the divine flower had not bloomed on the day of the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods, they could only use the flower thief mentioned by Luor to cause chaos and make people have no time to care about the divine flower. The emperor has arrived. Concubine Shu was not surprised at the emperor's arrival, and she guessed his intention. Aunt looks much better. The emperor walked in with a smile and asked the people kneeling on the ground to stand up. Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. What did Aunt say? The emperor sat on the armchair and put one hand on the table next to him. Since Aunt is well, let's go together to the imperial palace to hold the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods. The concubine sighed and looked embarrassed. I won't go. Chapter 261. Seeing her pretending to be so, Yuilua sneered in her heart. If you don't go, who will cause trouble? You have already decided to go, but you are still making trouble here. The emperor couldn't help but show a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Concubine Shu is a part of his plan. How can she not go? Aunt, don't worry about being tired on the road. The prince will make proper arrangements and will not tire you out. The emperor said so much. Concubine Shu stopped pretending and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I go and join in the fun, and then I can see the blooming divine flower. She knew that the emperor would persuade her to go with him no matter what, so she deliberately made trouble, trying to guess the emperor's purpose of inviting her to go with him. When she heard her mention the divine flower, the emperor's face was still smiling. Of course, I will let my aunt see it. The two chatted casually for a few more words, and the emperor got up and left. Concubine Shu narrowed her eyes, and watched the emperor's back leave, then slowly retracted them. The emperor asked her to go to the palace together, and he definitely didn't want to do anything to her. Although she was pushed to the forefront by a series of things done by the emperor, the two have not yet completely torn their faces apart, and the emperor will not be stupid enough to deal with her in front of so many ministers. Even if the emperor suspected that she was the one who fanned the flames last time, he could not find evidence to explain why he attacked the two concubines. Since it is not these, What does the emperor want to do? Concubine, can we really see the magic flower then? Luer interrupted Concubine Shu's thoughts. She glanced at Luer, who was expecting, and suddenly thought of something, as if she had suddenly realized something. Shenhua, thinking of the last time when she took the blame for the leaf card, Concubine Shu curled her hand slightly on the table. Could it be that something happened to Shenhua, and the emperor wanted to use the same trick again? Yes, although he couldn't do it to me openly, if something happened to Shenhua, he would take this opportunity to frame me. By then, even if I had guarded the tomb of the late emperor for more than 10 years, and was his aunt, I would not be able to escape the punishment of the world. Thinking of this, Concubine Shu felt cold. The emperor's scheming should not be underestimated. She calmed down without leaving any trace, and smiled at Luer. You were still young when you went to the Imperial Mausoleum with me, but you forgot that you had never seen the magic flower. No wonder you are so happy. Luer saw that Concubine Shu was distracted frequently just now, and thought that she didn't want to go, so she asked softly. Concubine, don't you want to go? If you don't want to go, just go back to the emperor. Concubine Shu didn't answer, but waved her hand to let her leave. Since she had promised the emperor, she naturally had to go. After all, those were just her guesses, and to verify whether her guesses were true, she could only use an old friend. She called out to the sky, and Xiao Shi's appeared and knelt on the ground. Take this half of the jade pendant, and go to the Imperial Observatory. You know what to do. I understand. Xiao Shi's took the half of the jade pendant she threw to him. He had just heard the conversation between the two. Now he was asked to go to the Imperial Observatory, so it could only be related to the divine flower. Well, go and do it. The emperor took Yuilua out of the Huyuan Palace, and went straight to the Jiaxing Tower. The divine flower has always been placed in the Jiaxing Tower, and is guarded by heavy soldiers. Except for the emperor, the prince, and the director of the Imperial Observatory, no one else can approach the Jiaxing Tower. Your Highness. The guards knelt on the ground when they saw the emperor coming. The emperor glanced at them and asked, Has anyone been here in the past few days? Your Highness, I have been doing my duty. Except for the prince and the director of the Imperial Observatory, no one else has been allowed to approach. What is guarded here is not only the divine flower, but also the national destiny of Tianqi. Naturally, they dare not slack off. Good guy, Concubine Shu is the lifesaver of the director of the Imperial Observatory. Isn't this handing the handle to Concubine Shu? The tyrant should not know the origin of the Imperial Observatory and Concubine Shu. After all, he was thrown out of the palace to train. Concubine Shu is cautious. The tyrant let her take the blame once before. This time she will definitely not sit and wait for death. I am afraid that Xiao Shi's has already taken the token to find the Imperial Observatory. Damn, this Imperial Observatory is also very miserable. The emperor sank his eyes. The Imperial Observatory was the person left by his father. There was no trouble in these years, and he was dedicated to the guardian flower. But now that Luer has said so, he has to be on guard. If the Imperial Observatory is truly above board, he will not wrongly accuse him. If he is really in cahoots with Concubine Shu, he will not be soft-hearted. Thinking of this, the emperor withdrew his thoughts, glanced at the guards on the ground, and said in a deep voice, Get up and open the door. The chief guard stepped forward to open the door, and Yuilua's thoughts exploded in the emperor's ears. Damn it, why did the Imperial Observatory come with the crown prince? How can I remind the tyrant not to let this man get close? Yuilua looked at the two people getting closer and closer, feeling extremely anxious. Ah, how about I let the Imperial Observatory hold me later, and then pee on him, and let him go back to change clothes? It seems that this is the only way now, otherwise I can't pee on the Imperial Observatory even in the tyrant's arms. Yuilua exhaled and muttered in his heart. Although you are miserable, in order to prevent you from knowing too much and being threatened by Concubine Shu, I can only do this. The prince almost staggered after hearing these consecutive thoughts. As expected of Luer, only she could come up with this idea. The prince glanced at the Imperial Observatory without leaving any trace, and was glad that his father could hear Luer's voice. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The two walked up to the emperor and saluted in unison. Get up. Yuilua blinked her big eyes, looked at the Imperial Observatory, who was wearing a green talus robe and holding a white whisk, and stretched out her hand to him. No matter what, I go all out. For the people of Tianqi, my wisdom in this life is nothing. Qin Tian Jinzheng, please bear with me for a moment. Seeing the little princess reaching out to him, Qin Tian Jinzheng looked puzzled. Why are you standing there? Am I not cute enough? Why don't you hug me, the prince? The emperor, Luo probably thinks the whisk in your hand is fun. Yui Luo rolled her eyes in her heart when she heard that. Tyrant, what nonsense are you talking about? How come you don't have any tacit understanding at all? I'm kidding. The emperor smiled at Qin Tian Jinzheng. The god sacrifice ceremony will be held in a few days. I will let the prince take care of the god flower. You should focus on the god sacrifice ceremony, and don't make any mistakes. We still have a tacit understanding. I take back what I just said. Phew, I have finally saved my reputation. The emperor patted the little guy. Yes. The Imperial Observatory wanted to say something, but he looked at the guards around him and didn't say it. The prince must have told the emperor about the divine flower, otherwise the emperor would not come now. The emperor and the prince looked at each other, told eunuch Chao to stay outside, and walked into the star-picking tower. There was another stone door inside. The prince stepped forward and skillfully operated the hidden mechanism next to the stone door. Chapter 262. With a click, the stone door slowly moved to the left. After the three entered, they saw the portrait of the goddess of resurrection hanging in the center, with candles placed around the portrait, lighting up the room very brightly. As the emperor approached, Yui Luo's eyes fell on the jade bottle under the portrait, or more precisely, on the flower bud in the jade bottle. Is this the divine flower? It looks like it's about to bloom. So why isn't it blooming? The prince folded his hands in front of his chest, bowed devoutly, and then took the jade bottle. Father, it's still the same as yesterday, not much has changed. The emperor looked at the flower bud. Let's wait 2 more days. The three of them left the Jiaxing Tower, and the emperor gave instructions to the guards, and then said to the prince, you must watch carefully, remember, no unrelated people are allowed to approach. The prince understood who the emperor was referring to, and he nodded solemnly. Yes. On the other side, the Imperial Observatory had just returned to the Imperial Observatory, and as soon as he closed the door, he saw half of the jade pendant that he was very familiar with on the table. He walked to the table and picked up the jade pendant on the table. The material of the jade pendant was very ordinary, and could not be considered a good jade. Do you still remember this half of the jade pendant, Lord Jianzhang? Xiao Xiai's walked out from behind the screen. He suddenly spoke, and Luo Ji was surprised that there was someone else in the room, and he shuddered with fear. I'm sorry for scaring Lord Jianzhang. Xiao Xiai's walked in front of him, his voice without any emotion. Are you the secret guard of the concubine dowager? Looking at his attire, and the half-jade pendant in his hand, Luo Ji quickly guessed his identity. The hand holding the half-jade pendant tightened subconsciously. Has this day finally come? Back then, he angered the emperor with his words, and the emperor wanted to have him killed, but it happened that concubine Shu passed by and saved him. Later, I don't know what concubine Shu said to the emperor, but the emperor not only stopped blaming him, but also began to promote him. In order to repay concubine Shu for saving his life and supporting him, he gave concubine Shu half a jade pendant. It has been more than 10 years, and he thought this day would never come. If it weren't for the appearance of this half-jade pendant, he really thought so. Yes, since the supervisor still remembers the queen's kindness, everything is easy to talk about. Xiao Xiai's glanced at his tense body and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, supervisor. The queen is kind-hearted. She only wants to ask you some small things. Is it really a small matter? Luo Ji doesn't think so. If it was a small matter, concubine Shu would not have come to him. Maybe he was young at that time, and thought that concubine Shu was really kind and saved him. Now that he is older, his attitude towards things is different. However, no matter what purpose concubine Shu had in saving him, he did not deny that she truly saved his life, otherwise he would not have lived to this day. What is your majesty asking about? Luo Ji asked the person in front of him after collecting his thoughts. The divine flower has been taken care of by the supervisor. Your majesty is worried that you will not be able to see it during the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods in a few days, so you sent me here to ask about it. Hearing the word divine flower, Luo Ji's pupils shrank slightly. The divine flower is related to Tianqi, and concubine Shu asked about the divine flower. The meaning is self-evident. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiao Xiai's frowned under his mask. Your Highness asked this just because she didn't want to make a wasted trip on the day of the god sacrifice ceremony. Isn't this a trivial matter for the supervisor? He glanced at Luo Ji's clenched hands. I heard your Highness mention the supervisor when she was beside you, saying that you are a person who values your promises. Luo Ji was not stupid, so he could hear the obvious threat. He raised his head and smiled. Of course, it's a trivial matter. The sacred flower blooms every year before the god sacrifice ceremony. Your Highness doesn't have to worry about not seeing it. Xiao Shi'ai observed the expression on his face, and was obviously dissatisfied with this answer. If the divine flower really bloomed as usual, Luo Ji should not have reacted like that when he mentioned the divine flower just now. Master Supervisor, madam. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Xiao Shi'ai glanced outside and walked behind the screen. Come in. A servant came in with a sacrificial text. Master Supervisor, this is the sacrificial text for the grand ceremony of sacrificing to the gods. Put it on the table, you can leave first. The door was closed again, and Luo Ji walked behind the screen. There was no one behind the screen, and the man had obviously left. He took a long breath and sat back in the chair to calm down for a while, only to find that his back was soaked. Taking out the jade pendant in his hand, Luo Ji showed a bitter smile on his face with fine lines. Presumably, concubine Shu saved him that day because he was extremely trustworthy, so she helped him. But compared with the peace of the country and the tranquility of the people, what does it matter if he is a person who does not keep his word? Qi Feng, who followed Xiao Shi'ai all the way, returned to the imperial study room without anyone noticing after Xiao Shi'ai left. How is it? Seeing him appear, the emperor put down the memorial in his hand and asked. Qi Feng respectfully relayed the conversation between the two to the emperor word for word. I knew that concubine Shu would not miss such a good opportunity. Speaking of which, Luo Ji was really miserable. In the book, concubine Shu also found him to do things for her. He didn't want to betray the tyrant, so he could only fool concubine Shu. Concubine Shu was not stupid. After knowing that she was deceived, she threatened her family. Luo Ji had no choice but to do the last thing for her, and then wrote a letter of guilt and hanged himself. Now, after hearing what Qi Feng said, the tyrant could use his trick against him, and in this way, he could save Luo Ji. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, and Luo's words were exactly what he wanted. He waved his hand to let Qi Feng leave, and called Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao, who was waiting outside the imperial study, heard the emperor calling him, and hurriedly pushed the door open. Your Majesty, I'm here. Go and tell the imperial observatory that they are coming to the imperial study to see me. Eunuch Chao left in response. After hearing what Xiao Shi'ai said, concubine Shu frowned slightly. Am I really overthinking? Your Majesty, Luo Ji did not directly answer my question, so I think there must be something fishy about the divine flower. Concubine Shu waved her hand. Luo Ji is a man of his word, so he must have been interrupted before he finished speaking. Go find him again tonight. She knew Luo Ji, otherwise she would not have helped him in the first place. If Luo Ji answered like this again in the evening, she would have to resort to despicable means. Yes. The Luo Ji they were talking about was now heading to the imperial study with Eunuch Chao. Because concubine Shu asked about the divine flower, Luo Ji seemed a little absent-minded. The secret guard had not heard a satisfactory answer, so he would definitely go to him again. Fortunately, the servant knocked on the door in time, and he had some buffer time to think about how to deal with it. Now he had to come up with a solution as soon as possible, so that concubine Shu would trust him, and would not betray the emperor. Lord Luo, we are here, please go in. Luo Ji put away his complicated thoughts, glanced at the imperial study, and walked in. Your Majesty, did you send me here to ask about the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods? Chapter 263. The tyrant probably wants to rescue you by calling you here. The emperor raised his eyelids, and looked at Luo Ji standing in the middle of the imperial study. Lord Luo, there is no need to be polite. You have been preparing for the ceremony for so many years. I believe you will not make any mistakes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Since he is not asking about the ceremony, then the emperor wants to ask about the sacred flower. The sacred flower has not bloomed this year, and he went back to look through the ancient books, but found nothing. Lord Luo, don't you have something to confess to me? Then a terrifying scene appeared. The two monsters swung their claws, and slaughtered each other on the battlefield without distinguishing between friend and foe. Any other questions? If yes, we will set off now. Indeed, Ainz couldn't wait any longer. Things that seemed ordinary before, now think about how precious they are. Lin Xianer said. Jin Shuai realized it was a false alarm after seeing the situation. She watched Jiao Hu and thought, in a few days, it will be time for me to bring up the marriage. We followed Wang Yin to find the cargo hold of the plane. When we opened the door, it was all charred inside. Most of the suitcases were burned. Seeing that Song Yuan, Lin Chang'an and others had donated money, Lu Chang did not hesitate, and then took out 200 yuan to donate. Although he was still a student, his family gave him a relatively generous living allowance every month, so 200 yuan did not affect him much. We came to the iron box, and Junichiro Ida, and the other 3 stood guard around with guns. Maybe we can't reach it, but at least it's more than 10 times the profit of the gourmet family, Zhou Yu said confidently. Why did Yi Xian feel that Su Lishi's words were a bit sour? Of course, the wisest thing to do was not to respond to this and change the subject. Following closely, the elders of the Lin family, who were waiting at the foot of the mountain, as well as the elite disciples of the Lin family, who were 100 feet away, rushed out one after another and rushed towards Lin Juntian. Haha, Mr. Shen, a newlywed couple, we are here to join in the fun. I hope we didn't disturb you. About 10 minutes later, several familiar black cars stopped at the door, and Yang Mu, the #1 leader of Dingyuan County, arrived with 5 or 6 people. The face of Kuang Jian, who had recovered in the blink of an eye, changed drastically, and he quickly withdrew. Looking at the long whip that was constantly approaching his neck, Kuang Jian took the heavy sword from his back without hesitation, and in the whistling of the sword wind, he finally blocked the blue long whip with great risk, successfully resolving the crisis. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through the window, and I was so scared that I grabbed the quilt and got into bed. I looked at the hatred in his eyes, and I couldn't help but feel cold all over. How can I resolve such deep-rooted hatred? Xian Gu blinked, and felt his heart skip a beat. His eyes seemed to be struck by lightning, and he moved away suddenly. He was a little upset, and decided not to think about his own affairs for the time being. Instead, he called Yin Shaoheng. He thought that he was not the only one who couldn't sleep tonight. Emperor Yuan was still very filial to concubine Shui. Concubine Shui's sick body was important, and Shui Qianwu could see her again later, so he followed the Queen Mother's suggestion and let Shui Qianwu stay in the Buddhist temple to continue praying. Qiangu watched coldly, with a mocking expression. Jun Shijua sang the scene really well. Now I'm afraid even the emperor believes that there is a private affair between them. Jin Tion and others had to go back to the company for practice in the afternoon. After chatting for a while, they were ready to go back. After Park Tianxiu sent them off, he called Xian Daolong. The negotiation with Baek Ji-young's economic company K-Star about Baek Ji-young's transfer was handled by Xian Daolong and Qiu Jinyuan. Qianwu, Jianga, Jianhe and Qianlong got off the carriage and said goodbye to Lu in the carriage in front, and wanted to go for a walk in the neighborhood. Some people saw a magic weapon on the ground, and grabbed it from the air during the battle, but before the magic weapon reacted, they flew up without any warning. They were so scared that they thought that a cultivator with great magical powers had grabbed them from the air, but they flew hundreds of feet high in fear, but no one dealt with them. Chapter 264. The next day. The emperor had just returned to the imperial study after the morning court session, when he heard the secret guards report. Your Majesty, concubine Shu's secret guards are investigating the matter of the divine flower. Do you want to let him know? That man's martial arts are not as good as theirs, and no one knows how he became a secret guard. However, this man has increased their workload. At night, they have to help this man leave the palace without being discovered by the other party. Do you know how difficult it is for them to hide in the dark and hold back their laughter? Well, go do it. This shouldn't be the case. Since the tyrant has ordered the secret guard to keep an eye on Xiao Xiai's, doesn't he think that the secret guard is too weak? What is the tyrant planning? Is he playing tricks on Xiao Xiai's and concubine Shu? The secret guard released the news, and Xiao Xiai's got the news and reported it to concubine Shu. Concubine Shu held the cup in her hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "Wait until the day of the sacrifice ceremony and wait and see what happens." Today's emperor is no longer the boy who was easy to talk to but not likable when he was a child. Besides, she has not yet avenged that person, so she must be cautious and not underestimate the enemy. Yes. By the way, concubine Shu put down the teacup and raised her hand to rub her brows. Put your mind on Prince Duan first, and tell me immediately if you have any clues. For the next 2 days, everyone waited for the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods in peace. Until the day of departure, the sacred flower still did not bloom. The emperor patted the prince's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I know what's going on." The people who went to the palace together got on the sedan chair one after another. Yui Lua was held in concubine Xian's arms, looking like she was wandering in the sky. How can I let the flower thief kidnap concubine Shu later? I am so worried. Fortunately, my mother is not wearing too dazzling clothes today, so she should not be noticed by the flower thief. Yui Lua fell asleep while thinking. When she woke up again, she found that the teen was resting, and she rubbed her eyes. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Concubine Xian saw her wake up, fed her milk and changed her diaper, and smiled and pinched her little face. Lure will probably arrive when she wakes up after a nap. Concubine Shu, who was resting not far away, glanced at the direction of the emperor and the prince without leaving a trace. Seeing that they looked normal, she slowly withdrew her gaze. Could it be that the divine flower has already bloomed? Otherwise, how could these two people be so calm? Tai Fei, are you okay? Tai Fei Shu nodded. At this time, the emperor came over with a smile. Aunt, we will arrive in a few hours, are you okay? Tai Fei Shu smiled gently. No problem. I haven't seen the divine flower for more than 10 years, and it's worth it to see it today. While saying this, Tai Fei Shu observed the emperor's expression. How could the emperor not hear the temptation in her words, and said calmly, I will not let you down, aunt. It depends on whether you can hold on to that stage. After the emperor finished talking to concubine Shu, he went to see Yui Luo again. If you are tired of holding Luo, let me hold Luo. Concubine Xian smiled, and shook her head. It's okay, Luo is not heavy. After everyone had rested, the team set off again. The ladies and wives of the noble families rarely came out. Looking at the surrounding scenery, they all had smiles on their faces, and forgot about the bumps along the way. Compared to everyone's excitement, Yui Luo fell asleep again after eating. When I woke up again, I had already arrived at the palace. The setting sun dyed half the sky red. The second prince, the third prince and Luo Ji arrived at the palace before the emperor and others to prepare. When they heard that the emperor and others had arrived, they hurried out to greet them. Everyone get up. Several people stood up, and the second and third princes subconsciously looked at the female relatives, looking for the person they were thinking of. Second brother and third brother, can you two restrain yourself a little? The two touched their noses uncomfortably, smiled at Du Shuyan and Mu Shui respectively, and then went into the house with the emperor. Concubine Shu arranged the accommodation for the ministers' families, and then personally took concubine Shu to her house. Concubine, you stay here tonight. There will be a singing and dancing performance later. I will send someone to pick you up then. After almost a day's journey, concubine Shu was really tired. She smiled and sat on the couch. I feel tired. I won't watch the singing and dancing. Having said that, concubine Shu said no more and took Tao Yi back to her residence. The emperor only brought her, concubine Da and concubine Xian with him this time, so the three of them naturally lived in the same room. I was going to ask for the ceremony for concubine Ro, but concubine Ro didn't want to come. Concubine Shu walked into the room and sat down next to concubine Xian, taking out the rattle she made to play with Yui Luo. Sister Defei, does the second prince have a favorite girl? Thinking of the second prince's smiling eyes just now, concubine Shu asked gossipingly. Favorite girl? Concubine Da looked puzzled, and then excitedly put down the tea in her hand. Sister Shufei, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Tell me which lady it is, I take a closer look later. This brat actually hid it from her. No wonder he didn't want Shuer. She wanted to see which girl this brat deceived. Aunt Shufei's eyes were really sharp. The second prince had kept it from Aunt Defei for so long, and it was estimated that he could not hide it anymore. Shufei didn't know Du Shuyan, so she shook her head, standing with the princess and Miss Qin. He must be from a good family. What does he look like? The two were talking excitedly when they heard footsteps, and soon saw Eunuch Chao appear at the door. Ladies, the singing and dancing is about to start. The emperor asked me to invite you over. The three stood up, and Defei lowered her voice and said to Shufei, Wait a minute, Sister Shufei, point it out to me and see who it is. After the leaf cards incident, her brother wrote a letter to her in the palace. In the letter, he first scolded her, and at the end, he said that if she had too much free time, she should find a concubine for the second prince and not touch the leaf cards again. Several people followed Eunuch Chao to the main hall, and the others had already arrived. Candles were lit around the main hall, making it as bright as day. On both sides, there were long tables with fine wine, delicacies and fruits. As for the empty space in the middle, it is obvious that it is the space for singing and dancing performances later. Ladies, please. When the emperor saw them coming in, he hurried forward and naturally took Yui Luo in his arms. Do you want to feed Luo now or wait? Why feed me? I see you are already full. The emperor and concubine Xian were somewhat amused. Luo's tone seemed very resentful. Feed later, I have someone heat up the milk. Concubine Xian and the others sat in the empty seats one by one, and concubine Da began to look back, but she realized that this was not dignified enough, so she retracted her gaze. Everyone, don't be so rigid, let's start the banquet. Everyone stood up, thank you, Your Majesty. The music slowly sounded in the hall, and the dancers walked to the center of the hall, waving their long sleeves and dancing gracefully. Hey, why didn't concubine Shu come? Was she tired? The emperor paused with his hand holding the wine glass. He had forgotten. Concubine Shu, where is the concubine? Concubine Shu stood up after hearing this. Your Majesty, the concubine must be tired and can't come. I have sent food to her room. As she was talking, Tao Yi walked in, looking a little solemn. Chapter 265. Yuilua noticed this and looked at Tao Yi, who walked to the side of concubine Shu, wondering in her heart. Could it be that something happened to concubine Shu? The plot of the flower thief should appear tomorrow. What's going on? The few people who heard the inner voice looked at concubine Shu without leaving a trace. Especially the fourth prince. He wanted to stand up and come over to ask Tao Yi what happened. The last time my grandfather went to the palace to see my father, and went back, he checked the details of the people serving in the mansion. Although my grandfather did not tell him the reason for doing so, he guessed that it was probably related to concubine Shu. Tao Yi walked quickly to concubine Shu's side, leaned over and whispered in her ear, Your Majesty, concubine Shu is missing. She was ordered by the Majesty to deliver food to concubine Shu, but she didn't expect that there was no one in concubine Shu's room, and even Luer, who served beside her, was not seen. Concubine Shu's expression changed slightly, and she asked in a low voice, Have you sent someone to look for it? Are there any signs of fighting in the room? I have sent someone to look for it, and there are no signs of fighting in the room. After Tao Yi retreated, concubine Shu stood up. Your Majesty, I feel a little unwell, so I will leave first. The emperor nodded and said with a smile, Since my beloved concubine is not feeling well, go and rest first. After that, he winked at Eunuch Chao. Seeing this, Eunuch Chao stepped aside and followed him out of the hall. After leaving the hall, concubine Shu went directly to concubine Shu's residence. As Tao Yi said, there were no signs of fighting at the scene. She frowned slightly and asked as she walked out, Is there any news about the person who went to look for him? Tao Yi followed concubine Shu and hurriedly said, No. At this time, Eunuch Chao hurriedly walked towards the two of them. Your servant greets the Majesty. The emperor asked me to come and see what happened. Tao Yi briefly explained the matter, and Eunuch Chao nodded. Don't worry, Majesty. I will send more people to look for him. Concubine Shu knew nothing about what happened here. She had already lain down to rest, but she couldn't sleep. The scene of meeting that person here kept appearing in her mind. She got up and took Luer out of the house for a walk. Concubine, it's cold at night. Why don't you go back and rest? Luer followed behind concubine Shu, looking at concubine Shu standing beside the pond in a trance with confusion. Although she couldn't see the expression on her face, she felt that concubine Shu's back was very lonely. Luer took a few steps forward, looking at the dried-up pond in front of her under the bright moonlight, wondering what was there to see in this dried-up pond. Concubine Shu had been looking at it for almost half an hour. Concubine Shu put away the long-lost memories in her mind, gathered her cloak, turned around and walked to Luer's side. Go back. The pond is now dry, and the man is gone. As the two walked onto the path, they saw a team of guards coming towards them. What happened? Why are there so many people? After Luer finished speaking in a low voice, she saw the guards coming towards her. Quick, tell the queen and the emperor that the queen dowager has been found. After the guard gave the order, he saluted to the queen dowager Shu. Your subordinate greets the queen dowager. The emperor and the queen dowager Shu can't see you, so they sent us to look for you. As they were talking, a sound of footsteps came. It was the emperor and the queen dowager Shu and everyone knelt on the ground and saluted in unison. Aunt, I'm glad you're okay. The emperor asked everyone to stand up and walk straight to concubine Shu. Because there would be a grand ceremony to worship the gods tomorrow, he asked everyone to go back and rest first and brought people to find concubine Shu. I'm sorry to trouble the emperor. Concubine Shu looked apologetic. I should have asked someone to tell the emperor when I came out. I thought something had happened, but it reminded me of someone when I saw it here. Let's go back first. This place is abandoned and moss has grown. If you want to go out for a walk, go to another place. Concubine Shu smiled and nodded, and walked back with Luer's help. They were not taking a walk, but reminiscing about the past. This was where she fell in love with Xiao Xiai's. In fact, this hateful person, concubine Shu, also had some pitiful aspects. Xiao Xiai's had only used her from beginning to end, and only occasionally painted a pie in the sky for her, which made her love him to death. In a sense, the two of them were running in a two-way direction. One painted the pie, and the other ate the pie. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. What big pancake is so powerful that Shu Taifei, who is so smart, is willing to be used? The group sent Shu Taifei back, and passed by the peach blossom forest through the corridor. The peach blossoms are so beautiful. I think it will be a different scene tomorrow. Du Fei looked at the peach forest and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Xu Fei asked, puzzled. Du Fei shook her head and thought that she must have seen it wrong. Hey, isn't that the second brother in Du Xuan? Yui Luo looked at the entrance of the peach forest, and the backs of the two gradually disappeared into the peach forest. Good guy, the second prince actually took the girl into the grove. The emperor, Concubine Xian, I really want to see what they are doing in the grove. Father, have you found the person? The prince walked up to the few people and bowed to the emperor. Found it, you should rest early. What rest? Yui Luo stared at the peach forest and saw the third prince and Mu Shui walking in under the moonlight, and she felt uneasy. No, the third prince and the heroine also went there, ha ha. The fourth prince and Qin Qianqian are sure they won't come to join in the fun? Oh, several of my brothers have their own romantic date, but the crown prince doesn't. But the crown prince can take me to see my brother's trysts, it's perfect. A little smile appeared in the crown prince's eyes, and he thought Luor was going to sympathize with him again, but it turned out that the little guy was thinking this. The emperor and concubine Xian looked at each other helplessly. Oh, the fourth brother Qin Qianqian is here too, it's interesting. The emperor waited until the fourth prince and Qin Qianqian disappeared before handing Yui Luo to concubine Xian, take Luor back to rest early. The fourth prince, dragged by Qin Qianqian into the peach blossom forest, rubbed his eyes as he walked. Qin Qianqian, why did you drag me here so late at night? Qin Qianqian let go of the fourth prince. Sister Shui and Sister Yin told me they were resting, but when I woke up, they were not in the room, so I came to find you. The fourth prince remembered the two empty beds in his room, and the second and third brothers also told him the same thing. So he and Qin Qianqian were both deceived. The second and third brothers are not in the room either. The two stood close together, and the fragrance of Qin Qianqian's body drilled into the nose of the fourth prince. He scratched his head and whispered, If you are tired, why don't you go back and rest first? Qin Qianqian stared at the fourth prince. Do you really not want to come out with me? Knowing that she misunderstood his meaning, the fourth prince hurriedly explained, No, I'm worried that you've been sitting in the sedan chair for too long today and are tired. Chapter 266. Qin Qianqian, who was originally unhappy, felt a surge of heat on her face after hearing this, and her black eyes looked sparkling in the night. I'm not tired. What's tiring about sitting in a sedan chair? After she finished speaking, she stared at the fourth prince. The fourth prince took a step back, thinking that she was going to kiss him like last time, and began to stutter when he spoke. Don't look at me like that. Qin Qianqian still stared at him motionlessly, and after a moment, she let out a long breath and said, Yu Hungerwei, when are you going to marry me? The two of them have already expressed their feelings to each other. Shouldn't they ask the emperor to grant the marriage? She has been waiting to be the little princess's sister-in-law until the flowers have withered. Meeting her extremely serious eyes, the fourth prince's strong heartbeat gradually calmed down. Qin Qianqian, I am not suitable to marry you now. You wait a little longer. Qin Qianqian was puzzled. What's wrong with you now? Isn't it good? I don't care what others say about you. Anyway, we are the same. The fourth prince raised his hand and rubbed her head. His tone was more serious than ever. I care. I heard my mother say that marriage is a woman's second choice. I don't want to regret it because you chose me. I just want you to be the envy of other ladies in the boudoir, so that they know that Qin Qianqian has found a good husband. Qin Qianqian felt her heart beating violently when she heard this. She stood there at a loss, not knowing what to say. Okay, go back and rest. The night breeze brushed across her hot cheeks. Qin Qianqian came to her senses and followed the fourth prince. The corners of her mouth were raised and never fell. Qianqian, why are you here too? After Du Xuan asked this question, she saw the fourth prince in front of her and understood instantly. She and the second prince originally thought that it was quiet here, and they would not attract attention if they came here to talk, but they had just come in for a while, and the princess and the third prince also came here. Now it seems that they probably thought of the same thing and met here. Didn't the second and third brothers take a rest? The fourth prince stopped and turned to look at the two of them. Could it be that they were sleepwalking? Fourth brother, we are the same. The second prince looked at Qin Qianqian teasingly. The third prince ignored the bickering between the two, stretched out his hand, stuffed a package into Mu Shui's hand beside him, and smiled at her. Mu Shui took it, and there was still the warmth of the third prince on it. It seemed that she had held it in her hand for a long time. After Mu Shui, Du Xuan and Qin Qianqian returned to the house, she took out the things that the third prince stuffed into her hand. Princess, you actually brought snacks. You can't eat until the end of the sacrifice ceremony tomorrow. You are well prepared. After saying that, Du Xuan looked at Mu Shui with a mischievous look on his face. No, princess, this is your first time participating. You should not know the rules. How could it be? Given to you by the third prince? Mu Shui nodded. It's just right. Tomorrow the three of us can have some snacks to fill our stomachs. Qianqian, aren't you worried about being hungry tomorrow? Don't worry about it now. The two turned their heads and looked at Qianqian, holding her chin with her hands, smiling foolishly. It seems that she is happy again. Du Xuan shook his head and smiled and walked away. Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. After Yuilua was taken back by concubine Xian, she muttered to herself for a while, and then slept until dawn. Because concubine Shu was missing yesterday, I didn't see the girl that concubine Shu mentioned. Seeing concubine De's regretful face, concubine Shu was a little amused. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law, not to mention that she is not ugly. Just wait for the second prince to bring her to you. Concubine De nodded. That makes sense. Our little Luer will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Concubine Shu pinched Yuilua, who was still sleepy. Is it, little Luer? Yuilua cooperated and smiled at concubine Shu. And Shu has good taste. Concubine Xian patted the little girl and fed her milk before seeing eunuch Chao come in. Ladies, the ceremony is about to begin. Please move. Several people stood up and went to the altar with eunuch Chao. The offerings, livestock, fruits, and wine needed for the altar were all ready. The ministers below stood in neat rows, and their families stood behind them. Eunuch Chao led several people to the prepared seats. Ladies, please sit here. The emperor will be here soon. After they sat down, they saw concubine Shu, supported by Luer, sitting in the first seat. Your Highness, long live the emperor. Seeing the emperor, the prince, Luo Ji, and Li Yunhe walking towards the altar, everyone knelt down to salute. The emperor strode onto the altar and raised his hand and said, Stand up. Thank you, your highness. After everyone stood up, eunuch Chao walked to the emperor with water, and after the emperor washed his hands, he handed him a brocade handkerchief to wipe his hands. Then he stepped aside. Luo Ji waited for the emperor to dry his hands, then took the prepared sacrificial text and began to read it. Yuilua yawned as she listened, and when the sacrificial text was finally finished, it was the emperor's turn to burn incense. Then everyone knelt down devoutly, and bowed their heads to pray to the goddess of resurrection to bless Tianqi with good weather and peace and prosperity. Finally it has come to this. I remember that the flower thief came out at this time. Concubine Shu stared at the box on the table above the altar, and tightened her hands on her knees. Whether the divine flower will bloom or not, she will know next. She wanted to see how the emperor fooled everyone. At this time, the guards around shouted, There is an assassin, protect the emperor and the concubine. As soon as these words came out, the scene was instantly in chaos, and some timid women began to scream. Come on, who is this clever ghost who is talking? If the flower thief really kidnapped concubine Shu, it would be unreasonable not to reward you with something. The guards ran over here and surrounded the emperor and concubine Xian with caution. Ha ha ha, there are indeed many beauties here. A frenzied voice sounded in the air, and then two figures, one red and one white, landed on the altar. You bold thief, how dare you act rashly in front of the emperor? The third prince rushed over with a team of guards, drew his sword and flew to the altar. The two looked at each other. Oh no, they are prepared. This guy looks stronger than us. No matter what, we can't return empty-handed. After the man in red finished speaking, he raised his hand to lift a strand of hair on his forehead, curved his lips, and took out a few smoke bombs. TSK, there are people who are even more flamboyant than the second prince. Why are they wearing masks to show off? Yuilua had just finished complaining when she saw several smoke bombs flying towards them. As the smoke was swirling around them, she felt herself being pulled, and then entered a strange embrace. Lure. The concubine. Two anxious voices sounded at the same time. No, you are flower thieves, not human traffickers. Why are you kidnapping a baby like me? Hey, concubine Shu was also kidnapped. The people who heard the inner voice wanted to chase after them anxiously, but Li Yunhe stopped the crown prince and the third prince. Your highnesses have important matters to deal with. Leave the little princess's safety to me. Li Yunhe said this and turned around to chase the two out of the palace wall. Chapter 267. Yuilua felt like she was being carried and flying for a long time before she stopped in front of a cave. Why did you kidnap an old woman? The man in red pointed at concubine Shu, who was carried by the man in white, with a look of disgust on his face. Then you kidnapped a baby, what's the point? The two of them disdained each other for a while, before each of them led their people into the cave. Concubine Shu didn't know where this place was, but she was very calm. At first, she thought it was the Emperor's handiwork, but after Yuilua was also kidnapped, she gave up the idea. The Emperor dotes on the little princess so much, he will definitely not let her take risks to deal with her. It's just that the appearance of these two people is too coincidental, and the Emperor is only one step away from taking out the magic flower. That's all. Now she can only wait for the Emperor's rescue with peace of mind. With the little princess with her, she is not worried that the Emperor will ignore her. Just walked into the cave. The cave was brightly lit, not as dark and damp as Yuilua imagined, but as bright as day. The stone chair inside was covered with a tiger skin blanket, and the surrounding furnishings looked extremely luxurious. Are all the flower thieves so rich? Yuilua rolled her eyes, and looked at everything inside. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps was heard, and a group of women ran out of the cave on the left with their skirts lifted. When they saw the two men, they smiled. "Young master, you are back." The two nodded, looking at the women in front of them with a headache. They had lived in this cave for several years, and they felt too bored, so they thought of kidnapping some beautiful women to pass the time. As a result, these people were reluctant to leave after they came, so more and more of them gathered, leading to the current situation. Yuilua looked at the beautiful women in front of her, and sighed in her heart. Wow, there are more concubines than the tyrant's harem. Sir, why did you bring an old woman back? This old woman is not good looking. Concubine, she was thrown to the ground with a gloomy face. Looking at the women who were quite disgusted and hostile to her, she couldn't help but frown. What kind of hell is this place? These beautiful women are more noisy than those in the palace. I don't know when the Emperor will find this place. The man in red raised his eyebrows, and looked at the group of women. I am tired of your song and dance scripts, he said, glancing at Concubine Shu on the ground. Hey, old woman, what can you do? Singing, playing instruments, or dancing? Concubine Shu couldn't figure out the personalities of the two, and was afraid that she would anger them and kill them. So she said truthfully, playing the piano. A woman in pink clothes snorted unhappily, took a piano, and threw it to Concubine Shu. I want to see how well you play the piano. She was the best piano player among these sisters, and this old woman actually wanted to compete with her. Concubine Shu hadn't played the piano for a long time. After taking the piano, she paused for a moment, then stretched out her hand to pluck the strings. The melodious sound of the zither echoed in the cave. After the song was over, she slowly withdrew her hand. Sir, do you think she plays better, or I play better? The pink-dressed girl raised her hand, and grabbed the sleeve of the red-dressed man, asking relentlessly. At first, they were also very scared when they were captured, thinking they had entered a wolf's den. But after a few days, they found that the two men just let them sing and dance for their entertainment, and did not do anything wrong to them. Of course you play better, the red-dressed man said perfunctorily, and looked at the baby in his arms. Bai, this baby is so pretty, like a fairy. Yuilua stared at Hong Yi's eyes. Although the mask blocked his face, the exposed eyelashes were long, and the tail of his eyes was narrow and seductive. Based on these eyes, I think the appearance under the mask would not be too bad. Bai supported his forehead. You don't want to raise the little guy, do you? That depends on whether the Emperor allows it. Hong Yi raised her hand and pinched Yuilua's little face, and said with a curled lip, the little guy I kidnapped is more interesting than the old woman you kidnapped. Concubine Shu, Do these two think she has become deaf? She is several dozen years older than these women, but she is only in her 50s. If she hadn't been hit by the death of that man 7 years ago, she wouldn't have aged so much all of a sudden. 6. They can even compare themselves to each other. Nothing will happen to me in the hands of these two, but my mother doesn't know. She must be very worried now. Since you two know that we have a relationship with the Emperor, you are so bold as to kidnap us. Concubine Shu said with a little displeasure, I am the Emperor's aunt. You are holding the Emperor's favorite little princess. Aren't you worried? The women looked at the two in surprise, with worried expressions on their faces. The two people are so powerful. The man in white glanced at Concubine Shu indifferently. We are people of the martial arts world. The Emperor can't do anything to us. As for whether the Emperor can find you, it depends on whether he can break the formation outside. As soon as the voice fell, a man in white walked in from the door. He held a sword in his hand, and the sword was faintly shining with cold light. Is it the prince brother? No, it seems that the temperament is not similar. As the others gradually approached, Yuilua blinked in disbelief. It turned out that Li Yunhe was chasing. Li Yunhe exuded coldness all over his body, and his sharp eyes swept towards the red and white clothes. With a shiny sword in his hand, he looked like a killing god, which made people inexplicably terrified. You want to stop me with a mere fog array? Give me the little princess. The two looked at each other. Although their martial arts were not very strong, they thought they were very good at light work. This man looked weak, but he caught up with them so quickly and broke the array. Who are you? Li Yunhe sneered. The sword in his hand hung on the ground, and he approached the two of them, saying word by word, Li Yunhe, the junior master of the crown prince. Li Yunhe actually has such a face? The contrast is too big. I thought he and the crown prince were both gentle gentlemen. If those young ladies from noble families saw the scene, they would be fascinated to death. The man in white touched his nose and looked at the man in red. Isn't the junior master a civil official? Why does he look so imposing, as if he wants to chop them down? Fool, civil officials are not necessarily only good at writing. These two flower thieves are really funny, Hami said, and smiled at Li Yunhe. Well, brotherly, put away your sword first. There are so many girls here. Your shining sword will scare people. The girls were grateful, but they heard Hami continue. It doesn't matter if they scare them, but it would be bad if the little princess is scared. Li Yunhe put the sword back into the scabbard, walked forward and hugged Yui Luo, and carefully checked whether she was injured. Seeing him like this, Hami raised her hand and lifted her hair. Don't worry, I didn't hurt her. We are flower thieves, not murderers. Look at the girls here. They are well taken care of, and don't want to leave. Li Yunhe pretended not to hear anything. He carefully took Yui Luo in his arms, and looked down at her delicate face. His eyes were filled with joy of regaining what he had lost and some emotions that Yui Luo couldn't understand. Why do you look at a baby like me with such complicated emotions? Is it appropriate? I remember that the book didn't say that Li Yunhe was a pedophile. Chapter 268. Why is it that the way he looks at me has a sense of fate? It's not like I haven't seen it before, but he didn't treat me like this then. Seeing that the two were afraid of Li Yunhe, concubine Shu returned to her gentle appearance. Master Li, have you sent a message to the emperor? Li Yunhe knew from Prime Minister Li that concubine Shu was not a quiet person, but he had already caught up with her, and as a minister, he naturally couldn't ignore concubine Shu. He shook his head, took out a signal tube from his arms, and walked out of the cave. I will send a signal to the emperor now. Walking to the entrance of the cave, he stopped, leaned over and used his lips to pull the fuse of the signal tube and fired it into the air. Red Clothed glared at White Clothed. Didn't you say your formation was powerful? White Clothed was a little annoyed, glanced at concubine Shu and whispered, We will find a chance to escape later. Don't let the emperor catch us. The two reached a consensus, and seeing Li Yunhe walked in, White Clothed asked unwillingly, Did you really break the formation? Are you sure you didn't fly up directly with Qigong? Compared to the fact that his own formation was broken, he was more willing to believe that this person had outstanding Qigong. Li Yunhe found a place to sit down, pinched Yui Luo's soft little hand, and said calmly, Well, the formation is broken, and then used Qigong to catch up. It was even more shocking. Oh, I'm hungry and want to drink milk. Yui Luo looked up at Li Yunhe's delicate jaw and cried with a flat mouth. She prayed in her heart that Li Yunhe could understand her. Li Yunhe looked at the crying Yui Luo a little helplessly. Was she hungry? He turned to look at Hong Yi, who was stunned. Do you want me, who is handsome and elegant, to hold her? She didn't cry when I held her all the way, but she started crying when you held her now. Yui Luo rolled her eyes in her heart. Could this person be more narcissistic? Li Yunhe, The little princess is hungry, go find her milk. Hong Yi said in disbelief. Brotherly, are you kidding me? I don't have any milk. Where can I find milk for her to drink? Li Yunhe glanced at her. If you, a thief, hadn't kidnapped the little princess, would she have cried from hunger? The girl in red was speechless, as if that was indeed the truth. Even if this person didn't come, he wouldn't let the little one starve to death. He scratched his head and looked at the girls around him. Who of you has fed the child? The girls looked at each other, and finally a woman in purple came out. I feed it. They all thought that the little one would stop crying after being fed, but after waiting for a while, they saw the woman in purple coming back with Yui Luo. She won't eat. Why don't you give her milk? Oh my god, it's too fishy. Milk is still better. The red-clothed man stood up. There are houses around here. I go find some milk. He regretted bringing such a little ancestor back home. It was all because he was too kind. Li Yunhe nodded. Be honest. The red-clothed man pointed at the white-clothed man. Don't worry. Isn't he still a hostage here? If they want to run, they should run together. The red-clothed man grabbed a handful of jewels and left the cave. After an instant stick, he came back with a bowl and handed it to Li Yunhe. Hey, don't starve. After drinking a bowl of milk, Yui Luo narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Brotherly, are there many beauties in the palace? Brotherly, Are there many books on Chiman Duinjia in the palace? Brotherly. Listening to the various questions from the two, Li Yunhe frowned slightly. These two are even more noisy than the fourth prince. The emperor received the signal sent by Li Yunhe, and rode a horse with several princes and concubine Xian to Yuiluo. Don't worry, concubine Xian, Luo will be fine with Master Li here. The prince comforted concubine Xian in a gentle voice. He knew that Li Yunhe was a man of both civil and military skills, but he didn't know that his qigong was so good. However, when Luo was abducted, Li Yunhe seemed to be more anxious than anyone else, which he couldn't understand. Yes, Luo will be fine, don't worry too much, concubine Xian. As they talked, the emperor pulled the reins to stop the horse and looked at the bamboo forest in front of him. This is it. The emperor got off the horse and raised his hand to take concubine Xian off. Be careful, you will see Luo soon. Thank you, your majesty. Concubine Xian got off the horse and exhaled a foul breath. The third prince walked to the side of concubine Xian. I have sparred with Li Shaoxia before, and his skills are not inferior to mine, so concubine Xian can rest assured. The most important thing now is to hurry up the mountain. It looks like a formation has been broken in front of us, and it seems that it was definitely broken by Li Shaoxia. It was noon when the few people walked up the mountain and arrived in front of the cave entrance. Hearing the footsteps coming from the cave entrance, Li Yunhe stood up. There are footsteps, our mother and the royal brothers coming? The few people at the cave entrance heard the familiar voices, and their hearts were relieved. Your Majesty, Empress Xian, and the other princes. Empress Xian didn't care about anything else. She went forward to hug Yuiluo and put her face against her fair little face. I'm glad Luo is okay. I was so worried. Don't worry, mother, I'm fine. The flower thieves are not bad people. They even gave me milk. Li Yunhe is amazing. I'm fine. Empress Xian kissed her on the face again. Fortunately, Luo is okay. The expression on Li Yunhe's face when he found me just now seemed very similar to mother's, but with more nostalgia. Hey, I must have seen it wrong. The few people looked at each other. Li Yunhe was attached to a baby? The emperor asked Li Yunhe to stand up and asked in a deep voice, where is the thief? He dared to kidnap his Luo, how audacious. Li Yunhe pointed inside, and the few people walked in. There was no trace of the two people in white and red in the cave. Only gold, silver, jewelry, concubine Shu and a group of girls were left. The emperor walked to concubine Shu. Auntie, are you okay? Concubine Shu shook her head. The thief said that we would never see each other again. I was incompetent and failed to keep them. It's too early to say goodbye. After concubine Shu finished speaking, the girls who were a little timid glared at her. You are the thief. The young masters are upright and treat us very well. They are much better than you, a hypocritical old woman. That's right, she is the emperor's aunt. Just now, the little princess cried because of hunger, but you didn't rush to comfort her. The young Master Li is better than you, a relative. Ha! I have to say that you girls are quite accurate in judging people. Even if concubine Shu has a good temper, the flesh on her face trembled when she heard the words, and then she suppressed her anger. Your Majesty, the ornaments in gold, silver and jewelry in this cave look very valuable. So what? The young master and his men robbed those wealthy merchants who bullied the weak. Although we were captured by them, they never treated us badly. If they had not been captured here, they might still be bullied in the fire pit, or have no food to eat. Chapter 269. After bringing Yuiluo back to the palace, the emperor ordered Li Yunhe to draw portraits of the two people who kidnapped Yuiluo. In just one day, the portraits of the two were posted all over the capital. Like Prince Duan, they were wanted by the whole city. It was useless. It was useless to want them now. However, the two would appear in the palace later. The emperor looked at Li Yunhe standing below. Master Li has made great contributions in protecting the little princess. I will reward you generously. Li Yunhe bowed respectfully. It is my duty to protect the little princess. The emperor nodded, looked at the princes, and praised them all equally. You all worked hard in this sacrifice ceremony, and you will all be rewarded. After sending them away, the emperor asked eunuch Chao to summon Luo Ji to come and see him. Several people left the imperial study with Li Yunhe, and the fourth prince breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luo is fine, and now you can go back and have a good rest. The second and third princes nodded in agreement, and after going down the white jade steps, they parted ways with the prince. The prince walked in front with his hands behind his back, and suddenly stopped halfway, and turned to look at Li Yunhe. Thanks to Brother Yunhe this time, otherwise we don't know when we can find Luo. The two are of similar age, and the prince usually calls Li Yunhe by his first name in private. Your Highness is polite. This is what I should do. The prince couldn't see anything else on his face, so he retracted his gaze and continued to walk forward. By the way, I heard Brother Yunhe talking in his sleep and calling for the master in the palace. Why don't I give Brother Yunhe a few days off so that he can visit Mr. Min? Li Yunhe was stunned for a moment. He actually talked in his sleep and called his master? Seeing him like this, the prince smiled and said, "Talking in your sleep is not a shame. Brother Yunhe has been down the mountain for a few months, and it is normal for him to miss his master. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but the master has gone down the mountain to play." Li Yunhe followed the prince. His thoughts were a little complicated. Since he could remember, he had been having the same dream over and over again. When he was a child, he always thought it was a dream. When he grew up, he found that it was not a dream, but a mission. The mission that God has given him since he was born. And the master that the prince called in his sleep was not old Min, but the master in his dream, the goddess of resurrection. When he was in the palace, he faintly felt the familiar breath of the master on the little princess, but he was not sure. Until the little princess was captured, the familiar breath became stronger and stronger, and there was still a voice in his heart clamoring to protect her. So he followed without hesitation, and held the little princess in his arms in the cave. The clamoring voice in his heart disappeared, replaced by the kind of nostalgia that spanned thousands of years, and the joy of regaining what was lost. At that moment, he finally understood that perhaps his mission since birth was to protect the little princess, the reincarnation of his master, and to help her live this life safely. Just like in the dream, she picked up the baby him, raised him, taught him to practice, and finally turned against the fairy world to protect him. Thinking of this, Li Yunhe suddenly laughed softly. I'm afraid that the emperor and others don't know that the little princess is the reincarnation of the goddess of resurrection, who is admired by everyone. The prince walked up to Li Yunhe and called him in confusion, "Brother Yunhe, if you are tired, go back to the mansion and rest." Li Yunhe collected his thoughts. "I take my leave." Looking at Li Yunhe's departing back, the prince narrowed his eyes. Why did he feel that Li Yunhe was a little bit abnormal after returning from the temporary palace? Li Yunhe returned to the prime minister's mansion, and Madame Li was sitting in the flower hall waiting for him to come back. Seeing him passing by, she hurriedly called him. "Here." Li Yunhe stopped and turned to walk into the flower hall. "Mother, are you waiting for me here for something?" Madame Li stood up and looked at him. "I heard from your father that you went to chase the thieves alone, and I was so worried that I didn't sleep all night." "I'm sorry to have worried you." Li Yunhe smiled and raised his hands. "I'm fine." "I'm glad I'm fine." Madame Li motioned him to sit down, looked at the dark circles under his eyes, and sighed. "But did you have that dream again?" Li Yunhe poured her a cup of tea and nodded. Since he followed his master to the mountains to learn skills, he rarely had that dream, until he went to the palace a few days ago. "If you can't sleep well, why don't you take me to Baiyun Temple to ask the abbot for a fortune to see what's going on? I heard that the abbot has some real skills." Li Yunhe smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, mother. I go back to my room to rest." Hearing him say that he wanted to rest, Mrs. Li didn't say anything more. Returning to his room, Li Yunhe raised his hand to close the door and sat down at the round wooden table in a daze. He recognized the master, but the master seemed to have really become a child and didn't recognize him. Thinking of the past life, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. In the past life, they had lived together for thousands of years, but he had never heard the master speak, and he had never even seen the master's appearance. Now it's good. Master has become a little princess. She has no memory of her past life and no world. She can grow up without restraint and worry. Although she doesn't remember him as her disciple, it's enough for him to remember. In this life, Master only needs to be herself, and he only needs to protect her as she grows up. Just like she protected him as he grew up in her past life. At the same time, Yui Luo was also thinking about the strange dream. After thinking for a while, she gave up when she couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Don't think about things that you can't figure out. Maybe you will forget it when you wake up tomorrow. Emperor, Luo kept talking about that dream. What was it? He was so curious. Your Majesty, Lord Luo is here. Eunuch Chao brought Luo Ji in and then left. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor raised his eyelids. Get up. The divine flower has been put back in the Jiaxing Tower. It will not be taken out again in the near future. I don't think concubine Shu will make plans on the divine flower again. You can rest assured. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. However, this year's divine flower is really strange. I have read many related ancient books and have not found an explanation. Luo Ji frowned slightly when he said this. Could it be that the goddess of resurgence no longer protected Tianqi, But when he observed the sky, the purple star was shining. Could it be that the stars were wrong? It's okay, leave. Seeing Luo Ji's serious expression, was he thinking that the failure of the divine flower to bloom meant that the goddess of resurgence no longer protected Tianqi? Is it really that magical? But this time Concubine Shu was tossed around. She should rest for a few days. Concubine Shu was indeed tossed around and got sick again. That day, she was carried by the flower thief and flew all the way. She had not recovered from the cold for a long time. This blew, and she had a faint cough again. Concubine, I was worried to death about you. Fortunately, you are fine. Lure cried and fed her medicine. I thought I could see the divine flower, but I didn't see it. I also let you suffer this disaster. It's all my fault. If she didn't want to see the divine flower, Concubine Shu wouldn't go to the palace. Chapter 270. Taifu Shu half sat on the couch and patted her hand. It's fine, it's just a cold. You be fine after taking the medicine. It's nothing serious. Lure sniffed. Taifu, take the medicine and have a good rest. I go outside to watch. Otherwise, those girls would come to disturb Taifu's recovery when they heard that Taifu was ill. No need. I think you haven't had a good rest these days, because you've been worried. Go and have a rest now. Taifu Shu sent Lure away, and the smile on her face disappeared. Your Highness, I should have gone with you. Xiao Shi'is came out and knelt on the ground. He was extremely anxious when he heard that Concubine Shu was kidnapped, but fortunately she was fine. Otherwise, without Concubine Shu as a chess piece, how could he avenge the Xiao family and kill those culprits and the dog emperor? This matter is not the emperor's handiwork. Even if you go with me, you will be hard to guard against. I heard that someone happened to appear before taking out the magic flower. Your Highness, don't you think it's a coincidence? Concubine Shu glanced at him indifferently. What's a coincidence? Now the divine flower has been placed in the Zhaixing Tower. Not only you and I, but even the emperor cannot take it out. This is the rule left by our ancestors, so the matter of the divine flower can only be forgotten. You used to be the secret guard of the late emperor, don't you know about this? At the inquiring gaze of Concubine Shu, Xiao Shi'ai's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained. I hope that the queen will get her revenge soon. I forgot for a moment, and I deserve to die. Feeling Concubine Shu's gaze move away, Xiao Shi'ai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the next few days, Concubine Shu was indeed resting peacefully, and the two wanted people outside were still nowhere to be seen. But Prince Duan had some clues. The emperor was writing an imperial edict in the imperial study, and then he put down his pen and put away the imperial edict, and heard someone come to report that the Minister of Justice wanted to see him. Yui Luo was hugged by eunuch Chao, and she grumbled in her heart. The tyrant wrote an imperial edict without telling me, which was really sad. But Lord Qin came to see the tyrant. Could it be that Prince Duan or the flower thief had been found? I remember that these two cases were investigated by the Ministry of Justice. Emperor, This sadness is so short-lived. Let someone in. Sir Qin was let in, and bowed after the others left. No need to be polite, but has there been any progress in the case? Sir Qin nodded. Eunuch Chao was someone close to the emperor, so he did not avoid him. Yesterday, I heard from the people that the Xiao mansion, which had been sealed for several years, was haunted, so I took people there. After asking, I learned that it was the night watchman who saw smoke coming out of the Xiao mansion at night. The emperor snorted coldly. How can there be so many ghosts in this world? Your Majesty is wise. Don't flatter me, just tell me what happened. Lord Qin nodded and said seriously. Someone was burning paper money in the Xiao mansion, and the sparks burned the weeds next to it. Fortunately, it rained a little yesterday, which prevented the fire from spreading. It couldn't be anyone else except Prince Duan. The Xiao family's reputation had been ruined 7 years ago, and Xiao Shi'ai's was being watched by the tyrant. Can you find out who was burning paper money inside? The emperor asked in a deep voice. The weather has been good in recent days, and the person who burned the paper did not leave any footprints, but the Xiao family's reputation was already ruined back then, and the only person alive was Prince Duan. I infer that it was Prince Duan. After finishing speaking, Lord Qin secretly looked up at the emperor. Did he say something wrong? The emperor pondered for a moment. You leave and continue to check if there are any clues. Such good news, he must go and tell Concubine Shu in person. Yes, I take my leave. Lord Qin bowed and left the imperial study, and the emperor stood up and took Yui Luo. Go to Concubine Shu. Eunuch Chao glanced at the imperial edict on the long table and felt strange. The emperor didn't even let him pass on the edict. Who was this imperial edict for? After Shu Taifei drank the medicine and lay down, she saw Xiao Xiai's appear in the room. "Madam, I have something important to do." Before he could finish his words, he heard the voice of Qiao Gonggong from outside. "The emperor has arrived." Xiao Xiai's expression froze, and he quickly withdrew. Why did this dog emperor come here now? The door was pushed open, and the room was faintly filled with the smell of medicine. Shu Taifei coughed and got up. "Aunt, don't get up quickly, you are feeling better now. This thief deserves to die. He kidnapped Aunt instead of anyone else and made you suffer." I don't know if it was concubine Shu's illusion. Although the emperor said this very naturally, she felt that he was gloating. "Much better, your majesty. Why did you bring Luo here? What if she got sick?" The emperor held Yui Luo and sat down on the chair by the window. Although Luo is small, she is in good health. "It's okay." Luo came in with tea and served it, then stepped aside. "I saw that my aunt was bored in the room for a few days. Today I happened to hear some interesting things, so I came here to tell her to cheer her up." "Interesting?" Concubine Shu asked with interest. "What interesting thing?" She smiled, but she didn't think the emperor would really entertain her. "It's the Shao Mansion. Today, people from the Ministry of Justice said that someone was burning paper money in the Shao Mansion. The people all said that the Shao Mansion was haunted. Annie, do you think it's a human or a ghost?" Hearing this, Concubine Shu understood instantly that the emperor said this deliberately for her to hear. Could it be Prince Duan? Besides Prince Duan and herself, who else still remembers the Shao Mansion? The emperor said meaningfully, and looked out the window. "I didn't scare my aunt in broad daylight, did I?" Concubine Shu shook her head, looking natural. "There are no ghosts in this world, but the Shao family was all executed that year, which is really interesting. The fingernails that were placed in the quilt almost sank into the flesh of the palm. Isn't there still Prince Duan?" The emperor changed his tone as if chatting casually, as if he thought of something. "I heard that if the Shao family hadn't been in trouble, Xiao Xiai's wife would have almost become my aunt's goddaughter. It's so funny. If that's the case, wouldn't Xiao Xiai's become a godson?" Hearing the familiar yet strange name, Concubine Shu's fingertips trembled a little in the quilt. Did the emperor say this to test her? She kept smiling. "The things in the palace have changed after being passed around. As a concubine, how can I be involved with the family of a traitor? It is said that the man came to the palace just to know about Xiao Xiai's. He is not worthy of taking a goddaughter." The emperor talked about some irrelevant things with Concubine Shu, and then left with Yui Luo in a happy mood. Seeing the emperor disappear, Concubine Shu loosened her tightly clenched hands, not knowing whether the other party believed her words just now. No matter what the emperor meant, it was good to have news about Prince Duan. Prince Duan would be very happy if he knew about it in the afterlife, but it was a pity that she was in the palace and couldn't even burn paper money for that person. "Your Majesty, this is what I was going to say just now." All the extra people in the room went out, and Xiao Xiai's appeared again. Should I contact Prince Duan now? Chapter 271. Shu Taifei pondered for a moment and nodded. The emperor has begun to suspect her now, so she has to act as soon as possible to avoid being too passive later. Take this and contact Prince Duan. Shu Taifei took out a simple white jade hairpin from under the pillow, rubbed it in her hand for a while before handing it to Xiao Xiai's. Xiao Xiai's was very familiar with this hairpin, which he often wore when he was young. Later, when Shu Taifei asked for it for his birthday, he took off the white jade hairpin casually. Xiao Xiai's took the white jade hairpin and put it in his arms, and said respectfully, "I will do it right away." Concubine Shu was worried and told him, "Be careful, and don't let the emperor's secret guards find you." What the two didn't know was that they had been under the emperor's surveillance for a long time. When Xiao Xiai's left, the secret guards also left. There were 2 secret guards monitoring Xiao Xiai's, one of whom went to the imperial study to tell the emperor about this. Contact Prince Duan? Xiao Xiai's didn't even know where Prince Duan was, so how could he contact him? This was also the question the emperor was thinking about. Prince Duan left the capital at the cost of destroying his appearance. Now that he came back to burn paper money, he must have planned to let Concubine Shu contact him before leaving Tianqi, and then he would go to other countries to develop. This way, when he grows up, we can cooperate with him from inside and outside. What a good plan. I don't know if Xiao Xiai's knows his nephew well enough to see if he can lure him into the trap. The emperor looked at the secret guards kneeling on the ground. Follow him closely, report back immediately if there is any situation, and if Prince Duan appears, take him back to the palace directly. On the other side, Xiao Xiai's went straight to the Shao Mansion after leaving the palace. Prince Duan knew the relationship between him and Concubine Shu, So this news must have been deliberately leaked by Prince Duan to let concubine Shu find a way to contact him. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Xiao Shi'ai climbed into the Xiao mansion and headed for the ancestral hall, which was the best place to hide people without being discovered. He and Prince Duan were of similar age. When they played hide-and-seek together when they were young, Prince Duan liked to hide in it. Entering the ancestral hall, the tablets that were originally arranged neatly in memory fell to the ground in all directions, and the ancestral hall was full of spider webs and dust. Xiao Shi'ai leaned over to pick up the tablets that fell on the ground, and then walked in step by step. "Aren't you coming out yet?" Stopping in a familiar corner, Xiao Shi'ai squinted his eyes, and looked at a piece of blue-gray clothes. There was a rustling sound, and a man wearing dirty and worn clothes, and with messy hair, like a beggar, slowly emerged from the corner. Seeing that the person in front of him was not Prince Duan, Xiao Shi'ai frowned. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The man dressed as a beggar was Prince Duan's subordinate. He pulled aside his messy hair, and looked at Xiao Shi'ai with some vigilance. "Of course, I am waiting for someone who can give me a full meal." Xiao Shi'ai narrowed his eyes, squatted down, took out the white jade hairpin on his body, and handed it to him. Take it back to Prince Duan. It will be enough for you to eat." The two looked at each other, and both became serious. For safety reasons, the prince did not come. "Did you burn the paper money yourself?" Xiao Shi'ai was secretly angry. Prince Duan is really cautious. He asked others to help him with this filial piety. Prince Duan's subordinates did not hear the sarcasm in his words. The prince has suffered so much, it is always right to be cautious. "I will leave the letter for tomorrow's contact at the largest restaurant in the capital, and I will go ahead." After listening to the conversation between the two, the secret guard returned to the imperial study and told the emperor about this. "Really cautious?" The emperor snorted coldly. "Where is the beggar?" Another secret guard knelt on the ground. "I am incompetent. Because the people from the Ministry of Justice were searching everywhere, and there were too many people on the street, I lost track of him." "Forget it. Continue to keep an eye on concubine Shu and his secret guards." Unless Prince Duan never met concubine Shu. Waiting away the secret guards, the emperor called to the door, "Eunuch Chao." "I'm here." Eunuch Chao walked in quickly, and saw the emperor stand up. "Take the box and follow me to concubine Xian." Eunuch Chao picked up the box and followed the emperor out of the imperial study room without knowing why. "What is that box for? Is there any treasure inside? You are so mysterious, and don't show it to me. Are you trying to show your affection to my mother secretly?" The emperor listened to Yuilua mumbling in his heart all the way, and he didn't calm down until he entered the palace of concubine Xian. "Stay awake, don't fall asleep like last time. I want to see what's in the tyrant's box." Concubine Xian looked at Yuilua with a bit of laughter and tears. Her eyes, like black grapes, were open without blinking, and she looked alert, as if she was afraid of falling asleep. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." "My beloved concubine, please get up," the emperor said, looking at Eunuch Chao. "Give the things to concubine Xian." Looking at the box handed over by Eunuch Chao, concubine Xian looked puzzled. "Your Majesty, what is this?" The emperor motioned for her to sit down, and he sat on the chair next to her. "My beloved concubine, please wait until the evening to see it." When concubine Xian saw the emperor's meaningful look, she understood instantly. The emperor meant that she couldn't see it in front of Luor. She handed the box to Huarui. "Put it away first. I seriously suspect that the tyrant's words are directed at me, and he doesn't want to show it to me." "Mother, you are my real mother. Why don't you show it to me? We agreed that we are in tune with each other. I have kept my eyes open for so long without blinking. How can you not see the plea of a little cutie like me?" Concubine Xian suppressed her smile and poured tea for the emperor, and took Yuilua to feed her. "Forget it. If you don't want to show it, then don't show it. Curiosity kills the cat." "I am not curious at all." The two chatted for a while, and directly hypnotized Yuilua, who was full and drunk, to sleep. The servants around had already left. Seeing that Yuilua was asleep, concubine Xian stood up and wanted to put her on the bed to sleep, but the emperor raised his hand and made a gesture to silence her. "Luor is so cunning. What if she is pretending to sleep?" Concubine Xian looked at the emperor in confusion, and saw the emperor raised his hand and gently pinched Yuilua's face. Yuilua was sleeping soundly, and when she felt someone pinching her, she raised her hand and patted the emperor's hand, and fell asleep again with her lips smacking. "Take her to sleep." She really fell asleep. Concubine Xian carried Yuilua to the bed, covered her with a thin quilt, and then turned and walked out of the screen. The emperor saw her coming, and handed her the box in his hand. "I just asked the palace servant, who served you to bring it over. Open it, and take a look. Under his gaze, concubine Xian slowly opened the box, and when she saw the bright yellow imperial edict lying inside, she raised her eyes, and looked at the emperor in disbelief. What did the emperor give me the imperial edict for? You will know when you open it. Concubine Xian raised her hand, and took out the imperial edict, slowly unfolded it, and looked at the emperor in shock after reading the contents on it. Your Majesty, this? Before concubine Xian finished speaking, the emperor interrupted her directly. I said that I would make Lu'er happy and worry-free. I will order people to do the things mentioned in this imperial edict when Lu'er is 1 year old. Lu'er should be very happy by then. Chapter 272. The next day, Xiao Xiais went to the largest restaurant in the capital and successfully got the letter from Prince Duan and returned to the palace. The letter contained only a few simple words. Please forgive me, I can't say much in the letter. We will talk about everything tomorrow at a dilapidated temple outside the city. Concubine Shu lit the letter and burned it, rubbing her temples. It was easy for the secret guards to go out, but it was not easy for her to go out. Are you worried about how to go out, Your Majesty? Concubine Shu nodded. If I leave the palace as soon as Prince Duan gets wind of it, the emperor will definitely be suspicious. If I don't want to be suspected, I can only find a legitimate reason to leave the palace openly. Tai Fei, the medicine is ready. Lu'er knocked on the door with the medicine in her hand, and only pushed the door open when Tai Fei Shu asked her to come in. She glanced out the window, put the medicine on the table and muttered, Tai Fei is really at odds with the palace. She has been sick twice since she came back. If I can go out, I will go to the temple to burn incense and get rid of the bad luck for you. Tai Fei Shu smiled kindly at Lu'er, and her words were especially gentle even though they were preaching. There are many people in the palace, so you can't be so outspoken. Lu'er nodded obediently. Yes, I understand. She picked up the medicine at the right temperature and handed it to concubine Shu. The medicine is cold, concubine, drink it quickly. After drinking the medicine, Lu'er retreated, and concubine Shu pinched the quilt. Going to the temple to burn incense seems to be a good reason. Having made up her mind, concubine Shu waited patiently for the emperor to come. In the imperial study, the emperor listened to the words of the secret guard, and his hands tapped on the table from time to time. To see Prince Duan, concubine Shu had to go out to see him herself. It is estimated that if the tyrant does not go to see her, she will come to see the tyrant. The emperor withdrew his hand, and Lu'er thought the same thing as him. Eunuch Chao, summon Lord Qin to the palace for an audience. Eunuch Chao turned and went out, and brought Lord Qin in after an instant stick of time. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The emperor raised his hand. Lord Qin, were you the one who led people to search for Prince Duan on the street yesterday? Lord Qin maintained the posture of saluting and said respectfully, Your Majesty, it was you who did it. Was there anything special yesterday? But he remembered that he had specifically told his men to be kinder, and not to scare the people. The emperor glared at him. Prince Duan is not a fool. You don't have to bring a group of people to search everywhere, and disrupt the lives of the people. Call them back later. I have other arrangements tomorrow. I obey your order. Lord Qin withdrew. Other arrangements? The matter between the flower thief and Prince Duan is not over yet. Will there be another case for him? Lord Qin sighed, and comforted himself in his heart. The more capable, the more work. As Yue Luo thought, concubine Shu originally wanted to wait for the emperor to come to her on his own initiative, and didn't want to wait until the sun set and the emperor didn't come. She called Lu'er. Go and tell the emperor that I want to change the imperial physician. Lu'er was confused, but didn't ask much. Dr. Lin's medical skills are good. The concubine got much better after drinking a few times. Why did he want to change the imperial physician again? When Lu'er went to the door of the imperial study, the emperor just came back from dinner. It seems that concubine Shu is more impatient, and sent someone over immediately. Your servant pays respect to his majesty. Long live his majesty. The emperor looked at Lu'er, who was kneeling on the ground. But something happened to the concubine dowager? The concubine dowager said she wanted to change the imperial physician. The emperor pretended to be puzzled. Change the imperial physician? Isn't imperial physician Lin good? Lu'er didn't dare to answer. She just lowered her head and said nothing. They want you to go over. If you don't want to go, let her come by herself. Get up and go back and tell the concubine dowager that I will ask all the imperial physicians to go to her tomorrow, and she can change anyone she wants. After hearing what Lu'er had said, concubine Shu's eyes darkened. It seemed that she had to go today. She lifted the quilt and got off the bed. Lu'er, go to the imperial study. Concubine, didn't the emperor agree to it? This late at night. Lure said this, but when she saw that Concubine Shu was already dressed, she quickly stopped talking, picked up a palace lantern and helped Concubine Shu walk out the door. The two walked for a long time to the imperial study, but were told that the emperor had gone to the Qingxin palace. Even if Concubine Shu had a good temper, this feeling of being fooled made her feel a little angry. "Oh, how did you come here so late at night?" Eunuch Chao, who was standing behind the door, looked at Concubine Shu and led her into the palace warmly. "The emperor hasn't rested yet." Concubine Shu nodded. "Thank you, Eunuch Chao. I have something to ask the emperor." The emperor put down the tea in his hand when he heard the footsteps, looked at Concubine Shu who came in with a cloak, and asked knowingly, "Why is my aunt here? Come and sit down." But the waiter didn't explain clearly. "I promised to change the imperial physician for you. You can choose anyone. It's cold this night. What if the illness gets worse?" Shu Taifei sat on the chair and said softly, "It's not that Lure didn't explain clearly, but I thought about it, and felt that it would be better to stay in the temple for a few days, to avoid spreading the disease to the palace." The emperor pretended to be surprised. "Go to the temple, Auntie, go to the temple to get rid of the bad luck on your body." Seeing that he agreed readily, Shu Taifei breathed a sigh of relief. But the emperor's words sounded more and more wrong. "Thank you, your majesty, I will leave tomorrow." The emperor chuckled, and this chuckle made Concubine Shu feel that the emperor would definitely do something. She just collected her thoughts and heard the emperor say, "Go tomorrow, that's a coincidence. The Minister of Justice has nothing to do tomorrow. I asked him to send you to the temple and come back. Otherwise, I don't feel at ease if you go by yourself." Concubine Shu's expression froze. Wasn't the Ministry of Justice busy catching Prince Duan? Why are they so idle? If the people of the Ministry of Justice followed her, wouldn't Prince Duan fall into the trap? "Thank you, your majesty. Letting Lord Qin send me would delay the Ministry of Justice's investigation." The emperor looked at Concubine Shu disapprovingly. "I know that my aunt is being polite to me. You don't have to worry. The case doesn't matter in one day. If my aunt is worried about delaying Lord Qin, there are still a few idle princes." "Ha, you know nothing." Concubine Shu's back teeth are probably about to break, and she is still polite. Concubine Shu maintained her smile. The emperor wanted to tell her that if she rejected Lord Qin from the Ministry of Justice, there were still a few princes to send her. To be precise, he was monitoring her and weighing the pros and cons. "Then I won't be polite. Thank you for troubling Lord Qin." The emperor smiled and said, "Why bother? My aunt doesn't like crowds. Don't worry, I asked him to take you to the temple, and come back after you've made arrangements." Back at the Huyuan Palace, Concubine Shu calmed down. Summon Xiao Shi'is to tell Prince Duan about this and meet again tomorrow, at a different place. Since the emperor wants someone to monitor her, let him go. Since Prince Duan can avoid being caught, he must have a way to see her. The next day, when Qin Darenho was at the palace gate, he was still confused. The emperor didn't let him continue to search for Prince Duan, but asked him to take Concubine Shu to the temple. What's the use of this? Does the emperor want him to burn incense and ask the Buddha to bless him to catch Prince Duan? Chapter 273. After leaving the palace, Concubine Shu sat in the carriage and began to rest with her eyes closed. Master Qin led a team of people to protect the carriage. "Concubine, I heard that the Baiyun Temple outside the city is particularly spiritual. You can stay there for a few days this time. I promise that everything will go well when you come back." Lure sat next to Concubine Shu and said with a smile, "Have you prepared the money for incense and offerings?" Concubine Shu still closed her eyes and folded her hands in front of her. "Don't worry, Concubine, I have prepared everything, including clothes and medicine prescribed by Dr. Lin." Lord Qin rode on the side of the carriage, glanced in the direction of the carriage, and pondered the emperor's intention. The emperor couldn't have asked him to escort Concubine Shu for no reason. Prince Duan was also responsible for the lives of several county magistrates in Chanshan. The emperor was probably eager to bring Prince Duan to justice. Thinking of the undercurrent between Concubine Shu and the emperor, plus the little information he learned. Could it be that Concubine Shu's going to the temple was not that simple? But the emperor only asked him to send Concubine Shu to the temple, and then return, so there was no way to spy on the reason why Concubine Shu went to the temple. After thinking all the way, the carriage stopped in front of Baiyun Temple. Lord Qin collected his thoughts, got off the horse, and walked to the carriage of Concubine Shu. "Concubine, we have arrived at Baiyun Temple. I will go and make arrangements now." Concubine Shu lifted the curtain and was helped down by Lure. She smiled and said, "Then I will trouble you, Lord Qin. There are so many people in this temple." Lure looked at the people coming and going and helped Concubine Shu walk up the steps. "Concubine, Let's go burn incense, and wait for Lord Qin. Concubine Shu nodded, and walked with Lure to the incense burning place. There were several Buddha statues inside, and there were cushions under the Buddha statues. After the two of them burned incense and donated money, Lord Qin had already arranged a place to stay and came to find them. Concubine, it's already been arranged. Let's go and take a look now. The little monk standing next to Lord Qin led the few people to the residence. Concubine Shu thanked the little monk and Lord Qin. As long as Concubine is satisfied, I can report to the emperor when I go back. After saying that, Lord Qin turned and left the house. When he passed the statue, he paused. Since you are here, let's go and burn some incense. Lord Qin knelt on the cushion in front of the Buddha statue, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly. He hoped that the Buddha would bless him to catch Prince Tuan and let his daughter get what she wanted. He opened his eyes and stood up, took the incense burned by the little monk and inserted it into the incense burner. Lord Qin withdrew his hand and saw Minister Zhang walked in. The two looked at each other and walked outside. Sir, there is nothing wrong with Concubine Shu. Lord Qin looked at Minister Zhang with his hands behind his back. Has she been in the room all the time? Minister Zhang shook his head. That's not the case. She left the wing and gave money to a few beggars. Beggars giving money? After Lord Qin finished muttering to himself, he saw Minister Zhang pointing to his right rear and said, It's them. Looking in the direction pointed by Minister Zhang, Lord Qin's eyes were fixed on a hunchback man, and his pupils dilated instantly. Although the man's clothes were tattered, he would not be wrong. In order to catch Prince Tuan, he studied Prince Tuan's portrait every day. Although the back was hunched, it was undoubtedly Prince Tuan. Did the Buddha really show his power? Quick, catch the beggar at the end. Prince Tuan felt the gaze behind him, as if it was burning through him. He turned his head, and through his messy hair, he met Lord Qin's gaze, then quickly retracted his gaze and ran into the crowd. Minister Zhang chased after him, but his martial arts skills were not as good as Prince Tuan's, and he was soon thrown off and lost his track. Sir, we've lost him. Lord Qin said with a gloomy face, You should return to the capital quickly, and have people seal the city gates. Shu Taifei tightly grasped the note in her sleeve, and the words of Prince Tuan were still ringing in her ears. Taifei, are you trying to kill me? You brought two eyes with you to meet me. She thought the emperor only asked Lord Qin to keep an eye on her, but she didn't expect the emperor to even send out the secret guards. Taifei, do you want to change your clothes? Lure looked at the black handprints on the corners of her clothes and muttered, You are just too kind. There are so many pilgrims, but no one gave them money, and you made your clothes so dirty. Nothing. Concubine Shu smiled, and walked to the chair to sit down. As soon as she sat down, she heard footsteps, and then a knock on the door. Concubine, are you okay? Lure opened the door, and bowed to Lord Qin. Why did Lord Qin come back? The concubine is fine. Is something wrong? Lord Qin looked at Concubine Shu. I heard that there were several beggars asking the concubine for money, one of whom was Prince Tuan. I was worried that the concubine had something wrong, so I came back to see her. I hope she's okay. Prince Tuan? Lure was surprised. Why is she here? Concubine Shu also pretended to be shocked, and then patted her chest with lingering fear. He actually had the courage to appear here. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Lord Qin, please return to the capital quickly to seal the city gate to prevent the thief from escaping. In order to ensure the safety of the concubine, I will leave 2 people to follow the concubine. Watching Lord Qin leave, Concubine Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that Prince Tuan would appear after Lord Qin left, but I didn't expect that the other party would be so bold as to appear before Lord Qin left. Thinking of this, Concubine Shu felt relieved. If Prince Tuan came to see her after Lord Qin left, she thought that no one was around, and he would relax. Wouldn't he be caught by the secret guards in the dark? No wonder the emperor agreed so readily. It turned out that he wanted to use her to lure Prince Tuan into the trap. Lord Qin left Baiyun Temple, and rode straight to the palace to explain the matter. The secret guards had already explained the matter before Lord Qin arrived at the palace. At this moment, he knelt on the ground anxiously. Your Majesty, it's my fault that I didn't do my job well. I didn't even notice that Prince Tuan was disguised as a beggar and approached Concubine Shu. In that case, go down and accept the punishment. Prince Tuan is really meticulous. He actually let the secret guards relax their vigilance while Lord Qin was still there, so as to test whether Concubine Shu was safe. Oh no, now that the snake has been alerted, it seems that the fish will not be hooked again. The 2 secret guards just retreated, and then they saw Eunuch Chao and Lord Qin coming in. Your Majesty, I am incompetent and let Prince Duan escape under your nose. The Emperor glanced at Lord Qin. Get up. Even Minister Zhang couldn't catch him. It seems that his martial arts have improved a lot. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have asked someone to follow concubine Shu, and Minister Zhang has also returned to the capital to seal the city gates. What's the point of sealing the city gates? Prince Duan is afraid that he has already returned to the capital and left the city before Minister Zhang. As Yui Lu expected, Prince Duan changed his clothes and left the capital with his subordinates. Master, it's a good thing you are cautious, otherwise you would really fall into a trap. Prince Duan snorted coldly. He was almost killed by concubine Shu. The secret guards around him are also stupid. He didn't know that he was being monitored by the Emperor's secret guards. Chapter 274. The Crown Prince and Li Yunhe came out of the restaurant after having a good meal, and saw Minister Zhang and his men on the street, seemingly searching for something. Seeing the Crown Prince and Li Yunhe, Minister Zhang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Meet Your Highness the Crown Prince. No need to bow. The Crown Prince looked at the people behind Minister Zhang. What happened? Minister Zhang briefly recounted what happened in Baiyun Temple, and was about to search for people. Does Lord Zhang want to block the city gates? The Crown Prince stopped him. No need to search anymore. According to what you said, Prince Duan left Baiyun Temple before you, and you were delayed in returning to the Ministry of Justice to transfer people. I guess Prince Duan has left the city now. Seeing that he hesitated, the prince continued, Withdraw the people, don't cause panic among the people, I will explain anything to my father. Thank you, Your Highness. After saying this, Minister Zhang led his people away. What are you thinking about, Brother Yunhe? The two got on the carriage, and the prince looked at Li Yunhe, who was in deep thought, and asked with a smile. Li Yunhe straightened his clothes. I wonder which country Prince Duan will flee to. Now he has no soldiers, and if he wants to make a comeback, he can only rely on the power of other countries. That's what Brother Yunhe said. We will go to the palace to see our father right away. The carriage stopped at the palace gate. The two got off the carriage, and saw Lord Qin coming out of the palace. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Master Li. No need to be polite. Lord Qin is going to the palace for the matter of Prince Duan? Lord Qin sighed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knows everything. Prince Duan escaped right under my nose. Lord Qin, don't blame yourself. After saying goodbye to Lord Qin, the two went straight to the imperial study. Eunuch Chao led the two of them indirectly. When the Emperor heard the two of them salute, he put down his pen and asked them to stand up. Are you here for Prince Duan's matter? Father is wise. When I returned to the palace, I met Minister Zhang and already knew the whole story. What do you think we should do now, Prince? The Emperor looked at the prince and asked softly. What else can we do? We must quickly write to other countries to prevent Prince Duan from tempting them to join us in attacking Tianqi. Prince Duan is now a commander without troops. The fastest way to make a comeback is to borrow troops from other countries. Of course, it depends on whether he has the ability to borrow them. The prince curved his lips and said, I think Prince Duan will not stay in Tianqi anymore, so I can write to other countries. If anyone can catch Prince Duan, they will be exempted from paying tribute for a year. My brother, the prince, is really in tune with me. I remember that in the original plot, Prince Duan ran away to Li country and thrived in Li country. Yui Luo was thinking about the plot seriously and felt a gaze falling on her. The gaze was too hot, and she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. She raised her big black eyes and looked at Li Yunhe, who had withdrawn his gaze. Why did Li Yunhe peek at me? But this time his eyes were quite normal. The Emperor and the Prince looked at Li Yunhe beside him when they heard this. Master Li? Li Yunhe put away his extra thoughts and said, Your Majesty, what the Prince said is very true. The Emperor asked the two to leave, and then heard Yui Luo's voice. Why does Li Yunhe's back look familiar? Yui Luo looked at Li Yunhe walking towards the door of the imperial study, and suddenly said excitedly in his heart, Good guy, isn't this the back I saw in my dream? Damn, why was the dream so short? I don't know if the goddess they mentioned is the goddess of resurrection. The prince slowed down his pace, and made sure that Yui Luo stopped talking before he returned to normal, and walked out of the imperial study. As he walked away from the imperial study, the prince stopped and looked at Li Yunhe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a jade crown on his head, and fair and straight facial features. He was wearing a white brocade robe. He looked really elegant and extraordinary. Li Yunhe was confused by the prince's gaze. He raised his eyebrows slightly. But is there something on my face? The prince shook his head. I was just wondering why Brother Yunhe hasn't married yet. With your looks, there should be many young ladies in the capital who want to marry you. Luor dreamed of Liunha in her dream. Could it be that she dreamed about something during the day? Thinking about their ages, the prince quickly got rid of this absurd idea. Liunha didn't expect the prince to talk about this. He was stunned for a moment and replied, I have no intention of being sentimental. No intention of being sentimental? The prince repeated it in a low voice, and Liunha nodded. He felt that something seemed wrong, so he quickly explained. Of course, I'm not a homosexual. The prince, I just asked casually. The prince continued walking, and sighed casually, I don't know what kind of husband my father will find for Luor in the future. Liunha lagged behind the prince by half a step, and smiled softly when he heard it. The little princess is still young, it's too early to find a husband. When she grows up, she must marry the best man in the world. In his opinion, the best man in the world may not be worthy of her. Thinking of the past life, Liunha suddenly became curious. Will her character in this life be the same as when she was a goddess, indifferent and aloof, and cannot be desecrated? Yuilua didn't know that her thoughts made the prince think so much. She listened to the chat of concubine Xian and others with great interest. Concubine, she went to the temple, and I feel that staying in this palace makes people feel much more comfortable. Concubine Da put down the melon seed shell in her hand and said mysteriously, Do you know what Sister Rupin is doing recently? Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu shook their heads. You will know when she comes. As soon as Concubine Da finished her words, Concubine Ro came in with something. Hello, sisters. She bowed and handed the thing in her hand to Concubine Xian with a smile. Sister Concubine Xian, uncover it and take a look. It can't be for me. Yuilua looked at the thing Concubine Ro was holding, wishing she had X-ray vision. Concubine Xian uncovered the red cloth, and there were several lifelike claws on the tray. There were rabbits, cats, and puppies. It can't be sewn by Aunt Concubine Ro, her craftsmanship is too good. As lifelike as the dolls carved by the fourth brother. Is this all made by Concubine Ro? Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu looked at the doll in front of them in disbelief, and gave her a thumbs up. I don't have anything valuable to give to the little princess, so I made the doll myself. I don't know if the little princess likes it. Concubine Ro pursed her lips slightly. Her family background was not as good as those of the others. Fortunately, they did not look down on her because of this. Although it is not gold, silver or jewelry, it is full of love. Yuilua stretched out her little hand to grab the long ears of the pink rabbit, and giggled at the few people. It seems that Luor likes it very much. Sister Rupin, you didn't go to the palace with us just to make a puppet? Rupin smiled and pinched Yuilua's other hand, and nodded. Fortunately I didn't go, otherwise there would be flower thieves who would be so scary. As the few people were talking, Huarue came in and said, Ladies, the second prince is here with Miss Du. Chapter 275. Upon hearing this, Concubine Da excitedly put down the melon seeds in her hand. Let someone in quickly. The second prince first took Du Shuyan to Concubine Da's bedroom, but he didn't meet anyone. He knew without thinking that his mother must have come to Concubine Xian's place, so he came over here. Second prince, Miss Du, please come in. Du Shuyan adjusted her dress nervously. The second prince saw her nervousness and raised his hand to pinch her palm to comfort her. Don't be nervous, my mother is very easy to get along with. The two walked side by side into Concubine Xian's bedroom, and saw several ladies sitting in front of a round wooden table, on which were placed exquisite fruits and snacks, and several puppets. Seeing the two come in, their eyes fell on them. Meet the mother and the ladies. Your servant has met the ladies. Concubine ignored the second prince, and stepped forward to look at Du Shuyan. She was wearing a plain dress, with a slender figure, and her black hair was combed into a single bun, with a simple hairpin inserted in the bun. At this moment, she bowed her head slightly, revealing her fair neck. Du Shuyan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but she still maintained the posture of bowing. Miss Du, there is no need to be polite. Concubine Da raised her hand to help Du Shuyan up, and gently patted her hand. Come and sit with me. Pulling Du Shuyan to sit down, Concubine Da then looked at her appearance seriously. Her eyes were sparkling and charming, as if they could speak, attracting people's attention. Her nose was straight and upturned, her lips were full, and her skin was as white as jade, but it was faintly flushed. Realizing that she had looked at him for too long and made him shy, Concubine Da retracted her gaze, feeling extremely happy. I didn't expect this brat to have such good taste. She, a woman, liked Miss Du's looks, but she was too plainly dressed, which didn't match her bright and charming looks. She raised her hand to take off the golden hairpin on her head, and put it on Du Shuyan's head. Miss Du is so young, but she is too plainly dressed. I will take you to my palace to choose carefully later. Mother, please don't scare Yinner. The second prince saw that Concubinda had completely forgotten about him, so he spoke quickly. I thank Concubinda, but this thing is too valuable, so I can't accept it. Du Shuyan didn't expect Concubinda to be so enthusiastic, and she was a little at a loss. Before coming, she had specially inquired about Concubinda, and everyone said that Concubinda was dignified, generous, kind and gentle. So she subconsciously thought that Concubinda would ask about her family background first, but she didn't expect that she would do it in such an unconventional way. Huarui, serve tea to Miss Du. Aunt Defei's eyes were almost on Shuyan. She should restrain herself. Her dignified and generous personality has collapsed. Huarui brought the tea over and handed it to Du Shuyan, then stepped aside. Thank you, Empress Yin. Du Shuyan thanked her gently, and took a sip of the tea. Miss Du, there is no need to be so reserved. Yes. Shufei grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and put them in front of Du Shuyan. Eat melon seeds. Seeing this, Defei glanced at the second prince. What are you still standing there for? Peel them. He has no sense at all. Ha ha ha. Auntie Defei's look of disdain. No matter how thick-skinned the second prince is, he can't stand you guys. Huarui, why don't you add a chair for the second prince next to Miss Du? My mother has also learned bad things. Why is she still making trouble? Huarui smiled and turned around to move the chair over. The second prince hesitated for a while, and still sat next to Du Shuyan, peeling melon seeds for her seriously. What's Miss Du's name? Defei asked softly. Du Shuyan. It's a good name. This stinky boy didn't tell me before, otherwise I would have summoned you to the palace. As Concubinda spoke, she glanced at the second prince, and then became particularly gentle when she looked at Shuyan. This brat is probably afraid that I will find fault with you, thinking that I am a pedantic person. Du Shuyan shook her head quickly. Your Majesty, you are kind and gentle. How can you find fault with me? Concubinda was so enthusiastic towards her, she could feel the kindness in it. She said this not deliberately to flatter, but from the heart. Sister Concubinda, the Emperor will probably come to pick up Luor later. Why don't you take Miss Du and the second prince back to the palace first? The second prince didn't hear the hidden meaning of concubine Xian, and explained with a smile. Father already knows. Not only that, but even my fourth brother and the others. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the second prince quickly shut up, feeling so annoyed that he wanted to slap himself twice. Second brother, you are such a big leak. The tyrant knew about your affairs, but didn't tell the harem, but you betrayed them all directly. I know, you must have done it on purpose. Wanting to see your mother embarrass your third brother, you are such a scheming dog. You did everything you could to get married before your third brother. The second prince, who was originally a little annoyed, heard Yuilua's voice, and his eyes lit up immediately. Yes, he had already asked about the fourth brother, and he was not in a hurry to get married. Only the third brother and his cousin were in love, and he wanted to ask clearly when they would get married, but the third brother played Tai Chi with him like a sly guy. The third brother must have done this to get married before him and catch him off guard. If the third prince knew what the second prince was thinking at the moment, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. The second prince was really good at imagination. The third and fourth princes were not in a hurry to get married. The emperor also knows about it. Then why didn't he grant you a marriage? Defei looked at the second prince suspiciously. Sister Defei, ask about this later. Shufei looked at the second prince and said, the second prince, finish what you just said. Is there any news about the fourth prince? The second prince nodded, with Miss Qin. What about the third prince? Defei saw that the second prince was hesitant to speak, and became more curious. Could it be that we know this person too? Not only do we know him, but we are also very familiar with him. I know her. Which lady? The second prince hesitated for a moment, and said vaguely, my cousin. What? Defei raised her hand, and slapped the table heavily, then stood up. Mother, calm down, and don't scare Luor and Yinner. Defei glared at him, coaxed Yuilua a few words, and then looked at Du Shuyan. I just got angry at this brat, don't be afraid. Return to Defei's bedroom. Because Du Shuyan was there, Defei did not immediately settle accounts with the second prince. She ordered the palace servants to give Du Shuyan the colorful cloths, and said with a smile, these cloths are not suitable for me, but they suit you. You can take them back, and make clothes to wear. You are not allowed to refuse. Knowing that she wanted to refuse, Concubinda took her hand. Since Ear brought you to see me, you are my daughter-in-law. Thank you for your reward, madam. Du Shuyan thanked sincerely, and told Concubinda about her life experience. She didn't want anyone to gossip about these things in front of concubine in the future, and she didn't even hide the fact that she had stayed in Fenghua Tower. Xuan, it's not your wish to live in Fenghua Tower, and the mistake made by Shenhui has nothing to do with you. I am not a person who can't distinguish right from wrong. Don't worry, if anyone dares to gossip, I will punish them severely. Chapter 276. The two talked for a while, and concubine De looked at the second prince, who was listening obediently, and didn't dare to interrupt. Why didn't the emperor grant you marriages? Hasn't the emperor wanted to choose concubines for several princes before? Why is there no action now that he knows about it? Your Majesty, it's because of me. Du Shuyan told her about her family's affairs. The second prince also considered his grandfather, so he didn't ask the emperor for a marriage. Concubine De nodded. The second prince's mansion and the Du mansion are both in the capital. If you really get married, it won't affect you. As the sun gradually faded, concubine De said to the second prince, it's getting late. Send Xuan back home first. I have something to say to you when we get back to the palace. The second prince said yes, took the cloth given by concubine De, and took Du Shuyan out of the palace. As the two talked, they soon arrived at the gate of the Du mansion. Your Highness. Du Shuyan got off the carriage and called the second prince, who was about to turn around. The second prince stopped and turned around to look at Du Shuyan. What's wrong? Du Shuyan walked closer to him step by step and said seriously, Your Highness, do you really want to marry me? Without waiting for the second prince to answer, she continued, You say you are not in a hurry, but I know that if you are not in a hurry, you would not take me to see concubine De today. Yenrai. Du Shuyan raised her hand to cover the second prince's lips, and looked at him with curved lips. I don't mean to blame you, otherwise I would not go to the palace with you. She understood what it meant to go to the palace to see concubine De. When the second prince was in a daze, Shuyan took her hand away. If you can convince your grandfather to agree then I will ask my father to grant us the marriage first, the second prince said with undisguised excitement. Ian, you have already gone with me to see my mother, I will take it as your consent. After saying this, he turned around and left happily, as if he was afraid that Du Shuyan would regret it. Looking at his figure that almost jumped away, Du Shuyan whispered with a bit of laughter, Fool! The second prince returned to the palace happily, walked to the door of concubine De's bedroom, exhaled heavily at the door, and comforted himself in his heart. It's okay, mother will just talk, not do anything. Besides, there is my third brother, the unlucky guy who kidnapped my cousin, to take the blame. Prepared mentally, the second prince walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt that the atmosphere inside was not right, and the servants all hung their heads and didn't speak. Concubine De was sitting on the chaise longue, without the slightest smile on her face. When she heard the footsteps, she looked up at him, and said in a deep voice, You hoodie, you have grown up. The second prince lifted his skirt and knelt on the ground. Mother, my cousin likes my third brother, and I can't stop her. Da Fei sneered. So you knew it a long time ago, but kept it from me. From what you said, did you match them up? The second prince lowered his head guiltily. Seeing his reaction, Da Fei picked up the teacup on the small table next to him, and threw it heavily beside the second prince, breaking it into pieces. You really matched them up. I know you and Schwer don't have a deep relationship, but you can't just match them up. When your uncle finds out, he'd break your legs. Looking at the broken teacup beside him, the second prince breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his mother didn't hit him on the head, otherwise he would have been disfigured. I did match them up. The second prince didn't dare to look at concubine De, but it's not just me. Concubine De raised her eyebrows. Not just you? Who else? She actually pushed her niece into the fire pit. It was my father. It turned out to be the emperor. Concubine De frowned slightly. Damn, the emperor must have deliberately matched them up because he wanted to see his brother jump up and down. She rubbed her temples, but she couldn't joke about her niece's lifelong event. Mother, my third brother treats my cousin very well. Knowing that his mother loves his cousin, the second prince couldn't help but speak for the third prince. After all, he was the one who revealed the matter, and he still felt a little guilty. My third brother came back from Changshan on the day of my aunt's memorial, and he accompanied my cousin, which made my cousin happier. Da Fei snorted coldly and walked in front of the second prince. You actually spoke for him. If mother is worried, you can let my third brother come to the palace to meet you. After the second prince finished speaking, he silently apologized to the third prince. That's right. Da Fei returned to her chair and sat down, saying lightly, Get up. The second prince stood up and walked to Da Fei. Thank you, mother. Seeing that the second prince was still standing aside after speaking, Da Fei asked knowingly, Why don't you leave? Is there something else? Mother. The second prince smiled flatteringly, and picked up the tea next to him, and handed it to the Fae. You are so beautiful, generous, dignified, and smart, you must know that your son has something to ask of you. Concubine rolled her eyes at him, and motioned him to put the tea aside. Go ahead, what's the matter? About my son's lifelong event? Doesn't mother like Yenner very much? The second prince stood up straight, folded his hands in front of him, and looked at Concubine expectantly. About this matter, Concubine took a sip of the tea, and put it down and said slowly, I really have to help with this matter. Xuan has grown up like that. If I don't settle down first, what if she regrets it one day after her eyes get better? Where can I find such a beautiful daughter-in-law? The second prince, Okay, I will help you. The second prince happily left the palace of Concubine, and when he walked to the imperial garden, he saw the fourth prince coming towards him. His hand that was fanning him paused. How come the fourth brother was also invited to the palace? The action of Concubine Shu was fast enough. Fourth brother, you are also going to the palace. The fourth prince stopped. My mother asked me to go to the palace, and I don't know what it is. The second prince didn't know what Concubine Shu thought of Qin Qianqian, and he patted the fourth prince's shoulder with a guilty conscience. What could it be? I guess Concubine Shu missed you, and asked you to come to the palace to talk. The fourth prince curled his lips. Second brother, you must feel guilty saying this. The mother must have something to ask him. Looking at the back of the fourth prince leaving, the second prince sighed. Concubine Shu would not beat the fourth brother for this. The fourth prince did not know that he was tricked by the second prince, and was still guessing why Concubine Shu asked him to come to the palace. Fourth prince, we are here. The fourth prince came to his senses, and walked into the bedroom. Mother, what do you want me to do? Shu Fei glanced at the fourth prince, and motioned him to sit down. The fourth prince widened his eyes in surprise. Why was mother so gentle today? Was there a trick? He slowly moved to the chair, and sat down after observing that the chair had not been tampered with. I heard that you and Qin Qianqian were together. Didn't you dislike her before? Who did mother hear that from? The fourth prince put his hands on his knees, and seemed to have an answer in his heart. Second prince? Shu Fei played with the teacup. I thought I had damaged your brain, and made you unable to see your heart clearly. Now it seems that there is still hope. Tell me, when do you plan to get married? Does the Qin family know about you too? Chapter 277. The fourth prince did not expect his mother to change her words so quickly. He stared at Concubine Shu in a daze. Concubine Shu slammed the teacup on the table, and glared at the fourth prince. Why, don't you need 3 books and 6 ceremonies to get married? If you don't explain clearly, how can I ask people to handle these things? At this point, Concubine Shu paused and squinted her eyes and said, Are you trying to tease Qin Qianqian? No, no. The fourth prince came back to his senses, and looked at Concubine Shu, who looked like she would break your legs if you dare to say so, and waved his hand quickly. How could a son tease Qin Qianqian? Lord Qin, and the others should know this. After all, he always went through the main gate when he went to the Qin family, and he carried Qin Qianqian back when she went out drinking. In that case, when do you want to get married? The Shu Fei's expression eased a little, and she said faintly, Qin Qianqian has a straightforward personality, which is more than enough for a simple-minded prince like you. If it were someone with a deep mind, she would worry that her son would be sold and help others count money. The fourth prince, Mother, I am not in a hurry to get married. Oh! Shu Fei looked at him leisurely, waiting for his explanation. I want to take it slow. The fourth prince pursed his lips, his expression suddenly serious. You said that it is important for a woman to choose a husband. I want the Qin family to rest assured to hand Qin Qianqian to me. He wanted to let those who had mocked Qin Qianqian for being unwanted know that Qin Qianqian was unique in his heart just because she was not gentle enough, and not a lady from a noble family. And he didn't want to marry Qin Qianqian when he had achieved nothing. To avoid people laughing at Qin Qianqian behind her back for marrying a loser with the title of a prince. It was rare to see her son look so serious, and Concubine Shu smiled with some relief. It's a good thing that you have this awareness. Since you think so, I respect you. But some words can't be said casually. The fourth prince nodded. I will learn the art of machinery from my grandfather. Watching the fourth prince's back as he left, Concubine Shu raised her hand to support her chin. If I knew that Miss Qin could let him know what responsibility is, I would have helped to bring them together long ago. Tao Yi smiled and pursed her lips. It's not too late now. I think the fourth prince has really made up his mind this time. Everyone in the palace thinks that the queen doesn't care enough about the fourth prince, but it's just that the queen's way of expressing herself is different from others. At the same time, the second prince went straight to the third prince's mansion after leaving the palace. I don't know when the mother will summon the third brother, so he has to let the third brother know so that he won't be caught off guard. The third prince was practicing calligraphy in the study. When he heard Ziyang say that the second prince was here, he put down his pen and said, "Please come in." The second prince came in and looked around the third prince's study, then took a chair and sat opposite him. His eyes fell on the words on his desk, and he said something else. Third brother's handwriting is getting more and more beautiful. Since the second prince came in, the third prince felt that he was a little strange. He retracted his eyes, poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of the second prince. "Second brother, do you want to see me for something? If you don't have anything, you can't come to see me, third brother." The second prince took the tea and said something else. "After all, I have helped you and your cousin, right? Don't you feel guilty for saying this, second prince?" The third prince said calmly, "The princess has always been interested in me, and you can't flatter yourself even if you are her cousin. If she really has no interest in me, no matter how others match her up, it will be useless." The second prince was speechless, drank the tea in his hand, glanced at the third prince, who was sitting upright, and his eyes were on his noble and handsome face. He sighed and fanned himself. How can a good person have a big mouth? After he finished speaking, he put away the fan. "Well, third brother, since you and your cousin are in love, don't you have to think about how to deal with my mother?" The third prince stared at the second prince with heavy eyes. "Why are you still worried about me today? The Empress Defei is very considerate. She knows that the princess and I are in love, so she will definitely not be the one to break up the couple." He had naturally thought about meeting the Empress Defei, but not now. Although the princess accepted his kindness, it did not mean that she would open her heart to him completely. He promised the Marquis of Qingyuan that he would behave well and let the princess truly open her heart to him, instead of eagerly promoting this relationship by meeting the Empress Defei. The second prince raised the corner of his lips. He thought that his mother was just pretending to be considerate. She almost attacked her own son when it came to her cousin's matter. What a fart of understanding. But he had already reminded him that if his third brother couldn't pass the test of his mother, he couldn't be blamed. Then I wish my third brother can pass the test of his mother smoothly. After saying that, the second prince stood up, opened the door and left. Ziyang pushed the door open, and saw the third prince writing a letter at his desk. He stood aside tactfully, and waited for the third prince to finish writing, and put the letter away before speaking. Why do I feel that the second prince is weird? He looked relieved when he went out just now. The third prince raised his eyebrows. He feels guilty for doing something bad. It seems that the affair between him and the princess was known by concubine Da, and the person who revealed it was the second prince, otherwise he would not be so abnormal. I am afraid that concubine Da will let him enter the palace tomorrow. Ah? Ziyang was confused. Send this letter to the princess. Ziyang's attention quickly returned to the letter handed by the third prince. He took the letter and said with a smile, "I will deliver it now." But she muttered in her heart, wouldn't it be better to go directly to the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion to meet? Why bother with the letter? When Ziyang delivered the letter to the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion, Mu Shui was watering the flowers. Seeing the maid bringing Ziyang in, she put down the things in her hands. "Hello, princess." Ziyang clasped his fists and bowed, took out the letter, and handed it to Mu Shui. "This is what His Highness asked me to bring to the princess." After the letter was delivered, Ziyang turned around and left. Mu Shui took the letter back to the room, sat by the window, and slowly opened the letter. I just learned that the Defei already knew my feelings for the princess, and this was not revealed by me. I handed the letter to the princess in the hope that the princess would not think too much. Mu Shui stroked the letter in her hand, as if she saw him writing the letter seriously, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. In just a few words, she understood his intentions. He knew her uneasiness, and didn't want to use the meeting with her aunt to make the matter between the two of them a done deal, but wanted to use true love to reassure her. After the third prince expressed his feelings to her, she did feel unreal, but she was greedy to absorb his meticulous care for her. It was because of this that she didn't tell her aunt about this, because she didn't know what the ending would be, and she didn't even dare to think about it. But now this man told her that he understood her deep thoughts. It turned out that the reason why His Highness didn't mention meeting his aunt was not because he didn't care about her, but because she misunderstood him. "My lord, what are you looking at?" Qingyuan Ho was hiding behind a pillar to watch Mu Shui's situation, and was startled when he heard this voice. Chapter 278. He stood up, and turned to look at his confidant. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" The confidant shook his head. "I saw that you were watching me so seriously, I thought they were bad guys. Marquis Qingyuan snorted. You said gifts and climbed over the wall, and now you are suddenly reserved and changed to delivering letters. You have a lot of tricks. The confidant understood instantly. It must be someone from the third prince's house. Didn't you allow it? Shut up. Looking at the back of Marquis Qingyuan walking away with his hands behind his back, the confidant touched his nose. He was right. It was the Marquis himself who allowed it. Why was he still angry at him? Marquis. The confidant came to his senses, and quickly followed the Marquis of Qingyuan. I have found out that concubine Shu is being watched by people from the Ministry of Justice. You don't have to worry. The concubine Shu mentioned by the two was walking outside with Lure's help. The two people left by Lord Qin followed behind. Concubine Shu knew that the two were monitoring her, but there was one thing she couldn't figure out. Why did she not know that the secret guards around her were being monitored by the Emperor's secret guards? Could it be that the Emperor has grown up, and the secret guards he trained are also better than the secret guards of the previous Emperor? While she was thinking, she heard Lure pointing to a pavilion. Tai Fei, I will help you go there to rest. Tai Fei she wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her lips, she saw a woman sitting in the pavilion and changed her mind. Go over and sit down. It's good to talk to someone and kill time. When she approached the pavilion, Tai Fei Shu's eyes fell on the woman. From her clothes, she could tell that the woman's family was not poor. Tai Fei, please sit here. Su Xiaoxiao heard the voice, looked up at the two of them, smiled and nodded. Tai Fei Shu sat on the stone bench next to her and nodded. Sorry to disturb the young lady's peace. Seeing her so gentle, Su Xiaoxiao thought she had misheard. No need to disturb you. Tai Fei Shu looked at the willow branches flying in the wind beside the pavilion, and after a moment of silence, she took the initiative to speak. Are you a pilgrim here to burn incense, or do you live here? Su Xiaoxiao was staring into the distance in a trance, and came back to her senses when she heard Tai Fei Shu's words. Living here to pray for blessings. Is the old lady also here? What old lady? This is the imperial concubine. Before imperial concubine Shu could speak, Lure spoke first. Lure, don't be rude. Is imperial concubine Shu scolded Lure, and looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was a little stunned. This little girl has a quick temper. Please don't be offended, young lady. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly shook her head, and stood up to salute. I greet the imperial concubine. I didn't know your identity just now, so I'm rude. Hearing the word imperial concubine Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, and thought about the person in front of her. But she helped Su Xiaoxiao up with a peaceful look on her face. I thought the girl was not married yet. The two people standing outside the pavilion pricked up their ears, but Shu Taifei and Su Xiaoxiao spoke in low voices, so they couldn't hear clearly. Shu Taifei and Su Xiaoxiao chatted for a while, and saw that the sun was blocked by dark clouds, and the bright weather suddenly became dark. Madam, the weather has changed. Let's go back. Su Xiaoxiao's maid looked up at the dark sky and whispered. It's really going to rain. Concubine Shu stood up and said, I had a good chat with Madam. I live in the wing on the left side of the backyard. If you are bored, you can come and talk with me. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao agreed, and her smile was more sincere. Concubine Shu was not arrogant at all, and spoke kindly. She took the maid back to the wing where she lived. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the window, and sat down, staring at the leaves rustling in the wind outside the window. After Xiana left that day, she knew that her cousin went to look for Xiana again, but she didn't know what happened between the two of them. Her cousin came back drunk that day. When he sobered up the next day, his cousin became busy. Annie thought that he had figured it out, but she knew that he hadn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so busy that he couldn't see anyone. Madam, how long will you stay? The maid stepped forward to interrupt Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts, and closed the window. Let's talk about it later. Su Xiaoxiao remembered that when she said she wanted to stay in Baiyun Temple for a few days, her cousin's expression was more relaxed than ever. And she said she would stay here for a few days, because she knew that her cousin didn't want to face her. The night fell, and the sound of rain came into the house through the window. The maid came in with food, and wanted to wake Su Xiaoxiao up. But she didn't expect that there was no response after calling a few times. She raised her hand, and touched Su Xiaoxiao, and found that her forehead was hot and her face was red. The maid was at a loss, and she was so anxious that she turned back and forth in her place. Suddenly, the words of Concubine Shu flashed in her mind, and she opened the door, and went to find Concubine Shu. The other party was the concubine, and there were palace maids and guards around her. Maybe she also brought a doctor. When she ran to the wing room where Concubine Shu lived, the maid raised her hand, and knocked on the door. The two guards watched from the side, and did not stop them. Lord Qin asked them to watch concubine Shu and write down what she did every day, and they should not worry about other things. Concubine Shu just lay down, listening to the knocking and the sound of the rain. She felt very depressed. "Who is it?" Lu Er got up and opened the door, looking at the person standing outside the door. A gust of cold wind blew, and the candlelight in the wing room flickered. "Come in, looking for the concubine?" Because the maid disturbed concubine Shu's rest, Lu Er's tone was a little bad. Concubine Shu also sat up when she heard the knock on the door. Seeing the maid's anxious look, she put on her clothes and asked softly, "What happened?" The maid knelt in front of concubine Shu and cried, "My young lady probably caught a cold. There is no doctor in this temple, so I thought of asking the concubine to save the young lady." "What's the point of you asking the concubine?" Lu glared at the maid. The concubine doesn't know medical skills. It was raining outside at night. "Lu Er, go get her some medicine." Concubine Shu helped the maid up and said softly, "Don't worry, although I don't have a doctor and don't know medical skills, I have some medicine for the cold here. You can take it to your young lady." After receiving the medicine, the maid kowtowed and thanked her repeatedly before turning around and running out. When Su Xiaoxiao woke up, she found concubine Shu sitting beside her. "Madam, you are awake. Drink the medicine first and have a good sleep." Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's puzzled face, Lu raised her chin slightly to explain her doubts. "Thank you, concubine." Su Xiaoxiao's voice was a little hoarse. She took the medicine and drank it all, and handed the bowl to the maid. "Young master is really a fool. For a woman who broke off his engagement, he allowed you to live in Baiyun Temple even though he knew that you were not fully recovered." The maid put the bowl aside, and said with some resentment, "If the concubine hadn't brought the medicine, I don't know what to do." "I'm fine, don't talk nonsense." Su Xiaoxiao raised her voice a little, not wanting the maid to say bad things about Mu Qin in front of others. "I know I'm wrong." The maid realized that she had said the wrong thing, and pursed her lips and said, "Then madam, can you promise me that I will go back to the mansion tomorrow? If you don't want to go back to the Mu mansion, you can go back to the Su mansion." When the concubine Shu, who was listening to the conversation between the two, heard the Mu mansion, her hands on her knees trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 279. As the third prince expected. The next morning, just after he finished his breakfast, he heard Ziyang come in and say that someone had come from the palace. "Is it the Empress Defei's people?" He stood up and walked out while asking. Ziyang raised his thumb. "Your Highness is very powerful. It is the Empress Defei's people." When he walked to the door, a little eunuch was waiting by the carriage. When he saw the third prince coming out, he hurried forward to salute. "Your servant greets the third prince. Please come in." The third prince nodded and got on the carriage. The carriage passed through the busy streets and arrived at the palace gate. After the third prince got off the carriage, he followed the eunuch directly to the palace of Concubine De. Concubine Xian was holding Yuilua and came to Concubine De's palace. The two met by chance. "Ha ha ha, I knew that Aunt Defei would let the third prince enter the palace. She is so smart. Speaking of which, it was my mother who understood me, otherwise I would not be able to eat melons in the front line." Concubine Xian was a little amused. Lu Er kept muttering in her ear, so she could only bring her here. She didn't expect to meet the third prince. "Empress Xian." The third prince nodded slightly to Empress Xian, and then made a gesture of invitation. Empress Xian entered the bedroom before the third prince. When Concubine De saw that she was about to say something, she immediately changed her dignified appearance when she saw the third prince behind her. "Sister Xian brought Lu Er here. Please sit down." "Thank you, Sister Defei." When Empress Xian sat down on the chair next to Concubine De also sat down on the chair, raised a smile, and looked at the tall and slender third prince standing in front of her, wearing a golden purple robe. He looked calm and bowed, as if waiting for Concubine De to speak first. Concubine De retracted her gaze. The third prince also sits down. "Thank you, Concubine De." Auntie De is going to start to embarrass the third prince. It's all because of the second prince, this jerk. If I were the third prince, I would definitely retaliate. It just so happens that the Marquis of Qingyuan is now watching his own cabbage being eaten by a pig. Ba, seeing his precious daughter being abducted by the third prince, he is so angry that he has no place to vent. Now, he can vent his anger on the second prince. The third prince curled his lips imperceptibly, and Lu Er's idea was very much to his liking. "I asked the third prince to come to the palace today, and the third prince should know why, right?" Defei ordered someone to serve tea, and asked after dismissing the waiter. "Yes, Madame Defei wants to ask about me and the princess." His tone was very certain, and he spoke softly while holding the tea in his slender jade-like hands. Since the third prince knew that the princess was my niece, why didn't he come to see me? Did he not want to marry Schwer, or did he think she was not worthy of you? Defei used a cup to clear the foam, and her tone was inaudible. Your Highness, Defei misunderstood. The third prince looked sincere. I have never thought about it. Marrying the princess is what I want in my life. But if I really come to see your Highness, Defei, I will break my promise to Marquis Qingyuan. You asked me to enter the palace because you think I am not a good match for the princess. I can't refute this. After all, no matter how much you say, it is not as good as actual action. Haha, Aunt Defei is still waiting for the third prince to pass this test before being embarrassed by Marquis Qingyuan. You didn't expect it. The Marquis of Qingyuan was defeated before me. Concubine raised her eyebrows. Her brother also knew about this. She was still planning to wait for the third prince to be embarrassed by her brother for fun, but from what the third prince said, her brother did not embarrass him. Are you blaming me for having a prejudice against you? The third prince shook his head. Not to mention that Her Majesty Concubine has never embarrassed me. Even if she did, it was for the sake of the princess. The third prince is really eloquent. Concubine smiled, and stood up to get the questions she had written yesterday, and handed them to the third prince. All the questions above are about Schwer. If the third prince can answer all of them correctly, I have nothing to say. Aunt Defei is really not good at making things difficult for people. For the third prince, who has memories of his past life, answering questions is simply giving away points. The third prince took the questions written by Defei, read them, and smiled as he said the answers to each question. Do you think my answers are correct, Empress Defei? Defei didn't care at first, but the more she listened, the more surprised she was. Schwer only returned to Beijing last year. The third prince really put a lot of thought into understanding Schwer so thoroughly. Since the third prince knows Schwer so well, why did he send her chrysanthemums? Recalling what someone had asked her yesterday, Concubine asked. No destruction, no construction. Concubine knows this principle better than me. Some things are not immutable. The third prince is indeed eloquent. It is obvious that he sent the wrong gift because of his misunderstood memory of his previous life, but he still speaks so righteously. But it is not unreasonable. First destroy and then build, the knot in the heart can be untied. Concubine Xian listened quietly, and did not disturb the two. It seems that the third prince knows a lot about Schwer's childhood. Defei thought of Mushue's annual prayer, and said with a smile, Schwer prayed for others, and the third prince didn't care? She didn't know who Mushue was praying for, and asked this question sincerely, wanting to know how the third prince would react. I don't care. The third prince raised the corner of his lips, and his handsome face became more eye-catching because of this smile. He paused, and the smile on his face did not disappear, because the princess did not pray for the amulet for others, but for me. The princess and I met when we were children. Have you seen him when you were a child? Defei looked at the third prince in shock. Are you the boy who saved Schwer when she was a child? No wonder Schwer likes the third prince. She was wondering how they could have fallen in love after knowing each other for only a few months. It turns out that there is such a fate. Yes. The third prince looked at Defei with a firm tone. In fact, even if I didn't answer those questions correctly today, Madame Defei would definitely not make things difficult for me, right? At this time, a voice came from the door. Princess, please wait for me to go in and report. Mushue walked in directly, and because she was in a hurry, her fair face flushed slightly. Looking at the three people sitting, she bowed and saluted one by one. Are you afraid that I will embarrass the third prince? Concubine looked at Mushue jokingly. Am I the kind of person who would break up a couple? Mushue pursed her lips slightly. I came to the palace to see my aunt, but I didn't expect the third prince to be there too. If you take away the anxious look on your face, we would probably believe it. Oh, third brother, your eyes are almost glued to the heroine, and you should stop laughing so hard that it's almost reaching your ears. The third prince, Okay, Schwer, come visit me another day. Please escort Schwer out of the palace, I have something else to do. After the two of them left, Concubine breathed a sigh of relief, and poured herself a cup of tea and drank it all. Sister Concubine Xian, how did I behave just now? Concubine Xian was startled. What does Sister Concubine mean? Asked the third prince a question. Concubine put down the teacup. Is it sharp enough? Chapter 280. Yuilu and Concubine Xian were speechless after hearing this. Is it not sharp enough? Concubine knew the answer from Concubine Xian's expression. She frowned in annoyance, as if she wanted to do it again. I should have slammed the table hard when the third prince came in, but my dignified image would be ruined. Concubine Xian chuckled. Sister concubine Da is worried that the third prince will bully the princess? They have known each other since childhood. Isn't this a destiny? And the third prince has a good character, and will definitely not let the princess down. Mother is so accurate, the official match is not a destiny. The third prince has already betrayed the heroine for a lifetime. If he still betrays the heroine after this lifetime, let the thunder strike him hard. The originally clear sky was thundered because of this sentence, and Yui Lu sighed, while chewing her hands in confusion. The sky really changes at any time. In fact, the third prince really understands Shui. Concubine Da picked up the paper full of questions and smiled mysteriously. In fact, I don't know the answers to some of the questions I asked. I have someone send her to Shui's house later to see if the third prince is lying to her. Her original intention today was not to embarrass the third prince, because she knew Shui, and if she didn't like someone, she wouldn't even look at them twice. The third prince sent Mu Shui to the door of the Marquis's house, and went in with her. Seeing the two of them coming in together, the Qingyuan Marquis who came out of the study quickly hid behind the pillar. The third prince really came by himself today. Didn't his daughter go to see her sister? And didn't embarrass you, did she? The two walked to the pavilion, and Mu Shui stopped and asked. The third prince looked down at Mu Shui, curved his lips, and shook his head. The virtuous concubine is dignified and gentle, and will not embarrass others. Even if she embarrasses me, it is because she cares about the princess. The soft sunlight sprinkled on the third prince's face, and Mu Shui raised her eyes, and bumped into his eyes full of smiles. She quickly retracted her gaze, and looked away, and said after a moment, Your Highness knows that once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. The third prince walked to the stone bench and sat down, looking at Mu Shui's profile, and said word by word, As long as the princess doesn't give up, it's fine. Mu Shui turned around, and walked to the stone bench to sit down. She picked up the teapot, and was about to pour tea when a big hand reached out, and took the teapot. The third prince put the teapot down, and raised his eyebrows at Mu Shui. Why don't you drink some wine? Whatever the princess wants to say, you can say it today. Mu Shui hesitated for a moment, stood up and asked someone to get wine. Soon, the maid came with a pot of wine. This wine is not strong, just right for the princess to drink. The maid put down the wine and retreated, leaving only two people in the pavilion. Because the wine was not strong, Mu Shui drank a few glasses, and her fair face began to turn red. She put the wine glass on the table, raised her hand to support her chin and stared at the third prince, her eyes a little distracted. You said you don't remember my appearance. Is it because we are not destined to be together? Otherwise, why don't you remember it? Because she drank a little too much, Mu Shui spoke a little slowly and in a low voice. It seemed like she was talking to the third prince, but also like she was mumbling to herself. No. The third prince finished the wine in his hand and looked at Mu Shui with a red cheek. I don't remember your appearance, but now we meet, it's fate. Mu Shui shook her head and said in disapproval, You are lying. How could I lie to the princess? If the princess doesn't believe me, she should at least believe the abbot of Baiyin Temple. You said he is very good at interpreting divinations. He said that we are destined to be together. The third prince's tone was like coaxing a child, full of patience. Mu Shui's personality is usually too restrained, and now that she has drunk wine, it is a rare time for her to release her nature. But this is unfair. Mu Shui lowered her eyes, her tone a little aggrieved. It is obvious that I like you more. Listening to her aggrieved murmur, the third prince was startled, thinking of his past life. He felt as if his heart was being strangled by a rope, making him breathless. Yes, it's unfair. She did so much for him silently, but he never looked at her when she died, and didn't even know that she was the little girl he was looking for. At the moment when she made up her mind to hang herself, how much indifference and despair did she endure to make this choice? Then can I like you more in the future? The third prince withdrew his thoughts. Seeing that Mu Shui was about to lie on the table with her eyes closed, he quickly stood up and held Mu Shui's small chin with his hand, and said softly, But this is not enough. I owe you too much. So much that he couldn't count. Third brother, why are you? The second prince walked in waving a folding fan. Before he finished speaking, the third prince grabbed the lid of the wine pot on the table and threw it at him, blocking his next words. Raising his hand to take out the lid of the wine pot in his mouth, the second prince patted his chest with lingering fear, and after a long time, he managed to say something. How can you be violent just because I say so? He raised his hand and touched his teeth. Fortunately, my teeth are strong, and they were not knocked out. The third prince ignored him, but leaned over to pick up Mu Shui and walked into the room. After putting Mu Shui down, he took off her shoes and covered her with a quilt. Then he stood up and walked out to tell the maid to cook some hangover soup. "No, I am such a handsome man following you. Can't you see me?" The second prince followed the third prince out, and seeing that he ignored him, he waved the wine pot in his hand in front of his eyes. "I am your elder brother. Father said that we should love each other. Is this how you treat your elder brother?" After saying that, he secretly observed the expression of the third prince. Could it be that the mother did not allow the cousin and the third brother to be together, so he drank to drown his sorrows? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Luor say that the third brother and the cousin were an official match? It sounded very powerful. How could the mother break them up? If that was the case, it seemed reasonable for the third brother to throw the wine pot lid at him just now. "Love each other?" The third prince said in an ambiguous way. "We should love each other." "It's over, the third brother is out of his mind." Seeing that he was heading to the main hall, the second prince was worried that he was going to find Qingyuan Ho to make trouble, so he quickly chased after him. Seeing the two of them coming this way, Qingyuan Ho quickly turned around and sat down in the main hall, pretending to be serious. "Marquis, the second prince and the third prince are here." He had just sat down for a while, when he saw the second prince and the third prince come in one after the other. "Your Highness, is there something going on?" The third prince glanced at the second prince and said, "I came here to thank you, Marquis, for giving me the opportunity." The second prince, who wanted to stop him, was stunned for a moment. How could it be different from what he thought? Then he heard the third prince say, "I also want to thank the second prince for bringing us together." The third prince smiled sincerely at the second prince. "If it weren't for the second prince, I wouldn't be able to see the princess so often." "You hoodie." Seeing his uncle's gnashing teeth, the second prince realized the danger, put away his fan and ran out. "You dare to run." Qingyuan Ho stood up and chased after him with a gloomy face. He passed by the servant, who was sweeping the floor, and snatched the broom. "Yuhangi, stop right there." Chapter 281. The second prince ran, and looked back at the Qingyuan Marquis who was chasing him with a broom. No wonder the third brother smiled so meaningfully just now. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. "Uncle, the third brother is trying to sow discord. Put down the broom and calm down." The second prince stood across the pillar, and leaned out to try to reason with the Qingyuan Marquis. The Qingyuan Marquis was angry, and he would definitely be unhappy if he touched the third prince's daughter. Besides, the third prince could make his daughter happy, so he could only vent his anger on the second prince. "It's true that you can't guard against a thief in your own home. No wonder my daughter often goes out with the second prince. It turns out that she goes to see the third prince." "Shut up." The Marquis of Qingyuan raised his broom, and waved directly at the second prince. The second prince put his fan on his waist, raised his hand to catch the broom that was waved at him, and said sincerely, "Uncle, I was wrong, but you can't hit me." The Marquis of Qingyuan snorted coldly. "Why, are you going to report me to the emperor?" "That's not the case." The second prince looked at the third prince, who was standing in the corridor watching the show, retracted his gaze and said solemnly, "I have a girl I like. Uncle, you can't bear to disfigure me so that the girl won't want me, right?" Seeing that the expression of the Marquis of Qingyuan had eased a little, the second prince quickly took the opportunity to grab the broom and threw it far away. "Let's talk it over nicely. Uncle, don't worry. If the third brother treats my cousin badly, I will be the first one who will not let her go." When the two were in a stalemate, a servant came forward. "Marquis, Madame Mu is here." The Marquis of Qingyuan glanced at the second prince, told the servant to invite the person in, and left in a huff. The second prince breathed a sigh of relief, took out his fan, fanned it a few times, walked to the third prince, and said with a fake smile, "Are you disappointed to see that I was not punished?" The third prince raised his eyebrows. "That's not the case." He paused and scanned the second prince from head to toe. "At least I saw the second prince in such a state of embarrassment. That's enough." "You?" The second prince was so angry that his hands were shaking. "You are so mean. I was worried that you and your cousin would be separated by your mother." In the end, he was the clown, and he was worried for nothing. "Madam, please come in." Madame Mu bowed as she passed by the two of them, and then walked into the main hall. "Are you here to look for your cousin?" The second prince looked at Madame Mu's back and murmured in a low voice. Mrs. Mu was led to the main hall. "Hello, Lord." "No need to be polite, sister-in-law." Marquis Qingyuan smiled at Mrs. Mu. "Are you here to look for Shuer? Shuer is resting." "I'm here to ask the Lord for help." Seeing the surprise on Marquis Qingyuan's face, Mrs. Mu sighed. "Shuer has been staying in the Hanlin Academy recently. He listens to the Lord the most. I want to ask the Lord to help persuade him." She didn't want to trouble the Lord's mansion, but Xiao Xiao went to Baiyun Temple before she recovered from the cold. She was really worried, so she asked Marquis Qingyuan to persuade his son to come back and bring him back. Okay, I go tomorrow. After sending Madame Mu out of the house, he found that the two were still in the yard, and Marquis Qingyuan was watching them. Do you have anything else to do, Your Highness? The second prince shook his head quickly, lied that he had something else to do, and then left the mansion. I thought I could see my third brother get humiliated, but I almost got beaten with a broom. The princess has too many things on her mind, and I drink with her to let her release them, nothing else. The third prince explained. Marquis Qingyuan hid behind a pillar and watched for a while, and naturally knew that he had no other intentions. He nodded lightly and said nothing. I have asked someone to cook a hangover soup. Goodbye. Watching the back of the third prince leaving, Qingyuan Ho laughed alone. He was quite attentive, but the second prince had a favorite girl. Which girl was she? He was angry just now and forgot about it. The palace, the imperial study. The emperor looked at the record handed over by Lord Qin, which clearly recorded what concubine she did every day, even what she ate, and how many times she went to the toilet. Who recorded this in such detail? Yui Lu rolled her eyes and looked at the record in the emperor's hand. It seems that concubine Shu doesn't like quiet either. She even found someone to chat with in the temple. Yes, with 2 surveillance cameras following her, she can't do anything but find someone to chat with to kill time. Your Majesty, I have someone remember very clearly that there is nothing unusual with concubine Shu, but she is just getting closer to the same woman. Lord Qin said and took out a portrait. This is the portrait of that woman. He did not recognize the woman. His men said that they could not hear the conversation between the 2 people standing outside the door, so they did not know the woman's identity. Eunuch Chao presented the painting to the emperor and unfolded it. Yui Lua glanced at the woman in the painting and blinked. Isn't this Mu Chen's wife Su Xiaoxiao? It turns out that concubine Shu is not looking for a chat partner, but preparing for a rainy day. Fortunately, Lord Qin carefully asked someone to draw a portrait, although the portrait is rather sloppy, but I can see it at a glance with my good eyesight. Concubine Shu must be up to something bad. I know Su Xiaoxiao, but the tyrant doesn't. How can I remind him? Before Yui Lua could come up with a solution, the emperor said in a deep voice, send someone to check which ministers' families are staying in Baiyun Temple, and then bring them back. The tyrant is quite smart, so I don't have to use my brain. Yes, I do it right away. Lord Qin left the imperial study, and shook his head helplessly at the portrait in his hand. If I had known earlier, I would have found someone who is good at painting. This painting is too sloppy. Can you recognize who it is? He put away the portrait and walked towards the palace gate, and happened to meet the second and third princes walking towards him. Lord Qin's eyes lit up. I heard before that the third prince could draw a portrait of a suspect based on people's descriptions when he was in Chanshan, so could he ask the third prince to help him modify the painting in his hand. While thinking, the 2 had already walked in front of him. The second prince raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Lord Qin, are you not busy today? Hello, Your Highness. Lord Qin looked embarrassed. Busy? Aren't we about to leave the palace? After saying this, he looked at the third prince, who glanced at the portrait rolled up in Lord Qin's hand. Lord Qin, do you have any difficulties? The other party's expression clearly showed that he wanted to ask him for help, but was too embarrassed to speak. Please move, Your Highness, and go to the Ministry of Justice to talk. The 2 of them walked away while talking, and the second prince hurriedly followed them. Lord Qin, do you think I can't help? Lord Qin smiled. No. The 3 of them went to the meeting room of the Ministry of Justice together. Lord Qin unfolded the painting. This is the woman that I met with concubine Shu at Baiyun Temple. Unfortunately, my painting skills are too poor, so I would like to ask the third prince to restore her based on this portrait. The emperor asked me to find out which minister's family this woman is from. I am worried that the other party will not be able to recognize her through this painting. The third prince knew that Luo must have revealed something, so his father asked Lord Qin to check. After taking the portrait, the third prince said, pen, ink, and paper. Lord Qin smiled and ordered people to prepare it. Chapter 282. Soon, everything was ready. The third prince sat down at the table, and the second prince helped him grind. Third brother, are you sure you can draw this indescribable picture? The third prince raised his eyelids. Let's try. After a while, a complete portrait appeared on the paper. The second prince looked at the person on the paper, and fell into deep thought. What's wrong? The third prince noticed his abnormality, and asked with a squinting look. I think this person looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Sir Qin, the third prince looked at him. I think they have described the woman to you. Please tell me where I can make some changes. Sir Qin hurriedly repeated what his subordinates told him. The third prince drew a new picture based on his description, and then he put down his pen and heard the second prince laugh. That's right, I recognize this person. Sir Qin looked at the second prince with surprise, and wanted to put away the fan he was waving in his hand. I don't know who this person is, please tell me, second prince. The second prince put away his fan and raised his chin. Just now you two didn't want to take me with you. Didn't expect that I would be so useful? Yes, yes. Lord Qin said with a smile. Fortunately, the second prince is here. Is this person Mu Chen's wife? When the third prince said this, the second prince's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Lord Qin also stared at the third prince with an attentive look. Do you remember Mrs. Mu who we met when we went to the Marquis mansion? The second prince nodded. At first, I thought Madame Mu was looking for the princess, but she entered the main hall and stayed there for a while before leaving, which proves that the person she was looking for was not the princess, but the Marquis. I heard that Master Mu listened to the Marquis very much, so Madame Mu was looking for the Marquis because of Master Mu. The third prince sat on the chair. But what does this have to do with the person in the painting? Of course it does. The third prince stood up. Second brother, you can count the women you know on one hand, and concubine Shu is close to this person, so it's not difficult to guess it with all these factors. Thank you, third prince. I will go to the Imperial Academy and ask someone to bring Madame Mu back. After saying this, Lord Qin did not forget to thank the second prince. Lord Qin is polite, but you don't have to bother. The Marquis will have someone bring her back. What Madame Mu said might be what the Emperor ordered. After saying this, the third prince left the Ministry of Justice with the second prince. Halfway through the walk, he found that the second prince was still following him, so the third prince stopped. Why are you following me, second brother, instead of going to see concubine to see what's going on? I guess Madame Du has already entered the palace. I don't know if the second prince's marriage can be successful. Before he finished speaking, he felt a breeze blowing by, and the second prince beside him had disappeared. My mother actually summoned Madame Du today. How did my third brother know everything? Did he eavesdrop from Lure when he entered the palace? The second prince hurried to the door of his mother's palace. Just as he was about to go in, a little palace maid stopped him. Second prince, you can't go in. The queen has guests. The second prince could only turn around and go to the side hall. And the guest of concubine, though, was Madame Du mentioned by the third prince. Madame Du held the tea and guessed the intention of concubine, to let her enter the palace. I asked Madame Du to come here today to talk about Miss Du. I think Madame Du has already known about it. I won't beat around the bush. It is impossible for Madame Du not to see that the cloth she rewarded yesterday was from the palace. Even if she couldn't see it, there were people with eyes who saw the brat sending Shu Yin back. Thank you, Madame, for the reward you gave Yinner yesterday. Madame Du looked at the tea in her hand and sighed in her heart. She saw that the relationship between the second prince and Yinner was very important when he came to the mansion last time. Madame Du, you don't have to be polite. Miss Du is already at the right age for marriage, and so is the second prince. Since the two of them are in love, shouldn't we, as elders, fulfill the children's wishes? De Fei smiled and said gently, Thank you, Madame De Fei, for your kindness, but Yinner has only been found not long ago, and we want Yinner to stay in the mansion for a few more days. The master must also know the relationship between Yinner and the second prince. He is stubborn, and will definitely not agree in his heart. I know what Madame Du and Lord Du think, so I let Madame Du enter the palace. Otherwise, Lord Du cannot resist the imperial decree of the emperor granting marriage to the Du family. But my original intention is to make a marriage, not to make an enemy. Madame Du, do you understand what I mean? How could Madame Du not understand that Concubine Do was telling her that the matter could be solved by the imperial decree, but Concubine Do still informed her first to get her consent, which was to give face to the Du family. As an elder, I naturally hope that the child will be happy, but the master. Mrs. Du looked embarrassed. I believe that Mrs. Du can convince Lord Du. As a mother, I don't want to disappoint the child. I like Shu Yin, and will never let her suffer any grievances. De Fei smiled and comforted Mrs. Du. Besides, it's just a preliminary marriage, and the second prince's residence is in the capital. What else does Lord Du have to worry about? At this point, De Fei believed that Mrs. Du would persuade Lord Du. He ordered someone to escort Madame Du out of the palace, and stood up and walked to the door. Go, call the second prince over. The second prince, who had been paying attention to this side, came out from the side hall, and said with a smile, No need. He walked to Concubine De, helped Concubine De in, and sat down with an earnest look on his face, and asked nervously, Mother, What did Madame Du say? Did she agree? Concubine glanced at him and sighed. It's true that a son can't be kept when he grows up. I've stepped in, so it must be done. Mother is awesome. The second prince flattered him immediately. It's just Lord Du. Don't worry. Concubine gestured to the second prince to pour her some tea, picked up the tea and said with a smile, I heard that Lord Du listens to Madame Du very much. Are you still worried that it won't work? Mother, you are wise, and your son's thoughts are totally unnecessary. The second prince said happily, and suddenly saw his mother staring at him with disdain. He stopped laughing and asked in confusion. Mother, what's wrong? I heard that Xu Yan and Shuer are very close. Yes. The second prince was puzzled. Isn't this good? Da Fei nodded. It's good, but the third prince is outstanding in appearance and knows Shuer better than I do. If the good sisters chat about the person each other likes, I am worried that you will feel inferior. It's nothing if there is no comparison, but it's hard to say if there is a comparison. The second prince, Why does she feel that her mother is not worried about him, but looks gloating? Don't we still have the fourth brother? With the fourth brother here, it's not his turn to feel inferior. Compared with the fourth brother, can he still lose? Chapter 283. After the third prince and the second prince separated, they went straight to the imperial study. The emperor knew that the third prince was summoned to the palace by concubine de today. Looking at him bowing and saluting, he wondered why he came. Could it be that he was asking for his marriage? The Marquis of Qingyuan would be jumping up and down. Just thinking about it made him happy. Get up, what do you want from me? The tyrant must have thought of something interesting. Why is he secretly happy alone? The emperor pressed his mouth. Thank you, father. I just met Mr. Qin. The third prince explained the whole story, and looked up at Yuilua, whose eyes were sparkling. This matter cannot be delayed. I plan to take Luer out of the palace to find Qingyuan Ho now. Qingyuan Ho will let Muchen bring her back. It is said that the third prince is smart. He has saved Lord Qin a lot of trouble. The most important thing is that he knows that I like to go out for a walk, and he didn't forget to take me with him. No wonder I was wondering why the weather was so good today. It turns out that I can go out for a walk. Emperor, The third prince's brows relaxed. The weather outside was indeed good. Take her away. Thinking that Luer had been bored for a long time, the emperor handed her to the third prince and waved his hand to let him go. The second prince cheated the third prince yesterday, and the third prince must have cheated back. I wanted to see the second prince being chased and beaten by the Marquis of Qingyuan, but I couldn't leave the palace. The third prince carried the little guy who was chattering in his heart out of the palace, got on the carriage, and went straight to the Marquis of Qingyuan's mansion. The Marquis of Qingyuan watched the third prince go and come back, a little puzzled. It wasn't long since he left. How come he's back again? His eyes fell on Yuilua's fair little face. The little one stared back at him with a pair of big black eyes. The two looked at each other for a while, and the little one suddenly laughed. Her curved eyebrows and eyes looked so cute that he, a grown man, couldn't help but want to pinch the little one's cute face. No wonder the emperor treasured her like his eyeballs all day long. What's the matter with the third prince coming back? Seeing him withdraw his gaze, Yuilua stopped looking at him and raised her little hand to grab the third prince's black hair to play with. Come to save your mansion, so that you don't get caught in a fire in the backyard. Although Zhu Xiaoxiao has a good character, we must be on guard. After all, people have a dark side. The third prince got straight to the point. Mrs. Mu came to see the Marquis today, but did she ask the Marquis to persuade Mr. Mu to pick up his wife? The hand of the Marquis of Qingyuan paused while holding the tea, and his face immediately became solemn. But what happened? Lord Qin sent someone to watch Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu has been close to a woman these 2 days. It's really a coincidence that this person is none other than Mr. Mu's wife. Marquis Qingyuan was not stupid. He understood the meaning of the third prince's words immediately and stood up. I will go to find Muchen now and ask him to bring the person back. Originally, he planned to go tomorrow, but now it seems that there is no time to delay. My carriage is outside. My lord, please go with me. Marquis Qingyuan looked at the sky outside and did not refuse. The carriage was big enough for the two of them to sit in without being crowded. Ziyang, go to the Hanlin Academy. Okay, your highness. There was silence in the carriage, and only the sound of the wheels turning could be heard. Yuilua pondered the purpose of Concubine Shu approaching Zhu Xiaoxiao. Seeing that she also became quiet, the third prince lowered his eyes and glanced at her, feeling a little uncomfortable. The tyrant will have his first assessment in a few days. Does Concubine Shu want to start from here? Apart from this, there is only the love-hate entanglement between the three of them. There is nothing to make trouble about. While thinking, the carriage slowly stopped. After getting off the carriage, the third prince hugged Yue Luo and entered the Hanlin Academy with the Marquis of Qingyuan. It was time to go off duty, but there were still many people busy in the Hanlin Academy. Greetings, third prince, Marquis, what brings you here? The Hanlin scholar was an old man with gray hair and beard. He smiled and greeted the two of them when they came in. Where is Editor Mu? I'm busy with the assessment in the next few days. I have someone take you there right away. After saying that, the Hanlin scholar called a man over and told him to take the two of them there. The two followed the man out of the house and walked to a row of houses on the right. We're here. Editor Mu is busy inside. Thank you. After saying this, Qing Yuan Ho walked inside and noticed Mu Qin, who was busy working by the window. He was so focused on the work at hand that he didn't notice the arrival of several people. It wasn't until Qing Yuan Ho walked in front of him that Mu Qin felt a shadow cast in front of him and raised his head. My lord. He stood up in surprise and noticed the third prince behind him and bowed and said, I greet the third prince. No need to be polite. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Knowing that the two must have something important to say, Mu Qin got up and took them to a tea room. After pouring tea for the two, without waiting for Mu Qin to speak, Qing Yuan Ho simply told the story again. Mu Qin was a smart man. He understood the serious relationship immediately after listening. He frowned slightly and looked at the sky outside the window. It's late today, and tomorrow is a day off. I will go and pick him up tomorrow. At the same time, Mrs. Du returned to the mansion and waited in the main hall for Lord Du to return from work. When Lord Du entered the room, he saw Madame Du, who looked worried, and approached her in confusion. What's wrong, madam? The master is back. Mrs. Du handed him the tea in her hand and said with a smile, Today, Empress Defei asked me to go to the palace to talk. Empress Defei? Lord Du frowned, took a sip of tea and put it down. After a while he said, Because of Yenner? Mrs. Du chuckled, The master really knows. What does the master think? I'm not blind. Lord Du snorted coldly. The second prince had obviously brought Yenner back to the mansion on purpose last time. He turned his face away and said, No big deal. Master. Mrs. Du stared at him and spoke softly, Do you want Yenner to follow in Yi's footsteps? We can see that Yenner loves the second prince. She didn't say it because she didn't want to embarrass us. Do we really have to pretend not to see it even though we know the child likes it? Master, you can pretend not to see it, but I can't. Seeing that his wife seemed unhappy, Lord Du sighed. What are you saying, madam? I also hope Yenner lives a good life, but is it so easy to be a royal daughter-in-law? Not to mention the prince, even the emperor has no choice. Which concubine in the palace did the emperor marry voluntarily? He didn't want his granddaughter to shed tears in the future, watching people enter the mansion one after another. Grandfather. Du Shuing came out from behind the screen and said solemnly, The second prince said he would only marry me, and I believe him. If the second prince broke his oath one day, she would accept it. Chapter 284. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Lord Du stared at her for a while, and pretended to be unhappy. You're already turning your elbow out before you even get married? Du Shuyan stepped forward and pinched Lord Du's shoulders. Grandfather, don't worry. The second prince is not the crown prince. He doesn't have so many things to do. Besides, didn't the emperor refuse to take a concubine? The emperor could do it. If the second prince violated it, it would only mean that he no longer had feelings for me at that time. Can the emperor do the same? No one can make others speechless like the emperor. This is not an assessment. He has to study late at night at his age. Just let the emperor grant the marriage first, so that I can accompany my grandparents. Lord Du rubbed his forehead, glanced at Mrs. Du, and said in a joking tone, If I don't agree, your grandmother will definitely say that I don't wish you well. After that, he stood up. Okay, a girl can't be kept when she grows up. Du Shuyan and Mrs. Du smiled at each other. You kid, Mrs. Du tapped her nose. Are you satisfied now? People should enjoy life while they can. Du Shuyan took Mrs. Du's arm. I know you are doing this for my own good, don't worry. I am ready to take responsibility for this choice. Not to mention the royal family, ordinary people also have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Since she made the decision, she naturally considered the consequences. Okay, I will give a reply to the empress tomorrow. The next day, Mu Qin set out early in the morning to pick up Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao has gotten much better because of the medicine given by Concubine Shu, and the two are chatting in Concubine Shu's room. You look much better today. Concubine Shu smiled at Su Xiaoxiao and held her hand kindly. Fortunately, there are medicines that you brought. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and looked outside. It seems that the weather is good today. Yes, concubine Shu sighed and looked out the window, saying earnestly, you just take advantage of the good weather today to hurry back home, so that people in the mansion won't miss you. Su Xiaoxiao felt bitter, afraid that only her aunt missed her. Mr. Mu is working in the Hanlin Academy and is devoted to government affairs, so you should be a good wife, and don't hold him back and make him worry. A good man has ambitions. He can't forget the sister Xian'er you mentioned because of love. You can also make him inseparable from you. Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao didn't speak, concubine Shu seemed to realize that she had spoken out of turn. This is your family matter. I spoke out of turn. Anyway, these few words are enough. Su Xiaoxiao is so careful that she will know what to do after listening to her. People who say they don't care, in fact, only know how much they care in their hearts. Why did these two girls take so long to get breakfast? Concubine Shu changed the subject. After she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and two people came in with food. After breakfast, Su Xiaoxiao was about to get up and go back to her room, only to see her maid running in with a happy smile on her face. Madam, the young master is here to take you back to the mansion. Pack up and go back quickly. Concubine Shu looked at the stunned Su Xiaoxiao. It seems that Master Mu still misses you. Once people have greed, they will magnify their desires. Thank you for your care these days, concubine. I'm leaving. After saying this, Su Xiaoxiao smiled and lifted her skirt and left the wing room, and returned to her room with a maid to pack up. Mu Chen and the servant were waiting at the door, and when they saw the two of them coming, he asked with concern, Is your cold better? I heard from my mother that your cold was not healed when you came. The maid was about to say something, but Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her and motioned her to pack up. Then she whispered, I'm fine. How come cousin is free today? Did aunt scold you again? Mu Chen shook his head. It was inconvenient to tell Su Xiaoxiao about concubine Shu. It's a day off today. I hope you're fine. As she spoke, the maid packed up her things. Su Xiaoxiao asked the maid to donate some incense money before leaving Baiyun Temple with Mu Chen and getting on the carriage. The two looked at each other in silence in the carriage, and Mu Chen closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Su Xiaoxiao looked at his slightly tired face, feeling a little disappointed. She said she was fine, so her cousin stopped asking. This means he didn't care. If he cared, how could he not notice that she looked worse than before? Or maybe he didn't care about how she was in the past. The carriage swayed to the Mu mansion. Madame Mu was waiting at the door. When she saw the two of them get off the carriage, she hurriedly stepped forward and asked Su Xiaoxiao how she had been these days. She just stood at the door and talked for a long time. I'm fine. Su Xiaoxiao supported Madame Mu, come in first. After entering the house, Madame Mu pulled Su Xiaoxiao to talk for a while, and seeing that she was not in a good mood, she asked her to go down and rest. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao left, Mu Chen also stood up, and Madame Mu glared at him. Sit down, I won't be able to see you if your uncle doesn't invite you. Xian'er doesn't like you. How are you going to mess with yourself and this family? Mu Chen stared at Madame Mu for a long time, closed the door, and sat back in the chair. Mom, I already know that there is nothing wrong with your health. After hearing this, Madame Mu's heart tightened, and she dared not look into Mu Chen's eyes. She did lie to her son, and she only hoped that he could get over it. Now it seems that she was wrong to think that she was thinking about her son. I know that mother is doing this for my own good. Mu Chen let out a heavy breath. I don't mean to blame you for saying this. I just hope you don't force me anymore, okay? But Xiaoxiao is innocent. Madame Mu looked at Mu Chen. Even if you don't like her, don't be too cold to her. She felt bad for her son, and she also felt bad for her niece being wronged. If it weren't for her, the current situation wouldn't have happened. In the palace, the emperor was looking at the list of participants in the assessment. Hearing that Li Yunhe wanted to see him, he put down the list in his hand and asked someone to come in. Your Majesty, I see you. What do you want to do with the tyrant? Could it be that the Crown Prince can also file a complaint, somewhat looking forward to it? No, the Crown Prince is not the fourth brother. Get up. What do you want to see me for? Is it related to the Crown Prince? Li Yunhe shook his head. I heard that the Ministry of Personnel is still short of a vice minister, and I want to participate in this assessment. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Now the Ministry of Personnel is not only short of vice ministers, but also ministers, and the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue is also vacant. Do you want the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? Yes, I hope the emperor will allow it. Li Yunhe looked neither humble nor arrogant. He is now the prince's tutor, and this matter really needs to be explained directly to the emperor. No, Li Yunhe is very Buddhist in the book. Why did he suddenly want to take the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? This is leaning on the powerful minister. But this is not impossible. It is indeed too idle for him to teach the prince. If you pass the assessment, and it does not affect your teaching to the prince, why not let me approve you? Chapter 285. As Luor said, the position of the Minister of Personnel is extremely important, and he has not found a suitable person to take the position, so it is vacant. Now that Li Yunhe has spoken, he can pass this assessment and take office, leaving the ministers in the court speechless. Hearing this, a trace of joy flashed across Li Yunhe's eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely not affect the progress of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's teaching. He thought the Emperor would not agree easily, but he did not expect the Emperor to be so easy to talk to. Moreover, he did not doubt his request because his father was already the Prime Minister. It is really a blessing to have such an Emperor. Li Yunhe was quite happy. I was really curious about what had changed his personality. Yui Luo looked at Li Yunhe with gossip in her eyes, and laughed secretly in her heart. Could it be that his peach blossom had bloomed and he wanted to make progress? I heard from Aunt Shufei that the fourth prince had been working hard recently. I don't think so. Anyway, as long as he doesn't have any ulterior motives towards Tianqi, it's fine. When he really takes up the position of the Minister of Personnel, I'm afraid that many people in the court will start to be jealous again. The Emperor listened to the little guy's wild ideas and suddenly spoke. Does Master Li have a favorite girl? If so, I can help you get married after you pass the assessment. Wouldn't that be a double blessing? Oh, the tyrant asked what I wanted to say. It seems that I am not the only one who is gossiping. Li Yunhe did not expect the Emperor to ask this question. He was a little surprised, but he said respectfully, Thank you, Your Majesty, I don't have a favorite girl. It doesn't seem like he is lying. He is in the palace every day. He only contacts eunuchs, palace maids, and the crown prince. It seems that there is really no one suitable for developing a relationship. The tyrant wants to help with the marriage, so he should be able to point out one to the second prince today. The Emperor waved his hand to let Li Yunhe leave, and then heard someone outside report that the second prince wanted to see him. I go, it's a pity if I don't become a fortune teller when I grow up. The Emperor, let someone come in. The second prince strode in wearing a pink brocade robe, with his usual fan on his waist. Maybe he was in a hurry, so his tied hair was a little messy on his shoulders. Your son pays homage to your father. TSK, looking at the second prince's appearance, he probably went to the Dew mansion to ask for the result himself, and then came directly to the imperial study to find the tyrant. The second prince, whose thoughts were guessed, raised his eyes slightly. Was he so obvious? Luor had guessed it all. Get up. The Emperor glanced at him and said lightly, What's the matter? It's so obvious that you still need to ask. The second prince wanted to write the words I have a wife on his face, but he still asked. Of course, he came to you to grant you a marriage. The tyrant really has never loved anyone, and you can't even see this. Emperor, The second prince, I am here to ask you to grant me a marriage with Miss Du Shuyan from the Du family. Today or tomorrow. The second prince scratched his head and realized that the Emperor was teasing him. His ears turned red. Tomorrow, if you are free tomorrow. The Emperor smiled at him and put away his serious expression. I thought you were anxious. Tomorrow I will send someone to the Du mansion to pass on the imperial edict. Go and tell your mother now. Yes, I will tell my mother now. Thank you, father. Ha ha, the tyrant can still tease people. The second prince left the imperial study, and the smile on his lips became more and more unconcealed. Feeling that the guards at the door of the imperial study were all looking at him, he coughed lightly, suppressed the corners of his mouth that were raised, took out the fan on his waist, and fanned himself to the Defei's bedroom. The palace servants along the way looked at the second prince, who was laughing, as if he had picked up money, and their faces were puzzled. Defei expected that Madame Du would enter the palace today, and she was waiting at this moment. In the end, Madame Du did not wait, but waited for the second prince instead. She glanced at the second prince who came in. You can't wait to go to the Du mansion? Look at your worthless look. The second prince raised his hand and touched his face. What does it mean to look worthless? Why is mother the same as Luor? You didn't go directly to find the Emperor? Defei motioned him to sit down. Seeing his expression, she knew that she guessed right again. Mother really knows everything. The second prince smiled and handed tea to Defei. Father said that the decree will be issued tomorrow. Seeing your anxious look, I thought it would be today. Second prince, Since this has been done, I, as your mother, am happy for you, but I have to tell you something. Seeing that concubine looked serious, second prince put away his smile, Mother, you speak, son is listening. After dismissing the people around her, concubine took a sip of tea, put it down and said softly, now that the princes have a harmonious relationship, judging from the emperor's attitude, he will definitely not force you to marry concubines. Since you have decided to marry Xuan, treat her well. Don't worry, mother. I promised Ian that I would only marry her in this life, and I will never let her down. Defei sighed and looked at the second prince. Life is still long. She is now at a good age. After 10 or 20 years, even if she is no longer the same as today, mother hopes you will remember what I said today. The mother and son talked for a long time before Defei sent the second prince away. On the other side, Li Yunhe, who returned to the East Palace, had just entered the room when the prince walked in. Seeing that Li Yunhe was about to salute, the prince indicated that he didn't need to be polite. After both of them sat down, the prince smiled and asked, how about what Brother Yunhe is asking for? Li Yunhe nodded. The emperor has already agreed. It's just a few days. It doesn't have to be a few days. Brother Yunhe should focus on the assessment these days. You don't have to worry about this. The prince interrupted him. This matter was decided suddenly, and he didn't know if he could make up for it in time. Thank you, Your Highness. The prince picked up the tea and said with some concern, I heard that the emperor's assessment this time is different for each department, but it is a combination of theory and practical cases. I wonder if Brother Yunhe is confident. Thank you for your concern, Prince. I can't say I'm 100%, but I'm sure I'd be 90% sure. After returning to Beijing from the mountain, he never slacked off, and continued to study after returning home, so he was not worried about the assessment. When he was on the mountain, his master said that with his ability, if the emperor valued him, it would not be too much to be appointed as prime minister. At that time, he felt that it didn't matter whether he was prime minister or not, he just hoped that he could do something for the people after learning, and he didn't care about the high or low position. But after knowing that the little princess was the reincarnation of the master, his mood changed. That's good. Why did Brother Yunhe suddenly make this decision? Is it sudden? Not really. He started thinking about this after he knew that the little princess was the reincarnation of his master. Now that his master is still young, she will be fine as long as the emperor dotes on her. But he has to consider what will happen after the emperor is gone. He must start building a world for his master that is strong enough to deal with all kinds of sudden changes in the future while she is still young. Otherwise, after the emperor returns to the world 100 years later, those ministers who are dissatisfied with the emperor doting on his master will definitely start to attack his master. Chapter 286. Although the crown prince and several princes are very good to the master now, people's hearts have always been fickle, and he dare not gamble. He dare not gamble whether they will stand firmly beside the master when there is a conflict of interest. Therefore, he must make this decision. Even if others say that he is eager for quick success, he doesn't care. He just hopes that in this life, he will protect the master. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, the crown prince chuckled. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. They all say that you should start a family and build a career. I think Brother Yunhe made this decision because he wanted to start a family. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yunhe curled his lips. Life is all about fame and fortune, and I am no exception. The two smiled at each other and raised their teacups to clink. Then I wish Brother Yunhe success in the assessment. After drinking tea and leaving the East Palace, Li Yunhe got on the carriage back to the mansion. After getting on the carriage, he closed his eyes and thought about how to tell Prime Minister Li about this matter when he got back. He hadn't had time to tell his family about this yet. The carriage stopped at the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion. Li Yunhe got up and got off the carriage. He stood at the gate for a while before entering the mansion. Seeing him come in, Madame Li, who was talking to Prime Minister Li, stood up with a smile. Why are you back so late today? I chatted with the Crown Prince for a while. Li Yunhe walked to a chair and sat down, looking at Prime Minister Li with a serious expression. Dad, I have something to tell you. Prime Minister Li put down the tea in his hand and dismissed the waiters in the room. I know you have something to say from your face, go ahead. I have decided to take the exam. Didn't you say that the position of the Minister of Personnel is vacant? I want to fight for it. After these words came out, Prime Minister Li and Madame Li fell silent. Li Yunhe looked at Prime Minister Li and continued, I'm just afraid that Dad will be criticized for this decision of his son. Has the Emperor agreed? Prime Minister Li did not answer his question. Yes. Seeing this, Prime Minister Li smiled with relief. Dad wanted to mention this to you before. Now that you have an idea in your mind, just do it. Besides, with the assessment system, these positions are originally occupied by the capable. Isn't Dad criticized enough? It's like this when you're an official in the court. If you fight, others will say you're too eager for quick success. If you don't fight, others will think you're a loser. The Emperor agrees with you, which means he intends to promote you. Do your best to piss off those who don't like me. After saying this, Prime Minister Li laughed twice, showing that he was in a very good mood. Thank you, Dad. Mrs. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, here, you look so serious, and I thought something had happened. Your father wanted to tell the Emperor to let you take the exam, but he felt it was not appropriate for him to say it, and he didn't know what you were thinking. I didn't expect that you two would think the same thing. You are indeed father and son. After the family had a happy meal, Li Yunhe was sent to read a book. The next day, the Emperor's decree to grant the marriage between the second prince and Miss Du caused a lot of discussion in the capital. Because of this, those who had originally stopped thinking began to think again. Of course, this is limited to those who do not participate in the assessment. The officials who are busy participating in the assessment do not have this time. They can't wait to read a book when they go to court. When the Emperor said that this assessment is a combination of theory and related cases, they can't wait to go back to read books, and they don't have time to argue with the Emperor. The examination is coming soon. How are you preparing? The Emperor smiled at the ministers who were looking down. Your Majesty, we are ready. Very good. The Emperor put one hand on the dragon throne. You are all in important positions. You must set an example for the officials below. Don't let me down. After all, if you fail the examination, it doesn't matter if you lose your official position and your face, but others will think that I have poor vision. Don't you think so, my dear ministers? The ministers responded in unison, and the hall fell silent again. Ha! They were like eggplants hit by frost, not speaking but reciting in their hearts. I'm afraid no one has the energy to argue with the tyrant in the morning court these days. The Emperor snorted in his heart. He had taken note of which ministers liked to argue with him. If they failed the assessment this time, he would see if they still had the face to speak. Master Shi, a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, stay, and the others will leave the court. The minister saluted as if they had been released from prison, watched the Emperor leave, and hurried out of the palace, not even bothering to discuss why the Emperor kept Master Shi. The Emperor left the throne room and went to the imperial study. Lord Shi entered the imperial study and bowed respectfully. Lord Shi, there is no need to be polite. The questions for this exam are all from the Hanlin Academy. Lord Shi, are you ready? Your Majesty, everything is ready. The Emperor knew how much importance he attached to this exam. By handing this matter over to the Hanlin Academy, he trusted the Hanlin Academy. Naturally, he had to do his best to live up to the Emperor's trust. That's good. I don't want anyone to leak the questions. I understand. All the questions will be sealed, and will not be opened until the examination papers are distributed on the day of the examination. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Lord Shi seemed to be hesitant to speak, he raised his eyebrows and said, Lord Shi, please say whatever you want to say. Lord Shi hesitated for a moment and bowed his hands and said, Mu Chen has always performed well in the Hanlin Academy. Now the Hanlin Academy is not short of manpower. Why don't you take this opportunity to put him in a place where manpower is urgently needed? Mu Chen was appointed to the Hanlin Academy by the Emperor after he passed the imperial examination 3 years ago. He has been conscientious and careful in his work over the years. It is obviously a waste of talent for such a person to accompany a group of old men in the Hanlin Academy. I have considered it. The Emperor paused. Mu Chen is careful in his work. The Ministry of Revenue is short of staff now. He can be promoted after a few years of experience in the Hanlin Academy. The Ministry of Revenue has not had a minister since Shen Huai's death. Everything is done by Qian, the assistant minister. Someone should share the burden. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will tell Mu Chen when I go back and let him participate in this assessment. Lord Shi's tone was a little excited. Mu Chen is a calm and steady person. He has treated him as a student in the past few years. Now he hears the Emperor say this, and he is naturally happy for him. Mu Chen participated in the assessment? The Emperor looked at Lord Shi. Lord Shi knows the assessment system this time. Why not participate in the next assessment? Is the tyrant worried that Mu Chen has not read the book and will not pass the assessment? This worry is completely unnecessary. Lord Shi said so he must have made some preparations. Yes, it turns out that concubine Shu wanted to use the exam questions to attack the Marquis. If Mu Chen is in the Hanlin Academy, it would be very convenient to make a fuss by leaking the exam questions. If Mu Chen participated in the assessment of the Ministry of Revenue, it would be more conducive to her making a fuss. Mu Chen passed the exam, and the credibility of holding the exam questions would be higher. Finally, with Su Xiaxia's promotion, whether this matter is true or false, It is not good for the Marquisate. Chapter 287. Master Shi smiled and said, I know, that's why I want to ask for this grace for Mu Qian. In that case, I will wait and see. I just hope that Mu Qian will not disappoint me and Master Shi. For Mu Qian, the reason why the Emperor put him in the Hanlin Academy was to see if he could keep his composure. Unexpectedly, after a few years, this man really can keep his composure. Not only did he not use the name of Qing Yuan Ho to climb up, but he worked diligently in his official duties in the Hanlin Academy, which was worthy of Master Shi, the Grand Secretary, treating him differently. After Lord Shi left the imperial study, Eunuch Chao came in with Lord Qin. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. All the actions of concubine Shu in the past 2 days are here. Lord Qin presented the booklet in his hand to the Emperor and stood in the center of the imperial study. Concubine Shu wanted the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion to be criticized and abused by the world like the Shao mansion was back then. When the assessment results come out, she doesn't need to do anything personally, because there will be people who are mentally unbalanced who will come out to make trouble, and she can hide beautifully because she is in Baiyun Temple. The Emperor listened to Yuilua's thoughts while looking at the things recorded in the book. Your Majesty, I especially asked my subordinates to record what concubine Shu said, and I think there is nothing unusual. It would be strange if there was nothing unusual. She must have said something to Su Xiaoxiao, otherwise how could she let things ferment? Quick, let me see what concubine Shu said to Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing her stretching her neck and eager to read, the Emperor's hand holding the book shrank slightly in front of him. After reading the words recorded on it, Yuilua exclaimed in her heart, what a guy. It seems to be for Su Xiaoxiao's good, but in fact it is telling Su Xiaoxiao that although he doesn't love you, you can help him in his career and let him remember you. The last sentence is the killer, telling Su Xiaoxiao that Mu Qian still misses her, and arousing the desire that Su Xiaoxiao has suppressed in her heart. Is this the art of speaking? No wonder Lord Qin can't see anything unusual. It is estimated that at this moment Su Xiaoxiao is already thinking about how to help Mu Qian's career get better and better, so that Mu Qian will remember her kindness in his heart. The Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, and put down the book. Luo, apart from making up his story about waiting for leaks, has always been a considerate little girl in these matters, and directly analyzed everything for him clearly. However, he was not in a hurry. Concubine Shu set up this game just to avenge the Shao family, so that the Ho family would fall and weaken his control over the government. Now that he knew the other party's intention, the game was still the same, and Concubine Shu had no control over the game. You did a good job. Keep people watching Concubine Shu. Yes, I obey your order. Lord Qin was praised and confused, and the Emperor said he did a good job without getting anything. If the Emperor had not said it with a smile, he would have thought that the Emperor was mocking him. Did the tyrant see anything? Yuilua raised her eyes, and stared at the Emperor, feeling worried. If Concubine Shu succeeded in this, then the Marquis of Qingyuan would definitely lose the Jingfang camp because of this. Originally, the Jingfang camp of the Marquis of Qingyuan was taken back by the tyrant from the old man Yin Fan, the king of a different surname. Once this happened, the old man Yin Fan would definitely take advantage of the situation and take back his own Jingfang camp. The old witch's trick was really good. She solved the Marquis's mansion while weakening the tyrant's power. The Emperor snorted coldly. Even if he didn't know about this matter in advance, he would not let Concubine Shu succeed. It's annoying. Concubine Shu's plan is not unbreakable, but I can't speak. If I can use my mouth to let the tyrant go with the flow, I can not only take this opportunity to test Mu Qian's ability and character, but also test those ministers with bad intentions and eliminate them all at once. Just as Yuilua thought. Su Xiaoxiao did have some thoughts because of Concubine Shu's words. Before, she thought that as long as she could be with Mu Qian, it didn't matter if he had someone in his heart, but now she has figured it out. Mu Qian is now focused on government affairs, so she will be his good wife and make him inseparable from her. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao seemed to have made up her mind, stood up with a firm look in her eyes, opened the door, and went to find Mu Qian. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the study, the servant told her that Mu Qian was meeting a guest in the main hall. Meeting a guest? Do you know who it is? I heard the young master call him Prime Minister. Since marrying into the mansion, Su Xiaoxiao rarely saw people from the court looking for Mu Qian. Did something happen? You go, and do your work. Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, and turned to the main hall. When she reached the main hall door, she saw Mu Qian respectfully escorting Prime Minister Li out. No need to escort him. Prime Minister Li looked at Mu Qian and said gently, Lord Shi was worried that he would be criticized for coming, so he asked me to come. Don't let the Emperor and his efforts down. Lord Shi was the one who set the questions, so it was really inappropriate for him to meet Mu Chen, who was participating in the assessment. I will thank Lord Sher after the assessment is over. Goodbye, Prime Minister. Watching Prime Minister Li leave, Mu Chen's face showed a trace of high morale. He put away his expression, and then noticed Su Xiaoxiao standing next to him. Cousin, do you have something to ask me? The two walked into the main hall, and sat down. Su Xiaoxiao poured a cup of tea for Mu Chen and said softly, Nothing, from the look of cousin. Is there anything good? Mu Chen took the tea, and was slightly surprised. Su Xiaoxiao would never ask him about these things before. Thinking that there was nothing to hide about this matter, Mu Chen drank a sip of tea and said in high spirits, It is indeed a good thing. The Emperor has formulated an assessment system, and I will participate in this assessment. That's really good news. Mrs. Mu smiled and walked in, and sat next to Su Xiaoxiao. After that, she asked Su Xiaoxiao about her health. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. It's good that he's fine. Mrs. Mu took her hand and said, Cher is going to take the exam. It's hard for you to take care of him, Xiaoxiao. What are you talking about, Aunt? We are a family. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Mu Chen and said, Cousin, do your best in the exam. Don't worry about other things. Mu Chen nodded, stood up, and said he would go back to his room to read. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Mu Chen's departing back, with a worried look on her face. My cousin has no preparation at all. Can he pass the test? She just heard that the person who set the questions was Lord Sher. She met Lord Sher on the day she and her cousin got married, and he was very good to her cousin. What are you thinking about? Mrs. Mu interrupted Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Are you worried about Chener's test? As his family, we just need to believe in him. Her son is not bad. He will definitely succeed. In the next 2 days, Mu Chen studied late at night, and sometimes Su Xiaoxiao woke up from a nap and found that the light in his room was still on. Now he even fell asleep on the desk. Su Xiaoxiao gently put away the book he was pressing on, and was about to ask him to go to bed to rest, but before she opened her mouth, Mu Chen woke up first. Chapter 288. Su Xiaoxiao put the book aside and said softly, Since cousin is awake, go to bed and rest. Don't be tired before the assessment begins. Mu Chen rubbed his brows. Okay, it's still early, you should go back and rest. Seeing that he went to rest obediently, Su Xiaoxiao left the room and closed the door gently. Back in her room, she sat in front of the bronze mirror for a while, and called the maid to come in to wash and change her clothes. While the maid arranged her dress, she said, The young lady looks much better after returning home. Are you going out later? I will prepare the carriage. No, I want to walk alone, you don't have to follow me. The two secret guards waiting beside the Mu mansion saw Su Xiaoxiao coming out, looked at each other and followed each other. The Emperor really planned everything. He actually knew that Su Xiaoxiao would go out today. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know that someone was following her. She walked while looking for the location of the Sher mansion. She didn't find the Sher mansion yet, but she met Yang Xian. Sister Xian. Yang Xian heard someone calling her, turned her head, and noticed Su Xiaoxiao across the street. She handed the things in her hand to the maid, and walked in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Sister-in-law, why are you out shopping alone? Don't you bring anyone with you? Yang Xian called out this name with difficulty. She was relieved when she didn't see Mu Chen. I think what she said that day has made the other party completely give up. It's good not to see each other again. No, Sister Xian is out shopping too? Yang Xian smiled and nodded. She wanted to say a few words and leave, but Su Xiaoxiao took her hand and took her to the shop with fewer people. What's wrong? Seeing her like this, Yang Xian asked in confusion. Sister Xian, do you know where the Sher mansion is? In fact, Su Xiaoxiao could go to the Sher mansion by herself. After all, the residence of a scholar from the Hanlin Academy must be very easy to find. But she didn't know why she wanted to ask Yang Xian. Maybe it was the jealousy in her heart, or maybe it was other inexplicable emotions. Yang Xian was stunned when she heard it, and then lowered her voice and asked, Sister-in-law, what is going to the Sher mansion? Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and smiled, and didn't hide it. My cousin can participate in this assessment thanks to Lord Sher. I want to go to the Sher mansion to thank him. She knew it was not appropriate to go to the Sher mansion now, but she didn't want to see her cousin working so hard, and wanted to do something for him. Yang Xian frowned slightly when she heard this. The test would be tomorrow, and if Su Xiaoxiao went to the Sher mansion now, wouldn't that give someone a handle? Smart people know to avoid the Sher mansion these days. Sister-in-law, if you want to thank me, you should wait until Brother Mu passes the test before going. You must not go to the Sher mansion at this juncture. Yang Xian stopped talking at that point, and believed that Su Xiaoxiao was not stupid, and could understand the interests involved. The relationship between the two was already delicate, and if she said too much, it might cause Su Xiaoxiao's misunderstanding, which would have the opposite effect. I understand. Su Xiaoxiao was silent for a while, then grabbed Yang Xian's hand. Xian, sister, I won't let anyone see it, and don't tell anyone that I've been to the Shi mansion. She understood the reason, but she didn't want her cousin's will to be wiped out by the assessment. Her cousin had already lost the person he loved, and if he suffered another setback in the assessment, wouldn't he be devastated by the double blow? So she thought about it for a long time before making this decision, and in the name of thanking him, she wanted to see if she could help her cousin. Xian, sister, please just pretend you didn't see me today. Su Xiaoxiao let go of Yang Xian's hand, and looked up at Yang Xian pleadingly. Yang Xian was silent for a long time and nodded in agreement. I promise you. She added silently in her heart, I just hope you don't regret it. Brother Mu is such a proud person, he will definitely be unhappy if he knows Su Xiaoxiao did this. But this is their family affair. She has no right to interfere. Thank you, Xian, her sister. Su Xiaoxiao turned around and left. Yang Xian looked at her leaving back, feeling very complicated. If she didn't agree to Su Xiaoxiao would definitely think that she didn't want to wish Brother Mu well. Now I just hope Su Xiaoxiao doesn't find the Shi mansion, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Not only will it ruin Brother Mu's career, but it will also implicate the Marquis mansion. Unfortunately, Yang Xian is destined to be disappointed. After crossing the street, Su Xiaoxiao saw the conspicuous Shi mansion. The two secret guards, who followed her, were once again impressed by the Emperor's foresight. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the deserted Shi mansion, walked around to the inconspicuous side door, and raised her hand to knock on the door when she saw that there was no one around. I'm here. A servant opened the door, looked at Su Xiaoxiao at the door, and frowned. What's the matter? I'm here to find Madame Shi and thank her. Please tell Madame Shi. Remembering his master's instructions, the servant said directly, the Shi mansion will not see guests for the next 2 days. Seeing that the servant was about to close the door, Su Xiaoxiao didn't care about anything else and stepped over the threshold and entered the side door. You? Before the servant finished speaking, he was interrupted by the maid who was supporting Madame Shi. What are you arguing about so early in the morning? Old lady. Mrs. Shi looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, Miss, if you have something to say, come inside and talk. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and followed Mrs. Shi through the bluestone path to the house. Mrs. Shi, I'm here to thank Mr. Shi. Mrs. Shi looked puzzled, and Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained to her. So that's how it is. I heard the master talk about Mr. Mu. The master said that he is not impetuous, calm, and a good person. Su Xiaoxiao didn't want to make her intentions too obvious. She thought about chatting with Mrs. Shi first, and then asking about the assessment indirectly. Before she even mentioned it, footsteps were heard at the door, and then Lord Shi walked in with his hands behind his back. Seeing the person in the room, Lord Shi felt familiar, but couldn't remember who it was. Hello Lord Shi, I'm Mu Qin's wife today. Before Su Xiaoxiao finished her words, Lord Shi's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, Someone come. Madame Shi stood up. Master, what are you doing? Lord Shi didn't answer Madame Shi's question, but looked at the servant who ran in at the door, pointing at Su Xiaoxiao. Did you let this person in? I didn't stop him. The servant knelt on the ground, his face pale. Get up. Send him out of the house immediately. Don't let anyone see him. The servant stood up quickly and looked at Su Xiaoxiao. Master, you. Shut up. After scolding Madame Shi, Lord Shi looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was still standing there stupidly, and said coldly, Why don't you leave? How could Mu Qin marry such an ignorant wife like you? The servant led Su Xiaoxiao out, and Lord Shi walked to the armchair and sat down. Madam, I told you not to let anyone into the house. Why did you let anyone in? Madame Shi saw that he was so angry, and poured him a cup of tea. It's just to see someone. Why are you angry, master? Why are you angry? Mr. Shi put the teacup heavily on the table with a gloomy face. Stupid woman, stupid woman. Chapter 289. Master Shi raised his hand and pointed at Madame Shi, his finger trembling with anger. If you let someone into the mansion, someone with ulterior motives will definitely use this to make a fuss. At that time, not only will I be questioned whether I leaked the questions, but in serious cases, it will also implicate the Marquis mansion and ruin Mu Qin's career. It doesn't matter if he is old and questioned, but Mu Qin still has a long way to go, and he can't be ruined by someone throwing dirty water on him. Is it that serious? Madame Shi was silent for a while, as if she realized the seriousness of the matter, and whispered, She only came in for a short while. How could she implicate the Marquis mansion? Feeling that he couldn't explain it clearly to her, Lord Sher took back his hand and rubbed his forehead. He didn't answer her question, but said, "You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. The assessment is coming soon, and Mu Qian knows that this matter will definitely be affected." "I know." The two secret guards, who followed Su Xiaoxiao, secretly watched her return to the mansion, and then return to the palace. The emperor read the letter handed over by Jin Tingyan from Yueqing, while listening to the report of the secret guard. Yui Luo looked at the vigorous and powerful words on the letter, and was delighted. Uncle is coming back so good. The people in the Beijing defense camp are not completely obedient to the Marquis of Qingyuan. After the assessment is over and the truth is revealed, the Beijing defense camp will surely come out to step on the Marquis's mansion. If my uncle is not here at that time, Yin Fan will have to come out to appease the other party, and take the opportunity to take back the Beijing defense camp. Now it's good, my uncle has made arrangements, and will be able to return to Beijing soon. The emperor put down the letter in his hand. When you were outside, did you see anyone around seeing Su Xiaoxiao enter the Sher mansion? The secret guard was slightly startled, thinking, is the emperor going to punish them for this? But the emperor only told them to keep an eye on Su Xiaoxiao, but didn't say that she couldn't be targeted. Your Majesty, yes. That's good, you can leave now. The two were confused. Did the emperor want to make the situation even more muddy? Fortunately, they didn't get rid of the people around the Sher mansion, otherwise it would ruin the emperor's good deeds. Hey, since the tyrant asked someone to follow Su Xiaoxiao and let things continue to develop, did he think the same as me and wanted to go with the flow? Yes, Lord Sher can see the interests involved. If the tyrant can't see it, he probably won't be alive now. Emperor, why is Luo always praising him in such a unique way? Can't he be simpler and praise himself for being powerful, smart, and resourceful? Yui Luo didn't know what the emperor was thinking, and laughed happily in his heart. Ha ha, this is good, but I don't know if concubine Shu can still hold on if she knows that the tyrant has changed the rules of her game. Since Lord Sher knows the pros and cons of this matter, he is probably on his way to the palace to meet the tyrant. As soon as this thought fell, Eunuch Chao came in hurriedly. Your Majesty, Lord Sher from the Hanlin Academy has an important matter to ask for. Please come in. Lord Sher was brought into the imperial study, his face solemn. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Lord Sher, please stand up and take a seat. Lord Sher thanked the emperor, and walked to the chair that Eunuch Chao brought and sat down. Your Majesty, I am here today to take an assessment. The emperor put one hand on the long table, knocking it intermittently, his face showing no emotion. Go ahead. Mr. Sher did not lie, and explained everything about Su Xiaoxiao's visit to the Sher residence. The imperial study was silent, and Mr. Sher waited anxiously for the emperor to speak. Mr. Sher, are you worried that I will hold you accountable, or are you worried that I will hold Mu Qian accountable? The emperor's unhurried voice sounded in the silent imperial study, and Mr. Sher was thinking about how to reply, and then he listened to the emperor continue. It is said that when you employ someone, trust him. If you doubt him, don't employ him. Since I have handed this matter to Lord Sher, I trust him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. Lord Sher stood up and bowed. Okay, this is not a big deal. As for Mu Qian, he has nothing to do with this matter. Lord Sher, do you think I can't tell right from wrong? After these words came out, even though Lord Sher was an old man, he knelt on the ground in fear. I have no such idea. Look how scared Lord Sher is. He is old. Can he withstand your scare? What is Lord Sher doing? Get up quickly. I will handle this matter myself. Just do your part. Eunuch Chao, send Lord Sher out of the palace. Eunuch Chao said yes, walked to Lord Sher's side, helped Lord Sher up and walked out. Qi Feng. I'm here. The emperor stood up holding Yui Luo, looked at Qi Feng who appeared in the imperial study, and ordered in a deep voice. Go, spread the news that you have the test questions. Spread this news, and see which unlucky people will buy the test questions. While the ministers were busy preparing for the examination, the news that a mysterious person had the test questions gradually spread among the ministers participating in the examination. Some people who were eager to take action, but worried about being cheated gathered together to find Lord Qin. Lord Qin looked at the group of people brought in by the servant, and looked at them in confusion. My lords, the examination is coming tomorrow. Why don't you prepare at home, and come to my Qin mansion? There were no test questions at his house. Lord Qin, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to your house and talk. Taking the group to the study, Lord Qin glanced at them. Go ahead, it's convenient here. I wonder if Lord Qin has heard a piece of news. Someone said he has the test questions. There are test questions? Lord Qin sneered. Who knows? Some unscrupulous businessman knows about the test and wants to take advantage of it to make money. The several people in the study who were originally a little excited calmed down after hearing this. One of them said, "No way." "Then you can try it." Lord Qin said bluntly, "I advise you, instead of thinking about these crooked ideas, it's more practical to go back and cram for the exam." After saying this, Lord Qin stood up and drove the group away. These people left the Qin mansion, looking at each other. After a moment of silence, an older man spoke. "I think Lord Qin is right." Another echoed, "I think so too. I didn't think about it when I first heard the news. Now I think about it, could it be the Emperor's doing? Do you mean that the Emperor will test us before the assessment?" After discussing in a circle, several people exchanged glances and felt that the Emperor would definitely do this to torture them. They thought to themselves that it was a close call. They almost fell into the trap of the Emperor. The Emperor was too cunning. Fortunately, Lord Qin's words enlightened them. Otherwise, not only would their efforts in recent days be in vain, but they would also have to worry about whether they could keep their heads. "Let's all go back to the mansion and read books. Lord Qin is right." The group of people scattered like birds and beasts, and each went back to the mansion to cram for the last minute. At the same time, in the study room of the Lianwang mansion, Yin Fan looked at his legitimate son with an ugly face, and was very angry. "Did you spread the rumor outside?" Chapter 290. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. The people serving in the room dared not breathe. "You are such a fool. Didn't I tell you not to be stupid?" Yin Zhenghai looked at his father in confusion and asked cautiously, "Dad, what's the rumor?" "What rumor?" Yin Fan slammed the table again. "What stupid thing did you do that you need me to tell you?" Yin Zhenghai shivered with fear and whispered to himself, "My son really doesn't know what his father is talking about. I wonder how long you can keep your mouth shut." Yin Fan was so angry that veins jumped on his forehead, and he looked at Yin Zhenghai with a look of disappointment. "Someone outside spread the news that there are test questions in hand. If it wasn't you who did it, who else could it be?" His son had discussed this matter with his attendants in private before, and he accidentally heard and scolded the attendants. He thought his son would be obedient, but he didn't expect that this son, who had always been afraid of him, would dare to disobey in secret. He followed the late emperor to fight for the country, fought and killed enemies everywhere, and because of his meritorious service in saving the emperor, the late emperor made an exception and named him the King of Liang. After the emperor ascended the throne, the first thing he did was to take action against his Yin mansion. His title was originally hereditary, but the emperor waved his hand and directly abolished the hereditary grace given to his Yin mansion by the previous emperor. Later, he used various means to force him to hand over his military power, and even retrained the imperial guards to maintain the safety of the imperial city in order to check and balance the Beijing defense camp in his hands. I thought that after doing this, the emperor would let him go, but I didn't expect that the emperor would take action again a few years ago and directly took back the Beijing defense camp in his hands, turning him into a Liang king with no real power. "Dad, it really wasn't me." Yin Zhenghai cried out with a sad face, wondering in his heart which bastard had thrown dirty water on him. He wanted to take this opportunity to make money and drag Qingyuan Marquis Mansion into the water. But his plan was terminated after his father found out. His thoughts were interrupted by his cry of injustice. Yin Fan stared at him closely, and only retracted his gaze when he saw that he didn't seem to be lying. "It really wasn't you. It really wasn't me." Yin Zhenghai shook his head like a rattle, cursing, "I don't know which bastard threw dirty water on me." "Okay, it's good that it's not you." Yin Fan sat back in his chair, sighed, and said earnestly, "Zhenghai, the Yin mansion is getting worse every year, and can't stand the tossing. Don't be impulsive, and remember to think twice before you act. The current emperor is not the previous emperor, and he has no credit for saving the emperor, and the emperor will not tolerate any mistakes from his Yin mansion." "I understand." Yin Zhenghai slightly lowered his eyes, hiding all his unwillingness in his eyes, but his hanging hands were clenched into fists. If it weren't for the current emperor, their Yin mansion would not have become what it is now. When the late emperor was still alive, there were many people who flattered the Yin family. When he went out, people would call him the little prince. But after the emperor ascended the throne, his proud identity as the little prince became a bubble, and those young masters who flattered him avoided him. "Dad knows that you are unwilling in your heart, but you have to endure it. Go down." "Yes, son understands." Watching his back as he left, Yin Fan sighed heavily. If he could understand this truth back then, and not rely on his contribution to the late emperor's rescue and the military power in his hands to look down on others, then the Yin family would be in a different situation. Unfortunately, no one told him these truths at that time. He was a tough man who thought he could rest easy with power in his hands, but he didn't expect that this was the taboo of the superior. Baiyun Temple outside the capital. There are many more people burning incense today than in the past. Concubine Shu sat by the window, listening to Luer's story about what happened outside. Concubine, the assessment will start tomorrow. When will we return to the palace? In 2 days. Now is not the time. She will naturally return to the palace when the time comes. She wanted to see if the emperor could still protect the Beijing defense camp and the Marquis mansion in the face of the minister's crusade. Without Jin Tingen in the capital, who should the emperor ask to appease the people in the Beijing defense camp? The muddier the water, the better. If Yin Fan is smart enough to take back the Beijing defense camp, it will be even more interesting. Luer just nodded lightly, without asking any more questions. She turned and said angrily, "When I went out just now, I met Madame Mu coming to burn incense. The imperial concubine took care of her for 2 days, and gave her medicine. She came to Baiyun Temple, but didn't come to see you, the imperial concubine. She came to burn incense?" The imperial concubine Shu raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be that things were different from what she expected? Yes, seeing that concubine Shu was interested, Luer said respectfully, "I talked to her maid for a few words, and she said that Master Mu also wanted to participate in the assessment, so he came to burn incense. That's really a good thing." Concubine Shu smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Although things were different from what she expected, they became more interesting. Luer didn't understand the meaning of Concubine Shu's words, and curled her lips. She didn't even come to see Concubine Shu, and Concubine Shu was happy for her. "It's really a waste of your medicine, giving it to an ungrateful person." Su Xiaoxiao, who was called an ungrateful person by Luer, has returned to Mu's house. Thinking of what happened in Shi's house in the morning, she was in a trance. She didn't know whether Lord Shi would tell her cousin about her visit to Shi's house. How would her cousin look at her if he knew? "You don't look very well. What's wrong?" "Cousin?" Mu Chen looked at Su Xiaoxiao in a daze, then looked at the ink splashed on the table, and frowned slightly. "Ah." Su Xiaoxiao came back to her senses, looked at the ink rubbed everywhere by her, and quickly stood up. "Cousin, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." "It's okay." Mu Chen wiped the ink on the desk one by one and said lightly, "You go back and rest, I don't have anything to do here." Knowing that he was ordering her to leave, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't stay any longer and turned to leave the study. The moon was above the willow branches, and the imperial study in the palace was still as bright as day. Yui Luo was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes, and she kept complaining in her heart. "Why don't you send me back to sleep? If a child doesn't sleep well, it will affect his development. Okay, what are you waiting for so late at night?" At this time, Qi Feng, dressed in black, appeared in the imperial study. "Your subordinate greets the emperor." "So you are waiting for Qi Feng? Come on, let me see which unlucky guys have fallen into the trap." Yui Luo raised her little hand and rubbed her eyes. "No need to be polite, how about it?" Qi Feng walked in front of the emperor with a complicated look. "Because someone is making trouble. No one asked me to buy questions." "Making trouble? Who is so blind?" Seeing that the emperor didn't say anything, Qi Feng continued. "First, it was Lord Qin. He asked other adults not to have crooked ideas, and then it was King Liang's son Yin Shahai. He said the test questions were fake. Haha, it turned out that the two of them disrupted the tyrant's plan. This is also a good thing. At least they know to listen to advice." The emperor, Anyway, whether it is a mule or a horse, we will know after tomorrow. Chapter 291. The next day. All the ministers who participated in the examination went to the side hall of the Hanlin Academy for examination. The chief examiners were Prime Minister Li and Lord Shi. Before entering the side hall of the Hanlin Academy, someone searched the ministers who participated in the examination before letting them in. The ministers who were not nervous at first could not help but become nervous when they entered the side hall of the Hanlin Academy. Some people began to ask others if they were sure. After a while, the ministers who arrived at the examination room first started talking. "I am so nervous. I didn't sleep all night last night. Look at my dark circles." "Who isn't? The emperor is so strict that even those who aren't nervous are a little nervous." "What are you afraid of?" "I heard that Li Yunhe and Mu Chen will participate in this assessment. Can you not pass the test better than them?" A man walked in with a smile and looked at the ministers gathered together. "Really? Then which department will they participate in the assessment?" "Where did you hear that?" As people were talking, Li Yunhe and Mu Chen walked in one after another. The discussion stopped abruptly, and everyone in the examination room looked at the two. Although there was only one examination room, the seats for each department were separated. Seeing the two sitting in the examination seats of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel respectively, the ministers looked at each other, and before they could say anything, they returned to their seats when they heard the bell. Li Yunhe sat by the window, ignoring the inquiring gazes on him, and looked at the scenery outside the window with a calm expression. Quiet. Prime Minister Li and Lord Sher came in, with the examination papers, stood above, and said in a deep voice. The ministers who were still whispering immediately quieted down, and sat up straight. The test will take 1 hour. Everyone is clear about the test rules, so I won't say more. Also, anyone who violates the test rules, no matter who it is, will be sent directly to the Emperor for punishment. After saying this, Prime Minister Li raised his hand to Lord Sher to signal him to say a few words. Lord Sher raised the sealed test paper in his hand. The test questions are all sealed. The Prime Minister and I just took the test questions from the Emperor, and now we will open them in front of you. The two opened the test papers and distributed them to everyone who participated in the assessment. Prime Minister Li said loudly, "The assessment has officially begun. You can start answering the questions. If you finish and check them first, you can also hand them in early. After the assessment, the examiner's information column will be sealed and opened after the grading is completed." The Emperor told them to do this to ensure fairness to everyone, so that no one would say that the grader favored someone after the assessment. The ministers who received the test papers began to work hard on the questions, and had no intention of caring about others. Li Yunhe picked up the test paper in front of him, and read it all over. He picked up the pen, wrote his name, and began to answer seriously. The examination room was quiet, with only the sound of people flipping through the papers, and the sound of birds singing outside the examination room. Prime Minister Li and Lord Sher walked back and forth in the examination room with their hands behind their backs, then sat upstairs to observe the actions of the people below. As the sun gradually rose and the sunlight shone into the examination room, Prime Minister Li said, "There is still half an hour." Some ministers who were still answering the questions slowly began to get nervous after hearing this, and could not help but speed up their answers. At this time, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor was heard in the quiet examination room. Although the sound was not loud, it was still clearly audible in the quiet examination room, where one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and saw that Li Yunhe had already stood up. "My lords, I have finished answering the questions." Lord Sher glanced at Prime Minister Li and said, "Please check it carefully. Once you hand in the paper, you cannot regret it." "Thank you, Lord Sher, for reminding me. I have checked it carefully." Li Yunhe picked up the inkstone on the table and pressed it on the test paper to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, and walked out of the examination room. "Come here." Prime Minister Li called someone in, sealed the information on the test paper of the person who handed in the paper. Li Yunhe left the examination room and walked to the door of the Hanlin Academy under the warm sunshine, and saw the Emperor holding Yuilua coming here. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The examination is not over yet, so Li Yunhe handed in the paper in advance. Today, because the ministers were taking the examination, the Emperor did not attend the morning court, and Yuilua rarely slept until she woke up naturally, so she was particularly energetic at this moment. "Get up. Did Master Li hand in his paper early?" The Emperor's eyes fell on Li Yunhe, who was wearing a white brocade robe. He stood up straight, and the breeze brushed the corner of his robe. The circle of peach blossoms embroidered on it was extremely clear in the sun. Li Yunhe opened his rosy lips and bowed to the Emperor. "Yes, I will go to answer the questions for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince now. This master is quite competent. He can also do it at this time without delaying the Crown Prince." Yuilua's eyes fell on the corner of Li Yunhe's robe, and she smiled secretly in her heart. It turns out that Li Yunhe is still a reserved person. The circle of peach blossoms on the hem of his clothes is really unique. If he changes into a pink dress with peach blossoms, will he be more showy than the second emperor? Li Yunhe noticed Yuilua's gaze and raised his eyes slightly to meet Yuilua's dark and moist eyes. The little guy even blinked at him. The sunlight shone on her fair face, making her already fair skin even more flawless. "Don't say it. Li Yunhe looks pretty good in this way. It must be an illusion that I thought he looked like the man in my dream that day. Otherwise, we have nothing to do with each other, and it would be too rude for him to come to my dream. No, that doesn't seem to be my dream either, and I didn't see myself. Go," the Emperor said, holding Yuilua and passing Li Yunhe, and left. Yuilua poked her head out of the Emperor's arms, trying to verify again whether Li Yunhe's back was really the person in the dream, but the other party was still standing there, smiling at her. It was not until the emperor's back disappeared that Li Yunhe withdrew his gaze, put away his smile, and turned away. The emperor carried Yu Ilua to the entrance of the examination room, but did not go in. He just watched quietly by the window. After watching for a while, Prime Minister Li noticed the emperor, whispered a few words to Lord Shi, and stood up and walked out. Prime Minister, there is no need to be polite. The emperor interrupted Prime Minister Li's greeting in a low voice, walked to the corridor next to him and said again, I came to see, what do you think of the performance of the ministers in this assessment? Prime Minister Li followed behind the emperor. Your Majesty, I have inspected several times, and saw that the adults answered the questions very seriously. I think they put a lot of thought into it. Now that the results of the assessment have not come out yet, he can't say too much. The emperor was silent for a while. Then do you think Li Yunhe and Mu Qian can pass the assessment? Prime Minister Li looked at the emperor's back and considered his words. I think Mu Qian will have no problem, and as for Li Yunhe, there should be no problem. Should? The emperor turned around and glanced at Prime Minister Li, who was bowing his head. Prime Minister, you have no confidence in your own son? Or do you want to avoid suspicion in front of me? Chapter 292. The breeze blew the leaves, and Prime Minister Li bowed. Now that the assessment results have not come out yet, I can't say too much. The emperor snorted coldly. I have been fair and just in this assessment. I am waiting for Li Yunhe to take office in the Ministry of Personnel, and wait for him to take over your position when you retire. Prime Minister Li's pupils dilated, and he said in fear, Your Majesty, this is not right. What's wrong? The emperor lowered his eyes, and looked at Prime Minister Li, raising his eyebrows slightly. Prime Minister is so scared. Do you think I am testing you? Without waiting for Prime Minister Li to say anything, the emperor changed the subject. Okay, you don't have to answer me. How long will the results of this assessment be available? Prime Minister Li breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Mr. Shi and I will review it together. It will be available in 2 days. At most, I can rest a little later at night, and it should be no problem to get it out in 2 days. Okay, Prime Minister, go back. Prime Minister Li bowed and left. The bell rang to signal the end of the assessment, and Mr. Shi stood up. Stop answering questions. Everyone put down their pens, stood up and left the examination room, and began to talk about how they did each question. Some people whose answers were different from their own began to slap their thighs in frustration. Why didn't I think of that? That Li Xiaoshi finished all the questions in 1 hour. I don't know if he really knows how to do it, or if he is just pretending. An adult sitting in the back row of Li Yunhe from the Ministry of Personnel said, he must not be pretending. I saw that he didn't have time to answer any of them, and he answered them all. Not having time to answer the questions means you are good? What if it's just random filling? Who wouldn't know how to do it? Lord Qin came out in front of Prime Minister Li, and happened to hear such a sour remark. He sneered, Master Li is the master appointed by the emperor. Are you questioning the emperor's vision? Or are you questioning the reputation of Mr. Min? After this big hat was put on, the person who spoke had to shut up in dismay. How could he have any say in the emperor's decision? Since the examination is over, you should not stay in the Hanlin Academy. After Prime Minister Li finished speaking, he and Lord Shi took the examination papers, and left to meet the emperor in the imperial study. The two went to the imperial study, and were led in directly by Chao Donggong, who was waiting at the door. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The two bowed in unison. The emperor indicated that they did not need to be polite. The examination is over, and the examination papers have been handed over to you. You must calculate the examination results in 2 days. Your Majesty, I obey your order. There are so many examination papers, and it will take 2 days for Lord Shi and Prime Minister Li to correct them. The tyrant really doesn't worry that they will die of exhaustion. Although you pay them a salary, you can't enslave them so harshly. Emperor, Eunuch Chao, present the examination papers. Yes. Eunuch Chao walked to Prime Minister Li and Lord Shi, raised his hand, and took all the examination papers from them. Your Majesty, please have a look. Eunuch Chao thought that the emperor wanted to see the results of the minister's assessments in person, so he spread the examination papers in front of the emperor. Take out the examination papers of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue. Okay. Although Eunuch Chao was puzzled by the emperor's intention, he still raised his hand and took out the examination papers of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue separately. The tyrant is planning to correct the examination papers of these two departments himself. He is quite diligent. I just wronged you. The emperor curled his lips and looked at Prime Minister Li and Lord Shi standing below. I will correct the examination papers of these two departments, and the other two can arrange it at will." The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty, I obey your order." After leaving the imperial study, the two smiled at each other. The Prime Minister is worried that people will have something to say about the examination papers of the Ministry of Personnel. Doesn't Lord Sher have the same worry? After saying this, Prime Minister Li laughed. Now, the examination papers of these two departments are all corrected by the Emperor, and others will not find a chance to accuse them of partiality. After the Emperor waited for the two to leave, he ordered someone to spread the news that the results of the examination would be released in 2 days, and they would be corrected by Lord Sher and Prime Minister Li. In order to prevent someone from attacking the two, someone was specially sent to protect them. Li Yunhe went to the East Palace, and did not see the prince in the study. "Brother Yunhe, did you finish the exam so quickly?" He was about to ask the palace servant where the prince had gone, and the prince's gentle voice sounded behind him. Turning around, the prince smiled, holding a pot of wine in his slender jade-like hands. "What's this, Your Highness? Come with me." The prince walked to the end of the corridor with the wine, crossed the garden, and came to a quiet pavilion. He put the wine on the table, motioned Li Yunhe to sit down, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to Li Yunhe. "Isn't the prince waiting for me to answer the question?" The prince chuckled. "Brother Yunhe and I are both teachers and friends. I asked you to come just to help you celebrate." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Yunhe took the wine and said sincerely, "Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but Your Highness, you have a horseback riding and archery class this afternoon." "No problem." The prince drank the wine in his hand and put down the wine glass. "It's okay to have a small drink, I just drink this one." Li Yunhe nodded, drank the wine in his hand, looked at the pavilion not far away, and said casually, "I met the Emperor and the little princess when I came out of the assessment today. It seems that the Emperor attaches great importance to this assessment. Father really attaches great importance to this assessment. It can screen out those good-for-nothings who only take salaries, but do nothing." Seeing that the prince did not turn the topic to Yuilua, Li Yunhe played with the cup in his hand, and his mind was quickly thinking about Yuilua. Before he could think of the right words, he heard the prince say again, "You actually met Luer." Father brought Luer with him every day. He was practicing riding and shooting recently, and had no time to see Luer. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the Hanlin Academy just now. Li Yunhe nodded. "The little princess smiled at me. I wonder if she can recognize me." The prince thought that she can not only recognize people, but also make up stories. Brother Yunhe saved Luer. It is normal for Luer to smile at you. Speaking of Yuilua, the prince's smile became even brighter. While the two were talking, Lin Chi walked out of the pavilion from the corridor and said respectfully, "Your Highness, the Emperor is here. Then I will take my leave first." The Emperor held Yuilua and waited in the main hall of the East Palace. Yuilua's eyes widened when she saw the Crown Prince and Li Yunhe separated at the door. Oh, the Crown Prince doesn't have a CP, so it seems that Li Yunhe is not impossible. No wonder Li Yunhe is dressed so elegantly. It turns out that he is dressed like this because he is meeting the Crown Prince. He said he came to solve the problem for the Crown Prince, but in fact, he couldn't wait to share the results of his assessment with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince walked into the main hall with a bit of a smile. "Your son, I see your father. What do you want from your son?" A gust of wind blew, and Yuilua sniffed. "Good guy, he's drinking." No wonder Li Yunhe suddenly became less Buddhist. It turns out that he worked hard to improve himself because of the Crown Prince, just to assist the Crown Prince in the future. Crown Prince, Emperor, Chapter 293. Waiting others away, the Emperor said, "The Beijing defense camp will probably cause trouble in 2 days. You should ask the Imperial Guards to maintain public order and prevent the people from getting hurt." The Crown Prince frowned slightly, and immediately understood the implications. "Your son obeys your order. Is the King of Liang planning to take action?" To be precise, it should be concubine Shu who is taking action, dragging the Marquis's mansion into the water, and inducing Yan Fan to get involved in this mess. The tyrant is pretty good. He knows how to make good arrangements for the people. The Emperor raised his lips when he was praised directly by Yuilua. Well, Yan Fan regards power as his life. He has known to keep a low profile during the years of fighting with me, but his nature is hard to change. If he has the chance to take back the Beijing defense camp, he will not miss it. They used to hold great power, and did not take him, the newly enthroned emperor, seriously. Those who curry favor with the powerful in Beijing even praise the Yan mansion higher than the real prince. Compared with the bustling crowds in the past, how could Yan Fan tolerate the huge gap of no one paying attention to him now? Father is wise. The prince paused and continued, The Beijing defense camp used to be in charge of the security of the capital, comparable to the imperial guards. Since father handed them over to Qingyuan Ho, these people can no longer show off in the city, and I think they have been resentful for a long time. Just right. The emperor took a sip of tea. Let's take this opportunity to let them know that the Beijing defense camp will never become the Beijing defense camp that was rampant in Beijing. He is not the late emperor, and he will not tolerate Yin Fan's arrogance. If the other party can keep his tail between his legs, he may even spare his life. Yin Fan, who the two talked about, is now discussing 2 days' affairs with his son in the study. Dad, it turns out that Prime Minister Li and Grand Secretary Shi are the ones who graded the papers. This will be more conducive to the advancement of our plan. My son saw everything clearly when Mu Chen's wife went to Shi's house, and he left a witness. Yin Jinghai's face was full of excitement, and he wished that time would hurry up and the result would come out. Yin Fan glanced at Yin Zhihai and said with an unclear expression, "Did you say outside yesterday that the test paper in that person's hand was fake?" "Yes." Yin Zhihai didn't understand why he was talking about something irrelevant when he was not talking about something 2 days later. Since he couldn't make money, that person couldn't make money either, so he did it on purpose. "You still have the nerve to say yes?" Yin Fan's eyebrows were raised in anger. The person who spread this news might be the emperor's way of testing the ministers in the court. Otherwise, who would dare to do this under the emperor's feet? The current emperor can do anything now. Does the emperor suspect us? Yin Zhihai looked at his father carefully and asked softly. No. Yin Fan calmed down and shook his head. If you do this, the emperor should not suspect the Yin family. But on the day when the test results come out, you must not go and tell them in person about Mu Chen's wife going to Shi Mansion. The Yin Mansion cannot be targeted by the emperor again. This matter must be done, but the people in the Yin Mansion cannot do it. Son understands. Son will let others do it. Anyway, as long as there is money, there is no need to worry about no one to do it. Dad, since you said that the emperor is testing the ministers, does he know about Mu Chen's affairs? If everything is under the control of the emperor, wouldn't they have worked in vain? Yin Fan didn't care and snorted coldly. Do you think the emperor can predict the future? If they hadn't been keeping an eye on the Mu Mansion, how could they know about this in the first place? Dad is right, but it was the Mu Mansion that went to the Shi Mansion, not the Qingyuan Marquis Mansion. Will the emperor implicate the Marquis Mansion? Yin Zhihai looked worried, and he was smart for once. You know how to think about the problem with your brain. Yin Fan looked at him unexpectedly and explained to him patiently. This was indeed done by the people of the Mu Mansion, but the Qingyuan Marquis is sentimental, and will not watch his brother jump into the fire pit without doing anything. Although the Marquis of Qingyuan had never helped the Mu family in their careers, he always cared about his younger brother. The people in the Marquis of Qingyuan and the Mu family knew nothing about this. The family was rarely together to celebrate for Mu Chen, and the second prince was among them. Cousin, it seems that you will have no problem taking the assessment. I toast you a glass. The second prince smiled and raised his glass to clink with Mu Chen, then drank it all. Thank you, second prince. Xiao Xiao has worked hard to take care of Chinner these days. Madame Mu winked at Mu Chen. Chinner toast Xiao Xiao. Mu Chen raised his glass and looked at Su Xiao Xiao. Cousin, this is for you. Su Xiao Xiao looked absent-minded. Mu Chen held the glass for a long time. Everyone's eyes were on her, but she was still in a trance. Sister-in-law? Mu Shui, who was sitting next to her, pulled her sleeve. Cousin is toasting you. Su Xiao Xiao came back to her senses, exclaimed, and hurriedly picked up the glass. As a result, because of her hasty action, she didn't pick up the glass, but knocked it down on the table. The wine slowly spread along the edge of the table, and the glass hit the dish and made a sound. Someone wiped the table. After giving the order, Madame Mu looked at Su Xiao Xiao with some concern. Xiao Xiao, are you too tired recently? Let someone help you go back to the house to rest first. Seeing that there was a staircase to go down, Su Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, apologized to the others, and got up to leave. This child must be tired and so rude. Lord, please don't mind. Marquis Qingyuan laughed loudly. We are a family. There is no need to mind. Looking at Su Shushe's back, Mu Shui always felt that the other party was not tired, but was worried about something. Although she and Su Xiao Xiao were not close, she would chat with her sister-in-law when she came. This time, Su Xiao Xiao not only did not talk to her, but also frequently lost her focus. I go see my sister-in-law. Mu Shui stood up and went out of the main hall to look for Su Xiao Xiao. Hearing footsteps, Su Xiao Xiao stopped and turned around, and was a little surprised to see Mu Shui. Princess, why are you here? My sister-in-law is not feeling well, so I came to see her." The two walked into the house and sat down, and Su Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand to feel Mu Shue's pulse. She knew why she was like this, but Mu Shue cared about her, and she didn't want to reject Mu Shue's kindness. Mu Shue took her hand away after checking her pulse. "Sister-in-law is fine, but she is too worried. Have a good rest. If you have anything to say, just tell me." "Thank you, princess." Su Xiaoxiao took her hand away and poured her a cup of tea, feeling mixed emotions. Tell her? Can she tell what she did? The words of Lord Shi that day were still lingering in her ears. If she really told him, I'm afraid her cousin would be disappointed in her. "Princess, has the young lady's cold completely healed?" The maidservant, who was serving Su Xiaoxiao, asked softly. Mu Shue nodded. The maidservant was relieved. The medicine given by concubine Shu is really useful. Concubine Shu? Could it be that my sister-in-law's behavior is related to concubine Shu? Su Xiaoxiao didn't notice the change in Mu Shue's expression, and smiled and told her what happened in Baiyun Temple. Chapter 294. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's frank expression, Mu Shue lowered her eyes. Could she have thought wrongly? Su Xiaoxiao must have something on her mind. This matter is probably not a trivial matter, otherwise she would not be so worried. After caring about Su Xiaoxiao for a few words, Mu Shue got up and left, deciding to ask Mu Qin where Su Xiaoxiao had been these days. When she returned to the main hall, the dining table had been removed, and Mu Qin and the second prince were not in the room. "Princess, Qin'er and the second prince are in the yard. I have someone take you there." "Thank you, second aunt." Mu Shue followed the maid out of the main hall and into the courtyard. Mu Qin and the second prince stood in the courtyard with their hands behind their backs, talking about something. Waiting the maid away, Mu Shue walked towards the two of them. Cousin, I have something to say." The two looked at Mu Shue. "You say?" Mu Shue told her about taking Su Xiaoxiao's pulse just now, and looked at Mu Qin. "Cousin, when did my sister-in-law become like this?" Mu Qin thought for a while, remembering Su Xiaoxiao's strange behavior in the study that day. The day before the test. What did she do that day? Mu Qin shook his head. "Nothing, just went out for a walk. She was like this probably because of me. Maybe my cousin was like this because I ignored her." Mu Shue didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. But Su Xiaoxiao first had an intersection with concubine Shu in Baiyun Temple, and then she became absent-minded the day before the test. It's hard not to think about other things. To be selfish, she doesn't care what happens to Su Xiaoxiao. The only thing she worries about is that it will harm her relatives. The second prince saw Mu Shue's worry, and glanced at the setting sun above his head. "It's getting late, cousin, would you like to come with us?" Seeing him wink at her, Mu Shue nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your help, cousin." The two of them left the mansion and got on the carriage, and the second prince looked at Mu Shue. "Cousin, did you ask that just now? Did Su Xiaoxiao hide something from you?" Otherwise, the cousin would not have asked the cousin that question. She and concubine Shu had an intersection in Baiyun Temple. Mu Shue did not directly answer the second prince's question. Thinking of Yu in the palace, the second prince comforted her. "Don't worry, cousin. Concubine Shu is watching. If she makes a move, father will definitely notice it." The carriage drove slowly on the street. The second prince sent Mu Shue back to the mansion first. After watching Mu Shue enter the mansion, he said in a deep voice, "Go to the palace." When they arrived at the palace, the second prince got off the carriage and went straight to the imperial study. Eunuch Chao stood at the door holding a whisk. Seeing the second prince, he hurried forward to greet him. "Second prince, are you here to look for the emperor?" The second prince glanced at the tightly closed imperial study. "Well, please inform Eunuch Chao." Although Luor was there, he didn't want to see anything unexpected happen if Luor didn't reveal it in her heart. "Second prince," Eunuch Chao looked embarrassed, "you can't go in. The emperor has ordered that no one will be seen today. Just relax and wait for the test results to come out." There was obviously something else behind these words. The second prince understood the meaning and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his worries are unnecessary. Since the emperor said so, he can really relax. "Okay, I know." After watching the second prince disappear, Eunuch Chao turned and entered the imperial study. The emperor heard the footsteps, but he didn't raise his eyelids and focused on correcting the test papers in front of him. "The second prince is here?" Eunuch Chao said respectfully. "Yes, I have said everything you told me, and the second prince has left now." The emperor hummed lightly. "It's quite smart. He discovered Su Xiaoxiao's abnormality so quickly." The second prince came to the palace to find out whether the tyrant knew about it. This matter really cannot be known to the second prince, otherwise he will definitely not want to see the Marquis's mansion fall into rumors. Harm. But if the incident happens 2 days later, The tyrant will probably be misunderstood by the second prince. After all, he knew it would happen but did not stop it. Mu Qian also left the Mu mansion after the Qingyuan Marquis, and others left one after another. As the sun sets, people are bustling on the streets. He walked aimlessly on the street, and walked to the gate of Yang Mansion. Looking up at the two big characters of Yang Mansion, Yang Xian's words that day came to his mind. Mu Qian retracted his gaze, and raised a bitter smile. Xian had already made it so clear that he came here to share his good news with her, which would only add to her troubles. After staying for a while, Mu Qian turned around and left slowly. But he didn't know that if he stayed a little longer, he might be able to see the person he had been thinking about. After he left, Yang Xian left the house alone. Seeing the familiar figure on the street, Yang Xian was startled. After a closer look, the figure had disappeared. "Miss, it's getting late outside. Where are you going?" The maid ran after her and looked at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was interrupted by her thoughts. She raised her hand to put the wind-blown hair behind her ears and walked into the house. Nowhere. At that moment, she wanted to go to the Marquis's house to tell Mu Shui about Su Xiaoxiao. But the wind woke her up and also blew away her impulse. If she really went to the Marquis's mansion, wouldn't she be a traitor? Su Xiaoxiao had no ill will towards her, and it was indeed immoral for her to do so. Besides, Su Xiaoxiao cared so much about Brother Mu that she would not be so careless as to be seen entering the Shi mansion. For the next 2 days, the ministers waited with both anticipation and fear. The day to announce the results of the assessment finally arrived. The results of the assessment were posted like the imperial examination. All those on the list passed the assessment. As soon as Eunuch Chao posted the results of the assessment, people gathered around. When the maids and servants saw their masters on the list, they all laughed and shouted that they had passed. "Hey, this Mu Qian actually passed the assessment as well." This voice suddenly appeared among the joyful voices, which seemed particularly abrupt. Su Xiaoxiao and her maid were about to see Mu Qian's assessment results. When they heard this, they were happy at first, and then looked at the person who spoke. Before she could say anything, the maid spoke first. "My young master is hardworking and serious. So what's so strange about passing the assessment?" The man who was speaking had a pointed face, and sneered when he heard this. "Who knows if she is really hardworking and serious?" "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Li Er's small green eyes fell on Su Xiaoxiao meaningfully. "What do you mean? Ask your master." "The day before the test, I saw your master enter the Shi mansion and come out with my own eyes. It's inevitable that people will think too much, right?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Su Xiaoxiao, as if waiting for her explanation. Su Xiaoxiao felt that her mind was like a mess, and her hanging hands were shaking a little, but she couldn't say a word to defend herself. Li Er smiled smugly when he saw this. "See, she can't explain herself. Everyone knows that the person who set the questions this time was Mr. Shi, and the person who corrected the papers was also Mr. Shi. Who would believe that there was no trick?" Chapter 295. Everyone knew about the assessment, and the people around started to point fingers at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao stood in the crowd and tried to escape from the crowd, but she found that her feet were completely out of control, as if they were filled with lead and could not move at all. Yang Xian, who also came to see the results, squeezed into the crowd and saw this scene. She frowned slightly, squeezed next to Su Xiaoxiao, took Su Xiaoxiao's cold hand, and said in a deep voice, "Whether there is a problem with the assessment result is not up to everyone to decide. The emperor has his own judgment." The people who were originally pointing fingers at Su Xiaoxiao sneered and looked at Yang Xian. "Who are you to her?" Someone just said that they saw her go to Shifu. The man said that he wanted to find Li Er, but found that Li Er had disappeared without a trace. He scratched his head. Where is he? He was clearly still here just now. Yang Xian looked at these people coldly, with a slightly cold tone. "It is a serious crime to frame an official appointed by the court. Don't let others sell you out and help you count money." After saying this, Yang Xian pulled the stunned Su Xiaoxiao out of the crowd and walked for a while before letting go of Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Su Xiaoxiao came back to her senses, the sun shining on her body, making her feel a little warm. Her eyes were a little red, and she looked up at Yang Xian. "Thank you, Sister Xianer, for helping me out just now." Yang Xian looked around and interrupted her. "This is not the place to talk." The two went to Yang's house. Yang Xian led Su Xiaoxiao to her yard, poured a cup of tea in front of her, and waved away the maid in the house before speaking. "Were you really seen when you went to Shi's house?" Su Xiaoxiao held the tea in front of her, a little confused. "I don't know either. I was very careful that day. How could I be seen by others?" As she said that, She let go of the hand holding the teacup and looked up at young Xian opposite her. Xian, her sister, what should we do? What if this incident affects my cousin's future? What should we do? At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao could only put her hope on young Xian, hoping that young Xian could find a way for her. Young Xian was so calm just now, she subconsciously felt that young Xian would definitely have a way. Don't worry first. Did you ask questions about the exam questions when you went to Shi's mansion that day? No, Su Xiaoxiao said with certainty. I just sat there for a while, and Lord Shi kicked me out. She didn't even have time to ask. The man's appearance today was strange. I think someone wants to attack Mu's mansion or Ho's mansion. Regardless of whether you asked questions or not, you did go to Shi's mansion. Yang Xian paused and looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who was uneasy. This matter is very serious. Go back and tell Brother Mu and Lord Ho immediately, and let them find a solution as soon as possible. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and then she lowered her head. She knew that this was the only solution for now, but if her cousin and the Marquis knew about this, would they kick her out of the house? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's hesitation, Yang Xian sighed, and told her the seriousness of the matter in a good-tempered manner. Thank you, Sister Xian. Su Xiaoxiao stood up after listening. I will tell the Marquis and cousin when I go back. Yang Xian thought she had heard it, so she didn't say anything more. Su Xiaoxiao said that she would go back and tell Muchen about this, but she couldn't say it when the words came to her lips. Before she confessed, the news spread all over the capital, from the common people to the imperial officials. This incident was like a catalyst, allowing those ministers who failed the assessment to find an outlet to vent, and they all wrote to the emperor to complain about the unfairness of the assessment. The emperor looked at the memorials on the desk in the imperial study, and they all had the same story. Your Majesty, this matter has become quite serious now, and the ministers are clamoring to see you. Eunuch Chao looked at the emperor cautiously, fearing that the emperor would get angry and smash all the memorials on the desk on his head. Let them quarrel. The emperor glanced at the sky outside. Serve the meal. The world is big, but eating is the most important. After eating and drinking, he will deal with the business tomorrow. The tyrant's mentality is quite good now. Yin Fan's work efficiency is quite fast. The assessment results issued at noon are now known to everyone. It's amazing. Even after such a big thing happened, the emperor still had the mood to eat. Eunuch Chao smiled like a flower. Your servant will serve the meal now. After a while, the table was filled with rich dishes. After the emperor finished his dinner and asked Eunuch Chao to clear the dishes, he was about to get up and go to concubine Xian to feed Yui Luo. Before he left the imperial study, Eunuch Chao hurried in. Your Majesty, the second prince wants to see you. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. Tell him I'm going to bed, and let him go back. Eunuch Chao retreated and looked at the second prince standing at the door of the imperial study. The warm yellow light shone on his face, but he could see the solemnity on his face more clearly. Second prince, the emperor is going to bed. Seeing that the light in the imperial study was still on, the second prince retracted his gaze, turned around and left without saying a word, and his pink figure quickly merged into the thick night. Your Majesty, the second prince has left. The emperor nodded, left the imperial study, and went to concubine Xian's Zuehua palace. Concubine Xian had obviously finished her meal, and was making clothes while waiting for Yui Luo to come back. When she heard the footsteps, she put down her needlework, stood up and walked to the door to salute. Get up quickly, no need to be polite. Your Majesty came so late today, was there something that delayed you? Concubine Xian took Yui Luo and sat on the chair to feed her milk. The little girl seemed to be hungry, and drank very quickly. Mother asked this question. It seems that she heard something. The speed of gossip in ancient times was also very fast. You should have heard about the assessment. Empress Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, I heard about it. I think the emperor has already made a plan. If the tyrant had no plan in mind, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so calm. The second prince was turned away by the tyrant, and he probably went to complain to Antefei. Antefei is so smart, she should explain it clearly to the second prince, otherwise I'm afraid the second prince will be so angry that he can't sleep tonight. As Yui Luo expected, the second prince left the imperial study and went to the palace of Concubine Da. Concubine Da was about to take a rest, and when she heard the second prince coming, she asked the maid to bring him in. Seeing the expressionless second prince coming in, Concubine Da glanced at him. Why are you so stern? Have you had your meal? The second prince sat on the chair and asked the people around him to leave. I have had my meal. Seeing him like this, Concubine Da put away the smile on her face. Did you get turned away by the emperor? The second prince raised his eyes, a little surprised, Since mother knew, why didn't you ask father? Defei rolled her eyes at him and poured him a cup of tea. I think you are confused because of your concern. Drink a cup of tea first to wake up your mind. After drinking the tea in front of him, the second prince put down the teacup. Father knew about it in advance but let it happen, which damaged the reputation of the Marquis's mansion. Isn't mother resentful? It seems that your mind is still not clear. Chapter 296. Seeing the doubt on the second prince's face, Concubine De continued. Your father has his reasons for doing this. Yin Fan has always resented your uncle for taking away his Jingfang camp. Do you think it was a coincidence that Su Xiaoxiao was seen at Shifu? Then why did your father do this? The second prince still couldn't figure it out. Maybe he wanted to take this opportunity to abolish the hidden danger of Jingfang camp and completely cut off Yin Fan's thoughts. What do you think your uncle's wish has been all these years? The Jingfang camp has maintained the security of the capital for many years and knows the capital too well. Those people are honest on the surface, but they are not like that in their hearts. How can the emperor tolerate an army that is disloyal to the emperor and has evil intentions? What about the reputation of the Marquis mansion? The second prince pursed his lips. The reputation of the Marquis mansion is not something you should worry about. Since the emperor has agreed to Mu Chen's participation in the assessment, he will let him enter the Ministry of Revenue with a clean record. Defei paused here and said faintly, Su Xiaoxiao, I thought she was smart, but I didn't expect her to be so stupid. It said that she teaches people by doing things, and she taught them once. Let's see if she can remember it. The second prince thought of what Mu Shui said and said, she was given cold medicine by Concubine Shu when she was in Baiyun Temple. It turned out to be Concubine Shu. Concubine De sneered. With a slightly sarcastic tone, this old woman is really capable. She actually provoked Su Xiaoxiao to do something stupid. At the beginning, she did not agree with Mu Chen marrying Su Xiaoxiao, but Madame Mu insisted on her own way, so she could not say much. Now it seems that Su Xiaoxiao did this, presumably because her relationship with Mu Chen had not made any progress. Otherwise, she would not have known what the consequences would be if the matter was exposed, and would have been eager to show herself and ran to the Shi mansion. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for many people. Su Xiaoxiao sat in the room, staring at the candlelight in a daze. Madam, it's time to rest. The maid stepped forward and whispered. Su Xiaoxiao seemed not to hear, still thinking about what she had to confess to Mu Chen. At this moment, the door was pushed open vigorously. The sound brought Su Xiaoxiao back to her thoughts. The candlelight in front of her was dancing because of the night wind blowing in from the door, and she slowly raised her head. The door was wide open, and Mu Chen stood at the door in a green dress, staring at Su Xiaoxiao with a dark gaze. Cousin, why are you here? Su Xiaoxiao was a little scared by his look, and hurriedly stood up and asked him to come in. Come in quickly, don't catch a cold. Mu Chen walked into the house expressionlessly, and looked at the maid next to him. Go out. The maid glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and said worriedly, Master, madam. I asked you to go out. Mu Chen interrupted her, and said coldly. In the maid's impression, Mu Chen had a gentle temperament. She didn't dare to say anything more because of his harsh words. She whispered and left the house, and closed the door. The door blocked the sound of the night wind, and the room was silent, so quiet that one could hear the sound of the candle burning. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, and dared not look at Mu Chen's expression at the moment, her clasped hands stirring restlessly. Don't you have anything to say to me? Mu Chen looked at Su Xiaoxiao, and couldn't understand why she would do such a stupid thing. Today, Su Xiaoxiao came back and said that he had passed the assessment, so he never left the house. If the second prince hadn't come to the house, he would have known nothing about what happened outside. It was not dark when the second prince came, and he kept waiting, wanting Su Xiaoxiao to confess, but after dinner, Su Xiaoxiao didn't say a word. Cousin, I did go to the Shi residence, but I just wanted to thank Mr. Shi, not for anything else. Su Xiaoxiao was silent for a while, then looked up and defended. Why don't you go and thank him any other time? Why did you have to do it the day before the test? The cousin was not stupid, he didn't believe that the other party didn't understand the consequences of doing so. I didn't think too much at the time. Su Xiaoxiao had no way to defend herself, and lowered her head again. I just wanted to do something for my cousin, but I didn't expect it to backfire. Do something for me? Mu Chen was so angry that he laughed. I know you were wrong when you entered the mansion. I am sorry for you, but can you not make decisions on your own? I am sorry. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was faintly tearful. I will discuss things with my cousin in the future. She regretted it when Lord Shi kicked her out of the mansion that day. She thought that the matter would be over after the assessment results came out, but she didn't expect that the end of the assessment was just the beginning. Su Xiaoxiao, you are not sorry for me, but the reputation of the mansion and Lord Shi. Lord Shi was his superior, more like his teacher. He had good intentions to ask the emperor for this test for him, but he didn't expect to get involved in the leak of the test questions. He had been highly respected all his life, but now his reputation was ruined because of him. Not to mention the Marquis's mansion, which was under the watchful eyes of the Yin mansion. Now that this matter was widely publicized, it might be the work of the Yin mansion. Shinner, why are you not sleeping at night, and coming to Xiaoxiao to vent your anger? Mrs. Mu and Father Mu, who were called by the maid, opened the door and walked in. They didn't know what happened and just thought that Mu Qin was mad at Su Xiaoxiao. Madame Mu said, as she walked to Su Xiaoxiao and took her hand. Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head and hugged Madame Mu and started crying. Okay, stop crying. Madame Mu felt distressed to see her niece crying like this and glared at Mu Qin. What are you and Xiaoxiao arguing about on such a good day? Mu Qin rubbed his brows and told the whole story. Madame Mu knew her son's character well. If he didn't have a reason, he would not come here to get angry. She was silent for a while, patted Su Xiaoxiao's back. Don't cry, we will find a way to solve it. Father Mu was silent with a gloomy face, looked at Su Xiaoxiao, and walked out of the house. Chinner, follow me. Seeing that the father and son had left the house, Madame Mu comforted Su Xiaoxiao a few words, and then followed them out. Master. Father Mu continued to walk forward, ignoring Madame Mu. The three of them went to the main hall, and Father Mu sat down and looked at Madame Mu with a gloomy face. At the beginning, my queen, and I did not agree with you to do this, but you insisted on doing it. Are you happy now? Knowing that Su Xiaoxiao was wrong, Madame Mu couldn't say anything. She didn't expect her niece to do such a stupid thing, but it had already happened, and blaming her was useless. It has already happened. What's the point of saying this? Chinner and Xiaoxiao haven't consummated their marriage yet. Let her go back after this matter is over. You don't miss me for my son, but I feel sorry for him. Madame Mu opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Father Mu continued, You think you are doing this for Chinner's good, but since Xiaoxiao entered the mansion, do you think Chinner is really getting better and better? Madame Mu, who was speechless, looked at Mu Qin's increasingly thin body and agreed helplessly. Since the two were destined not to be husband and wife, she no longer forced it. Su Xiaoxiao, who followed the others, walked to the door and happened to hear the conversation between the two without missing a word. Her body froze for a moment, and she turned around and left with her eyes lowered. Chapter 297. The next day. Because there was something exciting to watch, Yuilua, who was taken to the court, rarely complained. After the ministers finished their usual ceremony, the emperor smiled and asked everyone to stand up. The results of this assessment have come out, and I am very pleased. You are not all good for nothings. I pushed you hard, and your potential has all come out. That's right. Before, everyone thought it was a stable job, and there was still a salary even if you failed. Now it's different. If you fail, you will just pack up and leave. Who dares to fail? All those who want to get a salary for nothing will be killed. The ministers below rolled their eyes secretly in their hearts. They submitted so many memorials. Was the emperor going to pretend not to see them and fool them? The emperor didn't care what the ministers thought. He looked at Lord Shi and Prime Ministerly after he finished speaking. The assessment was successfully completed thanks to the two of you, my dear ministers. It is my duty to serve the emperor. The two stepped forward and bowed in unison. Well? The emperor nodded lightly. I know you all want to report a lot today. Let's get started. As soon as these words came out, the ministers who had been eager to move immediately stepped out. Your Majesty, it is said that there is something fishy about Mu Qin's test results. He is a member of the Imperial Academy, and he passed the Ministry of Revenue test. It is hard not to be suspicious. The emperor looked at this person with a smile. Yes, you said that Mu Qin is not from the Ministry of Revenue, but he passed those who were originally from the Ministry of Revenue. And Li Yunhe also passed the Ministry of Personnel test. Is there something fishy about it? Your Majesty, Li Xiaoshi is a student of Mr. Min, so it is natural that he passed the test. Another minister stood up. Of course, he would pick the weak persimmon. Li Yunhe not only has a famous teacher behind him, but also Prime Minister Li. He will not kick the iron plate, but Mu Qin is different. Behind him are only the Marquis of Qingyuan and the concubine De. The concubine De is not favored. In addition, this time, the Marquis and the concubine De will be implicated. Mu Qin can be said to be isolated and helpless. A trick? Lord Shi snorted coldly. Can you tell me where this trick comes from? It is true that Su Xiaoxiao went to the Shi mansion, but the assessment was the result of Mu Qin's own efforts. Don't be angry, Lord Shi, it is not groundless to say that there is a trick. Someone saw Mu Qin's wife go to the Shi mansion with their own eyes. After saying this, the man turned to look at Mu Qin and said righteously, the emperor said that this assessment must be fair and just, but everyone in the court knows that Lord Shi takes good care of Mu Qin. Are you questioning the fairness of this assessment? The emperor leaned back against the dragon throne while holding Yuilua. His voice was intimidating without anger. I dare not. The person who spoke knelt on the ground. Since Mu Qin's wife went to Shi's house, she must have a purpose, otherwise why did she go the day before the assessment? Your Majesty, my wife did go to the Shi mansion. Mu Qin lifted his official robe and knelt on the ground, his expression sincere, but the results of my assessment have nothing to do with Lord Shi. You have gained benefits, so of course you will not admit it voluntarily. The man said, looking up, Your Majesty, you said that this assessment strives for fairness, but if the people below do not follow your instructions, it will also ruin your reputation. Yes, Your Majesty, Mu Qin himself admitted that his wife went to the Shi mansion. You must give us justice. The words were a bit high-sounding, but this matter really had to be handled properly, otherwise the ministers would be unbalanced, but Mu Qin would be criticized after taking office. It is said that love makes people blind, but Su Xiaoxiao was so confused when she met love. This thing really should not be touched. The emperor agreed very much. There should be more such things, so that Luor would not be kidnapped when she grows up. With the two leading the way, others followed and asked the emperor to give them justice. In an instant, the ministers knelt on the ground. Only Prime Minister Li, Lord Shi, Marquis Qingyuan, and Li Yunhe were still standing. The emperor did not speak, just looking at the ministers kneeling on the ground, and the hall was suddenly silent. Marquis Qingyuan glanced at the ministers on the ground, and said nothing, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Since the emperor allowed the matter to ferment, he would naturally have a solution in his mind, so he was not worried at all. Your Majesty, Li Yunhe spoke to break the silence of the hall. Since you have questioned Mu's test results, let's give him another test. If he passes the test, I believe you will have nothing to say. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Mu Qin, waiting for his answer. This is indeed a solution, but it is too risky. If Mu Qin fails the test, it will be a done deal regardless of whether he knows the test questions in advance. The emperor had planned this originally, and he asked in a deep voice, Mu Qin, do you agree with this proposal? Mu Qin first glanced at Qingyuan Ho, then turned around and bowed. Your Majesty, the results of my test are all based on my own efforts, so why not take another test? Okay. The emperor laughed loudly. I really didn't make a mistake. He asked the people kneeling on the ground to stand up. Does anyone have any objections? The ministers who questioned Mu Qin shook their heads. Mu Qin had proved himself in this way, but they were still nagging. They didn't want the emperor to get justice, but were making trouble. In this case, the prime minister will start setting questions when he returns today, and I will mark them directly during the morning court tomorrow. Your Majesty is wise. At this time, Eunuch Chao came quickly from the door and walked to the emperor's side and whispered, Your Majesty, the people from the Beijing defense camp have already gone to the Marquis's mansion. The emperor waved his hand to signal Eunuch Chao to leave, and stood up and said, I also know about Madame Mu Qin's visit to the Shi mansion. Ha ha, it turns out that the tyrant is waiting for things to ferment enough before saying this. Yin Fan and concubine Shu are destined to be disappointed. According to their prediction, if this matter becomes a big deal, the normal procedure should be to let the Dali Temple investigate, and people related to Mu Qin will be temporarily detained in the mansion, and they can only be freed after the matter is cleared up. But now that the tyrant said he knew, the ministers dared not say anything more, and only speculated on the tyrant's intentions. The ministers looked at each other in bewilderment at what the emperor said. They were trying to figure out what the emperor meant by this. Dismissed the court. After leaving the hall, the ministers went down the stairs while talking in low voices. It turns out that the emperor already knew about this in advance. It seems that he wanted to test Lord Shi and Mu Qin. The emperor's intention is hard to predict. No wonder Qingyuan Ho stood aside without saying a word. He probably knew about it. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? At this point, several people couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to Mu Qin, because the emperor had to test him again. The emperor was full of tricks now. If they hadn't stopped when they saw the good, I'm afraid it would be someone else's turn to sympathize with him. The ministers who didn't know the truth all thought that Su Shishu's going to Shi's house was indeed the emperor's intention. Only Mu Qin, Qingyuan Ho, and Lord Shi knew that it was not the case at all. Chapter 298. After leaving the palace gate, Mu Qian bowed to Li Yunhe and thanked him. Thank you, Master Li, for speaking for me just now. Li Yunhe raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a gentle voice, The Emperor had this intention, Mu Editor, you don't have to thank me. After that, he turned around and got on the carriage. The carriage sped away, and Mu Qian retracted his gaze and got on the carriage with Qing Yuan Ho. The two were silent for a while, and Mu Qian spoke first. Uncle, this time, it was indeed me who caused trouble for the Marquis's mansion. Uncle has been working diligently for many years, fearing that the Marquis's mansion would be criticized by others, but because of his cousin's incident, the Marquis's mansion almost became the target of public criticism. Qing Yuan Ho sighed and patted his shoulder. Since it has already happened, there is no point in blaming yourself. You should thank the Emperor for his wisdom. Yes, if it weren't for the Emperor's wisdom, this matter would not have been so easily covered up. Mu Qian looked up at Qing Yuan Ho. I will definitely not disappoint the Emperor in tomorrow's assessment. Do you really understand the Emperor's intentions? Qing Yuan Ho retracted his hand and leaned back to the carriage. Then do you understand why the Emperor knew about this in advance, but let Su Xiaoxiao continue to do this? This question stumped Mu Qian. He thought for a while and shook his head. I don't know. First, even if this didn't happen, if you really passed the exam, others would question you about your relationship with Mr. Shi. Second, for those who accomplish great things, the people around them are also very important. Mu Qian pursed his lips. Thank you, uncle, for your advice. When this matter is over, I will send Xiaoxiao back. My father and mother have agreed. As he spoke, the carriage had arrived at the Marquis's mansion. My lord, there are many people gathered outside. The driver stopped the carriage and spoke. Qing Yuan Ho lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and got off the carriage with Mu Qian. As soon as they got off the carriage, the noise at the door came into their ears. People are back. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone looked at the two people. It's the people from the Beijing defense camp. Mu Qian glanced at the people gathered at the door and recognized that the leader was Lin Shan, the leader of the Beijing defense camp. Qing Yuan Ho sneered. Yin Fan and Lin Shan are really impatient. Unfortunately, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lin Shan noticed the two and strode towards them. Marquis. Walking in front of Marquis Qing Yuan, Lin Shan perfunctorily bowed and stood up without waiting for him to speak. Marquis Qing Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at the people gathered outside the mansion and asked knowingly, You brought so many people to the mansion, but do you have something to ask me? Lin Shan was surprised. It has been spread outside that the nephew of the Marquis bribed Lord Shi, who set the questions before the exam. Did the Marquis really not know about this? He finished talking to himself and laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know, I will tell you slowly. He called himself a subordinate, but his face showed no respect at all. Oh, Qing Yuan Ho stretched out the last syllable, not annoyed. So the people from the Beijing defense camp are here to ask if I have anything to do? I thank you for your concern. The people following Lin Shan exchanged glances with each other, all with puzzled faces. Hazard leader Lin told them to take them to do great things together, and let the Beijing defense camp return to its former glory? Could it be that what Chief Lin meant by doing a big thing was to bring them here to please Marquis Qing Yuan? Everyone in the Beijing defense camp knew that they had only one master, and that was King Liang Yefan, the one who allowed them to walk sideways in the capital. Since the Beijing defense camp was handed over to Marquis Qing Yuan, they could not even approach the palace, let alone walk sideways in the capital. Seeing that Marquis Qing Yuan was still playing Tai Chi with him, Lin Shan simply stopped pretending. The Marquis is a smart man. There is no need to joke at this time. Qing Yuan Ho smiled, then looked surprised. You brought the people from the Jingfang battalion here not to comfort me. But what do you want to do? According to the laws of Tianqi, your nephew is suspected of bribing the examiner, and you should also be interrogated to see if you are involved in this matter. During the investigation, you have no right to manage the brothers in the Jingfang battalion. Lin Shan stared at Qing Yuan Ho and raised his chin slightly. My lord, am I right? The Emperor has not yet made a final decision on this matter, and you in the Jingfang battalion are a little too anxious. Mu Qian couldn't stand it anymore and retorted. Is it true that your wife went to Shi Mansion? Lin Shan glanced at Mu Qian and said faintly, Although my Jingfanging no longer controls the security of the capital, it cannot be taken over by a bad-behaved marquis. He turned his head and looked at the other people in Jingfanging behind him, and said loudly, Don't you think so? The people behind him listened to Lin Shan, and they agreed loudly after hearing what he said. Yes, we don't accept it. Marquis. Lin Shan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and said with some pride, Look, everyone is dissatisfied with you continuing to be in charge of Jingfanging. Not to mention that the Beijing defense camp disagrees. Even we the people can't stand it. Someone among the people took the lead and said this, and the other people who were watching the excitement also started to shout loudly. The Marquis of Qingyuan has a bad moral character, and is not worthy of being in charge of the Beijing defense camp. This is what the prince saw when he came with the imperial guards. The imperial guards isolated the shouting people on the side of the street, and brought the leader to the prince. Your Highness, this person is the one who started shouting. The prince looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Take the people away first. After saying that, he walked towards the Marquis of Qingyuan and the others. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The group knelt down and saluted, saying in unison, Everyone stand up, no need to be polite. The Crown Prince said. His eyes fell on Lin Shan. Lin Shan's scalp tingled under the Crown Prince's scrutiny. He lowered his eyes slightly, thinking about the Crown Prince's purpose. Could it be that the Crown Prince came to deal with Mu Chen's bribery of Lord Shi? Lin Shan, you led the people of the Beijing defense camp to gather in front of the Marquis's mansion to cause trouble. Do you know what crime you will be charged with? When the other people in the Beijing defense camp saw the prince appear, they all shut their mouths in dismay. When they heard the prince's words, some of the timid ones even moved back. It seemed that they wanted to distance themselves from Lin Shan. Lin Shan took in the actions of these people, cursed in his heart, and said, Your Highness, I am not gathering to cause trouble. According to the laws of Tianqi, the Marquis can no longer be in charge of the Beijing defense camp. It is not appropriate in terms of emotion and reason. It seems that you are very familiar with the laws of Tianqi. The prince's voice was gentle, and Lin Shan could not guess whether this was a compliment or criticism. He lowered his head slightly and replied, Everyone should be familiar with the laws of Tianqi. The prince nodded in agreement and asked, Then tell me who is suitable to take charge of the Beijing defense camp? I don't know. Don't know? The prince said calmly, Let me think for you. What do you think of General Jin? Lin Shan was stunned. Wasn't General Jin in Yueqing? Is he back? They came here to perform this act because they calculated that Jin Tingen was not in Beijing, and their purpose was to let King Liang take over their Beijing defense camp. Chapter 299. The prince seemed not to notice the change in Lin Shan's expression, and said to himself, I forgot that General Jin is not in the capital now, so only King Liang is suitable to take over the Beijing defense camp. Lin Shan was relieved when he heard this, and quickly lowered his eyes, fearing that the prince would see through his secret joy. What do you think about letting King Liang take over the Beijing defense camp? The prince's eyes lightly swept towards Lin Shan. Mu Chen stood aside, and was about to say something, when he was stopped by a look from Qingyuan Ho. Of course, the decision on this matter is entirely up to the Emperor and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Shan secretly glanced at the Crown Prince's expression, not knowing whether he was testing him or asking sincerely. The Emperor and I have the decision? The Crown Prince had a smile on his face, but his voice suddenly turned cold. Looking at you like this, I thought that the Beijing defense camp was now under your control. The Emperor has not yet said that he would investigate the Marquis of Qingyuan, but you have convicted your superior first. What do you want to do by doing this? Lin Shan was so scared that he trembled and quickly knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I am only worried that the Marquis of Qingyuan will be investigated and will no longer be able to manage the Beijing defense camp. I have no other intentions. Besides, the people also think that the Marquis of Qingyuan is not suitable to take over the Beijing defense camp. When saying this, Lin Shan raised his voice deliberately. When the people who were surrounded by the imperial guards on the street heard this, they began to echo loudly. The Marquis of Qingyuan is not worthy of taking over the Beijing defense camp. The voices were getting louder and louder. When Lin Shan saw this, his fear was swept away. Even if the prince brought the imperial guards, it didn't matter. The imperial guards could not hurt ordinary people for no reason. Even if he could stop the people from making trouble, he couldn't stop them from talking. The prince turned his head to look at the people who were shouting loudly, then slowly looked back at Lin Shan, who was kneeling on the ground. Your Highness. Lin Shan raised his head and said passionately, You should treat it as a petition for the people and ask the Emperor for help. Ask the Emperor to let King Liang take over the Beijing defense camp again, or let General Jin take over. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, then said, Your Highness is wise, but General Jin is not in Beijing now. After that, a sound of horse hooves came from far away. Who said that this general is not in Beijing? Jin Tingen reined in his horse, got off the horse, and walked towards the prince with a whip in his hand. The people who were originally shouting shut up when they saw Jin Tingen appear, and took the initiative to make way. They knew very well that the Jin family had made great contributions to the stability of Tianqi today, and in the hearts of the people, Jean Tingen was their hero. Lin Shan looked at Jean Tingen, who was getting closer and closer to them in the sun, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his soft eyebrows and eyes were filled with endless coldness at this moment, and he only had a whip in his hand, which made people feel afraid. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Jean Tingen actually came back, so his plan failed. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. General Jean, no need to be polite. Jean Tingen stood up and nodded to Qing Yuan Ho. Then he walked to Lin Shan, who looked at the boots in front of him and his heart tightened. Lin Shan. Lin Shan raised his head and said respectfully, "Your subordinate Lin Shan greets General Jean." Jean Tingen played with a whip in his hand. The people of the Beijing defense camp have also been on the battlefield, so you should understand the rules of the army and the laws of Tianqi. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Tingen whipped him with his whip. Since you understand, you shouldn't have brought people to the gate of Qingyuan Marquis' mansion to cause trouble. The emperor hasn't said how to deal with Qingyuan Marquis yet, and you, as a subordinate, have gone beyond the boundaries of the past and convicted him. This is a violation of the emperor's authority. As a minister of Tianqi, you should protect the safety of the people, not use your position to incite the people to cause trouble for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Every time Jean Tingen said a word, he whipped Lin Shan hard with his whip. Uncle is mighty and domineering, he. The prince slightly curved his lips, and Luor came to join in the fun again. Other people in the Beijing defense camp saw that Lin Shan was scolded like a grandson by Jean Tingen, and they all lowered their heads to reduce their presence and dared not breathe. Come here. Jean Tingen called two people, looked at Lin Shan, who was pursing his lips, and said in a deep voice, "Arrest this person who is inciting the people to make trouble, and deal with him according to military regulations." Deal with him according to military regulations? Lin Shan's eyes were full of fear. According to military regulations, the two crimes mentioned by Jean Tingen should be punished with 100 strokes of the cane first, and if they survive by chance, they will be exiled directly. The other people in the Beijing defense camp also took a breath of cold air when they heard this. The punishment in the army is different from that in the palace. No one can stand even 40, let alone 100. Your Highness. Lin Shan cast a pleading look at the prince. Please save me. I really didn't incite the people. He didn't know why these people were so obedient, but it was definitely not him who asked them to do so. The prince glanced at the two people who were holding him. Why don't you gag him? Lin Shan, who was gagged, was completely desperate. His Highness the Prince tacitly agreed to Jean Tingen's approach. Your Highness, General Jean, it was Lin Shan who asked us to come. The other people in the Beijing defense camp knelt on the ground, trying to get themselves out. Come here, take them all away, and deal with them according to military regulations. The Beijing defense camp committed treason and incited the people to make trouble. These two things alone could completely shatter Yan Fan's last hope. That's not right. When Yan Fan's power was taken back by the tyrant promised him that he could let his daughter enter the palace. The tyrant wouldn't forget it, right? When Yan Fan's daughter came of age, he refused to let her enter the palace on the grounds that his daughter was too young. In fact, the queen position was taken at the time, and now it is vacant. How could Yan Fan miss such a good opportunity? But the tyrant is not a fool. Unless he has lost his ability to think, why would he give the position of empress to Yan Fan's daughter? The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, and after thinking for a while, he remembered that this was indeed the case. He thought Yan Fan really loved his daughter, and didn't send her to the palace. It turned out that he wanted to take his position of empress. As Luor said, he is not a fool. Can the position of empress be given casually? The people of the Beijing defense camp were taken away. Jean Tingen looked at the people, and said loudly, "The matter of Qing Yuan Ho is not true. Your behavior just now is equivalent to framing the court official. Your Highness the Crown Prince's kindness in not harming you does not mean that your actions just now did not violate the laws of Tianqi, but because you were used by people with bad intentions, so he let you go." The people looked at each other, and their faces were full of fear. They could not bear the crime of framing an official appointed by the court. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for your kindness in letting us go." The people all knelt on the ground. It was Li Er who gave us silver and asked us to come to the Marquis mansion to cause trouble. As they spoke, everyone took out silver coins and put them on the ground. Since everyone was used, I will not pursue it. Let's go back. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The people stood up and left as if they had greased their feet. Chapter 300. My uncle used this method very well. With just a few words, he made them confess who ordered it, and made these people grateful to the prince. The originally lively mansion returned to silence in an instant after the people left. "Thank you, Your Highness, the Crown Prince and General Jean today." Marquis Qingyuan raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Please come in." The Crown Prince shook his head. "I still have things to deal with." Jean Tingen also shook his head. "I still have to deal with those people I just arrested, so I won't go in." The two turned around and left together. As they parted ways, Jean Tingen took out a pure gold pendant and handed it to the prince. "Please give this to Luo, Your Highness." Yui Luo, who was sitting in a carriage not far away and watching this scene, had bright eyes. "It's gold. No wonder it's so shiny. My uncle is so kind." The emperor raised his hand and was about to lower the curtain, and the little guy's inner voice sounded again. "Hey, isn't that concubine Shu in the carriage?" She was so impatient to come and check the results. She must be so angry now. Concubine Shu was sitting in a low-key carriage. After witnessing everything in the Qingyuan Marquis' mansion, she lowered the curtain with a gloomy face. Luo was puzzled, thinking that concubine Shu was tired, and whispered, "We shouldn't have taken this road just now. If it weren't for these people here, the queen would have returned to the palace to rest." Yin Fan was really a fool, who was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish things. Concubine Shu slowly tightened her hands on her knees, not wanting to listen to what Luo said. She had already let Su Xiaoxiao do something stupid, but Yin Fan didn't make good use of such a good handle, but instead let the brainless things in the Beijing defense camp make trouble. Now, not only did she ruin all her plans, but she also indirectly helped the emperor get rid of the hidden danger of the Beijing defense camp. "I'm afraid that after today, there will no longer be a Beijing defense camp in the capital." The more concubine Shu thought about it, the more angry she felt. She raised her hand and rubbed her temple. An idea that she couldn't believe emerged in her mind. Could it be that the emperor was pushing this matter, so he became the ultimate beneficiary? Not only did he break her situation, but he also solved the Beijing defense camp, and helped Mu Chen solve the rumors that he would be said to have entered the Ministry of Households because of Mr. Shi. Has the emperor's mind been so deep now? Concubine Shu frowned slightly, wondering why the emperor knew about Su Xiaoxiao's movements. Could it be that he really could predict the future and arrange everything in advance? Yin Fan was waiting for good news at this moment, but before he could get it, he saw Yin Zhihai coming in breathlessly. What happened? Seeing his son like this, Yin Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. "Dad?" Yin Zhihai knelt on the ground with a bang. What happened? Jean Tingen appeared, and the other people from the Beijing defense camp and Lin Shan were causing trouble in the Marquis mansion, and they were all taken away. Yin Fan frowned, put down his teacup, and stared at Yin Zhihai. "You said Lin Shan went to the Marquis mansion to cause trouble?" Yin Zhihai was a little scared by being stared at, and whispered, "Yes, he has been taken away by Jean Tingen now. Dad, you should think of a way to save him." "Did you do that?" Lin Shan appeared in the Marquis mansion? Without waiting for Yin Zhihai to answer, Yin Fan stood up angrily and kicked him straight. "Why don't you have a brain? I have told you so many times not to act on your own." "Dad, I don't know why things are like this." Yin Zhihai covered the place where he was kicked, feeling aggrieved, and dared not look at his father's gloomy face. He just wanted the Marquis mansion to fall quickly, but he didn't expect that not only did the Marquis mansion not fall, but the Beijing defense camp suffered. It is true that Madame Mu Chen went to the Shi mansion. You have already had people spread the news, and just wait for the emperor's attitude. Yin Fan sat back in his chair with a gloomy face. You don't know what the emperor's attitude is, but you instigated the people of the Beijing defense camp to cause trouble. Isn't this stupid? Now the Beijing defense camp is gone, and you are also in trouble. At this point, Yin Fan felt his heart was bleeding. He stood up and kicked Yin Zhihai in anger. You really want to piss me off to death. You still have the nerve to ask me to save the people in the Beijing defense camp. Do you think your father has lived too long? Yin Zhihai shook his head hurriedly. I didn't. Dad, calm down. I have already silenced the heir, so it can't be traced to my Yin mansion. It's better this way. Knowing that no matter how much he said, he couldn't save the Beijing defense camp, Yin Fan looked deeply at the kneeling Yin Zhihai. From today on, if you step out of the mansion without my permission, I will break your legs. Yin Zhihai nodded obediently. I understand. Knock knock. There was a rapid knock on the door. Come in. The servant who came and looked at Yin Zhihai on the ground, and said, as if he was used to it, Prince, the emperor sent someone to summon you to the palace. Yin Fan stood up. Send the young master back to the room to see him. He left the house after saying this. Yin Fan knew without thinking that the emperor asked him to enter the palace just because of the Beijing defense camp. While thinking, he had already arrived at the door of the house. Eunuch Chao stood beside the carriage, and saw King Liang smiling and making a gesture to invite him. King Liang, please. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yin Fan got on the carriage and said with a smile. We haven't been waiting for long either. The carriage slowly drove to the Ministry of War, and Yin Fan looked puzzled after getting off the carriage. The Emperor is waiting for King Liang at the Ministry of War. The two went to the meeting room of the Ministry of War, and Yin Fan saw Lin Shan kneeling on the ground when he entered the door. He withdrew his gaze without leaving a trace, and saluted respectfully to the Emperor sitting at the top. I pay my respects to the Emperor. The Emperor nodded calmly, and asked Yin Fan to stand up. When Lin Shan and his men saw Yin Fan, they felt as if they had seen a life-saving straw. I wonder why the Emperor asked me to come to the Ministry of War. Haha, I let you continue to hurt your heart. The Emperor, The people of the Beijing defense camp gathered at the gate of the Marquis mansion, and asked for someone to take over the Beijing defense camp. Did King Liang know that they wanted someone to take over? King Liang glanced at the people and said in surprise, Could it be me? He said with a look of panic. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with me. It is not my turn to take over the Beijing defense camp anyway. General Jin is more suitable than me. The Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Shan. Although the beneficiary of this matter is King Liang, I know that King Liang is loyal, and will never instigate the Beijing defense camp to cause trouble. Lin Shan stared and wanted to say something, but his mouth was blocked. Thank you, Your Majesty, for making the decision for me. Yin Fan couldn't guess what the Emperor wanted to do, so he said cautiously. It's so funny. King Liang is still loyal, but the tyrant is now a hermaphrodite. It's time to make a decision for the King of Liang. The Emperor looked at Jin Tingen. General Jin, tell the King of Liang what dirty water the Beijing defense camp has thrown on him. Jin Tingen replied, and said to Yin Fan, the people in the Beijing defense camp think that the prince is more suitable to take over the Beijing defense camp than the Marquis, inciting the people to make trouble and being disrespectful to the prince and the Emperor. Your Majesty, I know nothing about this matter. The King of Liang lowered his eyes. Please let the Emperor see clearly.